In addition to sending a large number of practitioners to escort those who choose to emigrate, they have also increased their propaganda efforts. It can be predicted that within a few years, Tianjin will start another brand new lifestyle. The war of grabbing people has already begun to take shape. This change is unprecedented. In the past years, how did those strong people pay so much attention to them, the weak? Treating human life as worthless is not just talk. For those who have long-term vision, if they don't need to leave inheritance, they don't need to think about future generations. Those weak, those mortals, are just a resource that can be used. And it's a renewable resource. Therefore, in the past years, the experience and situation of the weak are really not good. Rather, it was extremely bad. It is also true that many people feel that it is unreal under such a big contrast today. Not only ordinary people find it unreal, but even many cultivators find it incomprehensible. Why has the attitude towards those weak people changed so much all of a sudden? However, the binders of the giant golden body of the demon god are not interested in explaining so much to those guys. Whether they understand it or not, it has no effect on the various welfare systems implemented in their own city-state. On the contrary, the worse the attitude of other city-states towards the weak, the more residents they can harvest. This life is all about a comparison. It doesn't matter if I live worse, as long as other people live worse than me. Anyway, watching others make money is more uncomfortable than losing money yourself. Of course, these are off topic. But from here, it can also be seen how much influence those giant demon god golden bodies have had on the Tianjin realm. And the beginning of such a huge influence is the appearance of the courageous competition. Thinking about it this way, it will naturally be related to this time's virtual duel platform competition. If nothing else, this is another contest that will affect the entire Tianjin territory. Although the number of people who can participate in the competition, at present, there will not be as many as those who go straight to the competition. But the influence produced is absolutely indispensable. As a result, the market for virtual duel crystals exploded again. All those who want to participate in the competition are trying to find a way to acquire a virtual duel crystal. As a result, the price of the virtual duel crystal, which was originally a relatively stable price, suddenly soared. In just a few days, it skyrocketed to tens of thousands of blood crystals, and there is no sign of stabilizing. All of a sudden, many people made a wave of windfall, and the funds in their hands became rich immediately. You know, under the welfare system of those 48 city-states, businesses sprouting rapidly. The benefits brought by capital are quickly reflected in the order camp. As for the blood spar as a common currency, the biggest point of stability lies in the property in the hands of the owner of the hall, which only accepts blood spar for payment. This is the key factor why hard money never depreciates. After all, the meaning of currency is to exchange various resources. Not to mention the blood spar, which actually has practical use value, so it is even more irreplaceable. So when capital starts to germinate under the order system, ordinary people can finally have their own place. Even this place is really not very big. But it's much better than before. Moreover, this time the virtual duel platform competition may be a way to change one's own destiny. You know, this time, the owner of the Qi Pavilion specially sent out a message, notifying the virtual duel platform competition, which is the biggest difference from the previous Brave competition. Ordinary people can also participate in the virtual duel platform contest. The threshold for participating in the competition is just a virtual duel crystal. Although the owner of the pavilion has not yet announced the competition system, as well as the competition process and prizes. But these are all irrelevant. The most important point is to ensure that you have the qualifications to participate in the competition. How many people's fates have been changed in the previous Brave competition? That's something for all to see. So this time the competition is held, and I have the opportunity, so I must not miss it. It's quite lively. Didn't expect that just a piece of gossip could cause such a big storm. After Qilu released the news of the virtual duel platform competition, he paid attention to this aspect. The current development of the situation is similar to what I expected, but it can continue. Such as announcing the competition system and competition process and so on. Then announce the game time, so that those who are interested in participating in the game can prepare in advance now. I believe that there will definitely be more people signing up for the competition than imagined. Things that can change one's own destiny, through a game. The temptation is so great that ordinary people can't refuse it. Not to mention, even if you don't win or get a ranking, you can still get one. Fixed reputation. For those ordinary people, it is already a kind of prize. After all, fame plays a huge role in doing business. A qualified businessman should not refuse the means of increasing fame, especially when such means are beneficial but harmless. For the competition system, just follow the previous competition system. After a little thought, Qilu made a decision. Although at the Shenjiu side, when the first virtual duel platform competition was held, Qilu had thought about whether to convert it into a club in the future for future competitions. However, on the Tianjiu side, such conditions obviously do not exist. Therefore, at least when this virtual duel platform competition is held, this idea can only be given up. As for whether it is possible to change the form of competition in the future, it will be treated on a case-by-case basis. Anyway, Qilu felt that there must be no hope in a short time. The club is not a small matter, let's take it slowly. Therefore, it was initially decided that the competition system would remain the same as before, with auditions as the first round of competition, and the teams participating in the official competition would be selected, after which the official competition would begin. As for registration, a team of 50 people is also required to register collectively in order to be included in the list of participating teams. Then 64 teams were selected by the C for the official competition. Afterwards, it was still divided into 8 divisions, each of which had a duel, and the ranking was determined in the form of points. In the end is the first place in each competition area, and the finals will be held to compete for the final champion. Of course, this champion is naturally only the champion of one world. If they want to win the championship of the entire Sky God realm, then there will be a second round of competition. The top 16 participating teams from the Xinji domain and the top 16 participating teams from the Tianji domain will participate in the competition. After the 32 participating teams were broken up, they were randomly assigned to 4 duel fields. Ranking is also done in the form of points. Then in each duel, the top 2 will be selected to participate in the final championship match. In the finals, there are also 8 teams competing. The final champion is the overall champion of the Sky God realm. This is the real exciting competition. However, when Qilu released these news, the news of the second round of the competition was intentionally concealed. For this matter, we should wait until the champion of Tianji domain appears, and then make plans. Anyway, the comparison is definitely going to be compared. It's just that it's not certain what kind of statement it is. By the way, Qilu also mentioned the champion's prize. Each of the 50 people in the champion team can have the binding authoritato, a giant demon golden body. It can be said that this prize is quite rich. After all, go straight to the big competition, and only 24 places will bear a list in each session. As for the virtual duel platform contest, there were 50 contestants in one breath, which was more than the number of the 2 full years of the Bravely Going Up competition. Although the prizes can be won, only the team that wins the championship. But isn't that the way it should be? What objections can there be? And the most important thing is that the virtual duel platform competition ignores the strength of the contestants themselves. This is not like going straight to the big competition. If the strength is not enough, it is impossible to win any ranking. That's why countless ordinary people, the weak, are grateful to Pavilion Master Qi from the bottom of their hearts. Thanks to the owner Qi for giving them a chance to change their destiny. What is the meaning of the binding authority of a giant golden body of a demon god? It is no exaggeration to say that for anyone, including those powerful practitioners, it is an opportunity to change their destiny. If you don't reach the realm of the demon god, you're just an ant after all. Relying on the large amount of blood energy fed back by the giant demon god's golden body to break through the shackles and break through the demon god's realm, even if it can't be said to be easy, it can be regarded as very easy. At least it is hundreds of times simpler than breaking through by yourself. Such a great benefit is an irresistible temptation for any cultivator. How could you not be excited? Well, it is so precious to cultivators, let alone ordinary people. The binding authority of the giant demon god, golden body, brings them even more. For example, make up for the shortcomings of qualifications and lack of potential. There are too many benefits like this. Therefore, the virtual dual platform competition is a carnival that is destined to make the entire Tianji domain lively. Everything was within Qi Li's expectations. There's new news from Pavilion Master Qi. The virtual dual platform contest has been finalized. The basic competition system and the competition process have also been finalized, and registration will begin soon. That's right, I've heard that too. The news about the owner of the Qi Pavilion is always the fastest to spread. In particular, this kind of news related to self-interest spread to variosity states in the shortest time. It caused many people to cheer, but also made many people sigh. Because they haven't got the virtual dual crystal yet. By the way, I heard that the registration method this time is in the form of teams. That's true. A team of 50 people must register collectively to be included in the list of participating teams. And there is only one champion in the end, and it is no longer the top 3. What are you thinking? A team is 50 people, you still want the top 3? That is, the only thing that can be remembered by everyone is the champion. So, you are very confident about winning the championship? No, I haven't even got the virtual dual crystal yet. You really have something. What else do you say? I'm not praising you. Among the discussions, those who have virtual dual crystals have already started gearing up to form their own teams. Then take the first step and start grinding in the dual field. After all, there is a world of difference in combat effectiveness between a well-coordinated team and a random team. Everyone went with the idea of winning the championship, but they didn't dare to play around. Moreover, according to reliable sources, this time the virtual dual platform competition will be divided into 2 groups for competition. One is the competition in the classic mode. The other is the contest in the campaign strategy mode. I heard that they will compete separately, and a champion team will be determined, and then all of them will be rewarded with championship rewards. This time, the chances of winning the championship are directly doubled. Then you have to grab it. And this news was naturally released by Qi Lu. However, when the registration officially starts, these guys will actually know. Because the 2 modes of competitions are registered separately. The same team can only choose one of them. Moreover, besides this, Qi Lu also has other ideas. It is another competition held for the Boss Challenge mode Boss Challenge race. It's just that at present, there are not many raiders who can successfully defeat the boss. If the Boss Challenge race is held now, there are probably not many challengers who can participate. After all, if you can't even fight, how can you race? Who can last longer? Isn't that embarrassing to go to the arena, and it is still embarrassing in front of the audience of all city-states? Without a strong heart, it is estimated that this sense of shame can make people depressed to death. So Qi Lu postponed this idea. Then, system, help me to contact the shop in Shinjiu, it should be fine, right? Qi Lu asked a question in his mind. System, host, don't underestimate this system, how difficult is this kind of thing? If you think about it, the system can directly communicate with shops on lower planes in the Vault of Heaven God realm, so why can't you contact the shops in the Vault of Heaven God realm? Qile asked this question out of caution. What if there are special circumstances? Fortunately, special circumstances did not arise. That's all right, then you can help, please contact there. The virtual duel platform competition on both sides must be held at the same time. Then we can plan the process of the championship game. Qile is not too polite, this is the system's duty. There is no difficulty. System, okay. Qile? Is that you? For various reasons, with the help of the Dragon God and other main gods, Bai Yuyan, who temporarily managed the store manager's property on her behalf, couldn't help being startled when she heard the voice that suddenly sounded in her mind. Then, there was another burst of ecstasy. The news of Qile's disappearance during the Battle of Xuanhuan in the Central Territory almost gave way to Yuyan fainting on the spot. Then, we were persuaded by the Dragon God and other main gods that Qile must still be alive, so we must not let store manager Qi's property go to waste. So with the feeling that she would definitely wait until Qile came back, Bu Yuyan made up her mind and took over the management of the store. In the past, there was a position of clerk personally appointed by store manager Qi, and later supported by Dragon God and the others, but there was no voice of opposition. After all, there are really not many who are qualified to oppose this decision. Moreover, the customers have long been accustomed to the fact that store manager Qi is not in the store, and no one can fix anything. To this day, even though Qile has been missing for several years, the shop in the Divine Realm is still in good order. Among them, Bai Yuyan, who has always been hopeful, naturally contributed a lot. At this moment, how could he not be happy to get the news of Qile suddenly? Of course it is me. Qile smiled and said, Yuyan, other than me, no one else can contact you like this. These words are not just words. The clerks that Qile confirmed will be protected when they stay in the store. Otherwise, how could he rest assured that Bu Yuyan managed the store? It's not that they don't trust Dragon God and the others, but people and horses make mistakes. What if someone takes a risk? Therefore, many things still need to be prevented before they happen. But judging from Bai Yuyan's tone now, she should be doing well. I haven't been back for so long. There shouldn't be anything wrong in the store. No, of course not, everything is fine, just waiting for your return. Bu Yuyan nodded vigorously, resisting the excitement in her heart, and responded in her mind. Then, after a pause, he asked carefully, So, Qile, when will you be back? Qile was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Then he thought for a moment before answering, I don't know too well, but I think I will probably be able to go back soon. In fact, it is not difficult for Qile to return to the extreme realm of God, as long as he walks from the divine mountain of the Central Territory. It's okay to let the king leave a passage to come out. However, the task in the Tianji domain has not been completed yet. How could it just leave like this? This is not going to work, and I have to take a family leave. If it's really going to work, then Qile should be on a business trip now, so there's no reason to go back without saying anything. Well, I see. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Bu Yuyan responded obediently, and then spoke seriously. She didn't ask Qile how he was doing now, how he was doing. Because Bu Yuyan knew that if Qile could still take the initiative to contact her now, it meant that Qile was safe now. There was no need for her to worry. And if Qile really encountered any danger, Bu Yuyan also had self-knowledge, knowing that she couldn't help at all. So don't worry about it here. Good. Thanks a lot. Qile responded and was silent for a while, before continuing. To be reasonable, although Qile's emotions are a bit dull, he is not considered a piece of wood, so how could he not hear the true feelings in it? It's just that sometimes it's hard to respond. If a commitment is made, it is done. So Qile never promises lightly. However, when facing Bu Yuyan, she did give something, just like Yu Shi'er back then. It would probably not be very good for Qi Lu to refuse straight away, so he had no choice but to be vague. Fortunately, the impact is not great. After answering this sentence, Qi Lu immediately changed the topic to the main topic. He is now in the Tianji realm, so naturally he can't host the Shinji realm's virtual duel platform competition, so this matter must be handed over to Bu Yuyan. 1. Because the only person I could find was Bu Yuyan. And the other one is also because Bu Yuyan has experience in this area. She was the host of the first virtual duel platform competition, and Qi Lu was relieved to continue to entrust this matter to her. With Bai Yuyan's ability, maybe she can make a lot of money. Who made Shinjiu's business culture develop so well? This matter can't be done in Tianjiu, everyone has no concept of advertising, and auctioning the advertising space probably won't work. But you can also give it a try, even if the auction doesn't yield any good prices, it can set a new direction for them. Tell them the future of business and how it should go. How can you do business without advertising? No matter what the product is, if it is not famous, how can it attract customers? So, this time, the auction is to be a sample for them and a template. Otherwise, the commercial development of Tianji domain has gone round and round, and I don't know how long it will take to enter. On track. Virtual duel platform competition, the second round? After listening to Qi Li's words, Bai Yuyan thought for a while, and then asked a question. Hosting this kind of competition is not a big deal for Bu Yuyan, and it can even be said that she is already familiar with it. However, if there is such a competition all of a sudden without store manager Qi present, it will be difficult to convince the crowd. Your side is the second session, and my side is the first session. If it is held jointly, it can only be regarded as the first session. Qi Lu paused for a moment, and then continued, when the time comes, you should tell Dragon God, there will definitely be a lot of prizes for the championship. No, Qi Lu, that's not what I'm talking about. Bu Yuyan hesitated for a moment, but said it anyway. How could the generous store manager, Qi, have less prizes, and so on? And to talk to the Dragon God is to ask the Dragon God to come over and help stand up, so it's not difficult. But the problem now is not here. Then what are you talking about? Qi Lu was a little puzzled. When Bai Yuyan heard the words, she couldn't help but sighed, she knew that Qi Lu might have forgotten. Qi Lu, didn't you announce the rules of the second virtual duel platform competition before? Are you going to switch to the division system? Although due to some reasons, the second virtual duel platform competition has been delayed, but the selection of the competition area has not been put on hold. The contestants from the 4 major competition areas are still waiting. Bu Yuyan had to remind Qi Lu that these rules cannot be contradicted. Yes, is it? Qi Lu scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. System, yes, host, there is indeed such a thing, this system remembers it. But at this time, the system will come out to make up for it, which makes Qi Lu's embarrassment even deeper. What I said, I actually forgot, it shouldn't be. Okay, I know you have a good memory, don't talk about it. Qi Lu coughed hard to cover up his embarrassment, and then continued, in this case, Yu Yan, you will use the competition area system to select 16 teams to participate in the final competition. The follow-up process can be modified slightly. Others, there should be no problem. There is none left. Bu Yuyan shook her head, indicating that there is no problem on her side. Anyway, in the end, 16 teams will be selected. It doesn't matter what method is used. It's just that store manager Qi's words cannot be changed day and night. So the competition area system still has to be used. That's fine. When you start holding a virtual duel competition, I will cooperate with you. Qi Lu nodded, this time the goal was achieved. As for the time issue, just coordinate it. It's not even a few days away. What's more, on the side of Xinjiu, the competition area system used is more troublesome, and it will naturally take longer. Maybe it can coincide with the time of the competition in Tianjiu. With that, this conversation is over. Bu Yuyan, who got the news from Qi Lu, hastily used the newly acquired authority to post an announcement on the virtual shopping platform. Informed the news that the second virtual showdown competition is about to start. Suddenly, caused an uproar. The second virtual showdown competition? I've waited so long, I thought it would never happen again. I didn't expect that this second virtual duel competition is here. Law comprehension big gift package, I will accept it bluntly. Just kidding, the championship is also what you want to win, and you can get it. Even if the division system is used this time, you may not be able to win a division championship. However, Manager Qi has disappeared for such a long time. Is there something wrong with the sudden virtual duel competition? What could be wrong? Suddenly holding a virtual duel competition, I can only say that it must bait a return of store Manager Qi. Otherwise, there is news about Manager Qi. Otherwise, do you think stepsister can hold a virtual duel competition privately? That's right, I don't know how to think about it with your meager IQ. If store manager Qi hadn't spoken, how could this virtual duel contest be held? Then it seems that it is indeed stable. The team I have worked so hard to build has gone through so many trials, and it is finally able to make a big splash. Are you still daydreaming? There are countless customers in the major kingdoms of the God realm, and there are many discussions. They were all blown away by the sudden news and expressed their opinions. They never thought that something would happen to the missing store manager Qi, maybe he went to retreat. You know, if a main god falls into an epiphany, or has some kind of insight, it is not uncommon for him to disappear for decades. Once you have a little understanding of the way of the law, time becomes the least important thing. There is no time to practice. So Bu Yuyan suddenly made such an announcement, which immediately made these customers guess. And these news naturally reached the ears of Dragon God and the others. The second virtual duel competition? It seems that Qi Li's matter should be dealt with, probably because he found a sheer. Dragon God is more aware of Qi Li's character, and knows that when he has such leisurely thoughts, it must be when he is doing nothing. Under normal circumstances, Qi Lu would not do such a thing if he had other things to do. In this way, I don't know if Qi Lu has found the Demon Emperor. That damned guy. As soon as the Demon Emperor was mentioned, the Dragon God's eyes became a little cold. After all, he was a traitor of his own era, and it is really annoying that he has not been executed until now. If there is a chance, I still want to kill you with my own hands, Demon Emperor, I hope you can give me this chance. Dragon God took a deep breath, and then slowly closed his eyes. Okay, now we can announce the time of the virtual duel competition. It's better to be ranked behind the bravely going up competition. After Qi Lu broke off contact, he touched his chin. The gossip spread quickly. It's not too long before the third bravely going up competition, and it's about to start soon. Then many customers heard that the start time of the much-anticipated virtual duel competition was actually ranked behind the courageous competition. Isn't that fatal? This means, it almost means that you can choose one of these two competitions to participate in. After all, after the bravely going up competition has been held for 2 consecutive sessions, those challengers have also understood a truth. Such things as competitions are different from usual challenges or steady practice. This thing wants to keep training. In many cases, a good attitude and stable performance is the most important thing. Because the usual performance does not represent the performance in the game, if the performance is abnormal at a critical moment, why not cry to death? That's why Pavilion Master Qi arranged the timing of the 2 major tournaments so close to each other. Probably because of this. Go straight to the big competition. If you want to win the ranking, you need to train every day and keep in shape. As for the virtual duel competition, it is even more necessary to work with teammates. If one gets out of touch during the game and loses the chain, then not only oneself will be in trouble, but also so many teammates. Even if those teammates didn't say anything about him, he would feel ashamed to death. So a trade-off has to be made. Do you choose to go straight to the big competition, or choose the virtual duel competition? In fact, these two major competitions have their own advantages and disadvantages. Going straight to the big competition is a one-person struggle, and the top 3 can get prizes, and there is no need to win the championship. The virtual duel competition belongs to the field of the team, and they must win the championship in order to get what they want. However, the advantage is that there are 50 people in each team in the virtual duel competition. Maybe I can hold a thigh by myself? To put it simply, it is to go straight to the big competition, and no mistakes are allowed. As for the virtual duel competition, which is based on team performance to determine the winner, there is still a little room for error. That's great. You know, things like fault-tolerant space seem useless, but at critical moments, they are life-saving things. One more chance to make a mistake, maybe one step closer to the championship. There must be no chance of mistakes in the game. This kind of opportunity can obviously make people feel more relaxed. However, when many customers are busy making choices, those who have become binders are not in a hurry. For them, participating in the competition is worse than managing their own city-state. At least it's much more secure. However, the ease of mind of those who were bound completely disappeared under the additional news announced by Pavilion Master Qi very soon. That is, the same person can bind multiple giant demon god golden bodies, and the power of energy and blood fed back will be calculated together. Anyone who is not stupid can understand what this message means. Then what kind of consequences will be caused is obvious. There may only be one person who can bind a giant golden body of a demon god. However, a binding person can not only bind a giant demon god golden body. Therefore, don't think that you have become a binder one step at a time. If you take the first step, you will be able to be the first step by step in the future. If you don't work hard to maintain your advantage, it is very likely that you will be surpassed by the latecomers. Once the news of Pavilion Master Qi was released, to the vast majority of people, it was like a thunderbolt on the ground, which made them restless, but excited. On the one hand, it is their competitors, and there may be a few more temporarily. And the determination of other competitors must have increased a lot. The mentality that is bound to win has turned into something that must be done by me. This kind of power increase without upper limit, auxiliary treasure without limit, would anyone still think too much? Pavilion Master Qi will release this news at this time, there must be his intentions. But whatever the intention, it doesn't matter much. Because this doesn't stop them from yearning for, or even coveting, the giant golden body of the demon god. What you don't have, you want to have, and what you already have, you want to have more. This time, the game will be really lively. And the effect Qi Lu wanted to see was actually this, so that they could pay more attention to these two competitions. Do your best. Although the previous state has already been taken seriously. But, at the right time, giving some irresistible temptations will be more interesting. And as the influence of events grows, more and more people will pay attention to these events. Only in this way can it better help Tianjiu to make changes. After all, this kind of thing is not something that can be done simply by being strong. Having enough strength can only make your words have more weight, making people dare not ignore them. However, if you want everyone to hear what you say, then you should have real influence and real action. What's more, Qi Lu didn't want to change the Tianji territory into a world where the strong are supreme and the weak are worthless. In that case, what is the difference from before? There is no need to change at all. Therefore, in order to allow the weak to have a place, they can survive better. Qi Lu must lead by example, and act according to the rules himself, instead of using force to overwhelm others. At least for now, the effect is not bad. There are role models in the front and benefits in the future. It is not impossible to change. With the continuous publicity of the two major competitions, Qilu also held several advertising auctions. The main purpose is to tell those guys who only think about doing business but never think about publicity, the importance of advertising. However, the result does not look very optimistic. Probably it was also to save face for the owner of the hall, and this auction must not be allowed to end without a problem. So at the end of the auction, all the advertising spaces were auctioned off. All participating merchants were quite concerned, knowing that even if they didn't need it, they should pay a price. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to Hall Master Qi? Based on this, it is better not to mention the final transaction price. Basically, they are all face-saving prices. Although the price given is definitely not low, it is all to take care of the face of the curator Qi. Everyone thought in their hearts that they could be considered as grateful to host Qi for his hard work and benevolence for them. If there is no owner Qi, we would not be where we are today. So as long as Hall Master Qi has face, everyone will be happy. In order to save my face? That's fine. For this kind of thing, Qilu just saw what the auction scene looked like, and he knew it like a mirror. Anyway, when Qilu was in Shinjiu, Qilu also held an auction for the qualifications of the advertising space. Although the host is Bu Yuyan. But the experience is there. So this time, Qilu could tell at a glance that the merchants participating in the auction were not very enthusiastic. But so what, as long as they can come. Because as long as this time, let them know the benefits of advertising in such a grand event, these merchants will understand what is called real business. It is estimated that the subsequent auction will be full of seats, and it will be hard to get a ticket. Even after being inspired by this auction, various advertising methods will spring up like mushrooms after rain, becoming an important means to improve the living environment of businessmen. Speaking of which, in the world of ordinary people, wealthy businessmen are often at the top. However, in a world where power is the most important thing, the so-called assets and resources are all for the strong. As long as one's own strength is not strong enough, no matter how much one has, it is all false. That's why Qilu wanted to change this situation. Avoid things like robbery and robbery. Of course, the natural law of natural selection cannot be changed. What Qilu wants to stabilize is not a certain group of people, or a certain part of living beings. But rules. Follow the rules to do things, not reckless. It's a pity that such a major task still has a long way to go. I can only wait and see. After the first auction was successfully held and ended, the third competicionto go straight ahead officially began. All city-states start the competition uniformly, just like the previous bravely going competition. The towers in each city-state will record the results of the contestants, and then announce it after all the contestants have completed the competition. This is also the reason why Qilu will hold the bravery competition before the virtual duel competition. Because it takes less time. All contestants can compete at the same time, and within a few days at most, the results of the competition can be announced. The virtual duel contest is different. From the initial audition, to the subsequent group stage, knockout stage, semi-final stage, and championship stage. Then there will be the finals of the Vault of Gods after the championship match, which will be another round of big competitions. The time consuming is more than 10 times longer than that of going straight to the big competition. The degree of grandeur is naturally far from being comparable to going straight to the big competition. When the news that the virtual duel contest is about to start is announced, countless teams that signed up for the competition scrambled to come to the competition venue designated by the notice issued by the venue owner. It was an additional store specially built by Qilu in order to successfully hold the virtual duel competition. Inside are separate booths and exquisite crystal balls. Since it is such an important event, it is naturally impossible for these contestants to compete with a virtual duel crystal one by one. Therefore, it is natural to spend huge sums of money and waste a lot of time to build these competition venues. Fortunately, Tianjiu has not yet started the competition system, so things are a little less, not so troublesome. If it is on the side of God Realm. Well, after thinking about it carefully, in Extreme God Realm, there is none to build additional competition venues at all. Among the God Kingdoms designated as competition areas, there are shops designated as competition venues, which just need to be renovated. On the side of Tianjiu, there is really no way. In the past, I only thought about building a tower, but I didn't think about other problems for a while. Fortunately, the problem of the competition venue is not difficult to solve, and how the audience watch the game is also very simple. Qilu has done this before. Just use those tall towers as screens for live broadcasting, it's very simple. If you don't like the live broadcast screen of the tower too far away, then use the virtual duel crystal directly to enter the virtual duel platform, and there will also be a special link to enter the live broadcast room. However, at the current stage, the person who owns the virtual duel crystal is compared to the entire Tianji domain. Still only a minority. This also meant that in the first virtual duel contest held in Tianjiu, many buried masters could not participate. Compared with Xinjiu, it must be on the weak side. Of course, Qilu also considered this matter. But it doesn't matter. Winning or losing is a common matter in military affairs. For the contestants of Tianjiu, failure will only make them more courageous as they fight. Didn't you see that they have enough patience to keep trying even the boss that is almost impossible to defeat? Boss challenge mode is still very popular. That is, there are more and more psychological counseling rooms and psychological rehabilitation centers recently. I don't know if it's because of the guys who challenged the boss that the number of psychological breakdowns is increasing. Looking at it this way, there is no shortage of people who can find business opportunities. After all, he is a smart person. It's just that in the past, they were all overwhelmed by those strong men. Even if you have vision, brains, and can spot business opportunities, it is actually useless. Because it can't be done at all. Even if they only operate in one city, they have to rely on the strong to survive, and the situation is quite difficult. Where can it be like it is now? At the very least, there are 48 city-states that encourage business. And also organize trade and exchange experience. This is the best start. That's why Qilu predicted that after this virtual duel competition is over, the business circle of Tianji region will usher in an explosion, and some big businessmen will appear one after another. Because now is the best opportunity and the best time. With Hall Master Qi as an example to guide them in front, it is necessary to avoid a lot of detours. Moreover, although Pavilion Master Qi never actually escorted them, but the face is there. The rules have already been set, and those who are willing to take the risk of offending Pavilion Master Qi to break the rules that have little influence. To be honest, not many. We don't have to oppress the weak to live. It's just a robbery, which is easier. After all, robbing must be easier and more comfortable than working by yourself. Do I need to say more about this truth? But being tired is a trivial matter, but offending Pavilion Master Qi is amateur event. Fortunately, such a situation has not yet appeared, because the prestige of the Qi Pavilion Master is still there, so it is really unnecessary. And with this in mind, the virtual duel competition came as promised. Xiaoqi, are you also participating? Seeing Nayland Qingqi rushing to the competition venue, Qilu couldn't help asking. The virtual duel competition does not need to be divided into regions according to the location of the city-state like the Brave competition. The members of the team can be combined freely, as long as they submit it when registering. Therefore, among the participating teams, there are all kinds of members, which is understandable. But did Nayland Qingqi come all the way to join in the fun? Of course, as soon as I heard about this competition, I came here immediately. Nayland Qingqi gave Qilu a thumbs up. Then soon, he shook his head again, and said with some regret, "It's a pity that uncle and the others don't want to come, it's really a pity. What's so fun about staying in the frozen holy city, it's so boring every day." Listening to Nayland Qingqi's complaint, Qilu also felt a little laughing. None. It's right that Bawang and Ice Spirit Saint King don't come. If it was a fair and above-board battle, then the Overlord and the Holy King Ophi Spirit would not be afraid of any enemy. However, in the virtual duel platform, in the duel arena, what is played is scheming and tricks. Personal prowess is weakened to the extreme. This is also one of the ways the weak survive. Presumably, Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King are also afraid that they will capsize in the gutter. After all, they are seniors who have lived for tens of thousands of years, and they still need to save face, so they can't be thrown away casually. Besides, the reward of this championship is not important to them. Why waste this time? Even Nayland Qingqi doesn't really care about the giant demon god's golden body, it's just because it's boring. "Brother Qilu, I'm actually here too." He was forcibly pulled over by Xiaoqi. Then Yu Shi'er, who walked into the store, touched her nose when she heard Nayland Qingqi's words, and said aloud. Qilu was speechless for a while. "Well, you are all here to play, so I wish you a good time." If Nayland Qingqi didn't care about the giant demon god's golden body, then Yu Shi'er didn't need it. Just kidding, could Qilu make things difficult for Yu Shi'er? So they really came to play. Okay, try to get a good ranking, or you won't have enough time to play. That being the case, Qilu wouldn't say much. Practice also pays attention to the combination of work and rest. It would be a good thing if the team led by Nayland Qingqi and Yu Shi'er could really win the championship. At least it proves that the people in his main store are all geniuses. Because in this kind of major competition, no one will let Nayland Qingqi and Yu Shi'er's identities put water on them, and they are bound to win the prize for the championship. So it can be regarded as not an easy training. Of course, we want to win the championship. Nayland Qingqi put down his rhetoric very bluntly, which made Qilu sigh. The skill of planting the flag is really not easy. You know, it's okay if you don't say this kind of thing, but if you say it, it's basically poisonous milk, and there is a high probability that you will kill yourself. Looking at it this way, Qilu can only wish them as far as possible to go as far as possible. As for whether it is fun or not, that's another story. After all, any conspiracy or calculation is not a strong point for Nayland Qingqi and Yu Shi'er. Compared with those guys with dirty hearts, they are still too far behind. So ranking or something, entering the top 8 is considered a success. But Qilu also knew that Nayland Qingqi and the others didn't really care about rankings, and they were more likely to find work for themselves. Because thinking about how to play a team is the behavior of the weak. A real master should fight the boss alone. Even if it is impossible to win, you should show your strong demeanor in this way. Of course, this sentence is actually just a joke. As a standard team mode, boss challenge mode. If one person really got through, it would be a bit of a waste of time. Qilu would not let this kind of thing happen. Anyway, judging by Qilu's own standards, the combat power design of those bosses is not to the extent that one person can pass. Therefore, even if Qilu sighed about Nayland Qingqi's rhetoric, he still had to maintain an encouraging attitude. Xiaoqi, I believe you can do it. Qilu then gave a thumbs up. Then, let Nayland Qingqi and Yu Shi'er enter the arena together. Today is the official opening day of the virtual duel contest, but it is only an audition. If you haven't developed into a club model, or have experience in several competitions, the audition is the best choice. Because there are too many participating teams, the strength is uneven, and the competition is uneven. If you don't have a test, it's really hard to tell the difference, so you can only rely on the audition. Anyway, if you want to participate in the virtual duel competition, the account level of the members of the participating teams is also required. But there is no need to worry about being fished out of troubled waters, and let some novices get mixed into the competition, which is ridiculous. You know, with a high enough account level, those novices have already been screened out. The rest, even if they are not top-notch, are definitely in the ranks of masters. It's just that the level of this master, how high it is, can only be seen from the hands. After all, in the duel field, luck is also a part of strength. When the account level of those players reaches a certain level, their real strength is actually not far behind, and what is more important is their mentality. This kind of team competition, once the mentality explodes, what kind of consequences will happen, needless to say. It's a trivial matter to cheat yourself alone, but I'm afraid it'll cheat the whole team. As for the audition, those selected are naturally the elite among the elite. In this regard, it is much better in the divine realm. Because Xin Jiu has held a virtual duel competition after all, has a round-off experience, and has the previous participating teams as a template, the difficulty of the audition is much smaller. Moreover, the prototype of the club has also been initially revealed, and an agreement has been reached with the previous participating teams. Maybe when there is the next virtual duel contest, this audition step can be saved. Anyway, the number of places to participate in the official competition is fixed, and those participating teams are just competing for these places. It would be a good thing if there were clubs to do these things on their behalf. At least the schedule would be streamlined and time saved. Because the necessity of such things as auditions is not high in the first place. It's just a choice made when there is no fixed participating team. Therefore, when there is a way to screen out the top players outside of the competition audition, there is no need. Then, looking back at Tianjiu, this matter still has a long way to go. There is no way. The club is a manifestation of the business form, and it is really difficult to survive in Tianjiu. This is all the result of Qi Li's deliberate guidance. If it is allowed to develop freely, I don't know how long it will take to develop. But these are all things for later. At this stage, the club is nothing more than an allusion to Tianjiu. After all, even the audition for the first virtual duel competition is not over yet. Qi Li reckoned that the fight would take about 10 days. This is also impossible, because there are only a few official competition venues. And there are so many participating teams in the audition, and there is no time to finish it in less than 10 days. And this is the result that can only be achieved when there is a rush to work day and night, and the game is rotated 24 hours a day. If you only play for half a day every day, it is estimated that this time will have to be doubled. Fortunately, the physique of the practitioner does not have any effect if he does not rest for more than 10 days. As for those ordinary people who participated in the competition, after worshipping the giant golden body of the giant demon god for the past 2 years, the strength of energy and blood they got was strengthened, and they could not sleep for a few days. Can also be energetic. Furthermore, the C elections use a single elimination system. As long as they lose a game, they will be eliminated, and all the remaining teams will be winning streaks. And the players of those strong teams cannot be weak in terms of physical and mental strength. There is no concern in this regard. As for those weak teams, as long as they are eliminated, there is no worry about being unable to hold on. Therefore, time flies, and the process of the audition will not be repeated. Because there are really not many teams in Tianjiu that Qi Li can care about. Except for Luolong City, where Qi Li stayed for a while, the other city-states passed by in a hurry. Just leave a few towers, and you're done. Therefore, Qi Li really didn't care much about the process and results of the virtual duel competition. After all, what Qi Li needs is the influence brought about by the virtual duel competition and the order rebuilt in the Tianji domain. These things are more useful to use the giant golden body of the demon god to maintain them. Then the process of the game doesn't matter. The only one worthy of Qi Li's visit is the team led by Nayland, Qingqi, and Wuxier. It has to be said that the reputation of these two little girls is indeed great, and they really recruited many masters to the team. Although Qi Lu also knew that most of those masters were probably targeting him. The name of Hall Master Qi is really great in Tianji domain. If you can't get close to the front, you can only get it from the side. So even if Nayland Qingqi's own strategy is not very good, Yu Shi'er has no ambitions, but in the audition, she was admitted to the official competition by these top players. This shows the real ability. Of course, such a thing can have something to do with Nayland Qingqi not grabbing command. It is taboo on the battlefield for laymen to command experts. If you can't see the situation clearly, you will order randomly, but it is extremely easy to lead the team to the destruction of the group. Fortunately, Nayland Qingqi has a clear positioning for himself, has a strong self-awareness, and understands his own abilities. At least not in this regard. On the contrary, he managed to break into the top 64 and entered the official competition. Then there is the points knockout round of the subdivisions. If they can't successfully reach the top, they will successfully enter the quarterfinals. That is to say, the goal mentioned before, to enter the top 8 is considered a success. As for the champion, Qi Lu is not optimistic. If the championship can be obtained so easily, there is no point in holding the virtual duel competition. The other top 8 teams will not have any paddling guys. Everyone is there for the championship, and only Nayland Qingqi and the others didn't care much about the giant demon god's golden body. After all, they are following the way of the main gods, and there are real lino-rigid requirements in terms of physical fitness. During these days, Qi Lu also took time to glance at the virtual duel competition of Shenjiu. The competition process was divided into competition areas, and certain modifications were made accordingly. However, the number of teams participating in the finals has not changed. Because the finals have always been a point-based competition with 8 teams, there will be no new gameplay. If it really turned into a duel between 2 teams, it would lose the classic mode and the biggest feature of the campaign strategy mode, that is, the mutual calculation between the teams. Whether it is the classic mode or the campaign strategy mode, it is not a one-on-one battle. It's a many-to-many melee. In addition to your own camp, other camps may be enemies or allies. All of this depends on the player's own operations and decisions in the duel field, which is also the most interesting place. If it becomes one-on-one, then all conspiracies and tricks will lose their meaning. Because both enemies and friends have been determined. Isn't there only head-to-head confrontation left? Therefore, the final competition system of the virtual duel competition will not be changed. It can be changed, that is, the previous competition process. Apart from relying on his own memory at the beginning, Qi Lu explained a set of basic procedures for these things. The rest of the questions were also handed over to Bu Yuyan. This is how it is now, so Qi Li's current task is to observe the result of the game silently. In fact, it's more like killing time. After all, it is not a task that can be completed in a short period of time to make the Shenji realm and the Tianji realm accept each other. Qi Lu has already made sufficient preparations and patience for this matter. Spending hundreds of years is nothing more than a trivial matter. To be honest, Qi Lu feels that even if it takes thousands of years, or even 10,000 years, it is not impossible. The main problem is that a new group of demon gods needs to be trained to replace all the surviving demon gods in the past. As for this matter, what Qi Lu can do is to make a contribution when those newly promoted demon gods challenge the older generation of demon gods. Otherwise, Qi Lu wasted so much time building so many towers. What would he do to lay the foundation for those practitioners? If you want to change, you have to start from the lowest level. The same is true for all kinds of competitions now. The finals of the Vault of Heaven God Realm is for the players of Extreme Heaven Realm and Extreme God Realm to have initial contact. Let them understand one thing, that is, the other party is not their enemy. In fact, everyone's positions are not opposed, they are all struggling for survival. However, when talking about struggling hard, Qi Lu suddenly thought of another thing. Or rather, a rumor. That is, there is a balance between the heavenly realm and the divine realm. The two worlds, one ebbs and the other ebbs and flows. In this way, the overall power of the vault of heaven God realm remains unchanged. This incident is the most fundamental reason for the conflict between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm. When the total amount of resources is constant, if the amount of resources occupied by oneself increases, the amount of resources of others will naturally decrease. And if you want to become stronger, you need to consume resources, which are indispensable. Moreover, it will be an astronomical figure. If this problem is not solved, it may not have any impact on the weak. Because the resources that the weak need to consume are really not worth mentioning, and naturally, there will be no possibility of any conflict. But for those strong, this is the most fundamental contradiction. This made Qi Lu frown immediately. Before that, Qi Lu would always ignore this matter naturally. But really speaking, this matter is the last thing that cannot be ignored, but must be resolved. Because the thing that made Qi Lu truly feel the authenticity of this legend was actually the collapsed infinite battlefield. This is also what Qi Lu suddenly thought of when he was thinking about future plans during the virtual duel competition. Contact the past, think carefully and fear. There is a very simple example. Where do the treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield come from? As far as Qi Lu knows, it was born from the gold diggers who were swallowed by the infinity war venue. And this matter reflects the simplest balance. Power doesn't disappear, it just shifts. From one way, into another way, continue to exist. The fallen gold diggers will be swallowed by the infinite battlefield, and then turned into all kinds of treasures. And the later gold diggers can rely on devouring these natural and earthly treasures to ignore the shackles of the realm and break through themselves. This is again the simplest form of balance. When Qi Lu was in it before, he hadn't noticed it so clearly. But now looking back and thinking about it carefully, you will find that it really seems to be the case. This is like a microcosm of the vault of heaven God realm. The relationship between Tianjiu and Xinjiu is like the relationship between gold diggers and heaven, material and earth treasures. I can devour your corpse and turn it into nutrients for my own growth. And you can also devour my fruit and become your own strength. Between the two heavens and the earth, there is indeed a balanced relationship between the ebb and flow to limit the excessive growth of the practitioner's power. That's why the immortal heavenly demon wants to destroy the god realm in order to achieve his goal of becoming stronger. And that demon emperor who disappeared will plot against immortal heavenly demon, and I am afraid it is the same. Only by getting rid of those strong people, or enough weak people, and freeing up enough resources and positions, can you step into that unknown realm and become truly unparalleled in the world. So that's how it is, I finally understand, it's how it is. It was only then that Qi Lu realized that the legend that he hadn't paid much attention to before was actually not a fabrication, but a fact. It's just because for the entire vault of heaven God realm, this kind of opulence is indeed illusory. After all, who can be sure? But at this moment, Qi Lu had a vague judgment. The specific reason is actually reflected in this virtual duel competition. That is the strong contestants, it seems that there are more than imagined. Then when he went back to investigate the reason, Qi Lu discovered one thing. Even in the past 2 years, it has indeed become much easier for cultivators in the Tianji realm to break through the realm. The strong ones showed a blowout trend. At first, Qi Lu thought it was due to the treasures brought out from the infinite battlefield, as well as the many towers. But at this moment, Qi Lu realized that maybe it wasn't just like this. The real reason probably stems from the destruction of the infinite battlefield. The disappearance of countless treasures of heaven, material and earth, as well as a large number of top experts trapped in the infinite battlefield, all fell. This is what created the current scene. Because the free resources and the position of the strong have increased. Although the infinite battlefield is a secret space, it still belongs to the scope of the Vault of Heaven God realm, so the power in it will naturally be counted in the balance of the Vault of Heaven God realm. Therefore, after the collapse of the infinite battlefield, the Vault of Heaven God realm will relax the restrictions, making it much easier to break through the realm of cultivation. Until the power of the entire Vault of Heaven God realm reaches the upper limit again and enters a state of balance, it will return to its previous state again. And this situation, in Qi Li's view, is very likely the reason for the legend. Of course, this certainly does not refer to the collapse of the infinite battlefield. It is a situation where the balance is broken and then restored again. However, even after confirming this matter, Qi Li still has doubts in his heart. Why is there such a restriction? And when did such restrictions start to appear? Because from this point of view, the Vault of Heaven God realm is undoubtedly a bigger infinite battlefield. Competition is also encouraged, and even in this kind of rules, it is even more inducing competition. It goes without saying how cruel the flames of war in the infinite battlefield are. And in the larger infinite battlefield of the Vault of Heaven God realm, the rhythm has only slowed down a little. So, what is the reason for this situation? Qi Li thought of this question. If you want to completely change the Vault of Heaven God realm, and change the opposition between the extreme Heaven realm and the extreme God realm, this is an unavoidable problem. Everyone wants to become stronger, and everyone wants to monopolize all resources. If you can only suppress or even get rid of competitors, no one will give up. Because of the rules of the Vault of Heaven God realm, it is doomed that it is impossible for everyone to progress together. The strong will always be a minority. Qi Li, who had figured out the key to the problem, felt even more headache. In fact, he also wondered why he suddenly thought of this question at such a time. After thinking about it later, it became clear, because only when such a grand event started, many practitioners from the Tianji realm would gather together, and Qi Li could feel it intuitively. How amazing the speed at which these cultivators have grown stronger in the past 2 years. Don't doubt this kind of thing. Why can Qi Li judge it? In fact, the reason is very simple. In the past, when Qi Li ran around the entire Tianji region to build towers in various city-states, he already knew the general level of practitioners in each region. With the memory of a main god, it is not difficult to record these things in categories. It's just that he didn't have the motivation to run it again afterwards, so Qi Li didn't notice these changes for a long time. And before the virtual duel contest, all the contestants also competed in the tower climbing competition in their own city-states, instead of gathering in the same place. This is also one of the reasons why those cases were not discovered. Until this time, the virtual duel competition was successfully held, and all participating teams gathered in the city-state where the competition venue was located. Only then did Qi Li be able to compare the information collected in his mind, and then make a judgment. Then, I thought of that legend. And this kind of thing, in fact, Qi Li has already verified it once when he was in the God realm. After the fall of the main god, the gods in the nearby kingdom of God, as well as those monks, can indeed improve faster. At the time, Qi Li thought it might just be a coincidence, but looking at it now, he was a little surprised. Perhaps there is a saying that is indeed true. That is, if you have not reached a certain height and have enough strength, then you will never be able to clearly see the true appearance of this world. If you don't experience it yourself and confirm it yourself, how can you believe it? So, after Qi Li has gone through so many things, when he reads this legend again, he feels grateful. Feeling completely different. The enlarged version of the infinite battlefield is really scary. But in this way, the dispute between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm, in Qi Li's view, will begin to change. It becomes a contradiction between the strong and the weak. And the struggle between the strong. The essence is the competition for resources and power vacancies. It's just that this change, fundamentally speaking, still can't solve the problem. To be honest, Qi never hated competition, nor did he hate fighting due to differences. Because a peaceful world will only decay gradually. It's like animals that lose their natural enemies will destroy the ecological balance. The balance of the world is indeed necessary. However, if you want to destroy the world just for yourself, that is not the word struggle, which can be explained. It can only be said that the idea of a strong person who may live forever will be infinitely magnified in terms of constantly becoming stronger. Everything that stands in the way of his becoming stronger will be regarded as a stumbling block and will be mercilessly cleared away. For myself, at all costs. Whether this kind of thinking is right or wrong, Qi will not comment. But if this kind of thing happened to him and threatened the world, Qi would not ignore it. However, the current problem does not lie in this place. But the Vault of Heaven God realm, why did it become an enlarged version of the infinite battlefield? Qi could vaguely sense that in the beginning, the Vault of Heaven God realm was definitely not what it is now. The biggest evidence is the existence of the central divine mountain. Don't think that for such a long time, Qi really just stayed in the shop and was lazy. That is impossible. And not only did he not be lazy, but he also went to investigate the situation off the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Qi original idea was to go to the vicinity of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory to see if there was a passage back to the Extreme God Territory. Otherwise, you have to enter the chessboard of heaven and earth and make an extra trip. It's not that he's embarrassed to trouble the king, but Qi doesn't know what state the king will be in now. After all, the human king only has a remnant soul left, and he may fall into a deep sleep at any time. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you couldn't wake up? So Qi was just trying to find another way. However, after that investigation, Qi found regrettably that there didn't seem to be such a thing in the divine mountain of the Central Territory. However, during this process, Qi unexpectedly discovered some unusual things. One of the things that shocked Qi the most was that the time when the divine mountain of the Central Territory appeared was not as far away as imagined, nor was it an eternal existence. On the contrary, if the information obtained by Qi is good, the divine mountain in the Central Territory may appear after the infinite battlefield. Even the sacred mountains of the Central Territory have been stained red by blood of those demon gods and main gods who died in battle. Even on the sacred mountain in the central region, the murderous aura is soaring to the sky, and the fierce power is condensed into substance, which will not change for thousands of years. But it couldn't hide the ancient breath. The longer something exists, the stronger the ancient atmosphere. Whether it is the sacred mountain in the central region, the infinite battlefield, or the demon gods and main gods of ancient times. There is always an aura that has gone through the baptism of time and has settled down, lingering and lingering. In the eyes of the strong who have mastered the law of time, it is extremely dazzling. This was something Qi could not discover before he had mastered the law of time, so he was shocked. The Central Territory Divine Mountain, which originally existed as the dividing line between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm, did not exist from the beginning. But it came later? In this way, in fact, earlier, the Vault of Heaven God realm was not what it is now. The reason for the current situation is very likely to be more terrifying than Qi imagined. So, the former spirit of time also saw this problem, so did it make the king make that choice? Sealing the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory can cut off the dispute between the Xinji realm and the Tianji realm, and then change the form of the conflict. The weak will no longer hate God Extreme Domain. As for the strong, let them handle it. It seems that the king's thinking is the same as that of me before. He just wants to take all the dangers on himself and keep all the darkness out, just to create a peaceful and prosperous world for the latecomers. It's a pity that such an approach is still treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. however, it provides the best opportunity for my current plan. Qi Lu was thinking seriously in his heart, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking his head. Perhaps the spirit of time has indeed discovered the period when the sacred mountain in the central region appeared, and it is not as far away as imagined. But there is another point, that is, the spirit of time probably doesn't know about the infinite battlefield. Looking at it this way, the king's idea may be simpler. And not so much calculation. But no matter from which point of view, what the king of man does has a good starting point. Protection is far more difficult than destruction. It was also like this that provided today's Qi Lu with an opportunity to change the Tianji domain. As Qi Lu said just now, the Xuanhuan mountain in the central region was sealed, and the passage between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm was cut off. The rules, like the infinite battlefield, forced the robbing of resources, which became a catalyst to intensify the relationship between the strong and the weak, making this conflict so intense that it could not be reconciled. The strong will clean up the useless people for their own sake. In order to survive, the weak will not only strive to become stronger, but also hate the strong even more. Especially those demon gods. Under the deep fear, what is hidden is extreme hatred. This is also the biggest reason why what Qi Lu did in Tianji territory was so simple and quickly recognized. Because there has never been a demon god who would consider them so much for geese who should be regarded as ants. The so-called no comparison, no harm. When enough has been eaten, enough pain has been tasted. Suddenly, I got the benefits that can only appear in fantasy, so I naturally cherish it. Otherwise, how could Hall Master Qi's reputation be so good? This is not something that can be obtained by blindly killing. Intimidating, it could be simple. But being respectful is not an easy task. It is for this reason that it becomes extremely easy for Qi Lu to do anything in the Tianji domain. So it is not difficult to change the atmosphere of Tianji territory now. After that, get rid of those guys who want to destroy the world, and the basic problem will probably be solved. And in the further back, if you want to treat the symptoms and the root cause, what needs to be changed is probably the nature. The world of Vault of Gods is here. The purpose of the infinite battlefield is to balance. In other words, checks and balances. Then the current sky god realm is not much worse. If this most fundamental problem is not solved, as time goes by, the problems that have been solved will also reappear in the future, and even more terrible outbreaks will occur due to suppression. But that's for later. Food has to be eaten bite by bite, and the road has to be walked step by step. Plans, of course, have to be implemented one by one. Starting with changing the Tianji domain is what should be done now. It's really hard. Although I understand where the way forward is. But to be honest, Qi Lu still felt that it was quite difficult, and he couldn't guarantee whether he could finish it. After all, as the only high-level plane that exists, the Vault of Heaven God Realm possesses unimaginable power. Wanting to change the Vault of Heaven God Realm is simply unbelievable. There is one thing to say, it may be too hasty to speculate that it is a change in the Vault of Heaven God Realm just based on the problem of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. But if you want to achieve your goal, you still need to keep working hard. Oh, I was still eliminated. On the other hand, the virtual duel contest is still in progress. Qi Lu only thought about these issues when he was bored while watching the game. Now that the problem is understood, I can hear Nailan Qinqi's complaints. As expected. The team led by Nailan Qinqi, after the start of the official competition, in the division points knockout round, although the strength was strong, it was unfortunate that they won the second place by a slight margin and were eliminated. Did not enter the top 8, can only regret the top 16. Fortunately, although Nailan Qinqi missed the Tianji Virtual Duel Championship. But he still got the qualification for the Sky God Realm Championships, so it can be regarded as one more chance. It's a 10-point difference, and it's only one head of points. Qilu looked at the score sheet, and then at Nailan Qingqi, and couldn't help laughing out loud. The official competition is not the paddling field like the audition competition. If someone paddles, it is not easy to win. As for the team formed by Nailan Qingqi, she is not the only one paddling alone, she has to bring Yu Shi'er to paddle together. It is already remarkable that the rest of the team can carry them both into the top 16. And, even though it is said to be second, it is still one head short of points. Among Nailan Qingqi and Yu Shi'er, as long as there is one who is more competitive, it will not be so regrettable. No wonder Qilu couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you still laughing? Nailan Qingqi glared at Qilu angrily. In terms of the account level of the virtual duel platform, Nailan Qingqi can actually be regarded as a master. It's just that compared with those real strategists and tactics masters, Nalankan chess is more about the points on the thigh. Occasionally, he could get Qilu's advice, win by surprise, and get a wave off big points. But in a blink of an eye, you can lose it back. So it seemed too early for Nailan Qingqi to participate in this level-off competition. No, I'm not laughing. You know, I've been professionally trained. Generally speaking, no matter how funny things are, I won't laugh. Qilu said while smiling. Nailan Qingqi was so angry that he grinned at him, trying to put on a vicious look. Then I saw Yu Shi'er walking over and said, "Okay, brother Qilu, stop making fun of Xiaoqi. She's just a little unconvinced, it's only a little short. It's like the feeling of being able to pass the line by only 1 point in an exam. It's really uncomfortable. If it's much worse, it's okay to accept it. Because if it is really a lot of points, it can only show that your strength is not good enough, and your ability is not good enough. But if the difference is only 1 point, it may be a matter of luck, and it will be strange to be convinced. I know, but you have one more chance." After Qilu finished laughing, he coughed, and then said something pointed. In the Sky God Realm Championship competition, 16 teams from the Tianjia domain and the Xinji domain were assembled to participate in the competition. It is the top competition in the entire Sky God Realm. So far, this is the only one. Because apart from Qilu, no one else has the ability to hold a competition off this level. However, after this year's virtual duel competition, Qilu has plans to authorize it to allow each city-state to hold some friendly matches or regional competitions on their own. It can also ensure that the popularity of the virtual showdown contest will not drop. Anyway, for the vast majority of ordinary people, the virtual duel contest isn't just a way to change fate. Similarly, watching games in your spare time is also a way of entertainment. Every city-state with a high tower will broadcast live simultaneously after the game starts. The largest screen is just outside the tower, ensuring that most residents of the city-state can see it. But Qilu didn't care whether they wanted to watch it or not. Presumably, there is no one who does not know this kind of competition that has swept the entire Tianjia domain. One more chance, is it a resurrection match? Nailan Qingqi uses his imagination. After all, it was the existence of playing online games in Qilu's previous store, so the word came to mind immediately. Unfortunately, however. No, I guessed wrong. Qilu spread his hands, ignored Nailan Qingqi's disappointed eyes, and said in a low voice. Could it be that this competition was also held at the same time as the Divine Realm? But Yu Shi'er thought of it quickly. Therefore, there is a big gap between experienced shop assistants and inexperienced customers. Of course, this also has something to do with Yu Shi'er staying in the Divine Realm for a while. That's right, this is it. As long as you enter the top 16, you will be eligible for the competition. Work hard, maybe you will meet some acquaintances. Qilu nodded, confirming Yu Shi'er's thoughts. In the Vault of God World Championship of the virtual duel competition, there are a total of 32 participating teams. Presumably there should be many old friends among the 16 teams on the Divine Realm. Understood. Yu Shi'er nodded approvingly. Indeed, in the virtual duel contest held in Xinjiu, the prize for the champion is a law comprehension spree. The degree of importance and preciousness is no less than that of the giant demon god, Golden Body. It's just that each has its own purpose. So Yu Shi'er could also think that if possible, those old friends who came to Sky God Realm would not give up. Speaking of this, Qilu has actually thought about it. I have come to the Tianji realm, if there are old friends coming up from the Shinji realm. How to do? After thinking and thinking, he suddenly realized that although he and Yu Shi'er were sent to this place by the Demon Emperor using the Gate of Fate, however, Lan Yi and the others are still staying in the Divine Realm. Presumably nothing will happen. Moreover, among those old friends, there are not a few who are good at strategy. If you know about the existence of the virtual duel platform and about the virtual duel contest, you should be able to figure out what to do. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Nayland Qingqi looked curiously at Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er's exchange of charades, and finally couldn't help asking. It's nothing, just let Shi'er explain to you. Qi Lu smiled. This kind of thing is better left to the girls themselves. After all, it is still only the top 8, and there is still a long way to go for the Tianjia Championship. There is still enough time for Nayland Qingqi to understand. In the following days, Qi Lu still has other things to do. For example, go to various city-states to see the changes over the years. Sothat, we can make the next step. Those demon gods left over from the ancient times are hidden dangers after all, even if there are not many in number, they should be prepared early. As long as they move, they can clean up at any time. This was also because he couldn't justify himself, otherwise Qi Lu would have done it directly. He doesn't do things like raising tigers. However, under this peaceful scene, in this seemingly peaceful picture of the extreme sky territory, there are corners that are seldom noticed. It is also near the central divine mountain. The demon emperor, who had disappeared for many years and could not be found at all, unexpectedly appeared here. His scarlet eyes seemed to be condensed into sharp knives, looking at the sacred mountain in the central region in the distance. The demon emperor's sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the black-red mist covering the sacred mountain in the central region and the space barrier. Looking from the Tianji realm to the Shinji realm. The Sky God realm shouldn't be like this. This mountain range blocks the path of living beings, turning all living beings into captive prey. But those who are weak are only worthy of being stepping stones for the strong. The demon emperor muttered to himself, and a circle of dark red patterns appeared under his feet. Like a broken corner of a magic circle, it was deeply imprinted on the ground, shattering the earth, as if it existed forever. As the demon emperor walked, the patterns on his feet continued to expand and become more and more complete. It also looks more and more like an ancient magic circle. And in the center of this magic circle is the sacred mountain of the central territory shrouded in black and red mist in the distance. The soaring murderous aura and ferocious power seemed to be roaring, with boundless coercion, but could not break through the suppression of the magic circle. The dark red pattern is gradually spreading, and the divided area seems to be a small world of its own. Blocked all breath. And the demon emperor is the master of this small world. Who is the hunter and who is the prey has not yet been determined. The enemy of this deity may never be you, nor him, but this world. Human king, dragon god, if you can see all this clearly, you will know that what this deity is doing is right. The vault of heaven god realm has changed a long time ago. In that distant past, it has already become a high-ranking hunter. You and I are all prey. Patterns under the feet, flowers blooming step by step, like the power of law, turned into substance. The demon emperor who walked thousands of miles, his eyes became sharper and his tone sounded calm, but it was like a boiling volcano. That seemingly calm appearance may erupt at any time, creating boundless and terrifying destructive power. The demon emperor's words seemed to be talking to himself. But what is here? Central Divine Mountain. The remnant soul of the human king is left on the sacred mountain in the middle region. It is difficult to guarantee that the demon emperor at this moment is not talking to the human king, or speaking unilaterally. Even the old opponents who have been for thousands of years, the enemies who can never be reconciled, are also the most powerful people who cherish each other. A mighty power standing on the pinnacle of the vault of heaven God realm. At this moment, the demon emperor, even though he was talking to himself and hiding his emotions, was sincere. This deity is not willing to be a prey, and will never be a prey with peace of mind. Human king, I don't know if you are listening. But none of that matters anymore. Having said this, the demon emperor was silent for a while. Then his tone suddenly became sharper, like a sharp knife out of its sheath, unparalleled in sharpness. This world needs cleaning. Let the road on the avenue reappear between heaven and earth. After the voice fell, the demon emperor's footsteps also stopped, and the place where he was located happened to be the place where he appeared in the first place. The dark red patterns under the feet were also connected together at this moment, forming a complete magic circle. Emerge at the end of the world, and disappear at the end of the world. Completely surround the divine mountain of the central territory that appeared in the Tianji territory. Boom! In an instant, the situation changed. The black and red mist that shrouded the sacred mountain in the central region rolled upwards, and the sky was even more densely covered with dark clouds, as if darkness had descended. The endless coercion, like a bloodthirsty beast lying between the heaven and the earth, swept away towards the distance. Unparalleled fury. However, there is no ray of light in this piece of darkness that can be integrated into it. A gleam of scarlet blood condensed and did not disperse. Those are the eyes of the demon emperor. Virtual Duel Contest Championship has come to a successful conclusion. Let's congratulate the team for winning the championship. All members of the champion team can obtain the binding qualification of Agent Demon God Golden Body. Following Chi Li's announcement, in the Virtual Duel Competition Championship, the team that won the championship, all the team members, finally couldn't help cheering, and everyone's faces were filled with joyful expressions. Among them are newcomers who have obtained the binding qualification for the first time, and there are also city lords who have obtained the binding qualification for the second time. But now, their mood is the same. Under the podium, the audience also cheered together. Except for the 7 teams that were eliminated in the final championship match, everyone else looked joyful. It is estimated that later, there will be 50 city-states, and a grand celebration will begin. Celebrate the city-state ushering in its own giant golden body of the demon god. Although a city-state can only have one giant demon god golden body, the same binding person can have multiple binding qualifications at the same time, and can bind multiple giant demon god golden bodies. But this has no effect at all. Who said that the city owner can only be the city owner of a city-state? For those who are bound, how many giant golden statues of demon gods can they have, then how many city-states they are the city lords? This has probably become an established rule in the Tianji territory. No resident of any city-state would object. After all, it is obvious to all that a city-state with a giant golden body of a demon god has perfected its welfare system and made efforts to gather more residents. For any ordinary person, such a city-state can be called an ideal place. There is no reason not to support it. Moreover, there is another point, that is, among the binders, they will also act spontaneously to protect the interests of other binders. Because from this aspect, their interests are the same. Once other binders are bullied, the benefits will be lost. Does that mean that he may also suffer such losses? So this kind of thing is not allowed for any binder of the giant golden body of the demon god. We all prosper and all lose. There can be competition among themselves. But in front of outsiders, one must not lose face of one's own people. It is also for this reason that even some ordinary people have obtained the qualifications of binders under great luck. Then there is no need to worry at all. I will not be able to protect this qualification, or I will not be able to be the city lord. Because there are strong people who are willing to provide protection. Naturally, no one is willing to take such a risk to deal with those lucky guys. Rather than doing such a dangerous thing, it is better to work hard and strive for the binding qualification of a giant golden body of the demon god. In that way, he has the qualifications to join this group. Naturally, a city-state can be obtained. Moreover, with the accumulation of binding qualifications, a large number of city-states have gathered in the hands of a city lord over time. There was also the embryonic form of the kingdom of God. Of course Qi Lu thought about this, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Because the existence of the kingdom of God itself has the function of sheltering the weak, which is completely a good thing for the current situation. Why stop it? Rather, Qi Lu is leading such a trend to appear. When the kingdom of God took shape, greater competition also emerged. Based on the giant golden body of the demon god, the kingdom of God is formed, and the war of robbery will not end. At that time, there will also be peaceful competition. The virtual duel contest in Tianjiu is finally over. I don't know what's going on with the virtual duel contest over at Xinjiu, whether it's over or not. While everyone was cheering, Qi Lu also thought about this question in his heart. In the subsequent Tianqiong God Realm Championship, both sides of the world will need to decide the top 16 teams from the virtual duel competition to participate in the competition, which shows the degree of grandeur. This should be the first formal contact between the practitioners of the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm in tens of thousands of years. In the past, it was a battle between the demon god and the main god, and then the news came back, which led to the hostility between the two heavens and the earth. But talking about those ordinary practitioners and ordinary people is just hearsay. They didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the war. Why did they see it with their own eyes? Where did you get your personal experience? Otherwise, the hatred of these guys is actually very easy to eliminate. We are all ordinary people, so why should ordinary people embarrass ordinary people? There is one thing to say, in Qi Li's memory, a certain 7 kingdoms fought for hegemony, and then returned to the era of great unification, leaving those who were monsters, that is, those nobles who were not reconciled. Commoners don't care about these things. They just want to survive. Whoever can keep them alive, who can make them live well, they are willing to listen to. So Qi Lu is still very confident about his plan, the first step to change the Tianji territory. The most important thing is still a question of atmosphere. In order to compete for resources, it has become commonplace for those practitioners to fight and kill. It is necessary to find a way to change their thinking, which is why things like this happen now. Only changes in the means of obtaining resources can change their thinking. Although in the past, blood spar was also a common currency. However, at that time, there was no such great power as Master Qi, who was able to spread the industry across various city-states. There is also no complete unified currency circulation, standardized financial system, and commercial trade. It is the mainstream that the strong overwhelm others with strength and bully others with their strength. After all, for those powerful cultivators, those who are vulnerable to a single blow are nothing more than ants, nothing more than worthless. Who is willing to deal with them fairly? It is kindness to take their things and save their lives. And the weak can only knock down their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. It is not easy to live. How can it be like now, taking the opportunity of the owner cheese industry, to determine the commercial trade system with blood spar as currency? And with the unique effect of the giant golden body of the demon god as an aid, the status of the weak was enhanced. The current mature currency system has become the main way to obtain resources. The emergence of the order camp and its orderly expansion provided more and more weak people with a place to live. Naturally, the atmosphere of the entire Tianji region was gradually changed. As a result, many times now, when there are comments about God's realm on the virtual duel platform, there are not many voices of hatred, but very rational thinking. After all, those demon gods who really have enmity with Xinjiu are of no help to weak people like them. On the contrary, almost every demon god has bullied them. So now, after the atmosphere in the Tianji region has undergone a complete change, they began to think. What does the hatred with Xinjiu have to do with them? After all, they were just coerced. Forced by the power of those demon gods, he had no choice but to hate Godjiu, that's all. So now, my life is better, and under the protection of Pavilion Master Qi, I didn't have to be threatened by those demon gods anymore. Why do you still want to worry about the hatred that doesn't exist? Isn't that what I have nothing to do? Or do you mean that life is easier now, full of food? So now even if they hear someone talking about the situation of God's realm, they will not take a hostile attitude. Instead, I will get involved and talk with everyone about what is going on in Xinjiu and how it is going. After all, it is another unknown world. Even if they have trouble in this life, everyone has curiosity. You must know that whether it is the realm of the gods or the realm of the sky, at the beginning, it was a world respected by strength. It is the most common situation for the strong to exploit the weak. The weak are also grateful, because the strong spared their lives. Therefore, after the arrival of Hall Master Qi and their days getting better, they naturally. You will want to compare. I want to know how my neighbors are doing. In essence, I still want to show off. There is no way, if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich, it's like walking at night in brocade clothes, but you can't satisfy your vanity. It's just a pity that few people can tell what is going on in the God realm, and it's all just speculation. But that doesn't matter. Because everyone just wants to show off, to satisfy their own vanity. These guys thought that there was such a big change in Tianji territory because of the presence of Hall Master Qi. It was all because of the hard work of Hall Master Qi that they were able to save the weak, who were regarded as worthless from the dire straits. Therefore, in the God realm, the weak like them must still be living in dire straits. Thinking of this, a feeling of sympathy suddenly emerged in their hearts. Then it turned into a feeling of sympathy. After all, I have already come out, but they are still living in dire straits. It is really pitiful. It was under such thoughts and views that the hatred of the people in the Tianji realm towards the Xinji realm was completely wiped out. What is left always feels like sympathy and pity, with a hint of joy that satisfies vanity. Qi Lu naturally saw this kind of thing. To be honest, I can't help but hold my forehead. Because, on the virtual duel platform, most of the remarks that intentionally lead people to talk about the state of God's realm are actually directed and acted by Qi Lu, in order to test the emotions of these guys. Who would have thought that it would become like this? Therefore, Qi Lu is very accurate in controlling the emotional changes of the people in Tianji territory. If you know the true situation of God's realm, you probably won't be complacent. Qi Lu, who had withdrawn from the virtual duel platform, couldn't help but slander in his heart. At least the virtual shopping platform that exists in Xinjiu is many times stronger than Tianjiu. The existence of the major kingdoms of God also allows people to live and work in peace and prosperity. The virtual duel crystal that everyone has had for a long time has provided enough convenience for people's lives. All kinds of commodities, as well as the currency system that has been circulating for a long time, also ensure the stable circulation of various resources. The sympathy and pity derived from the speculations of many cultivators and ordinary people in the Tianji domain for the Xinji domain, it is estimated that they will turn into envy and jealousy in the near future. Fortunately, the game of Xinjiu is not over yet, and you still have a good time. Qi Lu also contacted Bai Yuyan about this matter. Because of the existence of the competition area system, the virtual duel competition of Xinjiu needs to play 2 full rounds in addition to the audition. So the schedule has been greatly extended. So much so that the virtual duel contest hosted by Qi Lu has ended, while Bu Yuyan's side is still in the penultimate round. Seeing that another few days have passed, I guess it should be the final championship game now. After the Sky God Realm Championship starts, I don't know if there will be conversations among the participating teams. In fact, Qi Lu will direct and act on the virtual duel platform to find out the attitude of those guys towards the divine realm. It's not just for the final championship game. As for those demon gods who would definitely have opinions, Qi Lu said that his hands had been itching for a long time. If you dare to come out to make trouble at such a time, isn't that just coming out to give away the head? Qi Lu is very welcome. After all, it was these guys who started the war between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm. Even the Vault of Heaven God realm itself already has the nature of an infinite battlefield, deliberately provoking competition to achieve a balance. But in the end, it's all just a choice given. What Qi Lu stopped was not the competition between those demon gods, or even the death fight. It is to prevent the strong from exploiting the weak, so that the hundreds of millions of creatures who cannot stand at the top have a breathing space. Because no matter which side of the world it is in, no matter which peace-off world it is in, those who can be entrusted with the future and call it hope have never been those supreme powerhouses. It's those countless weak people who are unknown and only think about how to survive. It's like the foundation under the tall building, the root system under the big tree, which can't be seen at a glance. But how can a tall building be built without a foundation? How can a tree stand without roots? Those demon gods who are high above and regard thousands of creatures as ants don't care about these things at all. But Qi Lu couldn't help but care. After all, Qi Lu is different from those demon gods in terms of thinking, so can't be as heartless and righteous as they are. The extremely selfish behavior of sacrificing everything outside for oneself is impossible in Qi Li's hands. So in Qi Li's view, those demon gods, or those high and mighty guys, if they were willing to secretly fight each other, so be it. But if they affect the entire Tianji territory and cause turmoil, then Qi Lu will not be polite. For example, this time, the virtual duel contest, the Vault of Gods World Championship. After Qi Li's many trials, it has been confirmed that those players don't care about the difference between the Tianji domain and the Shinji domain at all. After all, there is still the Central Territory Divine Mountain in the middle, and everyone will never see each other in a lifetime, so why bother with bitter hatred? What's more, there is no conflict of interest between them. Then there is no need to waste your energy on such unnecessary things. But if those demon gods intervene, Qi Lu can't predict what will happen. So in order to avoid such a situation, Qi Li's choice was very simple. I would rather kill a mistake than let it go. I just hope that at this time, no one will come to trouble me. Extreme God Territory, Central Territory, Divine Mountain. The remnant soul of the king guarding here should have fallen into a deep sleep to save his strength. But at this moment, he had to open his eyes and looked into the distance, the boundless darkness brought by the space barrier. The mighty throne under the seat, I don't know when, there are conspicuous cracks appearing one after another. Waves of terrifying coercive fluctuations came from the void. The king also frowned. Unexpectedly, you still did it. During this period of time, what kind of encounter did you have to make such a choice? Although he was just talking to himself, the king's tone seemed quite serious, even with a trace of murderousness. Along with it, there is also the action of the king at the moment. He got up slowly from the throne, and stood up. If Qi Lu or Dragon God saw this scene, their jaws would drop in shock. Because before this, the human king had never left the throne. The king of humans set up this throne in order to seal the sacred mountain in the Central Territory. Using the physical body as the eye of the formation, setting up a large formation, exhausted the power of countless main gods and demon gods to complete the seal. Therefore, leaving from the throne means that the king has decided to give up this great formation. He also gave up, continuing to seal the Central Territory, Divine Mountain. This is something very unbelievable. After all, for this matter, the King of Humans even willingly fell here, taking his own life as the price. But now, such a choice has been made, which is really incredible. However, the next action of the King of Humans explained why she had such an unbelievable action. Looking back, the cracks on the throne have been completely filled. In the next moment, it completely collapsed and became a piece of debris. The throne has been destroyed, and it will not help if you continue to sit down. The formation has been broken, and the eyes of the formation are naturally no longer needed. Although it has been expected for a long time, such a day may appear, but it seems a little too early. The sacred mountain in the Central Territory, this bloody battlefield that has existed for an unknown number of years, will collapse one day. It's really a trick of good fortune. Following the human king's soliloquy, he also revealed an amazing thing. That is, this mountain range between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm, which separates the heaven and the earth, is about to collapse. The sudden collapse of the throne that sealed the sacred mountain in the Central Territory was a sign of this. If the Central Divine Mountain doesn't exist anymore, then what's the need for the formation that seals the Central Divine Mountain? The human king sensed this, so naturally he would not continue to guard the throne. Moreover, due to the collapse of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory, it made the king no longer need to stay in this place. The sacred mountain in the Central Territory, which has been guarded for several ages, has shouldered the mission for tens of thousands of years, and finally at this moment, the curtain has come to an end. However, what kind of consequences will be brought about by the imminent collapse of the Central Territory, Divine Mountain? The King of Kings still has a good idea. The demon god of the extreme heaven realm probably won't let go of such a good opportunity. So for this matter, the King of People must prepare early. If you want to drive straight into the realm of the gods, you can't let Yudo it so easily. The human king's eyes were sharp and cold. Maybe after the collapse of the God Mountain in the central region, the demon god and the main god fought again. The titles of Tianji realm and Shinji realm are about to become history, and will be buried in the long river of time from then on. But the war before that was unavoidable. It is even very possible that it will be a battle to determine the future direction of the Vault of Heaven God realm. In the future, whether it is dominated by the demon god or the main god will be determined by the final result of this war. So even if he is a human king, he dare not be sloppy in the slightest. Because the human king knew very well that the collapse of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory had something to do with the demon emperor. If the demon emperor was on the side of the extreme heaven realm, it would definitely be a catastrophe for the extreme god realm. More importantly, the human king is now just a wisp of remnant soul. Even if the physical body is still there, it is still far from its peak state. I don't know what happened to him now, but he was able to be so powerful. The gap may be even bigger. Therefore, if he wanted to stop the demon emperor's actions, the human king expected that it would be very difficult just by himself at this moment. Unless it can restore her to her former peak state. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible to do. But in the state of the remnant soul, it is extremely difficult to return to former peak state. If the soul cannot be replenished, it is simply impossible. This is also the hidden danger left by the original fall. Even if the dragon sage king recovered part of the soul, for the human king, the current state is almost the limit. Therefore, in order to stop the demon emperor who is very likely to make a move, the human king must make sufficient preparations. Informing Dragon God is the most important step. Perhaps this war can truly resolve the enmity that has lasted for several generations. That's true, looking forward to it. Is there an abnormal situation in the Xuanhuan mountain of the Central Territory? According to reliable news, there is a big movement in the direction of Zhongyu Xuanhuan. Shocked, the void is shattered, and the earth is broken. Could it be that an ancient beast is about to be born in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory? I don't know when such rumors began to circulate on the virtual duel platform. It is said that there is a big problem in Zhongyu Shinshan. Then there were practitioners near the sacred mountain in the past, who accidentally discovered that there was a huge movement there. Just watching from a distance, they could feel the coercion of heaven and earth, as if the void was collapsing. Terrible. Such news naturally reached Qi Li's ears, which immediately made him frown. Is there something wrong with the divine mountain in the Central Territory? Qi Li was a little surprised, a little depressed, and even a little surprised. At this time, it was the eve of the second round of the virtual duel competition, the Vault of Gods Championship. Qi Li has already contacted Bu Yuyan, and learned that the virtual duel competition of Shinjiu has all ended, and the top 16 participating teams are all ready. As a result, at such a critical moment, such news suddenly appeared. What happened? Are you trying to trick me? Qi Li had doubts about the authenticity of this news. However, the Central Divine Mountain on the Tianji territory is actually different from the Central Divine Mountain in the Xinji territory. Although they belong to the same mountain range, they just straddle the two ends of the world. But to be honest, the Central Territory Divine Mountain is located in the area of the Tianji territory, so the danger is much lower. After all, almost all the great battles in the past took place in the realm of God, and the corpses of fallen demon gods and main gods were also buried in the realm of God. This led to the divine mountain of the Central Territory located in the extreme God realm, with a murderous aura soaring to the sky, and its fierce power was as deep as the sea. As for the divine mountain in the Central Territory on the Tianji territory side, it was actually affected by the mountains on the other side, which made it dangerous. But it was not the impact of the bloody battlefield in the past. Therefore, even if there is a slight erosion of the sacred mountain of the Central Territory, which is located on the side of the Tianji territory, it will have little effect. At most, it is a threat to ordinary people and some practitioners with lower cultivation levels. It will not pose a danger to those practitioners with good strength. So Qi Li didn't have to doubt the authenticity of the news circulating on the virtual duel platform. Because there is absolutely no need for those cultivators to lie about this issue. After all, it is meaningless and does not have any benefits. So no surprises, these news should be true. But, what happened to the divine mountain in the Central Territory? With such doubts in mind, Qi Li also took the time to go to the sacred mountain in the Central Territory. Then, he was stunned. And that. Unlike some cultivators who could only perceive from a distance, or even hearsay guys, Qi Li came directly to the foot of the sacred mountain in the Central Territory to investigate the situation here. In the end, before Qi Li started to climb the mountain, a huge magic circle blocked Qi Li from the outside. The pattern formed by the dark red pattern should be elegant and beautiful. But in Qi Li's eyes, it looked so ferocious. Moreover, Qi Li could clearly sense a familiar aura. Magic Emperor. You again. You really haven't died yet. A magic circle is nothing new to Qi Li. It would be better to say that it is very familiar. And for such a huge formation, it is not an easy task to completely wipe out the aura of those who set up the formation. That's why Qi Li keenly caught the aura of this formation builder. It was the Demon Emperor who disappeared without a trace. Although Qi Li has always felt that it is impossible for the Demon Emperor, who has been a scourge for thousands of years, to be taken away by the self-destruct of the immortal heavenly demons so easily. But he didn't expect that the Demon Emperor, who had disappeared since the collapse of the infinite battlefield, could bring him such a big trouble just now. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Demon Emperor, what exactly do you want to do when you set up this large formation? Do you want to completely destroy the Central Divine Mountain? Although Qi Li didn't know what the Demon Emperor wanted to do, he was able to interpret the function of the large formation in front of him. This is a magic circle with extreme damage. It exists purely to destroy everything in the big circle. And the strength of those who set up the formation is also quite tyrannical. Complementing each other with the magic circle, it is enough to pose a big enough threat to the endless sacred mountain in the central region. The strength of the demon emperor seems to be stronger than when he was on the infinite battlefield. Could it be that he really devoured the power of the immortal heavenly demon? After confirming this point, Qi Lu suddenly had a look of worry in his eyes. If the demon emperor really devoured and fused the power of the immortal heavenly demon, then 1 + 1 would not equal 2. Moreover, the most critical point right now is that the large formation in front of him cannot be broken. Once activated, all power is consumed. This sacred mountain in the central territory, which has spanned an unknown number of years, may collapse soon. Damn it, if the divine mountain of the central territory really collapses, what happens after that won't be so good. After Qi Lu realized this, a dangerous light suddenly appeared in his eyes. If he is given some more time, most of the city-states in the entire Tianji region will have a giant golden body of the demon god. That Qi Lu is confident that he can prevent most of the flames of war. Because the collapse of the central divine mountain is different from a small space passage. When the sacred mountain in the central territory, which was used to isolate the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm, was turned into rubble, the space barrier would also disappear. From then on, the vault of heaven god realm will no longer be divided into the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm. At this time, if the previous hatred has not been eliminated, what will happen in the end, needless to say. I'm afraid either you die or I die. So Qi Lu must find a way to prevent this from happening. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't care at all if those demon gods beat them to death. After all, these guys are basically scourges, and few of them can be called not bad. Indiscriminate killing of innocent people and reckless acts abound. However, in the Tianji realm, those ordinary people and most of the cultivators are innocent people. Of course, it also includes ordinary people in the realm of the gods, and a considerable number of practitioners, all of whom are so-called good people. They shouldn't have died in vain because of something like this. Just for the excuse that those demon gods used to snatch resources, you have to sacrifice your own life. Not only isn't it worth it, it's completely unnecessary. Therefore, the route of preventing this war is to prohibit the weak from participating in the war. For the remaining demon gods, let them fight on their own. They like to do it anyway. In fact, the root cause of the war lies with them, and it is a good thing to have more deaths. Then the next thing to do is to inform Dragon God that they are ready to face the battle. Although the Central Territory Divine Mountain is about to collapse, it will take some time after all. Coincidentally, taking advantage of this period of time, I will use the Voltov Heaven God Realm Championship of the virtual duel competition to publicize that there is no difference between the players in the Tianji domain and the Xinji domain, and they should not be hostile to each other. By the way, let these players get a good feel for what it means to be friendship first and competition second. Subtle propaganda is one of the best ways to change these guys. Let them understand a truth. Want to develop, want to prosper, want to live better and better. Then becoming a camp of order and actively defending peace is the most important thing. Otherwise, the weak will only be bullied forever, and there will be absolutely no future for them. This point is very capable of resonating with the majority of living beings. After all, the weak always account for the majority. In this way, the Demon Emperor's plan will naturally be defeated. Qi Lu could roughly guess what the Demon Emperor's purpose in destroying the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory was. He wanted to use the boundless power of death to seize enough resources, and then take that last step. This step is also what the immortal heavenly demon once did. Promoted the emergence of the ancient catastrophe. The purpose is also to use boundless death as a sacrifice to achieve one's own supreme avenue. It's just that the immortal heavenly demon didn't expect that his plan failed, and the invasion of the Tianji domain was not successful, but was suppressed instead. Under the vault of Heaven God Realm, the lower planes indeed produced a large number of talents. Otherwise, how could Qi say that the billions of weak creatures are the real hope? If the future is entrusted to those who are the most powerful, it will only make the future gradually become rotten. Because the most powerful people themselves already have their own paths. So their future will not change in any way. They will continue to move forward on their own path. Until you go to a higher place, or you are trapped and dead in place. But there won't be any new changes, and naturally, there won't be any hope-topia. This is also why some Xians will leave their own inheritance, just looking forward to new changes. Hundreds of millions of creatures may be born weak, but they have countless possibilities. Qi has always believed in these possibilities. Therefore, he didn't want to see this world being destroyed because of the Demon Emperor's own selfish desires. Then let's start the first vault of Heaven God Realm Championship. The topic is Friendship first, competition later. The sacred mountain in the Central Territory is about to collapse. This is the first time I've heard of this matter. Was it the Demon Emperor who did it again? It's not surprising. Dragon God, as an existence that has survived in the ancient times and can stand side by side with human kings, its importance is naturally self-evident. Although his current situation is not much different from that of King Ren at this time. It is nothing more than one of them, the state of remnant soul. And the other is the state of being unable to transform into a real dragon body. But generally speaking, within the divine realm, the dragon god is already the top powerhouse. Because of what the immortal heavenly demon did, it blocked the possibility of beings in the god realm to become the strongest. Therefore, the status of dragon god has never been shaken. It really proves that the lower planes are full of talents, and they are not joking. At least after the dragon god, the human king, dragon sage king, overlord, and a spirit sacred king are all not from the vault of heaven god realm. Fortunately, the king of men is brave, and the king of dragons is decisive. After sealing the immortal heavenly demon, it also cut off the birth of the strongest in the Tianji realm. Let the two sides of the world become a real half-baked. Otherwise, the current situation, I don't know what will happen. Maybe the divine realm has been captured long ago, or maybe it is. So when the human king found the dragon god's reaction was not much of a surprise. Rather, the reminder from store manager Qi was half a step earlier. After all, it is really convenient to fight against crystals virtually. In this case, those damn demon gods will be unable to hold back again. Do you really think that Shinjiu is a delicious cake, without any resistance, and let them share it? I'm not afraid of breaking their teeth. Dragon God said with a sneer. After hearing the dragon god's words, the human king shook his head and said, "In this matter, be careful. The strength of the demon emperor should not be underestimated. Although they are outstanding talents of different eras, they are not strangers to each other. It's just that there is not much intersection, so how could they not know each other? Especially the human king and the dragon god have a common enemy. From this point of view, they can be regarded as comrades in arms." At this time, when the human king mentioned the demon emperor, he naturally also talked about the collapse of the divine mountain in the Central Territory, which was imminent. Possessing such a terrifying power that can shatter the sacred mountain in the central region is enough to prove that the strength of the demon emperor is likely to have recovered. It is even possible to surpass his previous peak state and go a step further. If this is the case, it will definitely not be good news. That's why the human king is so cautious at this moment. The demon emperor's strategy is simple and easy to understand, but it is not so easy to deal with. Of course I understand this, human king. Dragon God nodded. He understood the human king's mood in his heart, and of course he would not underestimate the demon king's offensive. After all, he is somewhat self-aware of his current physical condition, which is far from his heyday. If the demon emperor's strength really fully recovered, it would indeed be difficult to resist. The demon emperor is coming in a menacing way, and he wants to use the death power of thousands of creatures to achieve his way. However, he seems to have forgotten. Having said that, Long Xuanhuan turned around and a little smile appeared on his face. Store manager Qi is not a simple eater in the Tianji region, and it is Anato resolved this catastrophe to the greatest extent. What we have to do is actually very simple. It is enough to stop those demon gods and the demon emperor hiding in the dark. This is also what Qi Lu told Dragon God when he contacted him before. All he needs to do is to stop the demon emperor. Speaking of which, at that time, Dragon God was still very surprised when he heard that the sacred mountain in the central territory was about to collapse. Fortunately, he calmed down quickly and began to think about the possible consequences. The final conclusion is that the war will start. But when facing those demon gods, the Dragon God has never been afraid, and it is impossible to back down, so the real danger should be those kingdoms of God within the realm of the gods. In other words, it is the residents of the kingdom of God. This is also the greatest purpose of the demon emperor. It's a pity that the demon emperor seems to have underestimated the influence of store manager Qi. If it was under normal circumstances, the Tianji territory and the Xinji territory had a long-standing grievance, and they were provoked by those earthless and kind demon gods. Countless cultivators can't help rushing up screaming and voluntarily becoming pawns. However, with store manager Qi as a buffer in the middle, there is still a lot of good life waiting for them. Why should they sacrifice their lives inexplicably for such a meaningless enmity? Isn't that mentally ill? Originally, these things had nothing to do with them, it was entirely the flames of war provoked by those demon gods themselves because of their greed. It happened that they were going to be involved, and then they had to be killed. Whoever goes is stupid. Therefore, after Qi Lu contacted Dragon God, he said that those ordinary people and those cultivators don't need to worry. The most important thing is to stop the demon gods in the extreme sky region and prevent them from crossing the defense line of the God Mountain in the middle region. Although the sacred mountain in the central region is about to collapse, the position of the defense line cannot be retreated. It's nothing more than a slight change in the altitude of the battlefield. Actually, it's not a big problem. Is Qi Lu in the Tianji realm? It sounds like he has done something extraordinary. The king of humans was not surprised by this. Qi Lu was her most promising junior, a mere gate of fate, so he must not be able to do anything about it. After all, it was the method used by the demon emperor to escape, and it was not very aggressive. To drag Qi Lu into it is to disgust him. On the contrary, it was Yu Shi'er, who might be in danger due to lack of strength at that time. However, judging from the signs of the fire of life, although Yu Shi'er's encounter was quite twists and turns, it was ultimately safe and sound. Now that they have heard about Qi Li's situation, it seems that they have become a big deal in the Tianji territory. Indeed. Dragon God smiled and said, store manager Qi always brings us a lot of surprises, before and now. Sometimes, I also think, maybe he is the one we are waiting for. Recalling what happened before, and manager Qi's achievements in the God realm. In his spare time, the Dragon God also had to sigh, what does it mean that blue comes from blue and is better than blue? This guy has changed the divine realm more than tens of thousands of years ago. Like a boulder thrown suddenly into a calm lake. With a bang, everything that remained unchanged was shattered. It's a good thing. In that case, let's proceed with the plan. I also want to see how much fighting power those pampered master gods can display. The human king nodded slightly and made a decision. Although there is not much preparation that can be done, you will never be caught off guard. And, moreover, this time, the demon emperor's conspiracy may not be an opportunity for the god realm. They used to play defensive counterattacks, but now, it's time for them to take the initiative to attack. The first Sky God Realm friendship competition is about to start. Friendship games? From the shop of the owner of the Qi Pavilion, such a news was released at an unknown time. The customers who heard the name of this competition were stunned, and then started talking involuntarily. To be honest, the word friendship is a very rare thing in Tianjiu. Everyone is used to fighting and killing, and interests are more important than friendship. If it weren't for the changes brought about by Qi Li's coming to the Tianji realm, it would be impossible for such a world to glow with such a majestic vitality and move towards friendship and peace. This is because Qi Li told them with the most genuine interests that if they want to develop, they must first have order. Stable resource output is not about taking by force. If there is turmoil, there is not even a stable output, and I am afraid that there is no place to grab it if you want to. Therefore, once the route of seeking development amidst stability is determined, it will naturally attract people to voluntarily maintain it. After everyone has lived a good life, they don't want to go back to the previous hard life. Anyone who wants to break the order is their enemy. So in such an environment, the birth of friendship is not surprising. Rather, after the basic interests have been fully satisfied, spiritual sustenance is actually more important. After all, in this world, there are always very few immortals. A creature with a limited lifespan will have more and more emotions. In this way, the friendship contest launched by Pavilion Master Qi suddenly attracted attention. It's a new competition. Master Qi has held a lot of competitions recently. That's right, the first was the bravery contest, then the virtual duel contest, and now it's the friendship contest. By the way, what does the prefix added before this friendship competition mean? Are you talking about the Vault of Heaven God realm? Could it be that there will be people from the divine realm in this competition? No way, the God realm is so far away from us, can someone come to compete? If it's true, then Pavilion Master Qi must be too powerful. It actually opened the shop in the God's realm, and maybe built the tower in the God's realm. It makes sense. I seem to have heard this statement in the store. What is it called? Poverty alleviation? Yes, this is it. After guessing the possible meaning of Sky God Realm, a group of customers began to laugh routinely. But from their tone of voice, they couldn't hear any hatred towards Xinjiu, but some kind of sympathy and contempt. Because in the eyes of these customers, Xinjiu must not have developed as well as them. The people of Extreme God Realm must still be living in dire straits. So why should they hate such an object? Even in their view, Hall Master Qi would hold this friendship competition out of compassion. Or to help the people of God's realm get a better life and catch up with their current footsteps. Then how could they not give the Hall Master Qi face? You know, most of the good days now are thanks to the help of Pavilion Master Qi. If there were no Hall Master Qi, the tall towers all over the city-states, and the giant golden statues of demon gods built in each city-state, I am afraid their life would not be much better. One cannot be ungrateful. Not to mention that you can't leave your benefactor behind just because you have lived a good life. Since Pavilion Master Qi is also willing to help the people of Xinjiu, it means that Pavilion Master Qi is indeed unparalleled in kindness and righteousness, and is compassionate to the world. Then, as a person who has been favored by Hall Master Qi, and is still receiving favor now, shouldn't he support the actions of Hall Master Qi? Therefore, although these customers look down on Xinjiu, even dislike it. But this time, they are still willing to take part in the Sky God Realm Friendship Competition, specially organized by Hall Master Qi. By the way, during the competition, let's show off to the contestants of Xinjiu their current life. Be sure to fill them with envy. Because the more envious and jealous they are, the happier they are as opponents. So this sudden friendship contest was quickly accepted by customers and spread in various city-states. The customers who knew about this matter were all gearing up and waiting for the arrival of the competition. However, those high-ranking demon gods frowned after learning about this. Contacted the divine realm? Can Master Qi go to the realm of God? There is such a thing. Could it be that Master Qi has concealed the location off the passage leading to the realm of God? A bullshit friendship contest. What kind of friendship can we have with Shen Jiu? What a joke. This Hall Master Qi is a bit too naive. That's right, if you know how to go to the God realm, then you should catch them by surprise. He actually wants to help Shen Jiu naively? I have to say, this kind of behavior is really ridiculous. Different from ordinary people and ordinary cultivators, those demon gods have been coveting the resources of the God realm for a long time. Naturally, it is not the same as the customers in the store, who are sounder-stated, and even want to show off. They don't want to support Pavilion Master Qi's actions. Instead, they were thinking that if the owner of the Qi Pavilion can contact the Shen Jiu, then, is there a channel that they don't know about? If there is, then they will be able to plan ahead and attack the God realm. It's just that these demon gods were very witty and didn't take the initiative to bring up the idea of find all the museum owners and ask about this matter. After all, Pavilion Master Qi is powerful and unparalleled in combat power. Noon is willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Even if Hall Master Qi really has such news in his hands. That's no reason for them to take the risk, either. So in the end, these demon gods also made a decision, intending to just watch the holding of the Sky God Realm Friendship Competition with a cold eye. Then look for an opportunity to investigate the news of the channel leading to God Realm. As long as Hall Master Qi wants to go to the Divine Realm, there will be clues. So don't worry, just take your time. But, if Qi Lu knows this kind of thinking, he will probably be able to laugh for a year. The passage to the God Realm? Is there any need to hide this kind of news? I believe that it won't be long before the central divine mountain collapses. It is estimated that the entire Tianqiong God realm will not be divided into the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm. At that time, will there be any need to find any passages? Qi Lu just took advantage of this last bit of time to start the match urgently and instill a little sense of peace. To prevent those practitioners from participating in the war beyond their means, it will only increase trouble. And the turmoil in the Tianqiong God Realm Friendship Contest is not limited to the Tianji region. After Bu Yuyan issued another notice announcing the news, the Divine Realm also boiled up. What friendship contest? Looking at the name, is it still held by the entire Sky God Realm? Are we still going to compete with those guys from Tianjiu? Wait, what did you just say? Why are those guys from Tianjiu allowed to participate? Yeah, I'm also thinking about this question. Aren't these things unique to our God realm? In other words, store manager Qi hasn't appeared in the store for such a long time. Could it be that he went to Tianji domain? It makes sense, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Shop manager Qi is so mighty, he has completely remodeled the Tianji region without making a sound. Then I agree with you, otherwise store manager Qi would not be able to give this game such a name. Indeed, the friendship competition, the more you taste, the more delicious it is. I just heard about Tianjiu before. I really didn't expect store manager Keto actually run over there. I didn't expect that there would be a day when we could compete with those guys on the same stage. Yes. Since store manager Qi is working so hard for us, we can't embarrass store manager Qi. This competition, although it is called a friendship competition, we can't lose. And not only can't lose, but also win dignity. Brothers, is there a problem? No. On the public screen of the virtual duel platform, discussions about this event continued. The popularity of the friendship competition is getting higher and higher. But it is completely different from Tianjiu. The customers of Shinjiu all attach great importance to this game. I think I can't lose face to manager Qi, so I can only win, not lose. As for other ideas, although there are, but not many. When it comes to hostility, or emotions like hatred, there are fewer. After all, under the leadership of store manager Qi, it took much longer for Shinjiu to change than Tianjiu. After being continuously influenced by various major events, they all understood one thing. Your attitude should be expressed with your actions, rather than verbally. Therefore, in this friendly competition for the heavenly territory, they must use actions to express their thoughts. You must beat the contestants in Tianjiu to prove yourself. Only then can it prove that the divine realm is stronger than the heavenly realm. Well, this idea is indeed correct. But Qi Li's real purpose for holding the friendship contest is not like this. But the theme of this event is the same: friendship first, competition second. After all, in the future, it is very likely that there will be no difference between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm. Everyone is the same, and they are creatures of the vault of heaven God realm. Can't they coexist peacefully? If we really want to talk about hostility, in fact, there are frictions and conflicts between various city-states and major kingdoms of God. You know, in the past, they had all kinds of reasons anyway, that is, they would not be convinced if they refused to fight, and they could not do without fighting. But with Qi Li's efforts, at present, the various city-states and major kingdoms of God can at least maintain a balance. Peace is at hand. So why do we have to disrupt this order? There is one thing to say: as a store manager and a businessman, Qi Li definitely hopes that people's lives will be stable. Speaking of secondary too, Qi Li's current goal is to maintain world peace. The Sky God Realm friendship competition naturally came into being. It also has a mission. I just don't know if this mission can be accomplished. It's the last bit of time. The competition process of the friendship tournament should be extended as much as possible. Qi Li's eyes turned towards the direction of the sacred mountain in the Central Territory, and he said to himself, "Those demon gods and main gods will definitely not pay attention to these events. But for ordinary people, as well as those cultivators, such a grand event will definitely be addicted to it. Because the prizes that champions can get are very attractive to them. So everything else has to make way for participating in the competition. Unless it can threaten your own life. However, it is the safest place to participate in the competition on the venue owner Qi's territory. If danger can be encountered in this place, it is estimated that there is no safe place in the entire Tianji territory. Therefore, at this time, Qi Li held the Sky God Realm friendship competition not just to promote friendly civilization. More importantly, it is still necessary to divert the attention of many ordinary people and practitioners. Let the movements on the other side of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory seem less important. For this reason, Qi Li has to change the competition system and event process of the friendship tournament to ensure that the game can be played as frequently as possible, and the event process should be long enough. They even took out more generous prizes than previous competitions. In addition, Qi Li also decided to conduct a random lottery draw during the competition to attract more spectators. Although the prize weight is not much, but the attraction is definitely enough. After all, it is a good thing that the pie in the sky, who would not want it? What's more, if it is produced by the owner of the pavilion, it must be a high-quality product. It can be said that Qi Li took great pains to conceal the imminent battle. But the effect is also significant. The big movement from the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory was quickly ignored. Now in the entire Tianji territory and in various city-states, there is overwhelming news that the Sky God Realm Friendship Tournament is about to start. The contestants are actively preparing for the competition, and the relatives and friends are cheering. The audience is also praying in their hearts, draw a lottery randomly, but they must draw themselves. This kind of windfall is tantamount to getting rich suddenly. Even a little dust leaking from the fingers of the owner of the pavilion can make them full. So now we have such a good opportunity, we must seize it. Because the rules of the lucky draw for the owner of the pavilion are, after each game is over, a lucky spectator will be randomly selected from among the spectators who are eligible for the lottery, and a grand prize for watching the game will be given out. And after each game, it will be drawn randomly, so there is no need to be impatient. If you don't get it this time, then just continue watching the game. It is also very simple to qualify to participate in the lottery. You only need to watch the game that started the lottery draw completely, and you can participate in the lottery draw without any other tasks. This regulation is difficult to say, simple to say, and it is indeed quite simple. The only requirement is that you must take the virtual duel crystal and enter the virtual duel platform to watch the game in order to be counted. And those who watched the game through the big screen outside the tower cannot be counted. Naturally, it will not be included in the lottery list. After all, only by registering an account to watch the game can the identity of the spectator be confirmed. Other ways are not very reliable. And Qilu didn't bother to do it anymore. Anyway, the opportunity to win the grand prize for watching the game is there. If you are not willing to take the initiative to fight for it, then there is nothing you can do. You don't even want to pick up pies falling from the sky. Do you wait for the pies to fly directly into your mouth? Qilu really wanted to give some benefits to the audience. Although using the Sky God Realm Friendship Contest to attract the attention of many ordinary people and practitioners is also one of the key points. But after each game, the game-watching prizes that are sent out are not perfunctory for the audience. All kinds of good things are possible to get. As low as a new virtual duel crystal, as high as the binding qualification of a giant golden body of a demon god. There are even big gift packages of heaven, material and earth treasures, high blood spar rewards, and so on. All of them are likely to appear in the viewing awards. It is guaranteed that every audience will be attracted by the viewing prize, even if it is not used, it can be used for trading. After everything was ready, Qilu followed suit and announced, the first Sky God Realm Friendship Competition officially started. Such competitions may continue to be held in the future. Because in addition to the prejudices of the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm, in fact, between the major kingdoms of God, the major city-states, and even various places and regions, they can connect with each other through friendship contests. It may not necessarily only represent the friendship between Tianji and Shinji. After all, there are so many big and small forces, and there are constant disputes among them. Who can say that they are monolithic? So Qilu's original intention was good. Even if the sacred mountain in the Central Territory collapses, a big battle lies imminent. But after the war, life still has to go on. Those who were not affected by the war should not let the war continue to burn. Peace is the main theme. Then, the core idea of the friendship contest is very useful. However, Qilu also understands that the way of thinking, and everyone's thinking, will only change after a long period of nurturing. The subtle influence brought about by the surrounding environment is a rather slow process. A certain settling time is also required. That's why Qilu never mentioned these things to others. If anyone can see it, it proves that the guy has a vision. Finally, the game starts. Yeah, I've been waiting for a long time for the first Sky God Realm Friendship Competition. Have you been waiting for a long time? How long did it take Master Qi to announce this news? No matter how long you wait, where can you go? This is an exaggeration, do you understand, exaggeration? That's really exaggerated. By the way, is your virtual duel crystal ready? I heard that the qualifications for the lottery are only counted for the audience who use the virtual duel crystal to watch the game. I don't know if it is true. Of course it is true. The owner of the Qi Pavilion said this on purpose, and there is still news now. I'm just afraid that those guys who are guarding the appearance of the tower will misunderstand. No wonder, my virtual duel crystals are selling like crazy. I thought something happened again. Yeah, me too. It's a pity that the output of virtual duel crystals is really not much. Otherwise, I won't be making a fortune. Actually, it doesn't matter. Compared with that, it's better to pray that we can be drawn. You know, the most inferior prize is a virtual duel crystal. That's nearly 100,000 blood spar. Of course, this price is actually due to recent market fluctuations. The discussion about the friendship contest in the Vault of Heaven God realm, although it spread to the entire Tianji realm unconsciously, was also very crooked. Everyone is going for the prizes, and it seems that they have completely ignored the main purpose of the competition. What is friendship first and competition second? Of course, it couldn't be intentional release of water, humbly giving up the throne of champion. It is a real fair competition, where everyone shows their strengths, and everyone competes for the sake of competition, not for prizes. In the process of the game should be enjoyed, not as if it is completing a task. This is respect for opponents, and this is friendship first. Otherwise, if you just compete for the sake of competition and win by any means, you will definitely not be able to enjoy the competition. But those guys are willing to enjoy the taste of victory, and Qi Lu doesn't care. Anyway, in the duel field, cheating is definitely impossible. And in the Divine Realm, the Vault of Heaven God Realm Friendship Tournament was naturally announced to start at the same time. The Game Viewing Awards will also be launched simultaneously. Of course, in terms of prizes, there must be a difference between the audience of Xinjiu and the audience of Tianjiu. After all, the needs are not the same. As a result, the movement on the other side of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory is not worth mentioning. Because the Divine Mountain of the Central Territory, located on the side of the Extreme God Realm, was originally a dangerous place, and it was difficult to check if it was not in the realm of the main god. This point is different from Tianjiu. Therefore, not many people know about the movement from the Divine Mountain of the Central Territory on the Divine Extreme Territory side. Now, because of the influence of the competition, no one pays attention to the news over there. However, this influence is also for the contestants and many spectators. It has little to do with those main gods. Especially when Qi Lu had already reminded the dragon god, and the king of people came forward again, the main gods naturally became vigilant. The line of defense at the Xuanhuan Mountain in the central region has already begun to deploy. I hope that this surprise will be liked by the demon gods of the Tianji realm. At this moment, a few days have not passed since the friendship contest held by Qi Lu. Whether it is the Tianji domain or the Xinji domain, they are all in the initial excitement. The contestants worked hard, and the relatives and friends cheered wildly. But no one knew that the sacred mountain in the Central Territory, which had spanned countless years, collapsed at this very moment. Endless gravel poured down. Smoke and dust rose up all over the sky, whizzing up like a cloud covering the sky. Along with the shattering, there was also the space barrier that separated the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm, and divided the Vault of Heaven God realm into two. At this moment, the two paths of development, completely different worlds, merged together. After noticing the movement here, the demon gods who were always paying attention to the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory also began to move. The Divine Mountain in the Central Territory has collapsed. That's great news. It's not clear what caused it, but it doesn't matter. This must be the best opportunity we have ever met. Before the group of trash from the God realm haven't reacted, catch them by surprise. After this battle, take all the resources of the God realm into your pocket. Attack! The demon gods roared and couldn't wait to rush to the ruins after the collapse of the God Mountain in the central region. As long as you cross the ruins, you will be able to come to the God realm that you have always wanted to go to, but you can't go. There are all kinds of resources they dream of. Similarly, they also have their life and death enemies. But it doesn't matter anymore, because these demon gods are eager to fight and want to bring the flames of war to the God realm. Take it to every kingdom of God. Let all the kingdoms of God be spread by the flames of war and become their strength. The former sacred mountain in the Central Territory may be so high that it soars into the clouds, and the mountain range is so long that there is no end in sight. But after the collapse, everything turned into gravel and loess. The smell of blood mixed with it seems to be telling what happened in this place. But after all, it can't be compared with before. The collapsed divine mountain in the central territory no longer has the slightest blocking effect on the demon god. Countless demon gods came to this place and looked towards the god realm in the distance, with a greedy look in their eyes. In this not-so-beautiful scenery, not a single enemy has ever appeared. Those main gods didn't seem to notice it at all. Enough for these demon gods to drive straight in. This is the place. That group of waste, how can he have so many resources? This world should belong to us. Lord God, it's just heresy. The tone is equally greedy. After all, the main god is different from the demon god. The way of faith has higher requirements for believers, so a lot of resources can be saved. However, if the demon god wanted to temper his body and physique, if he wanted to achieve something, he would consume incalculable resources. Therefore, it is not a matter of a day or two to be greedy for the gods. Now that the opportunity has come, naturally he will not hide his greed and covetousness. Moreover, in the eyes of these demon gods, the way of belief of the main god is nothing more than heresy. Even relying on believers to improve one's strength and cultivation level, is this strength still one's own? Therefore, when facing such an enemy, many demon gods naturally would not pay too much attention to it. In their opinion, it is enough to push all the way across the divine realm. Could there be any obstacles to meet? Kill. A roar sounded, and the demon god attacked and killed him. In front of them, there was really no main god coming to stop them. It seemed that they really didn't know the situation here. Then no wonder they attacked suddenly. Such an important line of defense does not even have such a simple defensive awareness. It is a waste for those main gods to have such huge resources. Let them enjoy it. Looking at the deserted ruins and the once-established line of defense on the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, many demon gods have already thought of the better days in the future. However, this beautiful imagination did not last long. At the moment when many demon gods crossed the defensive line of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, the earth shattered. Dazzling. The extreme light burst out suddenly from under the earth, and gushed upwards from the cracks. Like bright starlight, buried in the ground. But at this moment, it blossoms and bears fruit. Numerous and complex patterns appeared in an instant, clearly reflecting on the ground. The power of endless laws poured down like a torrential rain, appearing between the heaven and the earth. You guys don't really think we know nothing, do you? The next second, a voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, the faces of these demon gods who came from the attack suddenly changed, and they were horrified. It turned out that it wasn't that the main gods of the extreme god realm didn't know the situation here, but they had already prepared for it. They were calculated. The rats who hide their heads and show their tails, dare to use such dirty methods to deal with us? Dare to fight us head-on? In the first confrontation, the demon gods immediately chose to provoke the generals with words when they were unfavorable. If he is successfully ambushed here, he will definitely suffer a big loss. However, such naive words were quickly refuted. It's a joke. Didn't your original thought be a sudden attack, to attack us? Or, did you give us a letter of war? Now you actually turned around and said that we are the rats who hide our heads and show our tails. You are really kind. The person who spoke didn't deliberately hide his figure, but stood up boldly. Looking directly at these demon gods, he sneered. If Qi Lu was here, he would be able to recognize it. This person is none other than Taliana. As the wife of the dragon god, to be the coach to block the attack of the demon god this time is justified and justified. So when facing these demon gods, Taliana is quite contemptuous. Furthermore, soldiers never tire of cheating, have you heard of it? If not, it can only show that you are ignorant. After staying in Qi Li's shop for a long time, Taliana's ability to sneer and sarcasm has also increased steadily. The big formation that has been set up long ago, and the cage formed by the power of the sky, have trapped these demon gods tightly. Under the information gap, the ambush made will always be able to reap miraculous results. Although this is also related to the arrogance of those demon gods. If they hadn't underestimated the main gods of the extreme god realm, they felt that they could go straight in without probing, so they confidently stepped into the ambush laid by many main gods long ago. It will not become the current situation. However, poor information is also the most critical thing. After all, if the dragon god didn't get the news about the imminent collapse of the divine mountain in the central territory. Even if the main gods intend to ambush, they don't have that much time to prepare, and it is even more impossible to block this group of vicious demon gods so easily like now. The defensive line of Xuanhuan Mountain in the central territory cannot be lost. But looking at it now, not only will it not fall, but it will also cause these demon gods to suffer huge losses from the very beginning. This is the price they need to pay for their arrogance. So, enjoy the surprise we have prepared for you. Taliana spread her hands lightly and said in a low voice. Faced with any words of these demon gods, Taliana was unmoved and let them speak. Because no matter what they say, it will not make their losses less. If they want to break through the magic circle and resist the attack of the reign of law, it depends on their own ability. Taliana didn't think that all these demon gods could be killed here, just by ambush, with one hand. But it is impossible for them to escape without paying the price. The many demon gods who were trapped also knew in their hearts that now is not the time to talk nonsense. The real war has officially begun at this moment. It's just that on his own side, he was indeed tricked. The magic circle, set up by the main god of Shinjiu, has the function of siege and restriction. Because of the ordinary magic circle, the damage it caused was too low for the powerful physique of the demon god. So it's better to surround these demon gods, and then mobilize the power of law to suppress and kill them. Outside the battlefield, the dragon god and the human king witnessed the first round of confrontation above the defensive line of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the central territory. They haven't joined the battle yet. The battle at this time is not enough for them to make a move. After all, the top combat power of the Tianji domain has not yet appeared. Especially the demon emperor who is hiding in the dark, it is not clear when he will appear at all. So I have to guard against it. The main task of the dragon god and the human king is to guard against the demon emperor's attack. This is also one of the most important responsibilities in this battle as the top combat power. As long as the demon emperor does not act, those demon gods are actually nothing to worry about. Although the newly promoted main god of Shinjiu is slightly inferior in terms of overall combat power. But don't forget that the way of the main god is more suitable for team battles than the way of the devil. Most of the law attacks can be regarded as groups. Harm. It's a pity that reality is not a game, and it is impossible to have such a setting that friendly troops are immune to damage. Otherwise, in such a big battle, the main gods would be even more unscrupulous. Has it started, the battle between the demon god and the main god? After this battle, the direction of the sky god realm is basically clear. Whether it is in the hands of the demon god or the main god, we will have to wait and see. Qi Lu, who was still staying in the shop, had a sudden whim and looked in the direction of the divine mountain in the central territory. Now, it is also not the time for him to join the war. That's why Qi Lu can be so leisurely. On the other side of the Xuanhuan defense line in the central territory, there was such a huge movement suddenly, it was impossible to hide it from Qi Lu. Among them, it is not only the reason why Qi Lu pays special attention to the sacred mountain of the central territory. More importantly, those tall towers were built before. Presumably everyone should still remember that when Qi Lu was in the god realm, he went to the major kingdoms of the gods. And one of the purposes of building shops was to strengthen his perception and expand his perception range. That's why he was able to bring the entire God realm, that is, half of the vault of heaven God realm, into his perception range. This also provided great help to Qi Lu in the several battles he experienced in the divine realm. And when it comes to the Tianji territory, the towers built in those city-states actually have the same function. After all, compared with those kingdoms of God, the cumbersomeness of running these city-states is much higher. At least in terms of number, the number of city-states in the Tianji territory is more than 100 times the number of the kingdom of God. Qi Lu wanted to go to one city-state after another, wasting a lot of time. Even when no one is aware of it, with the convenience of the law of space, it requires a lot of patience. So, how could the towers built by Qi Lu only be used to climb towers for those challengers? One thing to say, although the blood spar is useful to Qi Lu, it is not Saskars. These things can only be accumulated by accumulating over time. Getting rich out of thin air is basically impossible for the current Qi Lu. Because it can make the current Qi Lu feel that it is an overnight wealth, or resources, how huge would it be? Even Qi Lu himself couldn't answer this answer. After all, it is an existence standing on top of the peak, how can it be so superficial? Therefore, what Qi Lu is willing to waste so much time and energy to do is definitely not that simple. That's it for dense towers. It can help Qi Lu bring most of the Tianji domain into the range of perception. In this way, all places in the vault of heaven God realm where there are living beings are basically under Qi Li's perception. Direct probing is possible whenever necessary. But Qi Lu wouldn't do such boring things when he was free. The creatures living in the vault of heaven God realm can be described as endless, and Qi Lu is not free enough to check their situation every day, so does he still need to live? Qi Lu will include all the areas inhabited by creatures into the range of perception, just to open the map. The general meaning is, I cannot see it, but I can't not see it. This is giving yourself the power to make choices. So it's the same this time, using the high towers in the city-states close to sacred mountain in the central region to enhance the perception. Qi Lu could vaguely see the battle situation above the defensive line of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. You can also clearly judge when is the time when you should play. Anyway, not right now. At this moment, the war has just begun, and many demon gods have stepped into the trap prepared for them by the main gods, and it is difficult to escape. He is trying to find a way to resist the attack of the power of law and break free from the imprisonment of the magic circle. Qi Lu went over at this time, just watching a play. It's better to stay in the store then. At least in the Sky God Realm friendship competition being held now, the performances of those participating teams are much more exciting than those of demon gods. At least the traps on the defensive line of Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory, as long as they are qualified to participate in the friendship contest, it is impossible to step into them. The simplest temptation, and the most basic prudence, can be exchanged for the least loss. It's a pity that those demon gods are arrogant and think that there are Namine gods on the ruins after the collapse of the Central Territory Divine Mountain, because they are afraid of them, or they have not noticed the changes in the Central Territory Divine Mountain. It was only at the beginning of the battle that he suffered a big loss. Even the most basic sense of combat is ignored. It can only be said that the stronger an individual's combat effectiveness is, the lower the awareness of tactics is required, which is indeed true. If a problem can be solved by brute force, try to use as little brain power as possible. Why bother to think when you can push all the way? So it became like this. Otherwise, at the beginning of the war, Qi Lu would rather watch the friendship tournament than the battle at the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory. It's not because of the tactics and strategies of those demon gods, it realities work. He has a high self-esteem, but he doesn't want to go to the duel field to feel the beatings brought about by conspiracy and tricks. Then, you can only accept the beating of reality like now. In most cases, an individual's combat power and brain power are indeed inversely proportional. Qi Hu pays attention to both sides. Lu couldn't help sighing with emotion, and felt that what he said was indeed reasonable. To be honest, when one's own strength reaches a certain level, the so-called tactics and so-called strategies are all jokes. If I can easily crush my opponent, why do I have to go to such lengths, Toplan? This is also the idea of those demon gods. So in this respect, ordinary people and ordinary cultivators have a certain degree of advantage. When one's own strength is not strong enough, one can only find a way to make up for it with IQ. Although IQ cannot make one's strength suddenly stronger, it can indeed make oneself live, and live well. After all, when there is not much difference in individual combat power, what can change the battle situation is the strategy. In the past, those demon gods could not encounter this problem. Because there is only another demon god who can be compared with the demon god. And if there is a conflict between the demon gods, they don't know how to calculate and calculate. If they meet, they will fight directly. Use the final outcome to decide who is right and who is wrong. So any conspiracy, any strategy, it is all fake. But this time is different. The opponent of the demon god has become the main god of the realm of the gods. Perhaps in the past, the thoughts of these main gods would be the same as that of the demon gods, thinking that tricks and the like were useless. After all, in the extreme god realm, the status of the main god is only higher than that of the demon gods in the extreme heaven realm. Those demon gods are cruel and violent, and countless creatures dare not speak out. Although he didn't say it on the surface, in his heart, many creatures probably wished that these demon gods would die sooner. However, the creatures in the realm of the gods, all the residents living in the kingdom of gods, are basically believers of a certain main god. Needless to say, what kind of feelings the believer will have towards the object of his belief? Worship, admiration, trust, fanaticism. So in such an environment, is it necessary for those main gods to use tricks? The answer is obvious, and of course it is completely unnecessary. So, if it is still the same as before, then the main gods of the god realm may really be successfully raided by these demon gods, and then suffer heavy losses. Because when everyone's thinking is the same, those fighting madmen are obviously better. From this point of view, it cannot be said that those demon gods made a mistake in their judgment. It's just that the information hasn't had time to update, that's all. Because the appearance of store manager Qi was not in the expected category of these demon gods, it was naturally unexpected that the way of thinking of these main gods had undergone such a big change. In the final analysis, the development of the virtual duel platform is too good, attracting the attention of many main gods. There is also the dragon god, the goddess of life, Taliana, and the others to help promote it. Naturally, these main gods are also interested. They feel that since Dragon God will improve himself in the virtual duel platform. So why do they look down on the virtual duel platform? Are they stronger than Dragon God? As a result, there was a trend among the main gods, and everyone ran to the duel field. Then in the fierce beatings of duels, he realized his own shortcomings, and only then did he achieve his current improvement. The gap with those demon gods naturally widened. So much so that the current battle situation has become clearer. The demon gods who attacked suffered huge losses on the spot, although there were very few fallen. But seriously injured people abound. Under the offensive of many main gods who spared no effort, even if the demon god's physique is unparalleled, he can resist the attack of the power of law. That can't hold up to such a continuous attack. Even if it is scraping, after a long time of scraping, the skin can be scraped and the flesh can be scraped off. After all, a drop of water penetrates a stone, and a rope saws a piece off wood. What's more, isn't the condensed power of law stronger than that water drop? Isn't it harder than that rope? Hitting those demon gods is not only the intensity of scraping, it should be at least the level of punching and kicking. So even if the current time has not passed for a long time, the damage that can be caused is huge. Qi Lu could see it clearly, naturally, so he didn't need to worry about it. However, it is impossible for many main gods to win in this way. Luring an enemy into a trap can indeed give you an advantage. But if you want to win, there are many factors that affect it. As it is now. On the battlefield of the Xuanhuan defensive line in the Central Territory, the demon gods who were plotted against, after the initial panic, quickly calmed down and started a methodical and rhythmic counterattack. After all, they have rich combat experience and belong to true combat madmen. Although in a sense, the brains of these demon gods are not very good, but the combat power value is definitely high enough. Even if they stepped into the trap, it didn't kill their fighting spirit, and even the smell of blood made them more fierce. The real battle, next, will officially begin. Demon gods, almost all have the blood of fighting more and more bravely. Because they all climbed up step by step from countless battles, unlike the main god, who is committed to developing believers. Based on the power of faith, to condense the power of your own law and stabilize your throne of law. When they step into the realm of the main god, they mostly improve themselves through their perception. Instead, he abandoned actual combat. So, to be honest, the demon god side is not powerless at this moment. As long as they can break free from the confinement of the magic circle, they can still fight back in the face of the attacks of many main gods. A real fight? Taliana narrowed her eyes and smiled lightly. He repeated this sentence, but there was no emotion in his tone. There is no need to refute. Because Taliana knew very well that even with the magic circle laid in advance, it was impossible to completely trap these demon gods here. Even if the power of the magic circle is extremely powerful, there is nothing to be done. There are too many demon gods attacking and killing them. So if you can last for a while and gain an advantage for them, the task will be considered complete. What's more, these demon gods don't really think that their strength must be stronger than their own, right? The main god really doesn't need actual combat to improve himself. But this does not mean that the main god is not willing to improve himself through actual combat. It's just that no one wants to do it first when it is not necessary. You must know that the battle between the main gods is likely to affect the irrespective gods and believers, which is a fundamental matter. Furthermore, if the dispute between believers can determine the outcome, why do you have to do it yourself? Do you understand the principle of saving resources? So. Only then did it create an illusion that the main god was unwilling to show up and would not fight. But that's just prejudice. At least, Taliana's combat power is quite good. Compared with most of the demon gods, they are only strong but not weak. There is no way, and I don't even look at who Taliana's husband is. That is the unparalleled combat power in ancient times, the invincible dragon god. That's why Taliana's attitude is like this, she doesn't care about the words off the demon god at all. Because she didn't think that these demon gods would be able to win after breaking free from the confinement of the magic circle. Boom! Suddenly, a corner of the complicated pattern engraved on the ground was shattered. From it came the roar of the demon god. That was the result of their battle with blood, and it was also the first step in the counterattack. After crossing the sacred mountain in the central region, I came to this place, but I didn't come here just to get beaten. Although they were indeed plotted against, it does not mean that they will lose. Your methods are nothing more than that. Thinking to use this kind of magic circle to trap us in this place is really a dream. Now, once the magic circle is broken, it's time for your death. In this violent roar, there was anger, violence, boundless murderousness, and endless ferocity. From before to now, this is the first time that I have suffered such a big loss. It's no wonder that these demon gods are so angry. However, just this level of anger can't scare Taliana. The speed at which you broke through the formation was a little slower than imagined. It seems that you overestimated you. Looking at the patterns on the ground, after being shattered by those demon gods, they began to collapse rapidly. Taliana couldn't help but speak. After all, the combat power value of the demon god is not low. Even if he isn't good at breaking the formation, it is not new to smash the formation with brute force. What's more, on the side of the main god, the dragon god is not good at forming formations. On the surface, the king of people, who seems to be good at forming formations, is proficient in sealing formations, not killing formations, or wrapping formations. It's not suitable for this place. Because even if these demon gods are sealed, it is estimated that the demon emperor will break them open. After all, instigating the flames of war is the purpose of the demon emperor. If such a thing happened, he would never stand idly by. In this way, it would be a waste of the power of the human king, which is really not worth it. Therefore, in the absence of these two supreme beings intervening, the other main gods also do not have the ability to set up a magic circle that can trap so many demon gods for a long time. So in a hurry, it is already very good to delay the arrangement of the magic circle for some time. The most basic point is that the main god's side has established an early advantage in this battle. This is enough. Even if it is broken at this moment, the mission has been completed. The spirit of many demon gods was frustrated, and the offensive was naturally not as good as before. Coupled with the ability to fight in groups, the demon god is not as good as the main god, and now, he is almost locked in a fiasco. In such a situation, Dragon God could see clearly. His face relaxed a little, but he was more vigilant in his heart. Because the most critical role, the Demon Emperor, is still unknown. The demon god's offensive has not yet fully launched. If the guess is correct, here is not their entire force. After all, the dragon god has experienced the great catastrophe in the ancient times, and knows the foundation of the Tianji realm. Although there are many trapped demon gods, they are by no means all. At least those demon gods among the top ranks, it is impossible to come here as the vanguard, but will make their final appearance. It doesn't matter whether they are self-sufficient or risk-averse. Anyway, that sentence is not wrong. The real battle has only just begun. The Demon Emperor hasn't shown up yet, and the outcome of this battle is still unpredictable. I hope there will be no accidents. After saying that, Dragon God couldn't help shaking his head. The Demon Emperor, who has regained the power of the heyday, and is very likely to go further, is indeed dreadful. But this battle is inevitable, otherwise it will make the Demon Emperor act more recklessly. The king on the side didn't say a word. Because in comparison, her condition is worse than Dragon God. The incomplete soul directly made it impossible for the human king to exert all his strength. Even having an immortal body doesn't help. After all, the human king is not the holy dragon king, and he cannot rebreed a complete soul with a wisp of remnant soul. However, the method of using the law of reincarnation to replenish the soul will wash away the memory. This is a big disadvantage. Although for the human king, she has the courage to seal her own memory and go through the cycle of reincarnation again. However, during this period, who will guard the central divine mountain? That's why the human king's remnant soul has not moved. Today, the divine mountain in the central territory suddenly collapsed, and we must always be on guard against the demon emperor's hidden arrows, so we can't move. Otherwise, only the dragon god is left, and I am afraid it will be difficult to support it alone. In this way, it naturally became what it is now. The magic circle is about to shatter, everyone listens to the order and prepares to fight. Taliana, who is the coach, suddenly raised her hand and shouted in a very majestic voice. But this sentence, Taliana didn't need to say it specially, those main gods were also ready to fight. In other words, since those demon gods were trapped by the magic circle, these main gods have been in battle. It's just that due to the power of the magic circle, those demon gods can all lie beaten unilaterally, and there is no way to fight back. But the war has indeed begun. So Taliana's order was just to have a good time. Moreover, to be honest, this so-called coach status is actually more like Taliana installed herself. Because being able to advance to the realm of the main gods has already proved the strength of those main gods. Even if the combat power of an individual is not as good as that of a demon god, he will never have no combat experience. Together, it is even less likely to be unfamiliar. At most, it's just the first cooperation, and it can't be seamless. Therefore, the importance of commanding or not commanding is actually not high, it is just a name to appear majestic. Of course, Taliana wanted the status of the coach, not just for the sake of prestige, but for other reasons. You know, in the god realm, Taliana's title is God-Eater Queen. And the main body is the spirit-eating cat that has mastered the law of devouring. Her abilities are best displayed on the battlefield. These demon gods who dare to attack are the best food. Naturally, it can't be wasted, so taking the status of a coach is also convenient for him to act. And the other main gods understand that this identity is actually of no great use, so they are happy to give Taliana a face. At this moment, the battle officially started, so Taliana yelled just that, and then fell silent. It seemed that she really knew what she was here for. Let these damned lord gods know who is the real strong. They will definitely regret their stupid behavior today. If they can't survive, dare to plot against us, unforgivable. Tear them apart. Kill. The demon gods who broke out of the formation were like ferocious beasts out of the cage, their eyes were scarlet like blood, and they were full of murderous aura. The previous defeat didn't seem to have hurt their morale, but instead made them more ferocious. However, these are appearances. After all, the casualties of the demon god's side are real, and the impact on the overall strength is also real. So no matter how high their morale was, no matter how violent their murderous intent was, it was useless. The main gods who have already prepared will not be timid. The intruder dares to be so shameless and talk nonsense, it's ridiculous. Since you dare to come here, then stay here forever. It's time for you to taste our power. Don't think that you must be better than us, because you live by fighting. Today, I will let you all know what a gap is. Facing the demon gods who looked like ancient fierce beasts, none of the main gods showed the slightest panic, but jokes on their faces. The power of law scattered all over the sky is still falling like rain and waterfalls. The formation arranged at the beginning will never be easily dispersed just because the magic circle is broken. The endless power of law, at this moment, is instantly intertwined into a net, covering the sky and the earth. Like an inescapable net. Cover the attacking demon gods, so that they can't use their strength, and there is nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide. Don't think that the main gods who got the news in advance can only prepare by laying down the magic circle in advance. The net of heaven and earth condensed by the power of law must also be prepared. Because there are infinitely many powers of laws, each of which is different. If you want to be intertwined and live endlessly, it is not something you can do with a slap in the head. Do you really think that every main god is Qi Lu? You must know that the biggest reason for Qi Li's ability to fuse and interweave various law powers is that the body of laws can use all kinds of law powers, so it is easier to cooperate with each other. But it is not a simple matter to fuse and interweave the power of laws between different main gods. If there is any conflict, it will fall short. And the more types of law powers involved, the greater the risk of failure. Therefore, no one really thinks that for such a long time, so many main gods can only set up a magic circle. How is that possible? This is also where Taliana's confidence lies in saying that sentence. Because Taliana really felt that the speed of these demon gods breaking through the magic circle was indeed slower than imagined. As a result, those demon gods who were still proud and conceited and felt that they had suffered such a big loss only because they were plotted against, learned a lesson again. Received a head-on blow. The power of the law is intertwined, and the condensed net of heaven and earth covers the sky and the earth, and it is impossible to break free. These demon gods are like fish caught in a fishing net, they can only struggle desperately, but they are powerless to resist. The ferocity and murderous aura all over his body hit the empty space. Influenced by the virtual duel platform, these main gods deeply understand a truth. When fighting the enemy, there is no need to pay attention to morality at all. Everything should be based on how to win. So there is no need to fight these demon gods head-on. Wouldn't it be good to let them waste their strength in the net of heaven and earth? When these demon gods are exhausted, it is as easy as going out to sea to catch the net again. It's just that the fishing net condensed with the power of law still needs to be maintained with the power of law when fishing, so as not to break. This is also a test for the main god who shot. The struggle of many demon gods will speed up the dissipation of the sky and earth nets, which must be continuously strengthened. So in essence, this is still a wrestling. It's just that in this struggle, the main god's side has the absolute initiative and can attack at any time. On the other hand, the demon god can only struggle in the net of heaven and earth, always ready to defend. Unless they can get out of the net. However, this is impossible. As long as the supply of the power of law continues, it is almost impossible to break through the formed net. The only way is to explode in an instant with a force that the net cannot bear, so that it cannot recover at that instant, so as to break the surface with a point and disintegrate the envelope of the net. Other than that, there is no other way. So many main gods are not worried about what methods these demon gods can use. Because if you want to erupt that level of power, unless you are a king in its heyday, or a dragon god, that's about the same. Right now, this group of demon gods trapped by the sky and the earth can't do it. Even if the demon emperor with this ability makes a move, there will still be human king and dragon god who have been staring at this battlefield to deal with it. Therefore, this battle must be won. Damn it. How so? Feeling that they are really powerful and helpless demon gods, their expressions suddenly became even uglier. They are not afraid of fighting, and even somewhat obsessed with fighting. But when faced with such a slippery opponent, his claws were completely numb. Because the opponent doesn't fight you head-on at all, no matter how powerful you are, it's useless. It was like a full-strength punch hitting the air, not only extremely aggrieved, but also possibly injuring himself. Why this is so, the reason is not very simple. When Taliana heard this, she couldn't help but sneered and said, "Because you are the prey, and we are the hunters. We just set up traps and waited for the prey to take the bait. We didn't expect these prey to be so stupid that they all stepped into the trap. It's unbelievable." Speaking of this, Taliana couldn't help laughing. So, now, the prey still wants to question the hunter, why did they set up traps? This sentence, a simple rhetorical question, is like the match that lit the fuse. With a boom, the anger in the hearts of many demon gods was rekindled. Their so-called arrogance turned out to be so stupid? No. No way. The blood was surging, the anger was burning, and the demon gods who were already a little crazy, even if they still had reason, they were about to lose their senses. The moment when the string of reason breaks is also the moment when the anger reaches its peak. The demon god, who was already violent and short-tempered, was tricked again and again, so it's no wonder he wasn't furious. And anger, for the demon god, is also the best enhancer. Because they like to fight on their own, and they don't need to cooperate with each other, and they have been tempered and carved into their bones. His fighting instinct can completely replace reason in battle. Therefore, when the anger of these demon gods reaches its peak, it is also the moment when their combat power explodes to its strongest. It is definitely not a fun thing to provoke the demon god rashly. However, using words to anger them was also Taliana's goal. Because although the demon gods under the rage are powerful, they will also temporarily ignore possible dangers because they rely on their fighting instincts to act. Within the heaven and earth net, they are not afraid of the attacks of these demon gods. Instead, I want them to do their best to exhaust their strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can he become an irresistible dead fish in the fishing net. Therefore, only by enraging these demon gods can they be reckless and attack with all their strength, thus falling into desperation earlier. These actions are all linked together. Taliana is not stupid, there is no need to do meaningless things. Tighten the net of laws, and don't let any demon god escape. After saying that, Taliana focused her eyes and found a demon god who was seriously injured and might fall at any time. Immediately flew away, probed the void, and pulled back. In the next second, Taliana breathed out the power of the dark devouring law, turned into a huge mouth, and swallowed the demon god. The whole process took only a few breaths, and the demon god who was being targeted had no resistance at all. Although the taste is not good, the power provided is not bad. Taliana commented expressionlessly, looking at the demon god in the net, just as she said before. It's the way a hunter sees his prey. Happy to see you. This scene also made the hearts of the main gods tighten, as if recalling some bad memories. The god-devouring queen, as expected, has not changed, and is still so terrifying. Even a powerful demon god is nothing more than food that can be devoured and digested in her eyes. Had it not been for the cooperation of many main gods, the entire god realm would have been turned upside down by her. Fortunately, Taliana's strength is still far behind that of the King of Kings. After discovering that many main gods joined forces, they stopped. But it was an unbearable memory after all. Now Taliana has come to this battlefield, but there is no original restriction. Facing the enemy is just letting them make the best use of it. However, this move caused the other demon gods to break the last string of reason and explode completely. Boom! In an instant, the aura that soared into the sky was violent and cold, like a cold wave pouring down from the sky, hitting from the horizon. The killing intent contained in it, like endless sharp blades, spread all over the sky, swirling towards them, like the might of destroying the world. At this moment, the resistance force in the net of heaven and earth suddenly increased several times. It turned out that the heaven and earth net, which had been unscathed until now, was on the verge of collapse. The demon god under the rage is truly terrifying. But that's all. Go all out and support me. The many main gods who had been reminded by Taliana earlier had already exploded with stronger power of law. The once again reinforced sky net, even if there is a tendency to collapse, will recover quickly in the next second. The signs of collapse disappeared without a trace, and the sky net also became intact. Provoking these demon gods was originally part of the plan, so how could it be possible for them to use this as an opportunity to break free? Anger can indeed enhance strength, increase morale, and make attackers brave and fearless. But it will burn sanity to the greatest extent. On the battlefield, if you can't see the situation clearly, it will be fatal. Especially now, no matter how frenziedly these demon gods attack, they are all caught up with softness to overcome strength. Just like a fish caught in a fishing net cannot break through the net, these demon gods cannot break through the enveloping net. What's more, the main god's side is not just maintaining the existence of the sky and earth net. Similarly, it is also attacking the besieged demon god. The power of law condensed into a solid body, turned into various weapons, carrying the power of heaven and earth, as if the punishment of heaven came down, passing through the net of heaven and earth, and directly attacking the demon god inside. It is impossible to win by blindly defending. Therefore, the main gods who still had spare energy no longer held back, and shot with all their strength. All of a sudden, the number of casualties on the demon god's side suddenly increased, and even if their physiques were extremely strong, it was difficult to resist them. What's more, Taliana used the law of devouring from time to get rid of those difficult bones. The more powerful the demon god, the more majestic the power he can become under the law of devouring. For Taliana, this battle is a feast. A rare, all-you-can-eat buffet dinner. The spirit-eating cat race is not only about cultivating the power of laws, but also attaches great importance to physique. After all, It is a unique beast between heaven and earth, capable of devouring everything and turning it into its own use. Naturally, we can't be biased. Otherwise, how can it devour everything and digest it all? And this move made the anger of many demon gods rise again, becoming irritable and crazy. To the demon god, dying in battle is not terrible, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Now that you have made such a choice, be prepared to bear the worst outcome. However, it is something they cannot bear to die so unclearly, and even become the nourishment of the enemy. The calamity of death is acceptable, but even if it is death, one must bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh. How can it fall so easily? Just some boring struggle. Taliana shook her head, knowing that if these demon gods had no backup, the outcome of this battle would have been decided. If they still have reinforcements, it's time to show up now. Otherwise, the advanced troops will be completely wiped out. Coming. My guess is indeed correct. The demon god here is far from the full power of the Tianji realm. The dragon god who was outside the battlefield suddenly looked in the direction of the extreme heaven realm, with an unexpected expression on his face. The next step is the main event. The king of people also followed suit. Even at this time, they are not in their prime, but their perception is still far better than other main gods. Even if it is thousands of miles away, as long as they are willing, an ant on the ground can perceive it clearly. Not to mention the attacking demon god, such a big target. A majestic aura, even if it is intentionally restrained, is like a light in the dark night, extremely conspicuous. And after the dragon god and the human king became alert, after a while, Taliana also noticed the movement in the distance. The coercion that was assembled, as majestic as the tide that poured out of the sky, rolled in. Even if you don't see him, you can hear his power. Sure enough, there are reinforcements waiting behind, catching a small fish, but it attracts the big fish. In this situation, Taliana was not surprised, but took it for granted. If the demon gods of the extreme heaven realm were so capable, would they still dare to regard the extreme god realm as a target for invasion? That is obviously impossible. What's more, the demon gods who have fallen into the sky and earth net in front of them, one by one, their strength is almost the same as those of the newly promoted master gods. Obviously it was just an advance force, and was used by those top demon gods to scout the way. Although the demon gods are unwilling to use their brains in battle, it doesn't mean they have no brains. It's just a problem that can be solved with absolute force, and it doesn't need to use brains. But now, the demon god who followed behind discovered that the advanced troops were about to be completely annihilated, but they also found out the enemy's details. At least, they got rid of these traps. Then it's time for them to strike. Frontal combat is always the strong point of the demon god, and there is no option to back down. As for these guys who are used to explore the way, it can only be blamed for their bad luck. Besides, isn't it time to avenge them? Using the net of laws to cover the world, do you want to stop us? It's ridiculous. Such an approach is just delaying my own death for a while. The trash who only dared to set a trap to ambush us, but didn't dare to take the initiative to attack, do you really think that your trap has worked? It's just a waste of some weak pioneers, but they are complacent there. When your death is approaching, you probably won't have this kind of dream again. Follow me, kill me. Kill. With the roaring sound, countless black shadows appeared in the originally empty sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, those black shadows came to the defense line of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, and came to the battlefield covered by the net of heaven and earth. The coercion that is as majestic as the sea and as vast as the abyss comes overwhelming. The demon gods who attacked this time are not comparable to those who are still trapped in the net. Although they said that they were reinforcements following behind. But their strength is much stronger than those demon gods before. To say that these guys are all top demon gods, it may not be reliable, and it is impossible. However, it is not wrong to say that they are all veteran demon gods. Every one of the demon god reinforcements that appeared here at this moment had at least been honed for hundreds of years in the realm of demon gods, and they were by no means comparable to those newly promoted demon gods. And among them, there are not a few demon gods among the top. They are the main force in attacking the divine realm this time, and they are the real top combat power of the celestial realm. The worst one can be regarded as the mainstay among the demon gods. The condensed coercion and the attacking momentum are naturally different from those of the demon gods before. So seeing Taliana's situation, her complexion also sank, and the look in her eyes was quite dignified. If we talk about the previous battle, it was just a small fight. Now, it's the real battle. It is also a crucial battle to determine who can control the sky god realm between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm. You guys can bear it. It's a shame to show up at this time. Taliana glanced at the situation in the net of heaven and earth, and then she spoke, sarcastically. Because the demon gods trapped in the heaven and earth nets have almost all fallen at this moment. This was the advance force with the lowest strength, but they stepped on a trap and were plotted against. It has been quite difficult to survive until now. If there is not much loss, then there is no need to fight again in Shinjiu, just give up resistance. So at this time, Taliana was in the mood to ridicule the reinforcements of these demon gods. Anyway, what follows is a head-on confrontation. If the enemy is prepared for a method that has been used once, it will be difficult to use it a second time. But the traps that have already been set can't be used. If the demon gods' advance troops are not wiped out as soon as possible, once the scuffle starts, these methods will not be so useful. At least it is difficult for the many main gods who are being fought to weave a net of laws to form a net of heaven and earth to trap these demon gods. In that case, the preparations that had been made a long time ago would be useless. So it's not a bad situation right now. At least a lot of troops from those demon gods have been eliminated. You don't have to be so sarcastic to me, they died here today, it's just that they are not strong enough. It's like today, you will die here, and it's just because of your strength, it's also not good. The demon god at the front didn't react much when he heard Taliana's words, but just opened his mouth and said aloud. The tone was calm, and there was no disturbance in the slightest because of the picture in front of him. But inside and outside the words, he was sure that he would win. Everyone can say big things, if you can do it first, and then say such things. How could Taliana, who had experienced countless battles, be bluffed by such words? Hearing this, he immediately sneered. Seeing this, the demon god on the other side also sneered, and said, "All right, nonsense, it's useless to talk too much, let the results speak for themselves." After all, the attacking demon god also launched an attack, and the attack was extremely ferocious, like a stormy sea. If it weren't for the incomparable stability of the space barrier in the vault off heaven god realm, the sky might have collapsed here, and the space turbulence was raging. But in reality, although the sky is not collapsing, the collapsed sky and the fragmented earth are not far behind. Fight. Of course Taliana will not sit still. Many main gods had already prepared for it, and the net that had been condensed before suddenly spread. I want to envelop these demon god reinforcements as well. But the same method is really difficult to work the second time. Moreover, the strength of these demon gods is stronger, and they are not so easy to be besieged and suppressed. Seeing the heaven and earth nets condensed by the power of law spread, many demon gods dodged one after another, making it difficult to hit. If this has been the case, the main gods are just wasting their power in vain. And with limited mobility, it is easier to be seized and attacked. Therefore, after discovering that this move was useless, many main gods were no longer obsessed with the spread of the net of law, but took the initiative to withdraw the net of heaven and earth, and cooperated with each other to fight directly. Even if the strength of the demon god is indeed powerful, the main gods are not vegetarians. Even if it's a little weaker, it won't make much difference. What's more, among the main gods, the power of law enveloped each other, spreading like fog, pouring down like rain, and they cooperated like ducks in water. Fundamental. It is not comparable to those demon gods. This is also the competence of the main god's side to be able to defend the demon god's side outside the defense line of the god mountain in the central region. Perhaps a long time ago, the fighting skills of the main god were much inferior to those of the demon god. But that too was a long time ago. Now, time has passed and circumstances have changed, and the sea has changed. With the help of store manager, Qi, all major kingdoms of God have built combat space huts, which are the best training grounds. I don't know how many main gods, when they are free, they like to soak in the fighting space hut, studying their fighting skills. Although there was a tacit understanding between the main gods, it is not easy to start a war. But in the fighting space hut, it shouldn't be a problem if you compete with yourself. Therefore, under the tempering of the fighting space hut, the combat power of many main gods has been greatly improved. This point was something that those demon gods did not expect, nor would they be able to think of. At this moment, after fighting against each other, I suddenly discovered this problem. Why are the fighting power of these main gods much stronger than they imagined? It shouldn't be. Those demon gods didn't want to understand this question. Because of their arrogance, even if Qi Lu is also in the Tianji region, he has set up a lot of shops, which can be used to hone his combat power. But very few demon gods are willing to patronize. These demon gods can give Qi Lu a face, because of Qi Li's powerful combat power. Occasionally, go to those shops, or take a walk in the tower, and hold a show. But most of the time, he was still busy fighting with other demon gods. Therefore, the speed of improvement is definitely not comparable to the main god who regards the battle space hut as his second home. This caused these demon gods to fight very hard even if they had a slight upper hand in this battle. And this was not a big advantage in the first place, but it was still getting back bit by bit. After all, the demon god side can have reinforcements. Could it be that the side of the main god can't have reinforcements? If the entire army needs to attack against the advanced troops of Tianji territory, then stop playing. After the main force of the demon god side came out, the remaining troops of the main god side naturally had to follow up in an all-round way. These demon gods must not be allowed to take advantage of the slightest chance. The defense line of Xuanhuan Mountain in the central territory is like an indestructible dam, resisting the tide of demon gods. Taliana, who is the coach, shook her head at this moment and said, "If your strength is only like this, then I advise you to go back quickly. Otherwise, I will stay here forever." The tone of these words was very mocking. He had been reminded a long time ago, how could the Shenjiu, who had prepared himself, under normal circumstances, lose? After all, the overall strength of Shenjiu and Tianjiu are almost the same. Of course, the greatest credit for all of this lies with the Dragon Sage King and Ice Spirit Sage King. If they hadn't gone to the infinite battlefield, sealed the immortal demon, and frozen the ladder of the infinite battlefield. In such a long period of time, the overall strength of the Tianji domain may really far surpass that of the Shinji domain. Because the infinite battlefield is originally a place to mass-produce strong people. The immortal heavenly demon took a fancy to this, and then tried every means to close the door of the secret realm located in the God realm. Using this method in vain, let the Tianji domain, which has always been evenly matched with the Shinji domain, overwhelm the Shinji domain in a short period of time. Then wipe out the God realm in one fell swoop. This is where the great calamity of ancient times came from. However, although this idea is very good, when it is implemented, there is a deviation. At that time, the Tianji realm had not accumulated advantages for long enough, and those demon gods couldn't restrain their bloodthirsty urges. Relying on a little advantage, they forcibly attacked the Shinji realm. Although at the beginning, God's extreme domain was suppressed. But the good times didn't last long. The main god at that time was different from now. They are full of tenacity, and in the battle after battle, they slowly regained the situation and erased their disadvantages. In the end, in the era of human kings, all demon gods will be wiped out. After that, Tianjiu should have learned its lesson, continued to accumulate advantages, and kept a low profile until it was able to completely crush Xinjiu, and then create a second catastrophe. However, this dream was cut off by the Dragon King and the Ice Spirit King. The ladder of the infinite battlefield was frozen, which directly made the infinite battlefield a meat grinder for those strong in the Tianji domain. Can only go in, not out. As a result, the Tianji domain and the Xinji domain were once again in an even match. Until now, the infinite battlefield has collapsed directly due to the self-destruct of the immortal heavenly demon, and this situation has not changed. If there is no accident, this balance will continue to be maintained, and noon can break it. After all, the sacred mountain in the central region has also been sealed, and the two worlds cannot directly contact each other. After a long time, no one will remember these things except those ancient demon gods. But the problem now is that an accident happened. The demon emperor is not an immortal heavenly demon. He doesn't care who is the winner between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm. All he wanted was for the flames of war to spread. Only in this way, he will be the only winner. That's why the central divine mountain collapsed. When there is no barrier between Tianjiu and Xinjiu, a war will be inevitable. This is the method of the demon emperor. He rarely uses conspiracy. Once he makes a move, it is almost an overt conspiracy that you have to accept. Just like now, how can this war be avoided? Yes, there is no way to avoid it. The demon emperor didn't take action directly, but he was able to make things turn into the result he wanted by adding fuel to the flames. By watching with a cold eye, you can get what you want. How terrible. So under such circumstances, since the war is inevitable, let's do our best to win. At least for those weak creatures, let the main god become the strongest, and they can live and work in peace and contentment. And the demon god doesn't care about the lives of these ants. The victory is set. The dragon god watching the battle suddenly said. When both sides have prepared their backs and reinforcements come, it will be a confrontation of hard power. However, even if the demon gods who were consumed before that were not strong, they were forces that could not be ignored. Being easily abandoned like this, it became a gap in the demon god's side. When the warring parties are evenly matched, no power should be wasted. Because it is very possible that this wasted power is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Those demon gods once again paid the price for their arrogance. And it is an extremely heavy price. For so long, they still. It's not making any progress at all. The human king also shook his head, and then said something slowly. The demon god of the Tianji territory is still as arrogant as ever, exactly the same as before. At the beginning, in order to seal the divine mountain of the central territory, the final battle planned by the human king, he went to the divine mountain of the central territory alone, just to make those demon gods feel that there was an opportunity to let them throw themselves into the trap. They arrogantly believed that if the human king dared to go to the sacred mountain in the central region alone, he would definitely die. That's why they jumped up one after another and ran over. As a result, naturally needless to say. Of course, because the guys who have learned the lesson are already dead. The dragon god probably knew what the human king was talking about, so he interjected and answered. The experience of predecessors will always be regarded as false by future generations. You have to learn the lesson yourself before you can recognize the reality. The same is true for those demon gods. The experience left by the ancient demon god has not been passed down, but he has almost learned arrogance. If they can be more cautious in this battle, it won't be like this. As reinforcements from the Lord God's side gathered, they gathered on the battlefield. The advantages of those demon gods finally ceased to exist, and they were pushed into the disadvantages, and began to restrain themselves. The endless power of law is overwhelming, leaving no corners which can be dodged. On the battlefield, there are main gods falling all the time, and demon gods are also dying. But the loss of the demon god's side far exceeds that of the Lord God's side. After all, the demon god is only good at attacking. But the main god has offense and defense, as well as assistance and treatment. As the battle gets longer and longer, the advantage of the main god's side will only get bigger and bigger. After all, a well-equipped lineup always has a higher upper limit than a single-positioned lineup, and its explosive combat power is also stronger. The demon god's side might be able to gain a temporary advantage, with a terrifying offensive in the early stages of the war. But if this advantage, there is no way to continue to maintain. Then the next step is to go down step by step, until the end of the defeat has been set. That's what's happening right now on the battlefield. If there is no accident, the final result should be as expected, ending with the victory of the main god. However, the demon emperor intends to provoke this war, and it is impossible to avoid accidents. Just when the dragon god and the human king both decided to continue like this and the outcome was decided. Surprisingly, as expected, it really happened. It's really amazing. In such a short period of time, it has gained an absolute advantage. But it's a pity that this war can't just end like this. In the void, a joking voice came out. The mighty sound is like the resonance of heaven and earth. Even though the dragon god and the human king were alerted for the first time, they still couldn't perceive where the source of the sound was. Demon Emperor, you really are paying attention to this battlefield. Dragon god narrowed his eyes slightly, and said aloud. Except for the Demon Emperor, there is no other guy who can make noise in this kind of place without being noticed by them. Of course the deity is paying attention to this battlefield, but you are more concerned about it. Dragon god, and human king, you probably never thought that this deity will come back. The Demon Emperor's tone was still joking. It's like a cat playing with a mouse, feeling superior. It was as if he was enjoying his own prey, dying and struggling in front of him, which brought him joy. You'll be back, no surprise. At this time, the king of humans suddenly made a sound, and said coldly, your life is as tenacious as a mouse in the gutter. Now that you are back, what is there to be surprised about? This is a very direct ridicule. I want to say that the current Demon Emperor is just a bastard who hides his head and shows his tail. Even though he had made a sound, he didn't really show up on the battlefield, and was still hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Although this is the consistent style of the Demon Emperor, it does not affect the contempt of the human king towards him. You really can talk, Your Excellency the King. However, the Demon Emperor didn't mean to be annoyed, instead his tone became playful. It must be that what you have to do at the expense of your life has been broken like this. I should feel uncomfortable. What the Demon Emperor was referring to was the matter of sealing the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. Now that the sacred mountains of the Central Territory have collapsed, what the human king did naturally has no meaning. It's a pity, how can a few light words shake the heart of King Ren? The original purpose has been achieved. Now, even if the sacred mountain in the Central Territory disappears, so what? The King of People asked back. It choked the Demon Emperor a little speechless. That's right, the purpose of the human king sealing the divine mountain of the Central Territory was not to cut off the connection between the heavenly extreme territory and the divine extreme territory. Fundamentally speaking, it was also to protect the god realm, which was weak at the time. But now, those demon gods are not the opponents of the main god, so this protection is no longer needed. So, as the King of People said, even if the divine mountain in the Central Territory collapsed, so what? Nothing will happen. Well, just using words, it really can't hit you. Forget it, the deity never cares about such things, as long as I tell you with reality, that's enough. This is a gift from the deity, I hope you like it." Having said that, the demon emperor's voice stopped abruptly. Then nothing happened. The human king frowned slightly, glanced at the dragon god, and saw the dragon god shook his head slightly at her. "Still haven't found where the demon emperor is hiding." The dragon god fell into silence just now, not because he had nothing to say, but because he was looking for the hiding place of the demon emperor. However, it is a pity that facing a guy like the demon emperor who has full escape skills, it is not easy to find him who is deliberately hiding. Moreover, at this time on the battlefield between the demon god and the main god, something happened. In the sky, suddenly, countless scarlet gates appeared, dyeing the entire sky in the color of blood. In the next second, countless scarlet threads emerged from the gate, and then wrapped around the ground, the corpse of the fallen demon god or the main god. Immediately afterwards, the corpses of those demon gods and main gods melted like ice and snow being splashed with boiling water. But inside the scarlet gate above the sky, figures appeared one after another. It looked like a puppet of a demon god. There is such a method? Is this the gift that the demon emperor mentioned? When dragon god and human king saw this scene, their pupils shrank suddenly. Obviously they understood what it was. The demon emperor's methods are as brilliant as ever. Borrow. He helped those corpses that were still warm and turned them into demon puppets with tyrannical combat power to enhance the strength of the demon god side. From this point of view, does the demon emperor want to help those demon gods? In other words, he didn't want this battle to end. Damn demon emperor, what exactly is he trying to do? Dragon god scolded. Since the demon emperor has already intervened, we can't stand by and watch. It should be so. Naturally, the king of humans would not hesitate. Looking at the scarlet gate in the sky, he raised a hand. The power of reincarnation, judgment. The mighty power of the law of reincarnation turned into huge waves, slapping away towards the scarlet gate that filled the sky. The appearance of the devil's puppet has indeed alleviated the disadvantage of the devil's side. After all, the demon puppet without intelligence still has basic fighting instincts, and its strength is not weak. And with such a large number and continuous replenishment, it can indeed pose a threat to the main god. Therefore, the Scarlet Gate, which is the source of the demon puppet, must be destroyed. However, when the mighty power of the law of reincarnation slapped away, and was about to slam into the Scarlet Gate fiercely, it was discovered that it was in vain. Isn't it something real? The king of humans raised his eyebrows and hooked his fingers back, pulling back the turbulent power of the law of reincarnation. It also rushed past those scarlet gates again. It's not a cohesion of a certain law. In the beginning, the demon emperor followed the way of the main god, and it was not uncommon for him to possess the power of laws. And after his mental state was broken, he embarked on the way of the demon god, which allowed him to raise the power of the law to a higher level. It is no longer limited to the law of fate at the beginning. Therefore, the king of men would feel that this Scarlet Gate is the cohesion of law power, and it is not unreasonable. But it turned out that the guess was still wrong. Don't try again, it's just some phantom. The dragon god on the side suddenly spoke, then pointed to the Scarlet Gate in the sky, and continued, the demon emperor will not leave such obvious flaws for us, those phantoms are only used to mock us of. Yes, taunting them was no means of stopping him. Taunt them for being powerless. Gathering the power of death and turning it into a truly usable combat power is the usual method of the demon emperor. During the great calamity of the ancient times, the betrayal of the demon emperor was, to a large extent, to hunt and kill more powerful men. Whether it is a demon god or a main god, they are all his prey. He helps the demon god only for better hunting. To be precise, the demon emperor is not in any camp at all, he is just alone. Therefore, the dragon god who was in the same era as the demon emperor really understood the demon emperor, and knew his methods and behavior style. Now, the demon emperor has regained the power of his heyday, and even went one step further. Then his methods should be even more clever. I'm just trying it out. If it's really that easy to solve, he is not qualified to jump out again and again. The human king's face returned to the previous expressionless expression again. The devil puppet that descended from the sky has already joined the battlefield, showing its formidable strength. The many demon gods who had been completely suppressed finally took a breath. Moreover, there is a tendency to fight back. However, the dragon god and the human king did not intend to do anything. Because they are different from the demon emperor, their strength is not reflected in the aspect of assistance. So once you make a move, you will participate in the battle in person. This is probably what the demon emperor wants to see. Whether it is the dragon god or the human king, if he is alone, he cannot deal with the devil emperor. So if one of them is pinned down, the other may be in danger. The plan for now is to trust those main gods, trust Taliana. It won't be a complete defeat just because of these demon puppets. In this kind of battle, the longer the fight, the greater the advantage of the main god's side. It's not just talk. Otherwise, you think that during the great calamity of the ancient times, Mingjiu was clearly the dominant side, so why Shinjiu was able to win the final victory? It was because of the time of the war that it was dragged on longer and longer, and the advantage of the demon gods became smaller and smaller. In the end, he could only return to the extreme heaven realm, or stay in the extreme god realm forever. So at this moment, it is not the time to make a move. Because even though the demon emperor had intervened in this battle, he hadn't really shown up yet. This breath seems to be the breath of the demon emperor. Qi Lu, who had been lying on the sofa in the shop, suddenly sat up from the sofa at this moment. Brother Qi Lu, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Seeing Qi Lu make such a sudden move, Yu Shi'er, who was sitting at one end of the sofa, asked with some doubts. Something really happened, but it's not here. Qi Lu rubbed his eyebrows and answered. The breath of the demon emperor disappeared in a flash amidst the enhanced perception of countless towers. The place where it appeared was the battlefield of the Xuanhuan defense line in the central territory. So Qi Lu can reasonably guess that there should be new situations over there. At least, the demon emperor did intervene in the war. Although the demon emperor was not personally involved in the battle, he possessed many strange methods. For example, the demon emperor's killing puppet. This is a method that has been used before. The puppet technique is not a strange thing in the hands of the demon emperor. If there is really an improvement, and throw it into the battlefield. One can imagine the consequences of that. It is definitely a force that can affect the final outcome of the war. Even over there are dragon gods and human kings sitting in command, but they are the top combat power used to deal with the devil emperor. It is impossible to deal with these cannon fodder. So, is it your turn to figure it out? Qi Lu thought so in his heart, then raised his head and looked at Yu Shi'er. It's time for us to join the battle. Us? Yu Shi'er immediately stood up, ready to fight. She was never afraid of fighting, especially when fighting side by side with Qi Lu. Although such a situation has almost never occurred. No, more precisely, it's only you now. Qi Lu thought for a while and added another sentence. In any case, Qi Lu is now considered to be a top fighter at the same level as the human king and the dragon god, so he should wait and prepare for a bigger crisis, instead of taking action now. Because Qi Lu can be sure that the methods of the demon emperor are far more than that. So from the current point of view, Yu Shi'er can only go to support by herself first. But Qi Lu will watch her from behind. I see. Yu Shi'er did not raise any objections, as long as it was something Qi leased her to do. She won't ask why. Because she believed in Qi Lu, she would never harm her. What's more, even if Qi Lu wanted to harm her, she didn't care. Let's go, there will be no major problems for the time being about the store and the competition. It's okay to deal with it after the war is over. Qi Lu naturally wouldn't stay in the store either. Because this time, the reinforcements were not only from Yushir. In the frozen holy city, there are more powerful reinforcements that can be pooled together. Overlord, as well as Ice Spirit Saint King, are all top-notch fighters at the peak level, so they shouldn't nest in that kind of place. Moreover, it was time for Nalan Qingqi to verify his strength in actual combat. At any rate, he has been studying with the Ice Spirit Sage King for so long, so it's not like he hasn't made any progress at all. Is the battle between the Tianji realm and the Shenji realm used to determine the future direction of the Vault of Heaven God realm? Has the Central Territory Divine Mountain also collapsed? Overlord obviously knew about this. It's just that he is in the Tianji realm, so he doesn't have the first time to participate in this battle. Now that Qi Lu found him and brought up this matter, he became interested, so naturally he wouldn't shirk it. Finally this day has come. Presumably the immortal heavenly demon will never have imagined that such a thing will happen in the future. The Holy King of Bingling also followed suit. The Ice Spirit Holy King, who has been in the infinite battlefield for an unknown amount of time, never waited to see the immortal sky demon. The most influential thing that the immortal heavenly demon has done is to provoke the great calamity of the ancient times, intending to destroy the God realm. Therefore, in the eyes of the Ice Spirit Sacred King, the collapse of the sacred mountain in the Central Territory and the repetition of history is obviously a satire on the immortal heavenly demon. It's a pity that the immortal heavenly demon has fallen and cannot see this scene with his own eyes. Otherwise, his expression should be very interesting. But this time, the difference in the battle between the heavenly extreme domain and the divine extreme domain was that the heavenly extreme domain did not accumulate any advantages. It shouldn't be difficult to guess what the outcome will be under the situation of evenly matched forces. After all, in the last battle, the Tianji territory had the upper hand and did not win. Then the two seniors should join the battle. Qi Lu asked aloud. Of course, that's what we should be doing. It can be regarded as the fulfillment of a dream we once had. Overlord said with a smile that his dissatisfaction with those demon gods had already become obvious. Because it is different from the stable and steady development path of the main god's way, the demon god's way is inherently aggressive. So the degree of disgust is naturally more serious. Different ways do not conspire with each other, that's probably the case. The way of the demon god and the way of the main god go against each other in his way. Although they all ignore the weak in the same way, treat them as worthless, and don't care about the life and death of the weak. However, the difference is that the main god let nature take its course and hardly interfered. As long as you don't get offended, it's as if you don't exist at all. But the demon god is moody and bloodthirsty. Plus that strong aggression. It also caused a natural conflict between the main god and the demon god. Because the existence of the demon god will threaten the survival of the main god, the relationship between the two parties has become a situation of life and death. Moreover, there are reasons of the Vault of Heaven God realm itself, which further worsened the situation. So that it became what it is now. However, such a situation does not exist among ordinary practitioners. When the resources for cultivation are complete and sufficient, unnecessary conflicts are a very stupid thing. Besides, isn't it nice to stay in Manager Qi's shop? It's okay to climb the tower and fight in the duel field, isn't it? Why bother yourself? From this point of view, Qi Lu really fundamentally changed the atmosphere of the Tianji and Shenji domains. Changed the entire Sky God realm. The only ones who rejected Qi Lu were those demon gods. Because of the order brought by Qi Li's appearance, they, the guys from the evil and chaotic camp, had to be quiet. After all, skills are not as good as people, so I dare not have opinions. The prestige of Hall Master Qi was earned by fighting, not blown out. So with the order finally stabilized, Qila didn't want to watch the vault of Heaven God realm return to its previous state. We'll get there. However, you are still free to come to us now, the situation should not be urgent. The Holy King of Ice Spirit also nodded in agreement, and analyzed a sentence by the way. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, I can't guarantee it. Qila shook his head, as if he had answered the words of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. But that only means that when he came here, the situation on the battlefield was good, and it is still unknown what will happen in the future. But no matter how bad it is, there are still Dragon God and Human King, and there is still some reaction time. So there is no need to worry. And the purpose of coming to the frozen holy city had already been achieved, so Qila naturally didn't stay any longer and left soon. As for when Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King will go to the defense line of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, it is not something Qila needs to consider. Even if you plan for the worst, it won't be too much of a problem. The Demon Emperor, after all, is only one person. He is used to being alone, so he is destined to find no helper. Even the immortal heavenly demon, who had the same purpose temporarily and could be an ally, was plotted against by the Demon Emperor. Then what is left? Just lonely. The defense line of Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory and the situation on the battlefield became more and more stalemate. The advantage that the main god side had finally gained was completely suppressed at this moment, and they returned to a state of evenly matched strength. And as time goes by, it is very likely that it will slowly fall into a disadvantage. Because the Demon Emperor condenses the power of death, the demon god puppets she summons are, in a sense, almost endless. As long as this battle is not over, as long as the death continues, the demon puppets will continue to appear. Whether it is the fall of the demon god or the fall of the main god, it is the same. They will all become the power to summon the puppet of the demon god, and then become the help of the demon god. So the longer the battle lasts, the greater the risk that the Lord God will fall into a disadvantage. The only thing to be thankful for is that after the demon puppet is shattered, it will not produce the power of death again. Otherwise, it would be truly endless and invincible. But even so, the pressure on the side of the main god is not small. Because under such circumstances, the only way to end this battle is to bear the pressure of the demon god puppets, first destroy all those demon gods, and then get rid of the demon god puppets. After all, the battle between the demon god and the main god is the source of the emergence of the demon god puppets. Only by solving the source can the demon puppets continue to appear. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, the main god side will only suffer more and more. However, in the current situation, it is basically impossible for those main gods to do this. The advantage that was achieved with great difficulty before is about to be regained. Now you still want to fight against more and more puppets of demon gods to wipe out all those demon gods? Dreaming. The method of the Demon Emperor is really terrifying, and it turned the situation around in one fell swoop. The situation seems to be a little bad. Seeing the situation getting worse, Dragon God frowned involuntarily. But that's all, and there is no intention of making a move. Because the current situation is not that serious. At least the king beside him was quite calm. The current situation is indeed not very good, but our reinforcements have not arrived yet. Before Dragon God's voice fell, the human king suddenly spoke. The Demon Emperor's method can work, and it is inseparable from the fact that their two top combat forces need to be on guard against the Demon Emperor at all times. And the Demon King is obviously aware of this, and he is sure that the Dragon God and the Human King will not make a move, so he will openly summon the Demon God puppet to join the battle to help the Demon God side turn the situation around. If not for this, the Demon God side is probably already defeated. Don't think that if the strength of Dragon God and Human King is damaged, if they are far from their heyday, they will be weak somewhere. That's fake. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. What's more, when the dragon god and the human king were in their heyday, compared with those demon gods, the gap was more than a little bit. The demon emperor, who has recovered, can stabilize their head. That is because the demon emperor was a peak power at the same level as them in ancient times. Now that he recovers first, his strength is of course even stronger. But other demon gods do not have this qualification. The reinforcements that haven't arrived yet? Hearing the words, the dragon god glanced at the human king, then his expression suddenly changed. He nodded, and said, "Are you talking about store manager Qi? That is indeed a powerful reinforcement, and even has the ability to reverse the situation on the battlefield again." "More than." The king of people replied slowly. "The main god who has not yet come to this battlefield is not only the store manager Qi. At least in human king's memory, neither his successor Yu Shi nor Lan Yi, the reincarnation of the spirit of time, have yet appeared here. It can be used as a surprise soldier. One must know that the king of man has high hopes for Yu Shi and Lan Yi." Dragon god was silent for a moment, staring at the battlefield for a long time, then nodded and said, "It is indeed more than that. Not only Yu Shi and Lan Yi in the king's memory, Lan Zier who impressed the dragon god deeply, but also Lan Qing'er were not here. It seems that there is still a surprise soldier in the divine realm, so there is really no need to worry. It seems that my guess is right, they are here." The human king's face was still calm, but his tone was somewhat relieved. Because she felt Yu Shi's aura, which was much stronger than when she saw her last time. That is the aura and power that will only be possessed after fully merging her inheritance. Seeing that his inheritors have grown up, even a human king will be happy. It has indeed arrived. Dragon god also raised his eyes and looked into the distance, but saw another pair of eyes. Those were Qi Li's eyes. Senior dragon god. Qi Li stood in the void, outside the battlefield, looked at the dragon god from a distance, and nodded slightly as a greeting. "Shop manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here to be safe." The dragon god also nodded in return, although he didn't speak, but he didn't say what he meant. In this way, the situation on the battlefield has stabilized. There is another top-notch combat power sitting in charge. This time, no matter how powerful the demon emperor is, he will not be able to turn the sky. Afterwards, Qi Li looked at the human king again, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then, there was another look that was so true, and then he nodded slightly as if saying hello to the dragon god. To be honest, Qi Li still thought about it when the Zhongyu mountain collapsed. What should the king of people who has been guarding the sacred mountain in the central region do? It now appears that the answer already exists. The human king, whose physical body and remnant soul are still there, obviously will not disappear with the sacred mountain in the central region, but escaped. In this way, the heaven and earth chessboard should still be on human king's body. It's a pity that the heaven and earth chessboard is useless in this place. Because from the moment the divine mountain of the central territory collapsed, the vault of heaven god realm no longer had the distinction between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm. Even if the battlefield is sealed off with the heaven and earth chessboard, there are still other places that can be bypassed. So it's better to put the battlefield on the defense line of Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. At least it's easy to control. After all, the demon emperor has been staring at this place all the time. Who knows what tricks that damned guy hasn't used yet. Sure enough, Qi Li found Yu Shi. It seems that their experience in Tianji territory was not peaceful. The human king also nodded in return. For such an excellent junior, the king of men can say that he has placed his future hopes on him. Qi Li has the ability to take on the important task of opening up the future. On the other side, in the direction of the divine realm, there were also many figures in the distance. The aura that came from it also made an imperceptible smile appear in the eyes of the king and the dragon god. It's the raiders. Speaking of which, at the beginning of the war, Lan Zier and the others Josito watch. It's not that they are afraid of fighting, but they are observing the battlefield situation and looking for the right time to join the battle. Possessing powerful talents, various resources, and Qi Li's support, under such good conditions, their speed of progress is naturally one of the best. Although the time is short, their combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary main gods. Especially Lanya and Lanzier. One is the reincarnation of the spirit of time. Naturally, needless to say about talent, progress is a matter of course. As for Lanzier, she was personally taught by the dragon god from time to time, inspired by the blood of the dragon clan, coupled with the commonality of the law of force. It also made Lanzier's progress speed no less than that of Lanyi. Compared with the main gods on the battlefield, they can be regarded as high-end combat power. So just as the dragon god and the human king had thought, the delay in appearing could indeed be called a surprise soldier. It plays a key role in changing the battlefield situation. For example, right now, together with Yushir and Nalan Qinchi who came from Tianji realm, and Lanzier and Lanyi, although they are not many in number, they are indeed elite soldiers. Joining the battlefield is enough to become a sharp knife on the side of the main god and break through the formation of the side of the demon god. Even if there are a large number of demon puppets, they will definitely not be able to stop their charge. The law of reincarnation, the law of time, the law of force. These are all one of the highest level laws, with infinite power and tyranny. Coupled with their strength, they are not weak at all. Against these demon gods, even if they can't be called crushing, they can basically suppress them. In this way, there is no need for Qi Lu and the others to take action, and they have already controlled the situation. Let the battle situation, which has gradually become more and more uncontrollable as time goes by, become a scene of shock, but not danger. By the way, these girls were reunited on the battlefield. Little Chess? Why are you here? Could it be that you have always been in the Tianji realm before? This was Lan Yi's first reaction after seeing Nalan Qinchi. She was pleasantly surprised. Although I am very happy to see Nalan Qinchi again. But besides curiosity and surprise about her previous experience, there are more worries and joys. That's right, I don't know why, but I went to the Tianji realm alone. Nalan Qinchi had already heard about Qi Li's talk about the God realm, so when saw Lanyi and the others, he was not surprised at all, but rather happy and a little bit depressed. Depressed why alone, not with them? Fortunately, I met Qi Lu later, otherwise I don't know how long I would be one. But it doesn't matter now, there will be no difference between the heavenly realm and the divine realm in the future. Thinking of this, Nalan Qinchi became happy again. However, that's what it said, but before that, there is one more thing that needs to be dealt with. That is the end of the present war. So they came here. For small talk, there will be plenty of time to talk in the future. Let's get down to business now. Seeing that Nalan Qinchi and the others seemed to have a tendency to greet each other on the spot, Yushir had to remind them. This place is a battlefield. That's right, now is not the time to talk about this. The current situation is that the war has reached a fierce stage, and it is very tense. As surprise soldiers, they inserted themselves into the battlefield and became sharp knives, but they didn't have time to chat here. It's still business. At this moment, the stalemate on the battlefield was once again broken. The demon emperor's methods no longer worked, and even with the addition of the demon god's puppet, the demon god's side began to retreat steadily. The function of the sharp knife is to help tear apart the defenses of those demon gods, turning their resistance into a joke. Countless demon puppets were smashed and lost their function. Many demon gods also had to retreat again and again and again. No matter how brave and fearless they are, no matter how high their morale is, it will be difficult to make up for the gap in hard power. In other words, in fact, from the very beginning, these demon gods have already lost this battle. It's just that the demon emperor intervened to help them survive a wave-off life. And now, these demon gods are about to be beaten back to their original forms. The process is as simple as that. But the process by which this result occurs is not so simple. The most basic point is that in the process of accumulating troops in the Shinji domain, there is not much internal friction. This is something that Tianjia can't do no matter what. Other details are not mentioned here. In short, as long as you understand one thing, it is the accumulation of time and experience, which is by no means a simple matter. Damn it! Why are they trash so strong? No, it's impossible. It's impossible for them to defeat us, absolutely impossible. This must be fake. We're going to fight back, we're going to win. Don't back down. If we lose this battle, from now on, there will be no place for us in the vault of Heaven God realm. Follow me, kill back. The demon gods roared angrily, roaring unwillingly. They didn't want to believe that the main god who was not their opponent before could force them into such a situation now. It must be fake. However, these demon gods never thought about it, if they could win in the past. Why was he also forced to return to the heavenly extremity realm during the Great Tribulation in the ancient times? It's not that they don't know, they just don't want to think about it. Therefore, in this battle, these demon gods are unwilling to retreat, and there is no room for them to retreat. Because they withdrew, the vault of Heaven God realm completely belonged to Totho's main gods. As demon gods, they will no longer have room to live. That being the case, why not give it a go? I'm really overwhelmed. Obviously I have seen through the situation that I must lose, but I don't want to admit it. Since you don't want to retreat, that's fine, just stay here. Stay here forever. The main gods who once again had the upper hand would naturally not show mercy. Originally, they were still thinking about how they would keep these demon gods if they wanted to escape. It's a good thing now, they don't have to figure it out by themselves. These demon gods had no intention of leaving at all. That would be great. It's really sad. The demon gods who once suppressed the realm of the gods, are they doing this now? However, at this moment, the voice of the demon emperor came out again. He's always been there. Qi Li's expression was calm. Although the existence of the demon emperor has not been perceived before. But this kind of thing, but the demon emperor's housekeeping ability, it's normal not to feel it. I can't help showing my head again. It's really like a mouse in the gutter. If you can't catch it, it can still disgust people. Dragon God couldn't help but shook his head. It has been confirmed before, and there is indeed no trace of the demon emperor. Even if the demon emperor had already spoken out on his own initiative, it didn't make much sense, he didn't reveal his aura. This ability is unique in the entire Sky God realm. After all, other top combat powers will not make great efforts in this regard. Only this time, the demon emperor no longer only heard his voice, but no longer saw him. With the sound of the sound, a majestic and boundless coercion suddenly appeared, like a huge wave falling from the sky, slapping down. The terrifying momentum seemed to shatter the world, full of astonishing destructive power. At this moment, above the void, a figure appeared. Qi Li could see clearly, and so could the human king and dragon god. This figure is none other than the demon emperor. Aren't you going to keep hiding? The human king's eyes locked on the past, and he said a sarcasm with no expression on his face. A mouse in a gutter should hide in a dark place. If you come under the light, you will be beaten to death. Hee, this deity just gave you a chance to resist, but you don't know how to coerce it. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth will not bring you a good end. When the demon emperor heard the words, he replied with a half-hearted smile. Not being annoyed doesn't mean he doesn't care about the sarcasm at all, it's just that he doesn't show it. Now that the demon emperor is willing to show up, it means that he has plans to end himself. Then he naturally didn't have to pretend to be so calm. That's nothing for you to worry about. King of people is not salty. said lightly. Is that so? That relieved the deity. The demon emperor shook his head, not wanting to fight for the advantage offwards here. For the existence of their realm, no matter what cruel words they say, they can't affect the mentality of the other party. It is only the behavior of the weak to show off the advantage of the tongue. So the demon emperor didn't continue to sarcasm, but looked around, and then squinted his eyes. Dragon God, Human King, and Qi Lu. Maybe there are those two top fighters I met in the infinite battlefield before, so I have to guard against them. Although the demon emperor is not afraid of them joining forces, he definitely has no penchant for masochism. Since the situation on the scene is not optimistic, it is natural to find a way. You have a lot of people, so this deity will not bully you. If you want to deal with this deity, it depends on whether you can pass this first test. Speaking of this, a bloody light flashed in the scarlet eyes of the demon emperor, and a burst of aura suddenly burst out from all over his body, almost smashing the sky and cracking the earth. Tremors appeared in the void, and cracks appeared, as if they would be fragmented at any time. At this moment, the demon emperor unreservedly showed his strength. Qi Lu frowned deeply. Dragon God's complexion also sank, not looking so good-looking. Human King even raised his eyebrows, showing a little surprise, but felt it was reasonable. You've got it. The power of the demon emperor has not only recovered, but also has a further trend. This oppressive feeling is terrifying and familiar. Not only Qi Lu and the others felt the coercion that soared into the sky and swept all directions, but it was also affected on the battlefield. The terrifying aura attracted the eyes of all the participants, shocked them and made their faces turn pale. Is this the realm of the Lord God, or the realm of the demon god, the aura of Dzogchen? Or, better? None of the demon gods and main gods present at the scene knew what level of cultivation this tyrannical aura was. They only know that even with their strength, under the oppression of this momentum, there is a feeling of being out of breath. Like a small animal being targeted by natural enemies, it has no ability to resist. How terrible. Qi Lu also took a deep breath, once again confirming the strength of the demon emperor. Is this the power of the demon emperor's heyday? It's terrifying to have such a strong sense of oppression. Before that, although Qi Lu knew that the demon emperor in the past had always been in a weak state. But I never thought that the demon emperor in his heyday would be so powerful. Thinking of this, Qi Lu looked up at the human king and dragon god again. In the past, they were not so weak, but they overwhelmed the demon emperor in his heyday. It is hard to imagine how powerful the human king and dragon god were at that time. It's a pity that time has passed and circumstances have changed, and now the demon emperor has gained power. All the main gods lowered their heads, and all the demon gods turned pale with shock. Demon Emperor, what exactly do you want to do? Although the coercion was overwhelming and the aura was frightening, the demon emperor hadn't made a move for a long time, so the dragon god couldn't help staring and asking. Was it to see fear in their faces? That is unnecessary. Not to mention such a long-awaited thing, even if they didn't expect this kind-off situation, it is impossible for them to feel fear. At most, it was nothing more than a surprise, and there will still be many battles that should be fought. So if the demon emperor made this calculation and wanted to humiliate them, Hugh will be disappointed. Dragon God, you seem to be very worried about this problem. But you will soon know that this deity just found a few old friends to accompany you to catch up on the old days. The demon emperor's tone sounded plain, but it was not difficult to detect the ferocity and banter hidden in it. It was also this kind of tone that made Dragon God raise the level of vigilance again. With such a tone, nothing good will ever happen. Old friend? Hearing this, Qi Lu thought secretly in his heart. Anyway, he would definitely not know the old friend that the demon emperor spoke of. The old monster who lived in the same era as the dragon god, could he be talking about their mutual friends? The answer is obviously impossible. And Qi Lu didn't need to think too much, the Demon Emperor had already announced the answer. Beside the Demon Emperor, countless scarlet silk threads intertwined, gradually weaving into the appearance of a door frame. This scarlet door frame seems familiar. Seeing this scene, King Ren couldn't help but frowned, thinking of the Scarlet Gate before. That was the phantom left by the Demon Emperor in the sky, and it was also a mockery of them. It's just that the taunt is no longer valid. The demon puppet was eliminated. But now, does the Demon Emperor want to repeat the old trick? But the door frame he wove this time is a real thing. Are you showing off your might? The human king's eyes flickered, looking at the scarlet silk thread weaving the door frame. He suddenly thought, this thing seems more familiar. It is the silk thread condensed by the law of fate. The river of fate has a ghost image, different causes, different results. Now, accept the guidance of the deity, come to the deity from the river of fate, and fight for the deity. Shadow of destiny, appear. With the whisper of the Demon Emperor, the scarlet door frame suddenly took shape. The human king's guess is correct, the scarlet thread is really the thread condensed by the law of fate. Between the sky and the earth, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared. It seemed that a boulder had been thrown to break the calm surface of the lake, and ripples suddenly appeared. The scarlet door frame also lit up with a strange light, almost reflecting the sky red, dyeing the ripples into red clouds. The next moment, a figure walked out from the door frame. After seeing the face clearly, Qi Li's eyes widened immediately. There was also a hint of disbelief in the eyes of the dragon god and the human king. Because of this figure, Qi Li not only recognized him, but also knew that he should not appear in this place. 8 arms reach the sky. The guy who has indeed died and can't survive. But he happened to appear in this place. No, not right. But soon, Qi Li discovered something was wrong. The guy who walked out of the door frame was indeed 8-armed, no matter in appearance or aura, they were all the same. But there is one difference, that is, this guy has no vitality at all. The 8-armed celestial being summoned by the Demon Emperor is not the main body, but a puppet. It is the shadow of destiny summoned by the Demon Emperor using the law of fate. Destiny, what a magical thing. When you make a choice, you will leave a mark in the river of fate, even if you die, it will not dissipate. It's just that the river of fate is more mysterious than the river of time and more unpredictable. The Demon Emperor was able to summon the shadow of destiny with 8 arms to heaven, probably because the 8 arms to heaven had died, so he was able to toss the imprint left in the river of destiny. Also, the limit should not be small. Qi Li can also grasp the law of destiny, so he knows some things. Once the imprint is used, the shattering of the shadow of destiny will erase all the remaining imprints. It is impossible to be summoned a second time. After reacting, Qi Li immediately understood the purpose of the Demon Emperor's move. In order to find help for myself. I am alone, and the only thing I can believe in is my own strength. Shadow of Destiny, the name is nice, but to put it in a bad way, it is just a high-level puppet. Puppets will not betray, so the Demon Emperor is naturally willing to use them. If you want to talk about why the Demon Emperor's puppet technique is so proficient, I am afraid it is inseparable from this reason. I have to say, it's really sad and pathetic. Boy, I don't like the look in your eyes very much. Maybe because he noticed Qi Li's eyes, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but said in a cold voice. Mercy? What qualifications do you have to have mercy on this deity? The Demon Emperor never thought that someone would show such a look to him. Here Ally didn't know what to do. I'm really sorry, Demon Emperor, I don't like your behavior either. Qi Li sneered, and returned without showing any weakness. You don't like the look in my eyes, so what? Either don't look or don't talk. Even though the Demon Emperor had regained the strength he had in his heyday, Qi Li was a little startled, but it was impossible to be afraid. It's not that he has no cards, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if the worst happens, even if you really can't beat it, can't you still not escape? What's more, Qi Lu is not the only opponent of the Demon Emperor. Since the Demon Emperor wants to be the enemy of the whole world, he must be prepared to be besieged by the whole world. The deity said that sharp teeth and sharp mouth will not end well. I hope you will not regret it. Murderous aura appeared in the eyes of the Demon Emperor, and it disappeared in a flash. Beside him, the shadow of fate, with 8 arms reaching the sky, stood quietly in the void, without any movement, waiting for orders. However, the summoning of the Demon Emperor did not end there, but just began. 8 arms reached the sky, just the first one. Immediately after, there were at least a dozen more shadows of destiny coming out of the scarlet doorframe. There are some that Qi Lu has seen, and some that Qi Lu has not seen. But without exception, they all exude an incomparably domineering aura, which is not inferior to the 8 arms reaching heaven. From this point, it can be confirmed that the bodies of these shadows of destiny are definitely strong at the same level as the 8-armed sky. Is this the summoning of those guys whose ashes were thrown away after their death in ancient times? The corners of Qi Li's eyes twitched. He didn't expect the Demon Emperor to be so shameless. However, considering that the Demon Emperor is an omnipotent guy, it seems reasonable to be able to do such a thing, so there is nothing strange about it. And judging from the fact that the Dragon God and the Human King have not moved for a long time, the Demon Emperor may not be so relaxed on the surface. While he was summoning the Shadow of Destiny, he was absolutely ready to Makia move at any time. All the shadows of destiny will definitely appear. Fortunately, with Qi Li's understanding of the law of fate, he knew that summoning the shadow of fate was not an easy task. Even with the terrifying strength of the Demon Emperor, it is impossible to summon endlessly like the previous demon god puppet. Especially the shadow of destiny that was summoned, there is not a mediocre one. The consumption is huge, naturally even worse. The situation in front of him also proved that Qi Li's cognition was not wrong. When less than 20 shadows of destiny were summoned, the Demon Emperor had already stopped. I don't know if I have summoned all the strong men in my memory, or if I have reached the limit of summoning. Qi Lu felt that it was more likely to be the latter. After all, in the memory of the Demon Emperor, Qi Lu would not believe that there were only so many strong men who could reach the sky with 8 arms. Perhaps the number of children of the times is indeed rare, and those who are as strong as the Devil Emperor, Human King, and Dragon God are very few. However, even if the second-class top powerhouses are rare, they can never be counted on a handful. So it is obvious why this is the case. Is this the test you were talking about? The Human King looked at the shadow of destiny standing quietly beside the Demon Emperor. His expression remained calm. Although the battle in front of her was huge, it was almost impossible to find any enemies that could pose a threat to her. Facing the real son of the times, the peak powerhouse, the second-class top combat power, it is indeed a bit meaningless. Even if it is a wheel battle, it is just a delay for a while, and it is almost impossible to win the battle. What's more, the shadow of destiny is only transformed by the imprint of the river of destiny after all, and it does not possess spiritual intelligence itself. Even if a strong fighting instinct can exert good combat power, it will not be flexible. If the Demon Emperor wants to use this method to deal with them, then Li thinks too much. Or did the Demon Emperor just regard this battle as a game? Demon Emperor, have you been buried in the tomb for too long, and your brain has been suffocated? Can these defeated generals be considered old friends? Dragon God couldn't help laughing out loud. If the Demon Emperor took action himself, he might be a bit apprehensive, but these defeated generals really have no right to worry him. Not to mention a weakened version without intelligence. The deity said, "This is just a test. Moreover, they are not only your opponents, they will also join this battlefield." Before the words fell, the Demon Emperor suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the scarlet door frame standing behind him shattered. In an instant, it turned into a thread of fate, and then divided into more than a dozen strands, which were respectively merged into the summoned shadow of fate. In the next second, many shadows of fate who were still waiting for orders suddenly raised their heads, as if waking up from a dream. Then the coercion around him suddenly broke out, like a tiger descending the mountain. It rushed into the battlefield. The order they got was not to favor one side. Instead, let this fight go on until they themselves are shattered. You damn guy, you want all the participants to perish. The dragon god instantly saw what the demon emperor was thinking. His heart was shocked, and his anger surged wildly. It turned out that the demon emperor had never thought about, and never wanted to know, who would be the final victor in this battle. He just wanted all the participants to die here very simply. Sure enough, the demon emperor has never changed. He will always be a guy who can sacrifice everything for himself. I am afraid that the demon emperor has already planned this matter since he set up the magic circle and shattered the sacred mountain in the central territory. He never thought about who could leave here alive. Yeah. What? The demon emperor made no secret of his purpose, and the expression on his face became extremely insolent. I said so much before, but it was just my own interest, and I did it casually. It's all fake. The demon emperor has always been rebellious. This deity has played enough of this game, and it's time to end it. If you think you can stop this deity, go ahead and do it. The insolent laugh was extraordinarily harsh. But the actions of the demon emperor made Qi Li feel awe-inspiring. Intuition told him that what the demon emperor did was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. If it's just to restrain the dragon god and the human king, then there's none to summon the shadow of destiny so openly. After all, the demon emperor is not without criminal record for this kind of thing. Wasn't the past disaster of killing puppets carried out secretly? Therefore, the demon emperor, who came here and participated in the battle in person, must have a plan. When he was on the infinity battlefield before, the demon emperor sneaked upon the immortal heavenly demon at the last moment, and devoured part of the immortal heavenly demon's power. It is impossible to gain nothing. If he had only returned to his prime, then he wouldn't be so arrogant. It is even more impossible to use the power of the magic circle to smash the eternal mountain of the central territory. It can be seen from this that the demon emperor definitely still has something to hide. The purpose of provoking this great battle is not just to collect the power of death. More likely, it was to deal with the dragon god and the human king, to get rid of the inner demons. As long as the inner demons are gone, it will be a matter of course to Klimto the supreme realm. The demon emperor really had a good plan. However, if it is to eliminate the demons in his heart, why doesn't the demon emperor directly take action, instead using these small tricks again and again? It's really puzzling. But now is simply not the time to think about these issues. When the shadow of destiny summoned by the demon emperor joins the battlefield, it is really like a tiger entering the flock and killing all directions. Strong combat power, invincible. There are only a handful of people who can withstand the offensive launched by these top-notch fighters, the shadow of destiny. Yu Shi'er, Lan Yi, Nalan Qingqi, Lan Zi'er. In addition, the other participants, no matter the main god or the demon god, were no opponents, and they were killed and retreated steadily. The battlefield, which should have been a clear situation, became completely chaotic at this moment. Even if Yu Shi'er and the others attack with all their might, the number of them is too small, and it is impossible to block all the shadows of fate. Moreover, once Yu Shi'er and the others were restrained by the shadow of fate, the situation for the Lord God would be very difficult. Those demon gods will definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. At that time, this battle will turn into a complete tug of war. This battlefield will also become a meat grinder that consumes each other's forces. No one wants to win, but at the same time, no one wants to quit this battlefield. If you don't fight, you die. If you don't retreat, it's just delaying your death. By this time, all the combatants had fallen into a dilemma and could not escape at all. Even if one of the parties has been wiped out, as long as the shadow of fate cast by the demon emperor is still there, the battle will not end. This battle has become a stalemate. The demon emperor's tone was arrogant and joking. Looking at the still-moving dragon god and human king, he said, "What's wrong with you? Are you still planning to make a move? Wait any longer, but there is no need to take action." That's right, if on the battlefield, both sides are completely wiped out, then there is really no need to take action. The demon emperor is forcing the dragon god and the human king to take action, intending to consume their strength. One-on-one, the demon emperor has absolute confidence that he can win the battle. Even though he was once defeated by these two people, today is different from the past. But in the case of 2-1, the demon emperor is not sure. Although in the infinite battlefield, the demon emperor did sneak attack the immortal heavenly demon, devouring part of his power and turning it into his own use. But because of the lingering inner demon, he was trapped in the shackles, and it was difficult for him to break through his former peak state. If not, why would the demon emperor go to such trouble? If he really has the power to crush the dragon god and the human king, with the heart of the devil emperor, can he not resist directly? That is really overestimating the demon emperor's temper. Unruly and rebellious, he will also have revenge. The demon emperor can indeed bear it, but at the same time, once there is a chance, there will be revenge. So at this moment, the move of the demon emperor is just a preparation for the next battle to be sure. As long as the dragon god and the human king were defeated and died in battle, then he would definitely be able to break through his shackles. At that time, the entire vault of heaven god realm will be under control. As soon as these words came out, the dragon god stared, and the human king Sayez also fell on the demon emperor. Just about to speak, but was interrupted by Qi Li's voice. "Demon emperor, did you forget about me? Why do you let senior dragon god and human king do this kind of trivial matter? Let me, a junior, do it for you." "That's fine." The demon emperor's thoughts were almost written on his face, so how could Qi Li not see it? Moreover, this matter, I am afraid that the dragon god and the human king have already understood it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed out of the battlefield all the time, always in guard against the demon emperor. So at such a critical moment, Qi Li would naturally do his part to make things difficult for the demon emperor. Who made the demon emperor and Qi Li not deal with it all this time? Doing business pays attention to harmony and wealth, and of course I hope the world will be peaceful. However, for the sake of himself, the demon emperor wanted to cause the world to be full of wars, and the lives of the people were devastated. This kind of number one villain, if you don't embarrass him, who will embarrass him? You again? Upon hearing Qi Li's words, the demon emperor's expression darkened immediately. What's the matter with this kid? Ever since you re-emerged, have you always been right with yourself? It's like this every time, when the critical moment comes, he pops up. Yeah, sorry, it's me again. Qi Li shrugged. Once he saw that the demon emperor was unhappy, he would be happy. One's own happiness, of course, must be based on the enemy's pain. Qi Li is not a heartless stone, he also has his own emotions, and he has a clear distinction between likes and hates. It is common to mock the enemy. So facing the demon emperor's gloomy face and murderous eyes, Qi Li held his head up high and his face was indifferent. It was such a look of "what can you do to me," quietly staring at the demon emperor. What's the matter, can I still be afraid of you? Qi Li knew very well in his heart, don't look at the dragon god and the human king trying to stare at the demon emperor, they can't make a move. But instead, come here, can the demon emperor make a move? Of course not. So Qi Li could really be unscrupulous in front of the demon emperor. Qi Li understood this, and the demon emperor naturally understood it, so after seeing Qi Li's expression, he fell silent. It's useless to say more, because he really can't move. But what happened today will definitely cost you your life in the future. This meaning was revealed by the undisguised murderous aura in the demon emperor's eyes. However, Qi Lu didn't care at all. Everyone was already in a life-and-death situation. Is there any room for relaxation? Since there is no one, then don't offend him to death. It can make you feel at ease, and our job as the store manager will be in vain. Since you have nothing to say, then I'm not going to be polite. It's not too late for this kind of thing. Before Qi Lelin made a move, he had to be a little bit weird to stimulate the demon emperor. You know, Qi Lu stayed in the infinity battlefield for so long, not for sightseeing. Now even if he can't deal with the demon emperor in his prime, it's still easy and enjoyable to clean up these guys with 8 arms reaching the sky. Not to mention these incomplete versions that have no intelligence but only fighting instinct. And, another point. It is these shadows of fate, no matter how powerful they are, in the final analysis, they are also mixed with the power of the law of fate. Perhaps for others, the power of the law of fate is unsolvable. But in Qi Li's view, even if his mastery of the law of fate is not as good as that of the demon emperor, if he just attacks these shadows of fate, there is still no problem. This is the tyranny of the body of law. The fortune that seizes the heaven and the earth. Although the promotion requires more resources than imagined, but the final harvest must be worth the money. So when the shadow of fate transformed by these top combat powers from the ancient times faced Qi Lu, that was really broken. Not to mention that these shadows of destiny with top combat power have no ability to fight back, but at the very least, even if they fight back, it doesn't make much sense. And Qi Lu officially participated in the battle, no longer staying out of the matter, and made the eyes of the main god on this battlefield brighten. Here, this is Manager Qi. It's really Manager Qi. Previously, Qi Lu was outside the battlefield and did not attract attention. So these main gods really didn't discover Qi Li's existence. But now, Qi Lu has already taken part in the battle, so how could they not recognize it? You know, in Shinjiyu, these main gods are regular customers in Manager Qi shop, and Manager Qi is quite familiar with that. I didn't expect Store Manager Qi to appear here. This is really great. Yes, with Store Manager Qi here, this battle will definitely be won. Look, those guys who give us a lot of headaches can't do more than 10 tricks in front of Manager Qi. Is this the strength of Store Manager Qi? It feels like I haven't seen him for a long time, and he seems to be stronger. Remove the like, Manager Qi is really stronger. In the eyes of these regular customers, Manager Qi's strength has always been a symbol of unfathomable. Although the guy who had erupted with mighty coercion before, it feels like he's stronger. But how can they admit it? Wouldn't that be destroying one's own morale? On the other hand, those demon gods looked stunned, even shocked, and unbelievable. Because the Store Manager Qi mentioned by these main gods, they also know. And also quite familiar. What store manager are they talking about? Could it be that Master Qi is actually from the realm of God? No, it's impossible. Master Qi has never shown any power of law, how could it come from the God realm? But it's impossible for the Manager Qi, they said, to be a fabrication. That's right, but. Many demon gods fell into confusion for a while. They are not the same as those main gods. Those main gods are regular customers in Store Manager Qi's store, and they are very familiar with Store Manager Qi, so they naturally believe in Store Manager Qi's strength. But these demon gods don't like to see the owner of Qi Pavilion so much. Most of them know a name and go to praise the end. So when it comes to this matter, the attitudes of the two sides are naturally very different. However, the attitudes of the two parties will not affect the situation on the battlefield. Because Qi Li's participation in the battle was also to deal with the shadow of destiny summoned by the demon emperor, not anything else. The task of Shadow of Destiny is to ensure the continuation of the battle without favoring one side. So the final result is just to make the battlefield change and get back on track. It's just that Qi Li's performance gave the demon emperor a different light in his eyes. From the realm of God to the realm of heaven. Boy, do you want to be the same as this deity, mastering the way of the main god, and also want to master the way of the demon god at the same time? Do you want to use this to aspire to the supreme Tao? Thinking of this, Qi Li's killing intent was strengthened in the demon emperor's heart. This son is ambitious and talented, so he must not stay. If it is given away to survive, it will become a serious disaster in the future. It seems that your methods are not very good, Demon Emperor, is that all there is? Seeing how Qi Li killed those shadows of fate more and more smoothly, Dragon God finally couldn't help but speak. The previous light has made the Demon Emperor show off his might, and now it's time to suppress his spirit. Lest he really think that he is invincible in the world. However, the words of the Dragon God made the Demon Emperor couldn't help laughing. Heh, heh, heh. You don't think that, just like this, is all the means off this deity? Then you are too naive and ridiculous. In the Demon Emperor's tone, there was hidden anger that sent chills down the spine. It is impossible for anyone to be happy when the same person interferes with his plan over and over again. It is already a remarkable character that the Demon Emperor can hold back his attacks. The anger at this moment is also reasonable. Forget it, originally, I didn't want to use this trick. But if you dare to challenge this deity, let me show you. Having said that, the Demon Emperor's voice suddenly paused, and then he heard a sound of taking a deep breath. The next moment, a cloud of blood mist suddenly emerged from the Demon Emperor's body through his skin. The majestic energy contained in it almost made the Dragon God and the Human King couldn't help but change their expressions. What does he want to do? Such thoughts emerged in the minds of the Dragon God and the Human King. Because after this cloud of blood mist emerged, the Demon Emperor's face became pale to the extent visible to the naked eye. It can be seen that in order to use this trick, the consumption of the Demon Emperor is definitely not small. It may even be bigger than imagined. Boy, don't you like to be right with this deity? However once, the Demon Emperor ignored the Dragon God and the Human King, but instead looked at Qi Li on the battlefield. As soon as these words came out, Qi Li suddenly raised his head, and immediately saw the blood mist around the Demon Emperor. You know what you did. It's not that I like to be against you, but you are against everyone. Qi Li's words were straight and round, and he said every word. But he didn't see the Demon Emperor and his face changed slightly, but he reached out and grabbed the cloud of blood mist. An enemy of everyone? Hee, are those ants like dust qualified to be the enemy of this deity? Boy, you really look down on me too. In the last sentence, the Demon Emperor's tone suddenly became more severe. In the next second, the blood mist that was grabbed by the Demon Emperor's robe suddenly shook, showing a clear human form. See it clearly, this is the biggest gift from the deity to you. Hearing this, and seeing the changes in the cloud of blood mist, and the appearance of a familiar figure, Qi Li suddenly had an extremely strong sense of foreboding in his heart. Then in the next moment, it came true. Scales, horns, fangs, ferocious features, and gradually clear bloodlines as the color of the blood mist fades. Both are proving one thing. This time the Demon Emperor summoned an enemy that Qi Li never wanted to see. Immortal demon. How could you summon this guy? Qi Li looked at the Demon Emperor in astonishment, with an irrepressible shock in his eyes. Before, the Demon Emperor summoned the shadow of destiny of those demon gods with 8 arms reaching the sky. At least, the targets were not as powerful as himself. But the immortal heavenly demon, that is the most powerful person that appeared in a more distant past. It is absolutely impossible to be weaker than the Demon Emperor. It is not even an exaggeration to say that in the same heyday, the immortal heavenly demon is definitely stronger than the Demon Emperor. And it's more than just strong. Calculated in this way, it is absolutely impossible for the Demon Emperor to summon the immortal heavenly demon. Because the law of fate has very typical characteristics, the weak cannot control the fate of the strong. Therefore, it is unrealistic and impossible for the Demon Emperor to summon the shadow of destiny of the immortal heavenly demon. Unless, this thing is not the shadow of destiny of the immortal heavenly demon at all. Wait, if it's not shadow of fate. Qi Lu suddenly thought of the blood mist around the Demon Emperor, and then noticed the Demon Emperor's state. Something seemed wrong. It seems to be weaker than the beginning. Having said that, Qi Lu thought of another possibility. When the Demon Emperor devoured the power of the immortal heavenly demon, he probably retained an extra ray of the source of power of the immortal heavenly demon, just to use it as a trump card when necessary. For example, now. If this is really the case, then Qi Lu has to admit that the Demon Emperor's puppet technique is really superb. If the Devil Emperor's law of fate hadn't been even weirder, Qi Lu would have doubted whether the power of the law of life that the Devil Emperor possessed at the beginning was not the law of puppet. This is too scary. Using one's own blood and strength, combined with the power source of the immortal heavenly demon, one can create the battle puppet of the immortal heavenly demon. Even if there is some gap with the real immortal demon, I am afraid it is not far behind. It's just a one-time product. How else can I say it is a trump card, because it can only be used once. However, as long as it is used well and in the right place, once the universe is settled, this power will not be needed in the future. The Demon Emperor is very aware of this, so naturally he will not hesitate on this kind of matter. It seems that you may have seen the clue. But so what, can you stop it? A mocking smile emerged from the corner of the Demon Emperor's mouth. It's really a good experience to change the face of this guy who has been against me many times. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it in the future. Because this battle must be won, this son must die. This force is stronger than imagined, and it is not weaker than the Demon Emperor's own momentum. How could he summon such a powerful puppet? The dragon god didn't know about the immortal heavenly demon, and the human king didn't even know about it. From the looks of it now, it was Qi Lu who was more familiar with the strange puppet in front of him. This made the dragon god and the human king feel a sense of being out of control, which was not pleasant. An unknown enemy. And it is such a powerful enemy. It can be seen from this that during the time when the Demon Emperor disappeared, he was not idle. So what to do now? Such a powerful enemy, if Qi Lu couldn't deal with it, they would never stand by. Otherwise, watching Qi Lu lose the battle helplessly, the chances of winning in the future will only be lower. And, more importantly, it is absolutely impossible for them to watch something happen to such a talented junior and ignore it. This is intolerable. But if you do, here you go. At that time, wouldn't the Demon Emperor's plan succeed? Thinking about it this way, no matter how you choose, it is wrong. It's a good strategy, it's a good method. After Qi Lu figured this out, he couldn't help applauding, as if to praise the Demon Emperor's resourcefulness. But the sarcasm in his tone was hardly concealed. It is true that what the Demon Emperor did could indeed force the dragon goater the human king to act. After all, there is still a certain gap between Qi Lu and the immortal heavenly demon in terms of combat power. At most, he can guarantee undefeated. But it is basically impossible to win the battle. It's not that Qi Lu didn't fight against the immortal heavenly demon when he was on the infinite battlefield before, so the result is naturally conceivable. Moreover, the immortal heavenly demon in the infinite battlefield is still in a half-disabled state, just out of the seal. There is even a gap with the current nearly complete version. Considering all the conditions, the conclusion is self-evident. The Demon Emperor naturally wanted to understand this, so he did this. As a trump card, it can be used at this time. It can only be said that the Demon Emperor can think of not many ways. It is a mistake to make too many enemies. How can it be easy to be an enemy of the world? The Demon Emperor tried again and again to make this war continue. To be honest, Qi couldn't even figure out what his purpose for doing this was, and what benefits could he get. But it doesn't matter anymore. If you can't figure out the problem, just get rid of the person who caused the problem. That's why Qi couldn't help clapping his hands and mocking when he saw the figure of the immortal heavenly demon appearing. It turns out that there will be times when the demon emperor is helpless. That would be great. Qi, are you all right? In the distance, the voice of the human king suddenly came. The aura of the immortal demon is indeed too strong, and it is hard not to worry. Even though Ren Wang knows that Qi Li's strength may be stronger than she imagined, but this kind of life and death battle is not something that can be decided by guesswork alone. A careless move may ruin your life, so you have to be careful. Hearing this, Qi Li raised her head to look at King Ren, and found that she seemed to be planning to make a move. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered that the heaven and earth chessboard seemed to still be in the hands of the King of Man. Of course it's okay, Senior King, now, it's not time for you to make a move, just leave it to me. Qi Li said pointedly. The King of People nodded slightly, as if he understood what Qi Li meant, and stopped talking. It made the demon emperor let out a cold laugh. Boy, sometimes, having too much self-confidence is not a good thing. Based on your current situation, if you want to deal with the phantom of the immortal heavenly demon, you may be a little overwhelmed. In the Infinity battlefield, Qi Li was 2-on-1 with the Ice Spirit Saint King, and he was just as good as the immortal demon. Now that he wants to stop the attack of the immortal heavenly demon by himself, I'm afraid it's a bit overwhelming. But the demon emperor doesn't care about this kind of thing. If someone wants to die, let them go, who cares? If you don't try it, how will you know? Qi Li returned without showing any weakness. Even if it is impossible to take down the immortal demon in a short time, it is still no problem to contain his offensive. That is to say, it's all about keeping your spirits up. What's more, Qi Li once said, do you want to go alone? Furthermore, Demon Emperor, when did I say that I'm going to have a one-on-one with immortal heavenly demon? Looking at the increasingly clear phantom of the immortal demon, Qi Li spoke slowly. Immediately, the demon emperor burst out laughing. You mean, Dragon God? Still a king? So what you said just now, are you going to swallow it now? The demon emperor still remembered that Qi Li said just now that this issue should be left to him to deal with. It turned out that it was just talking big. I'm so sorry, Demon Emperor, you guessed wrong. Qi Li shrugged his shoulders, imitating the Demon Emperor, showing a playful expression, and said, I just reintroduce a few old friends for you. I hope you don't feel too happy. As soon as these words came out, the Demon Emperor's laughter stopped abruptly, his face froze, and then sank quickly. He seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere, but it was too familiar. But soon, as if thinking of something, the Demon Emperor's expression changed again. He stared at Qi Li, and said word by word, you mean, could it bet him? It seems that you have already thought of it. Qi Li raised his eyebrows. Naturally he would not doubt the Demon Emperor's memory. It can only be said that the Battle of the Infinite battlefield really impressed the Demon Emperor so much that he could think of it just by mentioning it. It seems that we haven't been forgotten yet. I really appreciate your concern. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. The latter sentence was obviously not Qi Li speaking. The sudden sound made all the top fighters wandering outside the battlefield look over. I saw two figures, who appeared in the sky at some unknown time, but none of them noticed. Enough to see him. Their strength is extremely tyrannical. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to hide one's aura in front of so many top combat forces. It turned out to be you. After seeing the two figures, the King of Humans had a sudden look on his face. Although they had already fallen when they came to the vault of Heaven God Realm, but thanks to them, a ray of remnant souls gathered together. So it can be regarded as a one-sided relationship. Goodbye at this time, naturally not a stranger. Senior Overlord, Senior Ice Spirit, Holy King. Qi Lu also bowed his hands and called out their names. Immediately, the expression of the demon emperor was distorted, and he gritted his teeth and growled, "It really is you." Although when the dragon sage king and the others came to the sky god realm, the demon emperor happened to be buried under the divine mountain of the central territory. But the encounter in the infinite battlefield also gave the demon emperor a little understanding of them. Before, their existence was subconsciously ignored. Because in the memory of the demon emperor, there were no such two characters in the vault of heaven god realm, so they were not included in the calculation. Looking at it now, it was obvious that his plan had made a mistake, ignoring the most critical factor. But at this time, at the most important moment, the consequences of the mistake broke out. It really made the demon emperor a little unacceptable. We shouldn't be too late. Overlord scanned the situation on the battlefield before speaking. Qi Lu glanced at the demon emperor before replying, "It's not too late, it's just right." If the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King had come too early, maybe the demon emperor would have given up on this plan and made another plan. In that case, it would be even worse. After all, there is only 1,000 days to be a thief, and there is no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves thinking about it. This is what I am talking about. What's more, the Devil Emperor is much more powerful than the little thief. But now, the Demon Emperor has even taken out the trump card of the immortal heavenly demon Phantom, which shows that he is already planning to burn the boat. Be prepared to risk everything here and to complete your own plans. At this time it is the most suitable time for Overlord and Bingling Saint King to reappear. Because the Demon Emperor had already exhausted all means, whether he left or stayed, it seemed quite embarrassing. If you leave, everything will be in vain. If you stay, you may not be able to successfully complete your purpose. Just like before, in the battlefield below, what happened? All participants were not allowed to escape, but could only fight. But the situation of the Demon Emperor is probably better. As long as he is willing enough, he can get away. It's just that since then, he has never been able to turn the tide again. Qi Lu can guarantee that this is the Demon Emperor's last chance. Due to the collapse of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory, there is no barrier in the Vault of Heaven God Realm, and Qi Li's shop can open to any corner. After this incident, as an ordinary store manager, Qi Lu will definitely take advantage of this opportunity, plow the ground 3 feet, and dig out the Demon Emperor, and then execute him on the spot. Do not doubt the veracity of such a thing. Because Qi Lu is absolutely capable of doing this. Therefore, no matter how the Demon Emperor chooses, Qi Lu doesn't care. But it is the difference between solving the problem earlier and solving the problem later. Demon Emperor, do you know, this is called, please enter the urn. The corners of Qi Li's mouth raised slightly, and he spoke slowly. The feeling of being able to deflate the Demon Emperor is really great. And this time, it's not just as simple as making the Demon Emperor deflated, but to completely solve this trouble. In case, this guy will continue to come out to make trouble and disturb people's peace in the future. Yeah? Please enter the urn, it's a good strategy, it's a good method. What Qi Lu said just now, the Demon Emperor has given it back to him now. But he has already made a desperate decision, so how can he change it so easily? If you think this way, you can deal with this deity, then go ahead and try. This deity will let you know where the gap is between us. This time, the Demon Emperor seemed to have no intention of running away. After all, the odds of winning on the surface have not been pulled away. The battle on the battlefield below still has no tendency to stop. And the Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King, who rushed to the defense line of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, couldn't possibly deal with the Demon Emperor. It's about working with Qi Lu to get rid of the phantom of the immortal sky demon first. Then the end result is the same as the beginning. It has always been the Demon Emperor himself, and there is no change in the face of the Dragon God and the Human King. But in the process of creating this result, how many things happened. If the demon emperor failed to catch any of the tricks, the current situation would not be like this. It can only be said that the demon emperor's preparations are indeed sufficient. But Qi Li's whole cards are also quite a lot. I will give this gift to you first. Following the angry roar of the demon emperor, the blood mist around him suddenly solidified. In the next second, it began to expand continuously, and the size of the humanoid blood mist continued to grow. But in just a few breaths of time, the size of the humanoid blood mist has grown to a height of several thousand feet. It turned into a colossal monster that blocks the sky and the sun. This is the real body of the immortal heavenly demon. What the demon emperor preserved was not only a ray of power from the immortal heavenly demon, but also his pure blood of the demon race. Roar. A huge roar erupted from the mouth of the condensed immortal heavenly demon phantom. The sound moved the 9 heavens and shook the 9 secluded worlds. The roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth turned into a real impact, spreading with terrifying power. At this moment, the huge movement of the entire battlefield was suppressed. Between heaven and earth, there is only this roar left. At this moment, no matter whether it is the demon god or the main god, whether they are looking for an opportunity to attack or are fighting fiercely, all of them were attracted by this roar, and were stunned by the shock. This is the combat power of the immortal heavenly demon. Then, what kind of monster is that? How can there be such a terrifying power? It's just a roar. Where did such a terrifying monster come from? It turns out that we are not the main force at all, but cannon fodder? In this way, we are really ridiculous. It turns out that we are just cannon fodder. Countless demon gods and main gods suddenly felt their own weakness at this moment. Obviously, in the past, he was the superior party with unrivaled power. Facing those ants, just one thought can determine their life and death, how powerful and invincible they are. But when he got to this place, he deeply felt his own weakness. It turned out that the power that I was once proud of was so insignificant. What does it mean that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky? Now this picture is the best interpretation. Strong and weak are relative terms, and there is no absolute definition at all. As main gods and demon gods, aren't they powerful enough? Facing those ordinary people and cultivators, they are supreme and irreversible masters. However, in the face of this battlefield, the real peak combat power is at the time of power above the peak of the vault of heaven god realm. The power they were once proud of seemed so small again. Yinghua dare not compete with Haoyue for glory. Then how can the bright moon in the sky be comparable to the burning sun? Fortunately, they don't need to worry about fighting against the immortal demon. When the immortal heavenly demon phantom condensed into a solid body and revealed its real body, the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King had already made their move. Frost all over the sky fluttered down, and in the blink of an eye, a world of ice crystals opened up. Isolated the immortal heavenly demon from the battlefield below. Otherwise, it would be just the aftermath of the battle that would wipe out most of the participants in the battlefield below. This is the contest between top combat powers. When an individual's combat power can be increased infinitely, it will always be these top combat powers that really determine the direction of a big battle. That's why everyone is desperately trying to become stronger, wanting to become a member of these top combat forces. Who doesn't want the power to control the lives and deaths of others? It's a pity that in this place, their strength can only become cannon fodder. Or in other words, they can only be the ones who clean up the battlefield and deal with the aftermath after the war is decided. This is also the biggest reason for the war between the demon god and the main god. They all want to occupy the entire vault of heaven god realm. If the demon god side wins, the resources they can have will double in an instant. On the road to the top, there can be more hope. And if the main god side wins, the number of believers that can be developed will be countless more. And the stronger the believer, the more benefits he can bring to himself, and the higher the degree of development is worth. From this aspect, it was also the reason why Qi Lu was more inclined to win on the side of the main god. At least among the main gods, few want to destroy the world. Therefore, on this battlefield, even if they can only be regarded as cannon fodder, they will never back down. Because they have to fight. I didn't enjoy myself enough last time. This time, I probably won't. The overlord came to the opposite of the immortal demon, and when he looked into his eyes, he could clearly see that in the eyes of the immortal demon, there was no look of a living thing, only a crazy fighting intent. This is the standard template for killing puppet, and it is also the only order issued by the demon emperor for the immortal demon. Destroy all living creatures in sight. For the rest, it is enough to hand over the terrifying fighting instinct of the immortal sky demon. Are you ready? Of course, you can start anytime. The Holy King of Ice Spirit replied. The condensed law of ice also added a pair of strong armor to the overlord. The ice crystal world, which took a lot of power from the Holy King of Ice Spirit, was not only for keeping the battlefield below from being affected. Rather, this effect is incidental. The real effect is naturally to increase friendly forces and weaken enemy forces. Compared with a purely offensive player like Overlord, Bingling Saint King is more like a support. At this time, of course, it is necessary to do what an assistant should do. The Overlord, who was blessed by the ice armor, was also unequivocal. He directly gathered his strength and turned into a towering giant that was not inferior to the immortal demon, and fought with the immortal demon. When the size gap is too large, the status of the two sides in the battle is not equal. So it is absolutely impossible not to make changes. It's just that although the Overlord is strong, compared with the immortal demon, there is still some gap. The once immortal demon, strong in the immortal will, can make it immortal, and last forever. And the current immortal heavenly demon is just a powerful killing puppet condensed by the demon emperor, so naturally there will be no immortal will. But relatively, it has a stronger fighting power. It is completely stronger than the semi-disabled version of the immortal demon, and its combat power is so strong that it can be called destroying heaven and earth. Even if Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King join forces, once they fight, they still feel a bit tricky. After a few rounds of confrontation, it became quite difficult. Call. The great dragon Sage King is right. The immortal demon is really terrifying. Its combat power is so strong that it is hard to meet an opponent. Even if it is called unparalleled in the world, I am afraid it is not an exaggeration. Even as an enemy, the Overlord couldn't help admiring. From the aspect of combat power alone, immortal heavenly demon also deserves this praise. However, it is a pity that the body of the immortal demon has fallen, and no, it is just a killing puppet. But fortunately so. Otherwise, the immortal demon with immortal will still exists. Qi Lu and the others may not have a solution. Senior Overlord, let me help you. Seeing that the battle here was in a difficult situation, Qi Lu was not polite anymore. Although the Overlord wants a hearty battle, the threat of the immortal demonies too great. What's more, Qi Lu has waited so long on purpose. It's time for the Overlord to have enough of his addiction. Then, it's time to find a way to end the battle. As for the Demon Emperor, it is not in his own hands. Similarly, the Demon Emperor has absolutely no time to come here. That's fine, let's make a quick decision. We can't let this farce go on. Overlord did not refuse, but nodded. Qi Lu naturally joined in immediately. These two, whether it's Overlord or Qi Lu, are at the pinnacle of fighting skills. Together, there is naturally no incongruity. Instead, there is a tendency to fuel the fire and burn more and more intensely. Even in the middle of the battle, there is no extra time, but Qi Lu and Ba Wan don't need to communicate at all. They can know what they are going to do from the other party's actions. After a few times of cooperation, the fit has been seamless. I can't tell, Qi Lu, your fighting skills really amaze me. Even the Overlord couldn't help but speak. You must know that the Overlord has this ability, it is honed in countless battles, and he has come out of countless life and death, there is no possibility of opportunism. But why does Qi Lu have such powerful fighting skills? How old is he? In other words, there are really geniuses in this world. However, Bawang never imagined that Qi Lu could have this kind of ability, and he had experienced life and death, no less than him at all. It's just that Qi Lu won't say it. Senior praised you, your fighting skills are what I admire. Qi Lu said very politely. It's just business blowing each other. But with Qi Lu. However, they actually suppressed the immortal heavenly demon's offensive. Although it is still impossible to win in a short period of time, at least the dawn of victory is seen, and it is just around the corner. On the other side, the Demon Emperor has no time to take care of things here. Now that a decision has been made, it's time to put all your eggs in one basket. The Demon Emperor would not hesitate any longer. Even if the power of Dragon God and Human King is not consumed in advance, it doesn't matter. The Demon Emperor would do this just to make the balance of victory more stable to his side. But this does not mean that the power of the Dragon God and the Human King has not been consumed, and the Demon Emperor has no chance of winning. Rather, the odds are great. Only with the consistent prudence of the Demon Emperor would he want to maximize the odds of winning. However, at this time, these things don't matter anymore. Let's end this battle as soon as possible. Dragon God, Human King, I have to say, you are really lucky. There are so many helpers who can clear the obstacles for you, so that you can stand up to now. The Demon Emperor stared at the Dragon God and the Human King, and said slowly. Once or twice, it's like this. Every time they have to make a move, someone will always show up to help. What a bunch of goddamn guys. But it's a pity that your helpers should be exhausted, and the battle between us should also begin. Come on, Dragon God, Human King. Use your deaths to pave the way to the supreme realm for this deity. With the last sentence, the Demon Emperor's voice suddenly increased. The majestic and boundless coercion also burst out suddenly. This battle is the end. Demon Emperor, are you finally willing to end in person? It's really rare. Didn't you always boast that you are wise and safe, and you will never join the war until the last moment? The Dragon God was naturally not to be outdone, and his berserk momentum erupted immediately, colliding with the coercion of the Demon Emperor. It seems that you have no way out now. I guess you have discovered it too. If you continue, there will be no place for you in the vault of Heaven God realm. That's why you provoked this great battle in such a hurry, because you want to control the entire Sky God realm. Every time he uttered a word, the dragon scales on the Dragon God's body grew more. After saying a few words, the Dragon God has completely transformed into Adragon and entered a complete fighting state. Facing such an enemy, we must go all out from the beginning. Dragon God will not make such low-level mistakes as underestimating the enemy. Of course, the King of People on this side will not remain indifferent. The mighty power of the law of reincarnation surged out, like a huge vortex between heaven and earth, surrounding the King of Kings. The terrifying aura roared out, not weaker than the coercion erupted by the Demon Emperor. At this moment, the world seemed to be divided into three pieces. The Demon Emperor, the Dragon God, and the Human King each occupy a piece. Three mighty and boundless auras, coercion, are divided into two parties, colliding crazily, trying to crush each other, and then devour them. It wasn't until this moment that the Demon Emperor fully revealed his true strength. With a 1-on-2, facing the Dragon God and the Human King, there is no disadvantage at all. As expected, your situation is too bad. Compared to what it used to be, it's pitifully weak. The Demon Emperor laughed wildly. They used to be at the same level. Even the Dragon God and the Human King have defeated the Demon Emperor head-on, and they are well-deserved peak existences. But now, it is so much weaker. What a pity. The dragon god who lost the real dragon body lost the strongest fighting method and the peak fighting power. As for the human king, there is only a wisp of remnant soul left, not to mention the loss of strength. When he was in the divine mountain of the Central Territory, the human king showed terrifying power with a ray of remnant soul and an undamaged body. Part of the reason was because of the large ceiling formation arranged on the divine mountain of the Central Territory. But now, the sacred mountains in the central region have collapsed, and the strength that the human king can display is naturally even less. And the demon emperor at this moment is different from the weak state before. Fully recovered, and after devouring the power of the immortal heavenly demon, there is still a demon emperor who has made a certain breakthrough, and his strength is even stronger than in his heyday. Facing the dragon god and the human king at the same time, he didn't feel any pressure. The end is tyrannical. Weak? Maybe. But what does it matter, demon emperor, you still can't beat us. The dragon god looked at the demon emperor, heard his insane laughter, couldn't help shaking his head, and said in a low voice. During this battle, when the momentum of the three collided, dragon god already knew what was going on. But so what? Is it because my state is not right, so I have to escape and shrink back? Impossible. The biggest difference from the demon emperor is that dragon god and the others are not alone. The so-called good will help more than others, but those who are wronged will not be able to help. This is definitely not a funny saying. At this moment, the demon emperor will. Among the many reasons for being a loner, he himself accounted for the majority. Because the demon emperor entrapped his allies, not once or twice. Cooperating with him is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger, but anyone who knows something about the situation will avoid it. This is also the main reason, not even one of them. After all, who would want to work with someone who could stab him in the back at any moment? So no matter how powerful the demon emperor was, he was always alone, with no relatives or friends. But he shouldn't care about these things. However, when a person has no relatives or friends, it means that he will not have any help. This is by no means something worth showing off, let alone a good thing. So even at this moment, the demon emperor had the upper hand, but the dragon god didn't panic at all. You are strong and you are strong, as long as there is no gap in the combat power of the crushing level, then it is not a problem at all. Because for the demon emperor, this is a one-man battle. But for the dragon god and the human king, it is not a one-person battle. Whether you win or not, it's not up to you. Let's give this deity his life. The demon emperor snorted coldly, and directly reached out to grab the dragon god. Now that the action has been taken, there is no need to talk nonsense. The obvious choice is to see the real chapter under your hands. In an instant, the situation reversed. Boundless mighty power came mightily, roaring wantonly like the wrath of heaven and earth. The phantom of a towering giant also appeared behind the demon emperor. At a glance, it was nearly 10,000 feet tall, even surpassing the real body of the immortal demon in the distance. At this moment, the phantom of this giant towering above the sky stood upright, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Following the demon emperor's probing hand, he also stretched out his giant palm covering the sky, and attacked the dragon god with a mighty momentum, like the sky falling. From the shadow under the giant palm that covers the sky, there is boundless darkness and endless power. If this palm is implemented, there is no doubt that it will be the power of heaven and earth. Are you finally willing to make a move? Of course, dragon god will not sit still. Although the demon emperor's attack was mighty and boundless, it seemed invincible. But that's only for those ordinary demon gods and main gods in the battlefield below. For the dragon god or the human king, although such a powerful attack is difficult, it is not impossible to deal with it. At their level, it is almost impossible to end a battle in a short period of time. Even the fighting power of the demon emperor, the dragon god, and the human king, there is indeed a gap. But this gap will be erased to the greatest extent in a 2-on-1 match. Until it's really evenly matched. Demon Emperor, you have lost once before, so it is impossible to win now. Even if you try your best to plan for tens of thousands of years, it's just a waste of time. In the end, you will still be in vain. Facing the attacking giant palm covering the sky, the dragon god put his palms together, and a phantom of a dragon appeared behind him, entrenched in the sky. It meanders and stretches for thousands of feet, not inferior to the towering giant behind the demon emperor. Immediately afterwards, only a dragon chant was heard, the phantom of the dragon twisted, and the huge dragon tail swung towards it. Call. Between the sky and the earth, a gust of wind suddenly blew up. The whistling momentum was as violent as a huge wave, sweeping in all directions. Xuanhuan swung its tail abruptly, and slapped the giant palm covering the sky. Just looking at the mighty momentum, it was not weak at all. Boom! In the next second, the two behemoths collided together. At this moment, it was as if the sky was sinking and the earth was rising, and in an instant, the whole world fell into chaos again. Boundless coercion swept across heaven and earth, and violent impact swept across the world. The concept of time disappears, and the concept of space shatters. It seems that even this world has been crushed to powder, and any adjectives seem pale and powerless at this moment. This is the power possessed by the strongest who stands at the pinnacle of the vault of heaven god realm. Fighting with all your strength is enough to destroy the world. You must know that the vault of heaven god realm is not comparable to those lower planes, and the stability of space must be supreme. But at this moment, it still looks fragile and can be easily broken and destroyed. Looking at the distant sky, one can see an irregular darkness. There, it was already nothingness. The space is completely annihilated, and the power of law cannot exist. The reason for this situation is nothing more than the collision of the demon emperor and the dragon god with all their strength. Even the battlefield below was completely affected by this terrifying shock, causing countless casualties in just an instant. This is just some aftermath. If you get closer, maybe there are no bones left. This is also the real peak combat power, the real peak battle in the vault of heaven god realm. That's right, dragon god, you actually blocked it. One move failed, and the demon emperor's face was still full of arrogance. Because the demon emperor can clearly perceive that this move, although not on a hit kill, is by no means useless. After all, the strength of the dragon god is still not as good as it was back then, barely resisting the full strength of the demon emperor. One strike. But he was also seriously injured. The demon emperor, who is even stronger than in his prime, is truly terrifying. Therefore, there is no temptation in this battle. Once you make a move, you must do your best. Even if you don't want a one-hit kill, you must completely suppress it, and give the opponent a chance to breathe. The demon emperor wants to use this battle to eliminate the demons in his heart and achieve the supreme road. Naturally, it is impossible to show mercy. Not to mention the dragon god, who was already seriously injured after seeing this move. But your lingering life now is meaningless. I hope you can also resist the next attack. So the demon emperor really didn't intend to give dragon god a chance to breathe. If he couldn't succeed with one blow, he would continue to attack. A towering giant, nearly 10,000 feet tall, even if it is just a phantom. But the coercion and destructive power that emanate are real. Following the demon emperor's movements, the towering giant stepped forward, leaned over, and attacked the dragon god again, extremely fierce. The majestic power surged in the sky, like a waterfall falling down from the sky. The power of the demon emperor is just like this. Ahem. The dragon god gritted his teeth, a stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Losing the true dragon body is really losing the most powerful means of fighting, otherwise why would it be so difficult? But in the world, there are always gains and losses. The real dragon body is just a price. Demon Emperor, It seems that even if you have recovered to your prime, it's nothing more than that. Could it be that after so long, you haven't grown at all? Even if the strength is lost, it is impossible for Dragon God to admit defeat. The defeated general in the past is the defeated general under his subordinates. Even if he turns around now, it is nothing more than that. Looking at the phantom of the towering giant attacking again, the Dragon God was still fearless, and summoned the phantom of the dragon to meet him. And this time, the human king also joined the battle. The law of reincarnation, countercurrent. With an order, the power of the law of reincarnation lingering around the human king, like a whirlpool in the sky, suddenly surged out. The phantom of the dragon summoned by the dragon god put on a solid armor and fought with the towering giant who charged. This moment is the real destruction of heaven and earth. Power as mighty as the might of the sky, wantonly vented. Whether it is the phantom of the towering giant summoned by the demon emperor, or the phantom of the dragon summoned by the dragon god, they all possess unrivaled power. With every gesture, the land collapsed, the sky collapsed, and the earth collapsed. Wherever the battle spreads, everything is annihilated, and there is no vitality. It's really scary. But this time, with the intervention of the human king, the demon emperor could not gain an absolute advantage. Maybe the human king and the dragon god are 2-on-1, and they may not necessarily be the opponent of the devil emperor. But it is by no means an easy task for the demon emperor to win in a short period of time. It is more likely that the stalemate will continue like this. The movement caused is enough to destroy the world, but the final result has not had a chance to appear for a long time. There is no doubt about the stamina of these three powerhouses, who also stand at the peak of the vault of Heaven God realm. If there were no accidents, they would still be able to persist in this great battle, even if it took 10 or 100 years. Until one of them couldn't hold on any longer. Therefore, at this time, a gamebreaker is needed. Looking at the entire vault of Heaven God realm, there are only a handful of people who are qualified to be game breakers in this level of battle. And, they may all be on this battlefield. Qi Lu, Overlord, Ice Spirit Saint King, Immortal Sky Demon. However, it is a pity that these powerful people who have been named and have the ability to break the game seem to be deadlocked in another battlefield. Is this the true strength of the immortal heavenly demon? It turns out that what we faced before was not the immortal demon in its prime. Qi Lu and Overlord fought side by side against the immortal demon, and in the stalemate, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The demon emperor used the puppet technique to use the pure blood of the immortal demon and the original power to summon the immortal demon puppet, which was even stronger than the immortal demon he had faced in the infinite battlefield before. What an incredible thing! How terrifying would it be if this kind of tyrannical power was coupled with the immortal will? No wonder the Dragon Sacred King and Ice Spirit Sacred King would seal the immortal Sky Demon in the infinite battlefield, and after long years, use the power of the world to obliterate the immortal will of the immortal Sky Demon. And even so, there was almost an accident. Fortunately, the final result was good, and the immortal heavenly demon finally fell. Although he died of self-explosion, it doesn't matter anymore. But what Qi Lu didn't expect was that the immortal Sky Demon, who was regarded as the strongest boss, didn't cause much trouble. On the contrary, the Demon Emperor, the boss who can run the most, was even more disgusting, and unexpectedly resummoned the immortal Sky Demon without making a sound. It can be seen that reality is not a game, and it is impossible for those bosses to fight you to the death. Bosses with powerful combat power can still find ways to kill them. However, the sinister and cunning boss has always been the most troublesome existence. Having been sealed for so long, and being consumed by the power of the infinite battlefield all the time, if he can still maintain his peak state, it will be too scary. After hearing Qi Li's words, the Holy King of Bingling couldn't help but say something. Anyway, the puppets of the immortal demon have no intelligence, and they can't understand what they mean. On the contrary, Qi Lu was a little curious when he heard the words. If that's the case, how did you senior seal the immortal heavenly demon back then? Because Qile didn't know how powerful the immortal heavenly demon in its heyday was when he was in the infinity battlefield, so he didn't focus on thinking about it. But now, after seeing how powerful the immortal heavenly demon, which is Clicito its peak state, is. In Qile's mind, such a question suddenly popped up. Back then, in the infinite battlefield, when the great dragon Sacred King and the ice spirit Sacred King fought against the immortal sky demon, the immortal heavenly demon at that time must be at its peak state. The combat power is not lost, and the immortal will is still there. When it is unparalleled in the world. But even the immortal heavenly demon at that time was still sealed by the cooperation of the great dragon Sacred King and the ice spirit Sacred King. What happened during this period is very intriguing. Then you shouldn't ask me. You should ask the Dragon King about this matter. However, facing Qile's question, the Holy King of Ice Spirit did not answer directly, but chose to throw the blame away. It was easy to throw it on the body of the giant Dragon King, who disappeared without a trace. Because whether it is teaming up with the Overlord or the Dragon King, the Ice Spirit King always plays a supporting role. He wasn't the main attacker, so it can only be said that the Dragon Sage King back then was really powerful. However, for the tyrannical Dragon King so far, what is missing again? It's a puzzling problem. Well, and now, it's not the time to say these things. Qile didn't get to the bottom of it, because the timing was really wrong. And another reason why Qile asked about this matter was to find the weakness of the immortal heavenly demon, in order to end the battle faster. Right now, there are 3 whole battlefields on the Xuanhuan defense line in the Central Territory, which are clearly separated and do not interfere with each other. However, this situation is only temporary. Qile is very clear that once the battlefield where he is on, and the battlefield with the Demon Emperor, is decided first, the situation in all the battlefields will be broken. Once the Demon Emperor eliminated the demons in his heart, he successfully broke the shackles. Then the consequences are unimaginable. This is something no one wants to see. In fact, including those demon gods, at this moment, they absolutely do not want to see the Demon Emperor win the final victory. But by this time, they were beyond their control. So Qile had to hold on to any hope of winning. Because according to Qile's understanding of the Demon Emperor, his preparations were definitely more than that. A mere puppet of an immortal sky demon may not be able to make the Devil Emperor regarded as all his trump cards. The winner must be determined as soon as possible. But this kind of thing is easy to think about, but if you want to do it, it's hard. After all, Immortal Heavenly Demon is also the character evaluated by Qile as the strongest boss. If it is really that easy to defeat, he is not worthy of this title. After all, in the battle on the infinite battlefield, the Immortal Heavenly Demon was also calculated by the Demon Emperor. In order to backstab the Immortal Heavenly Demon, who knows how much preparation the Demon Emperor has made. The blood sacrifice array on the Ice Crystal Mountain Range was specially opened by the Demon Emperor to gather strength to backstab the Immortal Heavenly Demon. In the end, Qile misunderstood it as a blood sacrifice formation to help the Immortal Heavenly Demon break the seal. Now that I think about it, I know it's not that simple. To be honest, if it was back then, the Immortal Heavenly Demon really broke the seal of the Ice Crystal Mountain Range by itself with the power of the blood sacrifice formation. Then part of the power that was wiped out due to the seal can definitely be restored. Even the vast majority. Once this happened, that battle would definitely be more ominous than good. You must know how much energy wasted by the believers of the Immortal Heavenly Demon in order to collect the sacrifices for the blood sacrifice formation. He even hesitated to abandon the entire Immortal Union just for this final plan. In the end, it was all cheaper than the Demon Emperor. Such a huge blood sacrifice array, which was going to be used to help the Immortal Heavenly Demon recover its strength, became the power for the Demon Emperor to backstab the Immortal Heavenly Demon, which also caused the current situation. This does not mean that the immortal heavenly demon is not strong enough, it can only be said that the demon emperor is too cunning. Therefore, without these unexpected circumstances, it would be too difficult to defeat the immortal heavenly demon head-on. After all, in the infinite battlefield, the fall of the immortal sky demon felt like a child's play. The demon emperor's backstab also seemed too unexpected. So at this moment, where is the opportunity to end the war? With the present situation alone, Qi Lu and Overlord were fighting side by side, with the assistance of the Ice Spirit Holy King. The stalemate is difficult to break. Or, do you want to borrow more powerful power from the system? Qi Lu pondered this question in his mind. This is also the fastest way to break the game. However, borrowing power is not that simple. Especially now, as Qi Li's cultivation level is getting higher and higher, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger, the power that can be borrowed from the system is becoming less and less. Apply the system to answer Qi Li's sentence. You are just a store manager, how strong do you want to be? The function of this system is mainly to assist the host to open a store, and it is not invincible. In fact, when Qi Li's strength can completely protect itself, the system's function of borrowing strength seems useless instead. It's not that it can't be used anymore, it's just that it's not as useful as it used to be. That's why Qi Li thought about this matter, whether to do it or not. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it won't last long. And in the end, I still have to do it, so why hesitate now? While thinking, Qi Li quickly thought of the key point. If the battle continues to be deadlocked, once the Demon Emperor thinks of a way to break the situation and takes the lead, then everything will be over. That being the case, why not let yourself be the one who broke the situation? So just do it directly. System, host, what's the matter? Don't you understand the situation now? What else do you want to ask me? Qi Li replied a little speechlessly, unless there is an emergency, this Herba system will always be like this. Fortunately, in an emergency, this guy is quite reliable. System, of course this system can understand, but this system still needs Tormind the host. What? Hearing these words, Qi Li couldn't help frowning. I always feel that if there is something bad to say, I have to say it from the Herba system. System, although the host can use the power of this system to elevate to the limit of the current realm, there is one thing. System, the power provided by this system cannot support the host to break through the current realm. There is another sentence behind, but the system did not say it. That is, even if it is temporary, it won't work. As soon as these words were uttered, Qi Li's brows relaxed. Whether it is the realm of the main god or the realm of the demon god, it is enough to be able to upgrade to the limit of the realm. Qi Li said it in his mind with certainty. Because whether it is the realm of the main god or the realm of the demon god, it is like an endless road. When you walk on this avenue, you will find that this is just the beginning. How difficult it is to see the end. Even the immortal heavenly demon, and the demon emperor at this moment, still haven't reached the end, let alone break through. Therefore, the power that the system can borrow is completely sufficient. System, well, if that's the case, then do as the host wishes. Let's start. Qi Li also nodded, getting ready. As long as the immortal heavenly demon puppet is dealt with, the battle on the side of the dragon god will be over. Maybe the human king and the dragon god teamed up to fight against the demon emperor, but they were a little bit powerless. But what if Qi Lu, Overlord, and Holy King of Bingling were added? But don't say anything to bully the less. When the demon emperor made the decision to be an enemy of everyone, he was doomed to be alone. Face all challenges alone. Justice has never been one-to-one, and order can never be explained by pure morality. So the ending should also be doomed. Boom. At this moment, a soaring aura roared out. Like a sweeping storm, a sky-shaking wave, rushing straight to the sky. Qi Lu once again felt a majestic force like a galaxy, flooding his body. At this moment, it seems that the world in front of me is under my control. What a wonderful feeling it is. In other words, this is not an exaggerated statement, but a real power. The limit of the realm of the main god, the power of law that is completely controlled. What Qi Lu possesses is the body of law. Qi Lu? The overlord who fought side by side with Qi Lu was the one who felt the most intensely. Although Qi Lu deliberately avoided the overlord when he erupted, the sense of oppression was unavoidable. Overlord couldn't imagine why Qi Lu suddenly burst out with such terrifying power during the battle. If he hid his strength from the beginning, then he shouldn't. Because there is absolutely no need for Qi Lu to do this. But now that such a thing has happened, it is not a dream. Why? Is there still such a thing as an epiphany during the battle, a breakthrough before the battle? What a joke, there has never been such a precedent among the main gods, and it does not support the occurrence of this situation. Because the perception of the power of the law does not happen overnight. Even if it is an epiphany, it is not an instant thing. So, why does this happen? At this moment, Overlord thought a lot in his heart. But at this moment, no matter how confused he was, Overlord did not ask. Because no matter what the problem is, we have to wait until the end of the war. In case Qi Lu suddenly erupted, did he use some extremely expensive secret technique? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to ask myself this question? So just keep silent for now. And the Ice Spirit Saint King, who maintains the Ice Crystal World, is not in a much better mood than the Overlord at the moment. Even more shocked than the Overlord. After all, having spent so long with Qi Lu in the infinite battlefield, the Bingling Holy King knew a little about Qi Li's background. He also knew that Qi Li's strength could never be raised to this level in a short period of time. But the current scene simply subverted his concept of Qi Lu. What's happening here? If Qi Lu had had such power in the infinity battlefield before, there would be no need for the Demon Emperor to backstab the immortal Sky Demon. In other words, did Qi Lu possess this power after leaving the infinite battlefield? The Holy King of Ice Spirit was thinking in his heart. But like Overlord's choice, he didn't ask. Bury your doubts in your heart, and it will not be too late to wait until the end of this war. And this terrifying aura that was so huge that it almost filled the entire world naturally also affected the battlefield on the other side. The Dragon God and Human King, who were fighting the Demon Emperor and struggling to support them, also showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously surprised by Qi Li's sudden outburst. However, they were all quite clever and did not make any comments, and even the surprise in their eyes disappeared in a flash. It seems that from the very beginning, Qi Lu knew that Qi Lu possessed such a powerful force. Instead, a trace of astonishment appeared on the Demon Emperor's face. Another factor out of control. It's you bloody bastard again. Such an unexpected situation made the Demon Emperor extremely angry. It was like this every time. The Demon Emperor never thought that he would be deflated so many times in the hands of the same person. This kind of thing, even the Dragon God, even the King of Men, has never done it. Now let a damn human kid do it. A mere rookie, a junior, even if he is a genius, how can he do this? Could it be that he had hidden his strength before that? How dare he? No, he definitely didn't hide his strength, but he used some expensive secret method. Such a price is never easy. He can't afford it. After the momentary anger, the Demon Emperor calmed down quickly, and also thought of the key point. Because Qi Lu has no need to hide his power at all. If he really possessed such a powerful force, how could he develop into such a situation? It hadn't erupted early in the morning. So, there is only one answer. That was this human kid. In order to win, he used a costly secret method to temporarily increase his strength. But this kind of secret method, after the effect is over, I am afraid it will kill him. But even so, the demon emperor was unwilling to see what would happen next. If this battle, let them win. Then, even if that human kid really paid the price with his life, it cannot make up for the painstaking efforts of the demon emperor. So the demon emperor will never allow such a thing to happen. Damn guy, your life is not worth the price. This deity will never allow failure. Qi Lu couldn't hear the demon emperor's angry roar. The majestic power filled his body, and Qi Lu was almost immersed in this power. Fortunately, with strong willpower, Qi Lu quickly woke up and knew what his current mission was. The power borrowed from the system is indeed powerful, but the price is definitely not small. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu not want to use it lightly? So now, it's time to race against time to get rid of the immortal demon, instead of being lost by the powerful force. It turns out that I was still so far away from the limit of the main god's realm. It's unbelievable. Regarding the power borrowed from the system, in addition to solving the enemy, it also has the effect of giving Qi Lu a taste of what a higher realm looks like in advance. Although it is impossible to temporarily break through the realm of the main god this time, it is also very good to be able to feel the limit of the realm of the main god in advance. At least Qi Lu can now be sure that the immortal heavenly demon has not yet broken through the realm of the demon god. However, the immortal heavenly demon has indeed touched the limit of the demon god realm. It's just a pity that he no longer has a chance to break through. After all, the real immortal demon has long since fallen, and now standing in front of him is just a puppet. Although I am only borrowing this power temporarily, I believe that in the future, I will definitely be able to truly possess this level of power. My bite will be even stronger. Qi Lu, who felt a little more relaxed, said something silently in his heart. It's not cheering up, it's just somewhat emotional. Then, Qi Lu glanced at the battlefield on the other side, and confirmed again that the demon emperor also did not break through the current realm. It's just on the edge of the limit, frantically testing, but can't go any further. It is estimated that it is trapped in the shackles, and it is difficult to break through. No wonder the demon emperor is so anxious, that's why. It's no wonder why he put all his eggs in one basket. If the inner demons are not eliminated, there will never be a day off breakthrough. Of course, the sooner the better. Some things, once started, there is no time to stop. From the moment the demon emperor decided to destroy the divine mountain in the central territory, it was already the beginning of breaking the boat. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. That being the case, then Qi Lu will not be polite. The demon emperor is so good at running, it is hard to seize a chance that he can't run. Of course he must be completely crushed to death. Immortal heavenly demon, maybe you were indeed a legend in the past. But now, since he has fallen, he should rest in peace instead of continuing to help the evildoers. Of course, I know that you probably don't understand what I'm saying in your current situation, but it doesn't matter. As long as I explain it with practical actions and help you rest in peace, that's enough. Although Qi Li's thoughts changed rapidly, he didn't actually waste much time. After initially feeling and mastering the power he borrowed from the system, Qi Li set his sights on the immortal demon. This time, it was finally possible to make a quick decision. When the combat power of both sides is at the same level, the difference between those with intelligence and those without intelligence will be manifested to the greatest extent, and will affect the final outcome. Before that, the immortal heavenly demon was able to rely on its powerful fighting instincts to fight 3 against 1. The biggest reason is that there is indeed some gap in the comprehensive combat power of the two warring parties. But now, after these gaps have been completely made up, it will naturally be different. When the realm of the main god reaches its limit and the body of law tends to be perfect, then it is a breeze to condense the golden body of the law. Thousands of laws, follow my heart. Law golden body, consolidate. In an instant, the power of countless laws surged from all directions of the world. In just an instant, a towering giant standing between the sky and the earth, gathered by the power of law, appeared behind Qi Lu. The law golden body formed by the interweaving of thousands of law powers slowly took a step forward and included Qi Lu into it. In an instant, the sky was shaken. It was as if a colossal statue that was supposed to be a sculpture suddenly came alive. The 10,000 zhang tall golden body of the law is completely solid, and the momentum it creates is so majestic and mighty. This is the power that Qi Lu possesses at this moment. Every move has the power to shake the world, the ability to catch stars and smash the moon. Facing the immortal heavenly demon, even if his real body is still there, he will not be at a disadvantage. Roar. Perhaps sensing the threat, the immortal demon also let out a roar. The next moment, the immortal sky demon, who was only a few thousand feet tall, also began to grow rapidly in size. And it's completely different from everyone else. Those who practice the way of the Master God mostly use the power of law to condense their dharma and use it to fight. However, the immortal heavenly demon possesses the pure blood of the demon clan, and is also endowed with extraordinary talents. His own body is enough to display the law of heaven and earth. In just a few breaths, the immeasurably tall body of the immortal heavenly demon appeared on the battlefield. Once again, he fought with Qi Li's golden body of law. The pinnacle of fighting skills also made the battle between the two sides extremely dangerous. The spectators were amazed. The overlord, who could fight side by side with Qi Lu, was also excluded from the main force at this moment. It became the same supporting role as the Ice Spirit King. However, one is an auxiliary for playing control, and the other is an auxiliary for supplementing damage. This can't help but let the overlord sigh silently in his heart. It is true that the blue is better than the blue, and one generation is stronger than the other. Perhaps Qi Li's current level of cultivation is still unable to crush the immortal demon. But a puppet is just a puppet after all. In addition to the puppet of the immortal heavenly demon, how can it be completely equal to the strength of the immortal heavenly demon's real body? The most basic point is that this puppet cannot possess an immortal will. That is doomed to the final outcome. As Qi Lu continued to attack, the damage to the immortal heavenly demon puppet became more and more serious. And there is also the supplementary damage that the overlord is watching every bit of time. This is a fatal blow to a puppet with almost no recovery ability. To put it bluntly, the immortal heavenly demon puppet, which had caused Qi Li and the others some headaches, was no longer a cause for concern. It was only within this short period of time that the battle was going to be decided. As long as the immortal heavenly demon puppet is executed, in Qi Li's current state, he will join the dragon god's battlefield. Solving the demon emperor is just a matter of flipping. This battle should be over. Qi Lu let out a loud shout, as if he was stating something. It was also for the demon emperor on the other side. Because the immortal demon puppet can no longer hold on. However, at this moment, a sudden change that no one wanted to see suddenly appeared. All I heard was the demon emperor's insolent laughter that was a bit sickly, and that still arrogant voice. Yeah, this battle should be over. But the ultimate winner will not be you, but the deity. Because of this deity, failure is never allowed. When this arrogant voice came out, in the battlefield below, countless forces of death rose up. Above the shattered sky, at unknown time, there appeared countless threads of condensed laws of destiny. As if to mend the broken sky like cookie crumbs. But Qi Lu knew that the demon emperor could never be so kind. Those threads condensed by the law of fate are another killer weapon of the demon emperor. Damn it! This power has vaguely broken through the limit of the realm of the main god. Borrowing power from the system, Qi Lu, whose cultivation has temporarily reached the limit of the main god realm, can clearly perceive that above the sky, an incomparably majestic force is gathering rapidly. And the strength of this force has already made Qi Lu feel a little uncomfortable. This is enough to prove how terrifying this blow is. What does the demon emperor want to do? At this moment, Qi Lu was thinking crazily. Because the power condensed in the sky is nothing but the power of a single blow. It is simply impossible to become the power of the demon emperor himself. Due to his own shackles, the demon emperor has fallen into a situation that cannot be broken through. It is definitely not a problem that can be solved by relying on huge strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to insist on starting this war and risking himself to find opportunities. So Qi Lu can be sure that this is definitely not the Devil Emperor wanting to take a risk and break through. Then, what would be the reason for the Demon Emperor to do such a thing? The answer seems obvious. Oops, I see. Qi Lu, who suddenly thought of the answer, shrank his pupils and shouted loudly at Dragon God and Human King. This move must be out of the way. That's right, the Demon Emperor's purpose is to put all his eggs in one basket. With this move, he can defeat the Dragon God and the Human King, and break his demons. Thus breaking the shackles and breaking through the current realm, one can control the overall situation and win the final victory. As long as this blow completes the mission, everything will fall into place. In fact, the Demon Emperor didn't want to use this trick so early. Because as long as the stalemate continues, the Demon Emperor's chances of winning will increase, and there is no need to bet on whether this blow is effective. You know, this trick was actually used by the Demon Emperor before. It was the time when he backstabbed the immortal demon. Gather all your strength and strike with all your strength. If you succeed, you will live. If you fail, you will die. Although in this battle, the Demon Emperor's blow didn't take effect, and he might not necessarily be buried here. But the end result will definitely be reversed. This is also a situation that the Demon Emperor absolutely does not want to see. So the Demon Emperor's resentment towards Qi Lu is understandable. Boy, so what if you understand? You can't dodge this trick. No one can dodge it. Hearing Qi Li's words, the Demon Emperor couldn't help showing a hint of sarcasm and joy on his face. Because although the law of destiny is not outstanding in many aspects, it also has the typical characteristics of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, there is only one point that is incomparable to the power of other laws. That is the attack of the law of fate. You can't dodge it, you can only resist it. Whether it can cause an impact is one thing, but whether it can hit is another matter. So the Demon Emperor is not worried at all, his attack will fail. He only cares about his own attack, which can effectively defeat the Dragon God and the Human King. Then it has to be perfect. This is also the reason why the Demon Emperor hadn't used this move for a long time. Gathering power requires the power of death and enough sacrifices, so the Demon Emperor will maintain the continuous battle below. At the same time, they can also find a way to consume the power of the Dragon God and the Human King to ensure that they cannot withstand this blow. After all, there are two targets this time. It is conceivable how difficult it is to defeat two peak fighters at the same time with a single blow. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Demon Emperor to wait until this time, and was forced to have no choice but to decide to use this move in advance. Because the power storage time of this move is not long enough. But now it seems that it is enough. Then let them often feel desperate. The door of fate is opened again, and the shackles of fate have been set on you. When the fate of death has been written on the river of your fate, how can you break free? Let me see it. The Demon Emperor raised his hand, as if offering a gift to a grand ceremony, with a solemn expression. Following the hands of the Demon Emperor, it slowly fell. The thread of fate above the sky also turned into two spears. The judgment of fate, the music of death. Play. When the voice fell, the world in front of him seemed to have fallen into momentary stillness. The spear of destiny above the sky also locked onto the Human King and the Dragon God, and turned into a long rainbow, piercing the sky. At this moment, the thread of fate wrapped around the Human King and the Dragon God, leading the spear of fate. No matter how dodged, it was absolutely impossible to avoid the attack from fate. No. At the same time, Qi Lu broke out with the strongest force at any cost, smashing the immortal sky demon puppet. The battle on my side is over. But it couldn't stop the attack of the Spear of Destiny. This scene seemed to be destined to happen, just like the prophecy of the River of Fate. When Qi Lu received the power provided by the system, as long as the Demon Emperor was not a fool, he would be able to detect it. It is impossible to remain indifferent. It can be said that if such a situation occurs, it is simply a dead end. If Qi Lu doesn't use the power provided by the system to deal with the immortal demon puppet as soon as possible. When the Demon Emperor felt that the number of sacrifices was sufficient, he would also use the Spear of Destiny to end the battle. In that case, it would be even worse. But now, even if Qi Lu launched an attack early, the Demon Emperor could still put all his eggs in one basket. So there will be no better solution at all, because no one knows that the Demon Emperor still has such a backhand. Yes, there is no if in this world, and there is no I knew it earlier. By the time it happens, it's already too late. Even if Qi Lu had used the fastest speed to deal with the immortal heavenly demon puppet, he still couldn't stop the Demon Emperor's move. I can only pray that the Dragon God and the Human King can withstand the attack of the Spear of Fate. But this is the most powerful blow launched by the Demon Emperor, who condensed countless death powers and sacrificed countless demon gods and main gods as sacrifices. How can it be so easy to resist? If only I had found out sooner. Qi Lu could only watch helplessly as the Spear of Destiny pierced the sky and attacked the Dragon God and the Human King. When it is too late, nothing can be done. The remorse in my heart is of no avail. Farewell, both of you. The Demon Emperor's face gradually became crazy, and his eyes were even more excited. According to the legend, the Supreme Realm is already approaching. Who can calm down? Trucking with the force of fate, there is really nowhere to hide. Dragon God looked at the attacking Spear of Fate, although his eyes were solemn, his expression was calm instead. Do your best, give it your all. As long as we can withstand this blow, we will win. When the Demon Emperor made this decision, the situation was actually quite clear. Because Qi Lu had already smashed the immortal heavenly demon puppet, and the outcome was decided, forcing the Demon Emperor to make a choice. It is a blow that has not fully charged. Or escaped from this battlefield. Therefore, the current situation is not hopeless. As long as you fight desperately and resist the attack of the Spear of Fate, the Demon Emperor will undoubtedly lose. But, with my current state, can I really resist it? Dragon God also had doubts about this. But on the surface, it must not be shown. Dragon God, do you really think we can withstand this blow? However, at this time, the Human King had a calm face and spoke in a flat tone. When talking about life and death, it seems like it's not talking about yourself, and doesn't seem to care at all. Immediately, the Dragon God gave a wry smile. In fact, Dragon God also knew in his heart that the current situation might not be called despair, but it was almost the same. It can only be said that there is still a glimmer of life, that's all. The Demon Emperor, who has recovered all his strength and has gone one step further, is comparable to their heyday in terms of combat power. But the Dragon God lost the true dragon body, and the Human King left only a wisp of remnant soul. Such a gap is not insignificant. Coupled with the Spear of Destiny, the attack condensed by sacrificing countless demon gods and main gods is unrivaled. To be honest, the success rate of the current Dragon God and Human King trying to resist the attack of the Spear of Destiny is almost zero. Maybe there will be a trace of life that is not clear. But is it really a bet? Of course I know, that ray of hope is almost hopeless. But don't gamble, okay? Dragon God asked back. Sure. The King of People replied without hesitation. He turned his head, glanced at Dragon God, and said softly, I only have a remnant soul left, and you are different from me. If Qi Lu meets the great Dragon King, the hope of this battle rests on you. You. Hearing this, the dragon god already realized what the human king wanted to do. However, at this time it was too late to stop it. I saw that after the king of people finished saying this, he took the initiative to greet the spear of destiny. It is true that the attack of the law of fate cannot be dodged, but it can be resisted, and similarly, it can be borne instead. This is the judgment from fate and the collision of the power of incarnation. If it is said that the two spears of fate put the dragon god and the human king into a deadlock at the same time, then the king's approach is the best way to break the situation. Throw away the vitality, and use the power of one person to resist the two spears of fate, and let yourself be alone, with life and death. But it can guarantee the other person to get all the vitality. The former human king was able to sacrifice himself to save the divine realm. The current king of people can also have no hesitation, just because the last hope lies in the dragon god. The demon king's demons are not only the human king alone, but also the dragon god. Even if one of them can be eliminated, it is absolutely impossible to completely eliminate the influence of inner demons. Unless the demon emperor is willing to break through forcefully regardless of the consequences. That's why the human king's mood is so calm. Anyway, he has already died once, so why should he value life and death, Samak? You. Damn it. How dare you? How dare you do that? The demon emperor looked at this scene in disbelief. He never thought that the final result would be like this. Why would anyone choose to give up when there is a chance of survival? Use your own life to fulfill the survival of others. Isn't this stupid? What is it? Demon Emperor, a selfish person like you would never have such an idea. The human king facing the spear of fate can clearly see the expression on the devil emperor's face gradually becoming distorted. It's really interesting. How could the demon emperor, who was lonely and betrayed like a daily routine, have the idea of sacrificing for others? Yet the human king understands that someone has to sacrifice if hope is to last forever. So let yourself do the task of turning into a fire and illuminating the way forward. Stupid. Stupid. The demon emperor couldn't help cursing angrily. He really couldn't understand why such a thing happened. A guy who can do everything for himself, even sacrifice the whole world, how can he be expected to pay? Woolen cloth. It's just the current situation, no matter how angry the demon emperor is, it cannot be changed. The two spears of fate followed the guidance of the thread of fate, but pierced through the king's body halfway. Then it was held tightly in the hands of the king of people, and entangled with the power of the law of reincarnation. Demon Emperor, you lost. The human king stared into the demon emperor's eyes. His tone was unusually calm. It seems that he doesn't care about his soul at all, and it is gradually dissipating. I didn't lose. The demon emperor clenched his teeth and stared at the human king as well. On his body, there are bursts of black energy, slowly overflowing, swallowing the surrounding light. That was the power distorted by extreme anger, which proved the unrest in the demon emperor's heart, but it didn't show it on his face. It's just that this situation is definitely not a good picture. Sheila didn't even have time to react when he saw two spears of destiny piercing through the body of the King of Kings. The outstretched hands were trembling slightly. Senior King. The spear of destiny will annihilate the soul of the target. Even though it looked like the injuries were not serious on the surface, in fact, only an empty shell was left behind. Demon Emperor, you should die. This was Qi Li's rare anger, and he even felt that his own strength was a little out of control. Although she didn't have much contact with the King of People, her actions proved that she deserved the title. Qi Lu admired Renwang's actions, and also respected Renwang as a senior. Not only because Yu Shi'er is the inheritor of the king, but also because of the behavior of the senior, she respects her from the bottom of her heart. However, things in the world are always unsatisfactory, and the human king has not really come back to life after all. The only ray of remnant soul left now has been completely wiped out. And the cause of all this is this damned guy in front of him, the Devil Emperor. Demon Emperor, now that you have exhausted all your means, you should die. Qi said it word by word. The terrifying coercion erupting from his body was so powerful that even the sky lowered its head inexplicably, as if it was about to fall. At this moment, Qi was very angry, very angry. Only by beheading the Demon Emperor can the anger in his chest be relieved. Good, very good. However, in the face of Qi Li's anger, the Demon Emperor's face became even more ferocious. He looked at the Renwang, who was already dying but still staring at him, and then looked around. There is also the Dragon God with a face full of anger, and the Overlord and a Spirit Saint King with faces as cold as frost. The Demon Emperor couldn't help but let out a gloomy laugh. I really didn't expect that you could force this deity to such a situation. Even if it's just for a short while, it's enough to make you proud. However, if you think that you have won now, you will be disappointed. My deity, I will never lose. After saying that, the Demon Emperor stepped down, and his figure suddenly appeared above the 9 heavens. In the next second, boundless coercion erupted from the Demon Emperor's body, and suddenly, the whole world began to tremble. In an instant, the sky was trembling, the earth was trembling, and the void was constantly shattering under the violent shock. Boom! But when he heard a roar, he saw dark clouds and thunder billowing above the endless sky. At some point, in the sky above the Demon Emperor's head, thick dark clouds like lead ash, layered upon layer, covered the entire sky. Among them, the thunder is like a dragon, and the lightning is like rain, flashing in the dark clouds. The majesty of the sky is brilliant and terrifying. Qi could clearly feel the thunder flashing in the dark clouds. It was not the kind of thunder that appeared. It is a manifestation of the might of God, an entity condensed from pure destruction and destruction. Even those main gods and demon gods will die if they touch them. This is no joke. The sudden scene made Qi Li's thoughts calm down a little. Because Qi didn't know exactly what the dark cloud that gathered suddenly was and what it was about. If it was Jiayun, could it be that the Demon Emperor wanted to force a breakthrough? However, Qi has not heard about the transitional tribulation after coming to the Sky God realm for so long. Why is it going to cross the catastrophe again now? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. However, no matter how confused Qi was, the aura of the Demon Emperor was indeed rising steadily. Then it must be to force a breakthrough. This is indeed the only way to break the situation now. I didn't expect you to dare to do it. But I won't let you succeed, Demon Emperor. After Qi confirmed this matter, he immediately made a decision. Although he didn't understand what was the significance of crossing the tribulation, he absolutely couldn't allow the Demon Emperor to break through the tribulation safely. If the Demon Emperor is really successful in crossing the tribulation, the great situation that the human king has won with his own sacrifice will be meaningless. Therefore, the Demon Emperor must not be allowed to succeed. Whether it's for the human king, for himself, or for the entire Sky God realm. The Demon Emperor must die. Then you come and stop the deity. The Demon Emperor looked at Qi with eyes full of madness, and his face was even more ferocious. This group of damned guys actually forced him to the point where he needed to force a breakthrough. It's unforgivable. The fall of the human king has indeed eliminated part of the Demon Emperor's inner demons. But the Dragon God is still there, so it is doomed that it is impossible to eliminate all the devils in the heart of the Demon Emperor. Then there is no need to say how serious the consequences of a forced breakthrough are. If the foundation is unstable and the realm is not complete, those are trivial matters. At any time, it is possible to go crazy, fall into the realm, or even die from the backlash of the demons, which is a big deal. But at this time, the Demon Emperor can't care so much anymore. Because if you don't break through forcefully, you will definitely not have the next chance. And all of this was caused by the king's choice. So the demon emperor also chose to fight to the death. Thus, Jiayun was recruited, leading to the present scene. There is only one chance to attack, so I will concentrate all my strength on this attack. Do your best and give it a go. Senior King, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Qi Lu stared at the demon emperor in the sky, the dark clouds above his head, and the rolling thunder within. The majesty of heaven is mighty and irreversible. If this is really the catastrophe that needs to be experienced to break through the realm of the main god and the realm of the demon god, then let's come together. Thinking of this, Qi Lu no longer hesitated, all his strength was condensed into one blow. Then it soared into the sky, directly attacking the demon emperor. At this moment, the dark clouds above the 9 heavens became even thicker, and the thunder rolled and roared even more terrifyingly. Under the catastrophe, there are people who will overcome the catastrophe. The stronger the person who comes, the stronger the catastrophe will be. When Qi Lu made the decision to fight the demon emperor under Jiayun, the target of this time's heavenly tribulation naturally became the two of them. The power, of course, is super doubled. But Qi Lu didn't care, because he planned to use this method to destroy the demon emperor's plan. Want to cross the catastrophe? Then you have to ask me, Manager Qi Lu, if I agree. And the reason why Qi Lu has this confidence is that when the heavenly tribulation appeared, the system's reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. System, host, this system has to remind you that you, the host, may not be able to withstand this catastrophe. System, so in order to be responsible for the life of the host, this system decided to use the remaining power after borrowing to protect your life as the host. That is to say, you have only one chance to attack the host, so please grasp it well. It was this reminder that made Qi Lu understand that he must not make mistakes. I also understand that I will be able to survive this catastrophe. So why not? Let the super-doubled heavenly tribulation tell the demon emperor how dangerous this world is. The demon emperor, who was under the catastrophe, looked at Qi Lu with cold eyes, watching his attack getting closer and closer to him. But he didn't do anything, just watched. Because the heavenly tribulation fell, the demon emperor would not be so stupid as to disperse his power at such a time. On the contrary, it is this human kid who thinks of himself and wants to attack himself. Just wait to be devoured by the destructive power of heavenly tribulation. Stupid people have their own way of seeking death. After saying these words in a cold voice, the demon emperor's attention returned to heaven's tribulation. Looking at the dark clouds surging like huge waves, and the thunder rolling like a real dragon descending into the world, his expression also became solemn. This force is as powerful as the power of destroying the world, and it has more meaning of annihilation, without half vitality. The grace of heaven is like rain, and the power of heaven is like prison. And heavenly tribulation is like the greatest malice in the world. If you can't resist, the way of heaven is ruthless, and there will be no mercy. It will definitely be destroyed, and everything under the catastrophe, together with the people who survived the catastrophe, will be wiped out. So even if it is the demon emperor, he has to cheer up at this moment. The realm of the main god, the realm of the demon god, come to the end, it will lead to the same goal by different routes. No matter what kind of choice you make, it's your own way. If you can pass through the calamity of proving the Tao safely, you will be able to prove the realm of the Tao, the position of the great emperor. If you can't get through. Having said that, the demon emperor's voice stopped. If the tribulation is not successful, I am afraid there is no need to say what the consequences will be. The catastrophe of enlightenment is also the only catastrophe that will occur, and its power is absolutely beyond imagination. And this is also the catastrophe that exists in the legend, there is no reference object at all for reference. Whether it is life or death, success or failure, depends entirely on fate. Even with the cautious character of the demon emperor, it is impossible to guarantee that this never-before-seen catastrophe of proving the Tao will be 100% successful. He can only make the best preparations and do his best. But now, due to various reasons, he failed to completely eliminate the inner demons, so he forcibly broke through. The success rate must plummet to the lowest point. This is betting on life. It was also the choice that the demon emperor had to make when he was forced into this situation. So I have to go all out and dare not be distracted. This also made the resentment and anger in the demon emperor's heart rise to the highest point. For a prudent and powerful person like the devil emperor, if it is not really a last resort, is it possible to make such a life-threatening choice? Of course not. But would Qi Lu care about the mood of the demon emperor? Of course it's impossible. Boom. In this instant, Jiayun roared, and a deep purple thunder came crashing down into the world. Like a giant thunder dragon protruding from the dark clouds, it showed its ferocious and terrifying side. This is Xuanhuan Tianwei, this is Tiandi's ferocious killing intent that Ison disguised. Heavenly tribulation is not a tempering, but a killing calamity. When the thunder came to the world, it immediately dyed the whole world a deep purple, and it looked particularly depressing in the shadow cast by the dark clouds. Even if the electric light dispels the darkness and illuminates the world, what it brings is deep despair. And under the terrifying thunder that traversed the world like a pillar of the sky, there was the demon emperor with an incomparably dignified face, and Qi Lu, who concentrated all his strength in a blow, without the slightest expression of fear on his face. It's just a catastrophe, why should you care? However, the demon emperor was doomed to be impossible to imagine, Qi Lu was able to ignore the heavenly tribulation. He must go all out now, to fight against the imminent catastrophe. Otherwise, even the remaining success rate may return to zero. After this calamity, you will all die. The demon emperor's icy eyes swept across Qi Lu and the others again, and then returned to the falling thunder. Without hesitation, all the power of the demon emperor completely exploded at this moment. The majestic power of the law is as powerful as the sea, and the incomparable tyrannical physical body. In this moment, without reservation, in the face of the catastrophe, if you dare to hold back, you may not even know how you died. It was also at this moment that the demon emperor's rising strength and boundless coercion really collided with the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the thunder that struck down stagnated for a moment. But only for a moment. How could the unstoppable catastrophe be stopped so easily? Endless dark purple thunder, like a waterfall hanging from the 9 heavens, poured down. Unceremoniously bombarded on the demon emperor, in an instant, the figure of the demon emperor was submerged, leaving only the sky full of lightning. And Qi Lu, who was attacking the demon emperor, naturally couldn't be spared either. Since they took the initiative to come under the heavenly tribulation, all of them are the targets of the heavenly tribulation. The falling thunder river quickly passed the position of the demon emperor, submerging Qi Li's figure as well. At this time everything between heaven and earth lost its color. Only the purple electric light that was so thick that it couldn't be melted was left behind. The roar of thunder resounded through the heaven and earth, shaking the heavens. It also made all the surviving demon gods and main gods stop their actions and stop the battle in front of them. Just like this, staring blankly at the falling thunder that is the condensation of Tianwei. The terrifying power surged out, causing them to back away again and again in talk. This power is beyond their reach. This is the calamity of enlightenment in the legend, and even most of the demon gods and main gods have never even heard of it. Even the demon emperor, in fact, had reached the limit of his current realm, and suddenly felt something in his heart, and only then did he know about this matter. Otherwise, before this, even the demon emperor would not have known about the calamity of enlightenment. Therefore, it is quite normal for Qi Lu to express doubts about the appearance of heavenly tribulation. How many years have passed since the catastrophe of enlightenment? If you have to go back, Even if you search the entire vault of Heaven God realm, you may not be able to find relevant records. It can go back directly to the barbaric era before the appearance of the Xuanhuan in the Central Territory. But if you haven't heard of it, it doesn't mean you can't feel how powerful this catastrophe of enlightenment is. For these main gods and demon gods who are somewhat far away from the limit of the current realm, it is death at the touch anyway. It can be evaporated by the catastrophe on the spot, and there is no possibility of surviving. So it must be as far as running. Fortunately, the catastrophe of enlightenment, although it was the malice of heaven and earth and the cohesion of Tianwei, it was not a random attack after all. As long as it is not within the attack range of Tianjia, the thunder that falls will not attack actively. Otherwise, none of the people on the defense line of Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory would be able to escape. But now, the falling thunder had already drowned the demon emperor and Qi Lu. All the auras were also enveloped by Tianwei. No one knows what happened inside, or if they will survive. All the fighting stopped at this moment, and everyone was waiting for the final result. One dead and one injured, or all alive, or all fall. No matter what the outcome is, they only need one answer. An answer that can completely determine whether the next battle needs to continue, and who will be the final winner. If there was one death and one injury, then the subsequent battle would naturally not have to continue. Because the outcome is already decided, there is no need to fight again. But if all fell, or all survived, then this battle is still going on, and no one can leave here before the winner is decided. So looking at this thunder that seemed to penetrate the heavens and the earth, everyone's eyes were not only shocked, stunned, but also anxious and worried. However, although the heavenly tribulation is terrifyingly powerful, it is not endless after all. Although the calamity of proving the Tao is a murder, it is by no means lifeless. As the most powerful force fluctuates and gradually weakens, it proves that the power of heavenly tribulation is slowly receding. If you hold on, this catastrophe will pass. If he hadn't held on, the person who crossed the catastrophe would probably have been wiped out in the thunder of Tianwei by now. Is anyone still alive? Or were they all wiped out by the catastrophe? Who lost and who won? Shop manager Qi will definitely survive, for sure. Shadow, I see a shadow. Really, one or two? At this moment, in the battlefield below, an exclamation sounded. The attention of all the participants who were anxiously waiting for the result was attracted, and they hurriedly asked. Yes, it's two ways. I'm not mistaken, it's really two figures. They all survived. This is the most unlikely result, but it happened. It is obvious to all to see how powerful and terrifying the calamity of enlightenment is. One death and one injury are already shocking. From their point of view, whether it is the aura of the demon emperor or the aura of store manager Qi, they are all enveloped by Tianwei thunder. All the momentum and coercion were directly covered. Doesn't this prove that they did not resist this catastrophe? Doesn't that mean that all fall is the most likely result? However, the facts are always unexpected. The power of Wei Leiting gradually weakened that day, and the situation inside was presented before everyone say yes. This is the picture now. Damn human kid, do you really want to exchange your life with this deity? The demon emperor never imagined that this boy from the human race, whom Hethat was sending him to his death, actually withstood the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, he hit him with a blow with all his strength. Looking at the arm passing through the chest, and the disgusting face approaching in front of his eyes, the demon emperor's tone was also a little trembling. Unexpectedly, Qi Lu smiled coldly and said, I didn't think that much, I just wanted you to die. What surprised me even more is that you didn't die under the catastrophe. You did have some skills. Qi Lu himself was able to withstand the power of the catastrophe, but also relied on the protection of the system. But it is incredible that the demon emperor can survive under this super-doubled catastrophe. Not to mention that the demon emperor at this moment has suffered such a serious injury. The blow that condensed the power of thousands of laws not only pierced the chest of the demon emperor, but also shattered his soul. But even so, the demon emperor has survived. Could it be that he is the real chosen son? Die? How could the deity die so easily? The demon emperor let out an angry roar, but his pale face proved that his condition was probably not very good. Moreover, at this moment, Qi Lu can be sure that his perception is not wrong. Although the demon emperor was not killed by Tianwei during the calamity of proving the Tao, he also failed to break through. The inner demon has not been eliminated, it is indeed a stumbling block on the road. Forcibly breaking through will not lead to consummation in the end. Perhaps it was because of this that the power of the catastrophe of proving the Tao did not reach its maximum, but instead gave the demon emperor a chance off life. However, even if the demon emperor is lucky enough to survive, it is impossible for him to make progress. Because there is only one calamity of enlightenment. Whether it is success or failure, death or life, it will only happen this time. If you don't grasp it, there will be no second chance. Therefore, the mood of the demon emperor at this moment is naturally one of predictable anger, and it is also full of extreme killing intent. There is a huge difference between the realm of the Half-Step Avenue and the realm of the Real Avenue. However, he would never have the chance again. It was all because the human kid in front of him gave him a heavy blow at the last moment. At that moment, the demon emperor almost thought that he was bound to die, but no one thought that he was still alive. Even the demon emperor himself found it unbelievable. But all of this is not important anymore. Now that he is alive, it is time to do the rest. So now, it's time for the demon emperor to take revenge. Compared to the question of why the deity didn't die, it's a strange thing that you survived. But it doesn't matter anymore, because even if you survive now, you will still die later. The demon emperor clenched his teeth and grabbed Qi Li's arm that pierced through his chest. Even if it's only half a step to the great Tao, the strength is far better than these damned guys. Even if they are seriously injured, none of them can escape. And the power you raised with the secret method is now gone. Boy, since you hate this deity so much, then this deity will let you watch those people you care about die in front of you one by one, but you can't do anything about it. Having said that, the demon emperor pushed hard. Qi Li's body was immediately pushed back by the demon emperor, and the terrifying force also invaded his body. Puff. Spit out with a mouthful of blood. Qi Li couldn't hold on any longer, and fell directly from the air. Looking at the huge penetrating wound left on the demon emperor's chest after being pierced, Qi Li's consciousness was also somewhat blurred. Although he could still barely stay awake, Qi Lu understood the feeling of fatigue all over his body. He is powerless to fight anymore. At least, now there is no way to continue fighting. The demon emperor resisted the catastrophe in order to force a breakthrough, but Qi Lu resisted the catastrophe for no good. Being able to prevent the demon emperor from successfully breaking through under the catastrophe of proving the Tao is already more than half of the goal accomplished. It's a pity that the demon emperor still couldn't die under the heavenly tribulation. Qi Lu. Brother Qi Lu. Store manager Qi. Countless exclamations sounded. The dragon god, overlord, and ice spirit Saint King even proved their feelings with actions, and rushed directly to the sky. Regardless of the power gap between herself and the demon emperor, Yuxia resolutely flew to the sky. When she saw Qi Li heading towards Tianjia, Yuxia's heart was lifted up, and she never let it go. Now seeing Qi Li collapsed again, Yuxia only felt that her eyes were turning black. Rushing forward was completely subconscious. Don't worry, Xie, I'm fine, I'm just a little exhausted. Qi Lu, who was caught in mid-air, leaned into Yuxia's arms, trying to make her voice as calm as possible. And the dragon god, overlord, and ice spirit Saint King stood around them, staring coldly at the demon emperor above the sky. because the demon emperor's eyes were also cold. But under this icy cold, apart from killing intent, there is also a sense of looking down from above. The realm of the avenue. Even if it is only a half-step Tao realm, it is no longer comparable to the so-called Master God realm, or the Demon God realm. The so-called avenues are thousands of ways, all roads lead to the same goal. This is what it is talking about. It doesn't matter what kind of road you choose, before the great Tao realm. Because in the end, you have to go through the calamity of proving the Tao for your own Tao, aspire to the realm of the Tao, and seek the position of the great emperor. So in the eyes of the demon emperor, dragon god, and the others are no longer a concern. All he wanted now was to make that human kid feel the greatest pain and then die. The way you look at this deity is like a group of ignorant ants. With your own shallow knowledge, after seeing the superior master, the appearance of not being in awe is really interesting. As the demon emperor spoke, he stretched out a hand. Then stretched out a finger and tapped lightly. In an instant, the power of thousands of laws turned into sharp blades all over the sky, shooting towards Qi Lu. The terrifying power contained in it is far from the power of law that can be condensed by the main gods, which can be compared. The realm of the great Tao, as long as you step into this realm, you will bait a supreme ruler. If there is no opponent of the same level, to check and balance, then it is truly invincible. Even if the dragon god, overlord, and ice spirit saint king attack at the same time, converging the power of law into a shield, it will not help. The sharp law blade condensed by the demon emperor is still destructive, easily piercing through this supposedly indestructible shield. This is the gap above the realm. Simply unbeatable. If it wasn't for the demon emperor's intention to play tricks and want to suffer all kinds of torture before Qi Lu and the others died, perhaps just this trick would have brought Qi Lu and the others to the brink of death. This is not a joke, but the most real, crushing in the realm. He actually survived the catastrophe and successfully broke through. How so? The dragon god once also stood at the peak of the realm of the main god, and vaguely knew about the calamity of proving the Tao. So to understand how huge the gap between the realm of the great Tao and the realm of the Lord God is, it is simply impossible to cross the chasm. Even his heyday was far behind. Now that the demon emperor has really succeeded in breaking through, what a desperate situation this must be. The faces of Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King were also extremely complicated and extremely ugly, and they were obviously aware of the current situation. Such a formidable enemy actually forcibly broke through at the most critical moment, and succeeded? So is he the main character? It seems that you have also realized your situation, so are you ready, Toady? The demon emperor looked at Dragon God and the others with great interest. The ugly expression was really interesting. Like now, it is also a very good experience to drive the prey into a desperate situation and enjoy their despair and pain. Just to release the anger and resentment in my heart. However, after hearing these words, Qi Lu couldn't help laughing. Successful breakthrough? Dragon God, I'm afraid you are wrong in saying this. Can such a half-baked level be considered a successful breakthrough? This sentence was undoubtedly mocking the demon emperor, but Qi Lu was not afraid at all. Staring at the demon emperor in the sky, he said slowly. And just as the demon emperor's face gradually became gloomy, Qi Lu even sneered before continuing. Devil Emperor, you seem to think that we are determined, right? Do you have any other means? Hearing this, the demon emperor sneered. Then he said jokingly, or, do you still have any secret techniques that are desperate for your life that you haven't used yet? Just with your current broken body? This is the truth, although the demon emperor's tone is sarcasm, but it is true. Qi Li's current physical condition no longer supports him borrowing a second power from the system. Not to mention whether there is more power in the system or not. And, more importantly, the system has said before that the power lent to Qi Lu will not allow him to break through his current state. In other words, even if Qi Li's physical condition could really hold up to a second outbreak, it would be useless. Facing the demon emperor, who is half a step away from the great Tao, it is still useless. However, it was not because of himself that Qi Lu was able to show such a confident look. I said, of course not myself. Qi Lu was not ashamed to admit it. Because at this time, even if you don't admit it, you can only be a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. So Qi Lu just shook his head, and then took out a bright white bone like aphalanx from his bosom. What is that? The moment he saw this bone, a bad premonition emerged in the demon emperor's shirt. But the dragon god beside Qi Lu had a surprised look on his face. Keel. To be more precise, it is the keel of senior dragon god. Qi Lu stared at the demon emperor, and said every word. In fact, this matter was unexpected by Qi Lu. The keel of the dragon god, which was once obtained from the dragon's sage king, has undergone such a change under the catastrophe of enlightenment just now. From the huge keel shape before, it has become the size of a finger bone like it is now. But the power contained in it has increased countless times. There is no doubt that this is a keel that has survived the calamity of enlightenment. Although it is only a small part of a complete keel, it is completely enough. Qi Lu, where did you get this dragon bone? The astonishment on Dragon God's face was even more undisguised. He could feel the most intimate and familiar breath from this keel. It is indeed his own keel. But why is it in Qi Li's hands? Let's talk about these things later, Senior Dragon God. I think, what should be done now, you should know better than me. Qi Li shook his head, but did not name the Dragon King. At this time, even the crisis has not been resolved, so it is not the time to explain these problems. That's true. Let's talk about these things after the immediate problems are resolved. Dragon God understood it naturally. He directly reached out and took the keel that Qi Lu had touched. Damn it! This deity will not make you happy. The evil premonition in the demon emperor's heart became more and more intense, and he didn't even want to know the use of that small keel. Anyway, as long as you stop all their actions, that's all. It's too late. When the dragon god touched that small piece of keel, it was completely clear. Demon Emperor, I really want to thank you for forcing a breakthrough and summoning the tribulation of proving Tao. Otherwise, even having a keel would be useless. The power of the calamity of proving the Tao, when Qi Lu endured the mighty thunderbolt, part of it was left in the keel. Although this keel is not the body of the dragon god, it is indeed the keel of the dragon god. The dragon bone crossing tribulation may not be able to be fed back to the dragon god. But the power left in it can be used. In other words, it is an opportunity to temporarily break through the realm of the main god and step into the realm of the great Tao. It was impossible for Qi Lu to think that the small keel bone he left on his body would have such a function. It turned out to be the last hope for a comeback. Didn't you always want to see my real dragon body? I will fulfill you today. After saying that, the dragon god crushed the keel in his hand. In an instant, an unrivaled dragon power soared into the sky, piercing through this world. Then it swept away in all directions, like a huge wave that could submerge the entire world, coming with a bang. Then in the next second, everyone suddenly discovered why the sky darkened again? Didn't the previous calamity cloud dissipate after the end of the calamity of enlightenment? Is it starting to condense again? When this thought came out and everyone looked up at the sky, countless pairs of eyes widened instantly. Then, what is that? How is it possible? That is too huge. That huge monster with no end in sight, can't it be the dragon god? The true dragon body of the dragon god? Everyone was stunned. Even Qi Lu was no exception, and immediately showed a stunned expression. Because at this moment, above the sky, a real dragon that may be thousands of miles long meanders away, without end. The dragon's head is as huge as 100 miles, and the length of Thedragon's body is even more incalculable. You can only see that it occupies the entire sky, but you can't see Thedragon's tail. And the shadow cast from the sky was caused by the body of the real dragon covering the entire sky. Is this the true dragon body of the dragon god? At a glance, there is no sky. What a terrible sense of oppression. Seeing this scene, it took Qi Lu a long time to swallow his saliva. Is this the true strength of the dragon god? No, it's not right. With that small piece of keel that survived the catastrophe, it should be stronger than the dragon god used to be. And it's too powerful. Even if it's not the real Tao realm, it will definitely not be weaker than the demon emperor. After observing for a long time, Qi Lu made a judgment in his heart. And one more thing, very important. That is the demon emperor now, but in a state of serious injuries. Under the catastrophe, Qi Li's full-strength blow severely damaged the demon emperor's soul. But the dragon god is in an intact state. And because the keel contains the power of the catastrophe of proving the Tao, a temporary breakthrough will not trigger the emergence of the catastrophe at all. Naturally, the consumption of power is avoided. To put it simply, the current demon emperor cannot be the opponent of the dragon god. And in fact, it is true. After seeing the dragon god transformed into a real dragon body, the demon emperor's face was already as dark as the bottom of a pot. It never occurred to him that under the catastrophe of his own enlightenment, he would actually help his enemy. The keel of the dragon god is actually in the hands of that damn kid. No, this battle cannot continue. At this moment, the demon emperor's prudent character once again gained the upper hand, and the skilled escape instinct emerged again. No, this should not be called escaping, but call it a tactical retreat. Because the demon emperor is very clear about his current state. He had just experienced the baptism of the catastrophe of enlightenment, and when he was unable to guard against, he was severely injured in body and soul. Maybe against those opponents who are in the realm of the main god and the realm of the demon god, they can form a crushing state. But when it comes to facing opponents of the same level, it is too far away. At least in terms of status, it is about to be blown up. So the demon emperor understands that now no matter what, he cannot fight the dragon god. Anyway, the current state of the dragon god cannot be maintained for a long time, it is just a temporary breakthrough with the help of the keel. But the demon emperor himself has really advanced to the half-step Tao realm. Even in the future, there is no possibility of progress. But at least not regressing. Therefore, as long as the power of the keel disappears, it will be their time of death. The demon emperor, who wanted to understand this point, could no longer suppress the desire to retreat that had sprouted in his heart. Anyway, the purpose of my trip has been achieved, so what if I let them linger for a while? Can they really turn the tables? Your methods really surprised me. But this kind of power that doesn't belong to you, even if you get it temporarily, what can you do? And before retreating, the demon emperor naturally had to say a harsh word in accordance with the usual practice. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? However, Qi Lu felt that as long as it was a so-called tactical retreat, there should be no face at all. Although things like running away are already commonplace for the demon emperor. But to be honest, meeting such a cowardly villain boss is indeed rare in 10,000 years. Even if there is nothing wrong with this idea, if the green hills are left, there is no fear of no firewood. If you want to make a comeback, you must at least survive. So among so many enemies that Qi Lu has encountered, the demon emperor is undoubtedly the most difficult one. The guy who can push him into such a situation, so far, is the only one. It is estimated that there will be no more in the future. So of course, Qi Lu couldn't let the demon emperor run away. And the dragon god above the sky also thinks so. The demon emperor was allowed to avoid 2 catastrophes in a state of suspended animation, which led to the current situation. No matter what you say now, it is impossible for the demon emperor to escape again. Even if it's the power you get temporarily, it's enough to put you to death. Demon King, we have known each other for so long, and we have fought for so long. I know you well, and I know what you want to do. But today, you can't leave. The dragon god's voice suddenly sounded, echoing between the heaven and the earth, like rolling thunder. The accompanying long way spread, and it was as vast as an abyss, covering this world. With the majestic and boundless dragon power, a huge prison was formed. Facing an enemy who is extremely good at escaping is actually quite troublesome. Especially when the other party has decided to run away. So Dragon God must do his best. Whether you can go or not, it's not up to you. The Demon Emperor smiled coldly, and looked around, not paying attention to his terrifying long-way prison at all. Also in the realm of the Half-Step Avenue, perhaps Dragon God can completely suppress him in terms of combat power. However, when it comes to running away, the Demon Emperor is a specialist. Dragon God also turned cold when he heard the words. Because he knew that what the Demon Emperor said was actually quite correct. If the Dragon God is really sure that he can trap the Demon Emperor, then why couldn't he catch the Demon Emperor before? In the final analysis, it is because the Dragon God is not good at trapping enemies. There are specializations in the art industry, and so is the battle. A strong combat power does not mean a strong banning ability, at least in this respect. The Dragon God is far inferior to the human king. At least the human king was able to bury the Demon Emperor in the divine mountain of the Central Territory, and he could not break the seal for several eras. As for the Dragon God, he could only allow the Demon Emperor to feign death to avoid calamity. When the Dragon God is silent, the Demon Emperor who has disappeared will naturally reappear and stir up trouble. This is the difference. So when the Demon Emperor mentioned this matter, it was actually a mockery. Run away if you can't beat it. To be honest, few Zeons can do this kind of thing. It's no wonder that even though the Dragon God temporarily raised his combat power to the point where he could completely suppress the Demon Emperor with the help of the Keel and the power of Dao Dao, he still had a headache for the Demon Emperor. What's wrong? Can't speak? Seeing that the Dragon God's face became ugly, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but continue to taunt. This feeling that even though you are stronger than me, you can't do anything about me is really great. However, just when ridicule and pride were intertwined on the Demon Emperor's face, Qi Li's voice suddenly sounded. No, Demon Emperor, I promise, this time, you won't be able to leave. The tone is decisive and unquestionable. Instead, the Demon Emperor's mocking voice suddenly stagnated. Then, with a cold face, the Demon Emperor followed the source of the voice, looked at Qi Lu, and said with a sneer, You promise? With your crippled appearance, what can you guarantee? There is nothing wrong with this statement. In other words, even if Qi Lu is not injured now, it won't have much impact on him. The gap above the realm is not something that can be made up by will. Magic Emperor. I didn't say that I was going to do something to you. Qi Lu didn't mean to be annoyed at the Devil Emperor's taunting words, but suddenly burst out laughing. Afterwards, he suddenly stopped speaking, and said word by word, This is a gift left for you by Senior King. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. Before he finished speaking, Qi Lu suddenly stood up and opened his arms. Senior King used his own sacrifice to obtain such a good situation, how could I let you escape? Demon Emperor, you should still remember the heaven and earth chessboard that trapped you once. When Qi Lu said this, the Demon Emperor's pupils suddenly narrowed. For the impression of the heaven and earth chessboard, the Demon Emperor is naturally quite deep. That was a desperate situation that forced him to use the law of fate again. How could he forget it? But now, this human kid is bringing up the old story again. Do you still want to trap him with the chessboard of heaven and earth? No, it should not be possible. Even the last time, using the heaven and earth chessboard, it was not able to completely trap him. How could it be possible now? With this self-confidence, the Demon Emperor will never be trapped by that world chessboard for a second time. Of course I remember, but so what? Do you want to use the same move a second time? So when faced with Qi Li's words, the demon emperor naturally asked back unceremoniously. The same move? Qi Li repeated this sentence, staring at the demon emperor with cold and sarcastic eyes. Then he said in a cold voice, Demon King, I know that the same move won't work on you twice. But when did I say it? It's the same move. The volume of the last sentence suddenly increased. Qi Li also suddenly raised his hand. A terrifying power also erupted at this moment. Break the world chessboard, just for this one ban. Demon Emperor, you are doomed. The lock of heaven and earth, start. This is a move that heaven and earth chessboard can only use once. The heaven and earth chessboard with its missing chess pieces is itself a small world with its own rules. And by breaking this small world, you can get the chains with the strongest blocking power, the sky lock and the earth lock. The lock of the sky seals the body. The lock of the earth seals the soul. This is the last gift left by the human king to the demon emperor, a great gift that can send him on his way. It is also the biggest reason why the human king firmly believes that the demon emperor will undoubtedly die in this battle. Demon Emperor, you cannot escape. Qi Li, as the master of the heaven and earth chessboard before the king, naturally understands the king's thoughts. Therefore, the lock of heaven and earth will of course be activated by Qi Li. But now, everything is ready. Once it was the time when the demon emperor was about to run away, it must be a time when the demon emperor had nothing to do. The lock of heaven and earth will block all the means of escape for the demon emperor. Then the next developments are all under control. Senior Dragon God, I will leave the rest of the matter to you. After Qi Li activated the lock of heaven and earth, he retreated decisively and gave up the position of the main battle force to Dragon God. Perform their duties and understand their own positions, so that they will not cause trouble to others. Qi Li wanted to end the demon emperor's life with his own hands, but the problem was that he couldn't do it now, so there was no other way. Or leave it to the Dragon God who is capable of doing it, and send the demon emperor for the last time. No problem. The scourge that has been plagued for so long should indeed be dealt with. Dragon God's thunderous voice resounded, unrivaled Long Wei also locked on, Toth Demon Emperor. With the lock of the sky and the lock of the earth, there is no way for the demon emperor to escape. Unless he can defeat the Dragon God. However, such a thing is impossible. Forcibly provoking the calamity of proving the way and stepping into the realm off the half-step avenue is already the limit of the demon emperor. The current demon emperor is already at the end of his rope, and he can never be the opponent of the Dragon God. After completing the task of activating the lock of heaven and earth, Qi Li was finally able to feel at ease. Because the rest of the matter can be left to Dragon God, and they are just spectators now. No, it cannot be called a spectator at all. Perhaps in the battlefield below, the battle between the demon gods and the main god still needs them to end. Although the Dragon God's combat power can completely suppress the demon emperor, it will take a while to completely end this battle. And during this period of time, it is just right to deal with those demon gods. It's not that Qi Li hates demon gods, he just hates those who disrupt order. And most of those demon gods are the backbone and main force of the chaotic and evil camp, so they can't be eliminated. Qi Li didn't want the vault of heaven god realm to continue to be caught in the flames of war. Then, for these guys, there is no need to show mercy. It's finally time to finish. Qi Li let out a long breath, then continued to collapse into Yu Shi'er's arms. This feeling is really good, at least it is much more comfortable than fighting, and you don't have to worry about so many things. Naturally, Yu Shi'er would not reject Qi Li's actions, but instead hoped that such a scene could stop. It would be great if it could be maintained forever. However, thinking about the current battle, Yu Shi'er's eyes dimmed again. Shi'er. Brother Qi Li? Shi'er, senior human king, she, sacrificed, you must be very sad. Qi Li noticed the change in Yu Shi'er's eyes. Although it was not obvious, she still couldn't hide it. Sadness and sadness are mixed together, and it always looks extraordinarily sad. However, Yu Shi'er was taken aback when she heard the words, but shook her head and said, "No, brother Qi Lu, Shi'er is not sad. Senior King's sacrifice was for the future of the Sky God realm, and it was a great act. Shi'er is proud of Senior King." Even though there was already a lot of mist in her eye sockets, Yu Shi'er was still shaking her head. Probably because he didn't want Qi Lu to see the tears she was about to shed. "Yeah, we should be proud of her." Qi Lu sighed and nodded. "Although I understand that this is also the wish of Senior King, but I feel uncomfortable after all. If Senior Renhuang could survive, who would be willing to sacrifice? It's still the same sentence, the Devil Emperor is not dead, he is uneasy." Fortunately, this sentence will not be empty words. Thinking of this, Qi Lu also fell silent. Because he thought of other things, such as how to deal with the follow-up after the war is over. How should the relationship between the heavenly realm and the divine realm develop? Now there is also a virtual duel competition, which attracts the attention of ordinary people and practitioners. But no matter what the competition is, there is an end, after that. It may be impossible to fight, but the probability of a cold war should not be small. To develop the vault of Heaven God realm into an ideal world, after all, there is still a long way to go. Still, it doesn't matter if the task is daunting. Anyway, Qi Lu doesn't have a lot of things, but he has a lot of time, so just take your time. This battle should be over. This time, the end of what I said should be true. Yu Shi'er was also very obedient and didn't disturb Qi Li's thinking, but gently played with his hair. It seemed to be massaging his scalp to relieve stress. And above that high altitude, the battle between the Dragon God and the Demon Emperor also intensified. The Demon Emperor's dying struggle naturally spared no effort, and he no longer made any reservations to fight to the death. Thinking about it, I feel very sad. The once majestic Demon Emperor has finally entered a dead end, and there is no way out. But all of this is his own fault. However, at this moment, Qi Lu was in the process of thinking, and a systematic voice came out of his mind. "System, host, this system has something to say." "Oh, it's rare. At this time, what can you say?" To be honest, Qi Lu rarely encountered situations where the Erbi system suddenly made a sound during a battle. But generally speaking, as long as the Erbi system makes a sound, it means that something is really important. For example, before, when Qi Lu wanted to take over the catastrophe of enlightenment. It just so happened that it was time for the end, so I wasn't so nervous anymore. So Qi Lu thought of joking. "System, actually, it's not a big deal, you don't have to be so nervous as the host." But when he heard this sentence, Qi Lu said, without hesitation, "The more you say that, the more worried I am." This is not a lie. It's not a big deal, that the system said, but it has never been easy. "System, host, is this system's reputation so bad?" "Roughly the same." Qi Lu wanted to shrug his shoulders a bit, but considering that he was still laying in Yu Shi'er's arms, so forget it. "But speaking of it, we are so familiar, so don't be polite to me. Can I still not know what kind of system you are? If you have anything to say, just say it. If you can do it, I will definitely not refuse." Qi Lu was talking in his mind, but he was actually too lazy to talk nonsense. At this time, he was still quite tired. Not only the body is tired, but the heart is also tired. There is one thing to say, if it weren't for the keel given to him by the Dragon Sage King, there would have been such a miraculous change under the calamity of enlightenment. And Dragon God also knows how to use this power. Qi Lu guessed that he was gone. I have to say that some things may be destined. But at this moment, Qi Lu would think, the Dragon Sage King probably has more than just the law of the soul. Otherwise, how could he calculate so accurately? Or maybe it was just a wrong hit. But it doesn't matter anymore, as long as the final result is good, that's fine. System, okay, since the host has said that, then the system will say it straight. System, host, can you help to collect the corpse and soul of that demon emperor? What did you just say? Qi Lu was still thinking about what the Irby system was trying to do when it suddenly made a sound like this. It must be a very troublesome thing again. But now that I heard it this way, it was really not a troublesome thing, it was quite fatal. Because there are not many steps in the whole thing, if you miss it, you will die very happily. System, it shouldn't be, can the host still hear the voice that appears directly in the mind? Is this really a question of hearing or not? When Qi Lu was asked a rhetorical question, he immediately became angry. If I can kill the demon emperor, can I make you speak? Now I can't wait to go up by myself, kill that guy with my own hands, avenge Senior King, and calm myself down. It's not that I won't help you with the favor you mentioned, but I just want to know, how can I help? He didn't speak before, but now when he speaks, he will kill himself. Who can bear this? Not to mention that Qi Lu is now seriously injured, basically half disabled. Even in the prime of life, there is no way to participate in the battle between the two powerhouses who are half a step away from the Dao realm, okay? So the so-called not a big deal that the system said is really open to discussion. However, in the face of Qi Li's questioning, the Irby system quickly came out. System, but the host, it's not you who are fighting that demon emperor now. What you said makes sense, but I'm speechless. When Qi Lu heard these words, he was really stunned for a while, and then nodded silently. That's right, it is indeed not me who is fighting the demon emperor now, but the dragon god. That's right. However, does this have anything to do with the possibility of being beaten to death after going up? Your Irby system wants me, the host, to collect the corpse and soul of the demon emperor. Why don't you express it first? At least lend some strength to my host, don't let the aftermath of the battle between the demon emperor and the dragon god kill him. System, okay, this system knows what the host wants to say. You know again? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. To be honest, Qi Lu was quite moved by the system's proposal. If it is really possible to kill the demon emperor with his own hands, even if it is a bit difficult or even dangerous, Qi Lu can accept it. It's just that the current situation is really helpless. However, after hearing what the system said, is this guy planning to support him? Facts have proved that Qi Lu guessed right, but not entirely. System, host, this system allows you to have the power to defeat that demon emperor, but only for 30 seconds. So, I need to collect the corpse and soul of the demon emperor within these 30 seconds, right? Qi Lu didn't wait for the system to finish speaking, so he spoke up and added the second half of the sentence. System, that's right. I accept this mission. Upon hearing this, Qi Lu said without hesitation. Maybe 30 seconds, it is impossible to complete a real battle with the demon emperor. However, in 30 seconds, picking up a leak from the dragon god is still no problem. He is the best at such things as patching knife and head grabbing. System, then trouble the host. When you want to use this power, you only need to say it silently in your heart. Learn. Qi Lu replied seriously. In fact, even if you accept the task issued by the system, there is no need to be so anxious. It may seem difficult to collect the corpse and soul of the demon emperor, but in reality, at least there is no need to worry about the corpse. As long as the demon emperor is executed and Qi Lu speaks in time, he can get it. The dragon god doesn't have to beat the demon emperor to ashes in order to relieve his anger. Of course, if Qi Lu didn't need it, the dragon god would probably. It may directly crush the demon emperor to ashes and prevent the resurrection. Therefore, the real troublesome part of this task is to collect the soul of the demon emperor. If one is not careful, when the demon emperor falls, his soul will disappear along with it. That would be a complete failure. So the system used its last energy to support Qi Lu for 30 seconds, in fact, it was for Qi Lu to grab the head. As long as the demon emperor is on the verge of death, he can take the first step to use the power of the system to collect the soul that is about to dissipate when the demon emperor falls. Anyway, Dragon God wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Qi Lu did it without any pressure. Thinking of this, Qi Lu also stood up, with a serious expression, and focused his eyes on the battle in the sky. Be ready to see the opportunity and make a move at any time. It made Yu Shi'er a little puzzled. Brother Qi Lu? Shi'er, don't worry, I'm fine. Qi Lu could hear the worry in Yu Shi'er's tone, and couldn't help comforting her. Because of his current performance, the emotion of wanting to attack the demon emperor cannot be concealed at all. Yu Shi'er didn't find this emotion strange. He just felt that if Qi Lu wanted to participate in the battle between the demon emperor and the dragon god, it would be very dangerous, so he opened his mouth. Of course, Qi Lu also knew what Yu Shi'er was worried about, so she comforted her. It was also telling Yu Shi'er that he was not overwhelmed by anger. He might do something dangerous, but he will definitely not do things that endanger his life. Otherwise, when the system first proposed this suggestion and asked Qi Lu to help, wouldn't he just agree directly? Why wait until the system is willing to lend its strength to gain these 30 seconds? Isn't it just reducing the risk? You know, it's okay to take risks. But dying is absolutely not advisable. Demon Emperor, stop struggling to your death. For the sake of you and me being friends, I can give you a happy one. Above the sky, the dragon god with an insanely huge body was persuading while coping with the demon emperor's attack. The perfect dragon god is definitely the strongest combat power in the same realm. Even if it is the demon emperor, it is far inferior. So at this moment, the demon emperor is also taken for granted that he is suppressed by the dragon god, and there is no possibility of winning at all. Moreover, it is sealed here by the lock of heaven and earth, and there is no chance of escape at all. The reason why he is still fighting back is because he doesn't want to give up. Even if they are in a desperate situation, who is really willing to catch them with nothing and sit and wait for death? No cultivator would choose to give up resistance, let alone the strongest such as the demon emperor. Rather, after falling into a desperate situation, the demon emperor had to take out all his cards and fight desperately. The fighting power that erupted was even higher than usual. Although it is still impossible to be the opponent of the dragon god, it does make the dragon god feel a little tricky. That's why during the battle, dragon god would speak out to persuade. Anyway, the result will not change in any way. The demon emperor has been alone for a long time, and there is no possibility of any foreign aid, so accidents are naturally prevented. Then the current dying struggle is a pure waste of time. Dragon God doesn't care about wasting such a little time. After all, the strength in the keel was enough to support him to complete this battle, and there was even some left over. This also proves from the side that the power of the catastrophe of enlightenment is indeed extremely terrifying. It seems like a miracle that the demon emperor was able to survive the catastrophe of enlightenment. However, it is a pity that this miracle cannot save the life of the demon emperor. At most it can delay his death. Friend? Dragon God, why don't you say, you and I are friends, how about you let this deity go now, and let this deity disappear from now on? Hearing the persuasion of the dragon god, the demon emperor couldn't help but sneered and said, anyway, it is already a certain death situation, why not fight to the death, fight for the possible vitality? As for what the dragon god said, it was nothing more than heart-attacking words. Is it possible to want the demon emperor to be captured without a fight? It seems that there is nothing to talk about. Also, because no matter what, you can't get out of here alive. Dragon God doesn't care how the demon emperor reacts, because he knows what kind of answer he will get. Only when I think about the old relationship, I will mention it casually, and now it can be regarded as the utmost benevolence. As for letting the demon emperor leave? The dragon god back then wanted to kill the demon emperor, so how could I let him go now? All evil people, 10,000 deaths, cannot atone for their sins. Having said this, the demon emperor stopped talking. The battle in the realm of the half-step avenue caused so much movement. The collapse of the sky and the earth are common things, but the most terrifying thing is the use of the rules of the world. In the realm of the great Tao, why do all the different routes lead to the same goal? It is because the Tao between heaven and earth is the same. Therefore, demon gods and main gods who have not touched this realm have no power to fight back when they encounter the existence of the Tao realm. Fortunately, the dragon god's combat power was truly unparalleled, completely suppressing the demon emperor. At the same time, it also blocked the spread of the aftermath of the battle. Otherwise, besides the dragon god and the demon emperor, no other living beings could survive on the defense line of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Even the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Sacred King have to stay away. Not to mention other demon gods and main gods. However, the state of the demon emperor, after all, was at a great disadvantage from the very beginning due to various reasons. Not to mention the overall combat power, the demon emperor is not as good as the dragon god. So when both of them tried their best, the demon emperor was getting closer and closer to defeat. Dragon god will not show mercy, and will only launch more and more violent offensives as the battle progresses, until the enemy beheaded. Then, the next move is to decide the winner. Demon Emperor, this time, it's a real farewell. Dragon God muttered in his heart. In the past, let the Demon Emperor use suspended animation to escape from birth once. But this time, this kind of thing will not happen again, and the Demon Emperor will not be given another chance to resurrect. I'm afraid the Demon Emperor himself also knows in his heart that the next step is to really decide the outcome, life and death. However, at this moment, Dragon God suddenly found out. Qi Lu, who had been observing the battle from below, suddenly moved for some reason. Dragon God, come on. Since the deity has no way to retreat, then there will be no such thoughts. Whether it's life or death, this deity never regrets it. The Demon Emperor's words also proved that he really understood his situation and knew what he should do. One of the former strongest, even if he died, would never bow down and beg for mercy. It's better to be upright. It is true to die on the battlefield. Good. The Dragon God stared at the Demon Emperor, and slowly uttered a word. Facing this old friend at the beginning, the betrayer later, and the sworn enemy now, Dragon God's mood is quite complicated. The current answer is also a response made in recognition of the Demon Emperor's will. That being the case, then give this old friend a decent way to die. After the words fell, the Dragon God and the Demon Emperor also unleashed their full power in a tacit agreement. With this move, the winner must be decided, one life to death. From then on, we never saw each other again. At this moment, both time and space stopped, and the existence of the great Tao realm was such a terrifying power. Even if it is only half a step in the realm of the great Tao, it has the qualifications to touch such mighty power. At this moment, when the power erupted by the Dragon God and the Demon Emperor collided, the terrifying power produced, even if it was just a little aftermath, could instantly evaporate any demon god or main god present. No one has the slightest resistance. Only Qi Lu. No one would have imagined that at such a time, the shop manager Qi, who seemed to have retired due to exhaustion, entered the range of the battle between the Dragon God and the Demon Emperor, as if he had entered a land off no one. And it seems that it has not been affected in the slightest. How can this be? At this moment, neither the Lord God nor the Demon God, even the Overlord and the Holy King of Ice Spirit, could speak a single word. Because the scene in front of him was too shocking. The two most powerful men in the realm of the half-step Tao broke out with all their strength, and when they confronted each other, they produced terrifying power. Unable to hurt store manager Qi? Before that, what happened to store manager Qi? Or, are they actually not awake yet, they are all dreaming? Of course, this kind of thought is just going around in my mind. Because everyone present knew that what they saw in front of them was real, and store manager Qi had really stepped into the battlefield of two powerhouses. Boy, you. Of course the Demon Emperor could sense Qi Li's arrival. But this was something that he never thought of, something that he couldn't even dream of. Why did this human kid, who was clearly exhausted and was about to be atento deaf, appear in this place? And why? Can you come to me? Did he still hide his strength in the end? No, absolutely impossible. If he was really in the half-step Dao realm from the beginning, would there still be room for the Demon Emperor to speak? The answer is obvious, so this guess can be ruled out. Then, the remaining, most likely scenario is: this human kid, with the help of the previous calamity of proving the way, also broke through to the realm of the half-step avenue. It's just that my physical condition was too bad at the time, so I didn't show it. But now, he barely recovered, so he appeared here. Although this guess sounds a bit outrageous. But at this time, only this kind of statement is a little more reliable. So after the Demon Emperor sensed Qi Li's arrival, his thoughts changed suddenly, and he quickly thought of this possibility. At the same time, I was amazed in my heart. Is this human kid the child of miracle? Such an outrageous situation can occur. Is this really possible? However, it is no longer possible for the Demon Emperor to verify this question in person, so it is naturally impossible for Qi Lu to say more. The power he borrowed from the system can only last for 30 seconds. Now is the best and last chance. Demon Emperor, you probably never thought that the person who will end your life in the end will be me. Qi Lu stared at the Demon Emperor, and spoke in a low tone, word by word. Outrageous shot. It was at this moment when the Demon Emperor was most vulnerable. When Dragon God saw Qi Lu appearing, he didn't speak. Although he was quite surprised, even extremely shocked. But this time is not the time to exchange pleasantries, nor is it the time to ask these questions. After solving the Demon Emperor, if you have any questions, you can ask them together, there is no need to rush for a while. As for giving the life of the Demon Emperor to Qi Lu to end this matter. For Dragon God, the impact is not great, and it doesn't matter. Even in Dragon God's view, he would rather see such a situation. After all, the Demon Emperor is the strongest in the same era as himself. After he leaves, he may really be the only survivor in his era. So if possible, Dragon God actually doesn't want to be the terminator of that era by himself. And another point is Qi Li's background. He probably also wants to avenge the king. Fair enough. I really didn't think of it. It turns out that after this resurrection, the biggest enemy will be you. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor, the look of surprise gradually dissipated. This is not to admit fate, but to see reality clearly. Just when this human kid succeeded in sneak attacking at the last moment of the battle between Dragon God and him. The Demon Emperor has already clearly felt that his soul is dissipating, and his consciousness is disappearing bit by bit. There is no more chance. Human kid, tell me your name. At this moment, the Demon Emperor used the last bit of strength to let Heizis meet Qi Li's. I don't have a name, my name is Qi Lu, and I'm a store manager. If you want, you can call me Manager Qi. Qi Li's palm rested on the Demon Emperor's heart, and the majestic power had already penetrated into it. The system is also preparing to receive the soul of the Demon Emperor, at the moment when the Demon Emperor's consciousness is completely wiped out. Interesting. Qi Lu, store manager, Qi. The Demon Emperor read it silently, and then forced an ugly smile, a bit like a joke. Store manager Qi, although the deity lost, it doesn't mean you won. Your fate, I see it in my eyes. Fate is decided by God. In the end, the voice of the Demon Emperor was already a little indistinct. But the tone of sarcasm and joking can be heard. This also made Qi Lu frown, feeling that the Demon Emperor was really unrepentant. But it's right to think about it, the road that the demon emperor walks is destined to walk on the opposite side of everyone. He has always been alone. Naturally, there is no regret. Is it destiny? I'm really sorry, Demon Emperor, my life is up to me, not God. Qi Lu stared into the eyes of the Demon Emperor, and read out these words word by word. However, the Demon Emperor did not respond. Just keep laughing like that until the pupils lose all their luster. System, host, half of your mission is completed. This system has already collected the soul of this Demon Emperor. System, as for the remaining corpses, in view of the current situation of the host, this system will not collect them for the time being. At this moment, a system voice suddenly sounded in Qi Li's mind. It also made Qi Lu understand that the Demon Emperor had already been executed. It is finally over. At this moment, Qi Lu really relaxed. 30 seconds, if you say it's long, it's really not long, and if you say it's short, it's not too short. If the Demon Emperor is not completely dead within 30 seconds, then Heschel be the one who died. Although he knew that after his death, the Dragon God would avenge himself. But, who wants this kind of thing? Therefore, the tasks given by the system still have risks. If Qi Lu hadn't really had the heart to avenge Senior Ren Wang himself, he might not have been willing to come forward. Fortunately, all of this is over, and the danger is naturally gone. It's just the look in the eyes of the Dragon God, which is a little strange. Qi Lu, what is your strength? With the current state of Dragon God, it is easy to see through the changes in Qi Li's strength. It was natural to perceive that Qi Li's cultivation level had suddenly undergone a huge change. Suddenly fell from the half-step avenue. I'm fine, Senior Dragon God, I'm very clear about my physical condition, don't worry. Qi Lu shook his head slightly, and answered Dragon God's question. But he didn't say it directly. Some things are better left unsaid than lied to. Because to tell a lie, it takes countless lies to cover it up. And if you don't say it, it will be a secret and let others guess. Of course, Dragon God didn't like to inquire about other people's secrets, so after hearing what Qi Lu said, he didn't ask any more questions. Everyone will have their own secrets, asking too many questions will alienate the relationship between the two parties. But after the great battle, Dragon God still wanted to ask clearly about why his keel was in Qi Li's hands. Because of this matter, it is related to his real dragon body. Whether it can be retransformed is a real big deal. But it can't be taken in one stroke like other things. Since you are also aware of your physical condition, I won't ask any more questions. Do you want to participate in the next thing? Dragon God nodded, and asked one more question. After confirming the fall of the Demon Emperor, the remaining thing is naturally to deal with the aftermath. Or to put it more clearly, it is the issue of resource division in the Voltov Heaven God realm. Now, in the place of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, on this battlefield, almost all the main gods and demon gods are included. Even though there were countless casualties in the previous battle, there were still quite a few who survived. Whether it is the main god or the demon god, as long as there is still a breath, at most it will take a longer period of recuperation to survive. So as long as they didn't die on the spot, and died here, after the war, basically nothing will happen. Well, in this case, when the war is over, it's time to allocate resources and divide the territory. All the powerhouses who are eligible for a share of the pie are in this place, and now that it is said, it is also a matter of killing two birds with one stone. It will save you from having to call again in the future, which will only increase the trouble. The Dragon God would ask Qi Lu, also to see if Qi Lu wanted to fight for this resource and this territory. After all, with so many demon gods and main gods present, it is impossible for Dragon God and the others to eat up all the resources. That is impossible and unrealistic. Dragon God would never do such a thing. Otherwise, after so many years, the Dragon God would not simply guard a holy dragon kingdom. Moreover, after this battle, even if the power of the keel dissipates, the dragon god can be considered to have experienced the power of the half-step Dao realm. I also have a clearer understanding of the road ahead and know how to take my next step. Maybe, within a few hundred years, the dragon god will truly step onto the realm of the great Dao and prove to be the great emperor. So I don't care too much about these things. After a few days, he went to retreat. Right now, he is also thinking about helping Qi Lu and the others to fight for some benefits, while he has not retreated if they need it. No need, Senior Dragon God, do you think I still need this now? Qi Lu understood what Dragon God meant, but still refused. When talking to Dragon God, there is no need to beat around the bush, just say what you have to say. Don't worry about refusing, it will lose face of Dragon God. In fact, he has to do this kind of troublesome thing. That's right, with your ability, you really don't care about these things. Dragon God nodded, agreeing with Qi Li's words. Dragon God doesn't know the situation of store manager Qi's shop in the entire Sky God realm. But only talking about the situation in the extreme God realm, the Dragon God can see it all, and naturally knows how fast the money is accumulating. If this is the case in Tianjiu, then it goes without saying how huge the amount of resources occupied by store manager Qi is. No wonder they look down on the next resource allocation and land division. Because store manager Qi's shops are almost everywhere in the Vault of Heaven God realm. Is there still a need to fight for territory? Now in which kingdom of God, there is no shop with the manager Qi? And not talking about the store, just talking about the virtual dual crystal thing, the practitioner must have a piece of it. Those gods and main gods must also be indispensable, otherwise they would not be able to keep up with the times. Even the remaining ordinary people, as long as they have the conditions, will prepare one. Not for anything else, just to be able to build relationships with those practitioners in the virtual dual platform, it is worthwhile. So it's unimaginable to talk about manager Qi's money-making ability. These resources cannot be disputed. Since store manager Qi himself doesn't care anymore, then of course Dragon God won't say anything more. There are not many follow-up matters. It is better to try to solve them as much as possible while everyone is present, so as to save trouble. However, although Qi Lu didn't intend to participate in the future, he still had plans to observe. Take a look at these main gods and demon gods, what are their thoughts in the future? After all, Qi Lu is just a store manager, and it is impossible for him to have the energy to manage the entire Sky God realm. And Qi Lu has never had such an idea. He just wanted to maintain basic order. And the order in the wider area could never be maintained by Qi Lu alone. In the end, it still needs to be implemented layer by layer, which involves the thoughts and behaviors of these demon gods and main gods. Especially the thoughts of those main gods. Because the executive power of believers is not blown out. A main god who advocates peace must have believers who also advocate peace. At least most of them are. And under the command of the Lord God, there are also many gods who can fight for the will of the Lord God. Act with ideas. On the other hand, those demon gods are not so important compared with the role of the main god. Because the demon god itself is the source of disaster. As long as those demon gods are restrained and let them keep their own place, it will be considered that they have completed the task. This is also the main reason why Qi Lu is more optimistic about those main gods. As for the rest, it's nothing. Qi Lu can't control so much, and there is no need to control so much. Countless beings in the Vault of Heaven God realm have their own lives and choices. What they want to do, or what path they choose, has nothing to do with Qi Lu. Just follow the most basic rules and maintain the most basic order. To put it simply, no matter what disputes arise among the major powers, majority states, or major kingdoms of God, it is their own choice, and Qi Lu does not intend to interfere in such matters. This healthy competition, in the long run, is actually good for all living beings. Without pressure, there is no motivation. If you don't learn to compete, and don't learn to survive with all your strength, you will only slowly decay. 1 or 2 generations, perhaps still can't see anything. But what about 3 and 5 generations? How about 10 generations and 100 generations? Not everyone can become a long-lived practitioner, nor can everyone become a near-immortal god. One can imagine the consequences of ordinary people's inheritance, if there is no pressure of competition in a peaceful environment. So how could Qi Lu stop this healthy competition? Rather, Qi Lu wants to encourage the emergence of this kind of healthy competition. Because survival of the fittest, at some point, is really very correct. Especially in a place like the Sky God realm, there are many dangers. Without strong strength, one may die at any time. And Qi Lu has never encountered it before. It's just because Qi Lu is strong enough and there are many dangers, none of which are considered dangers. For Qi Lu, it might not even break the skin. For some low-strength practitioners, it is a fatal danger. Not to mention those ordinary people. The simplest example. For example, the monsters in the wilderness formed a wave of monsters. In the eyes of many main gods and demon gods, it is simply not worth mentioning. But for those ordinary people and cultivators, that is a real crisis that needs to be fought with one's life. So, in the vault of heaven god realm, is it possible to live comfortably? This is also the reason why Qi Lu quite encourages healthy competition. It will not interfere with the normal disputes between any forces. However, if the guy who caused chaos and ignited the flames of war had the same idea as the demon emperor. If you want to spread the flames of war to all places, and even destroy the vault of heaven god realm, that's what must be killed. This is also one of Qi Lu's principles. But after going through this big battle, Qi Lu felt that such a guy should never appear again. The most troublesome immortal heavenly demon and the demon emperor were executed one after another. The remaining demon gods and main gods are also ineffective. Moreover, after the collapse of the divine mountain in the central territory, the stores opened by Qi Lu can be completely linked together. It won't be long before most of the vault of heaven god realm is under control. Don't worry too much about this aspect. Having figured this out, Qi Lu stopped thinking about these things and concentrated on listening. Dragon God dealt with these post-war matters very quickly, mainly due to the overwhelming power he still possesses. Therefore, the battle between the demon god and the main god is impossible to continue. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of Dragon God? Who would dare? However, although the Dragon God mediated, it did not prohibit the struggle between the main god and the demon god in the future. It's just that such a large-scale war is not allowed to happen again. Moreover, it is not allowed to affect those practitioners and ordinary people. If you want to fight, you can find a remote place where there are no living creatures, and you can fight as you like. But now, discuss business. For Dragon God's approach, Overlord and Ice Spirit Sacred King naturally supported it. All of a sudden, on this battlefield, the 3 strongest, no, it should beta 4 major powers, of course store manager Qi is among them, all agreed. Then who can have other ideas? Didn't they come here to find a smoker? For a guy who dares to stand up at such a time, it is estimated that no one will be pitiful if he is beaten to death. Therefore, this battle, which was enough to determine the future direction of the entire Sky God realm, ended quickly after the fall of the Demon Emperor, just like this, in a short period of time with a few words. This is the powerful force that brings the right to speak. No one dares to defy. Even if you still want to continue, you have to wait until everything that needs to be said is finished, and then resolve it one-on-one. It should be like this. The God realm of the Vault of Heaven is vast and boundless, and we must rely on one main God to establish the kingdom of God and manage them separately in order to see results. Qi Lu nodded slightly while listening, and didn't offer any suggestions. This approach is actually very good. The main God may be very powerful, and the range of perception may be very wide. But compared to the boundless vastness of the vault of heaven God realm, that's all. Even Qi Lu, relying on one store after another to expand and spread out bit by bit, would not be able to include the entire vault of heaven God realm under his own perception. Moreover, within the vault of heaven God realm, there are not any living beings anywhere. In some dead zones, desperate places, and dangerous environments, there are no living things at all. Then the shop will naturally not be built in the past. This creates some omissions. And the boundlessness of the vault of heaven God realm is not just talk, but really no limit. The farther you go, the more barren the land is, the monsters are everywhere, and there are large areas of dead land. If you are not careful, you will be caught. In those places, almost all intelligent races will not live in the past. Of course, it was not within the scope of Qi Li's business development. In this way, Qi Li's perception can only be said to cover most of the entire Sky God realm. It can never be all. What's more, even if Qi Li had the ability, he didn't have the time to take care of it. In the vault of heaven God realm, there are thousands of races and countless creatures. There are countless big and small things every day. Can you manage it? So partitioning and conquering is the best choice. As for Qi Lu herself, Anin can be a store manager with peace of mind, open a self-service store and it's over. There is no need for Qi Lu to worry about the maintenance of the virtual dual platform, it is all the things that the system should do. If you think about it this way, you will have a leisurely life in the future. Now that all threats are gone, at least for a long time, there is no need to worry about who will come out to make trouble again. Instead, I can plan my future life plan and the development direction of the store. In addition, let those kingdoms of God cooperate and work harder to build a better future. Don't be the same as before. After the kingdom of God is established, you don't care about anything. What's the point of that? While thinking, while listening. Dragon God is still very fast in doing things. The main reason is that no one dared to refute. Basically, it was the dragon god who was speaking, and those demon gods and main gods were listening. Then what the dragon god said, they would do what they did in the future and it would be over. How much time can this delay? The Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King were also watching the fun. Anyway, the dragon god's words were not meant for them. Do those main gods and demon gods still dare to have opinions? If you have any objections, go to the Overlord or the Ice Spirit Sacred King for a one-on-one fight. It's easy to say if you win. However, the fact is that although these two are not well known, their combat power is truly tyrannical. In the previous battle, Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King made their final appearances, which also made those demon gods and main gods see it. The immortal demon puppet is an irresistible existence in front of them. The gap is so big that it is beyond imagination. But he was resisted by the Overlord, the Ice Spirit Saint King, and Qi Lu, and even killed him. This kind of record doesn't mean that Bawang, Ice Spirit Saint King, and Qi Lu's battle power is only 1/3 of that of Immortal Sky Demon. To be honest, if the real combat power increases by 1 point, the overall combat power may increase by 3 to 5 points. This is a very normal thing. So asking them to go to Bawang and Bingling Sacred King to fight one-on-one, isn't that going to kill them? Seeing that these two are also listening and joining in the fun, the pressure in those demon gods and main gods is even greater. In this way, after most of the day, what should be said has been said. It's time for this battle to end. The many demon gods and main gods who survived left looking at each other 1v1. There is no way, this battle is definitely not going to go on now, and I have to keep myself safe when I go back. Of course, this is not absolute. Fighting can still be continued. The so-called law-abiding is just talking about not bullying others or bullying the weak. For those main gods, this matter is not a big deal, they have never done this kind of thing. After all, it is to develop believers. If the believers are killed, how can they collect the power of faith? As for killing believers of other main gods, one thing to say, the battle between the main gods will basically not touch believers. All the main gods beat each other to death. Otherwise, it would be a dispute between believers. How could it be the Lord God's turn to attack the believers? That's too cheap. But for many demon gods, it is necessary to suppress their temper. The previous moody and random approach is not advisable now. Although they still regard those weak practitioners, ordinary people, as insignificant ants. But the life of ants is also life. No one has mentioned this before. Those demon gods like to vent their emotions when they have nothing to do. But now that there are rules, dragon god specifically mentioned this point, and those who have the courage to violate the rules can give it a try. Kill a few more, kill chickens to warn monkeys, and it will stop. Is this the end of the war? Qilu rubbed his nose, feeling that this situation was a bit anticlimactic. How fierce the previous war was, how bleak it seems now. Fortunately, the dragon god's current cultivation level has not fallen, occupying the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun, which has diluted a bit of coldness. If it doesn't end, I won't be able to fight. The demon emperor has fallen, there is no need to increase the casualties in vain. Dragon god spoke slowly, and after a while, he sighed silently. If you really have to wait until one of the demon gods and the main gods has completely emptied their troops, then why bother to end the battle? The demon gods who have fallen here now, as well as the main gods, the resources and positions that are vacant will not be filled by the latecomers in the future, nor will they be gone after the fight. What's more, without those main gods and their subordinate gods, it would be difficult to manage those kingdoms of God. And the existence of the demon god can also be regarded as a need for military training. After all, there must be some external crisis to stimulate their motivation. For the Lord God, many dangers in the vault of heaven god realm are no longer dangerous. Only the competition between strong men of the same cultivation level can be regarded as a real crisis. The role of those demon gods is probably the same. Neither Qi nor Dragon God wanted to see those main gods who established the kingdom of God lose their motivation to move forward like a pool of stagnant water. Otherwise, after thousands of years, one day, the vault of heaven god realm will decay again. Moreover, when Qilu knew that in the long past, there was no such mountain as the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, he had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps, one day in the future, the central territory, divine mountain will reappear. A bigger crisis will come again. At that time, if the vault of heaven god realm has already decayed, how can a tree resist it? Okay, Qilu, let's not talk about this now. What I want to know more is, where did you get my keel? Dragon God shook his head, ignored Qilu's appearance that he seemed to want to say something, and changed the subject. If possible, Dragon God really wanted to get all his keel back. In this way, going one step further, it is basically a certainty. I also got it from Senior Dragon Sacred King. Qilu did not hide it. But after saying this, Qilu paused for a moment and continued, but, I also have a question. Go ahead. Dragon God nodded thoughtfully, and then responded casually. Of course the Dragon God knows about the Dragon Sage King, and he has had contact with him before, so he is not unfamiliar. It's just that the whereabouts of the Dragon King have always been secretive, and no matter what he does, he always makes plans before moving. In terms of strength, the great Dragon Sage King and the Dragon God are on par, but they haven't really fought each other, so they can't say for sure. But in terms of resourcefulness, Dragon God is not ashamed. You can be sure that you are not as good as the Dragon King. Therefore, the appearance of his keel in the hands of the Dragon Sage King made the Dragon God a little more guessing. Actually, I just want to ask, Senior Dragon God, is your current dragon body without a keel? Qilu thought about his choice of words, but asked directly. Cough cough cough. As soon as these words came out, Dragon God almost choked to death. After coughing for a while, the Dragon God said angrily, "What are you talking about? What is the state without a keel? Look at me now. Is there a condition of the keel? Really, store manager, Chi, your cultivation level is not low, can you say such a thing? Even if you lose your keel, you can still survive, but do you really have no eyesight at all?" Then the keel I got from Senior Dragon, Sacred King. Chila still maintained a puzzled tone. If the keel of the Dragon God is complete, then where did the keel in the hands of the Dragon Sacred King come from? Anyway, it definitely won't be the Dragon King's own keel. The giant dragon sage, who specializes in the law of the soul, doesn't care about his own dragon body at all. Then his keel naturally couldn't withstand the power of the catastrophe of enlightenment. It is indeed mine. Dragon God did not deny this matter. After thinking about it for a while, the Dragon God continued, "However, that is not the keel in my dragon body, but the keel in the real dragon itself. To put it more bluntly, it is the cohesion of laws and the manifestation of rules, not a keel in the true sense. You should be able to understand." Able. Hearing these words, Chilu always felt that he was being looked at as stupid. If you can't even understand the words so clearly, then it's okay. But after listening to Dragon God's words, Chilu was even more surprised, and only then did he realize what kind of move the real dragon itself was. The cohesion of laws, the appearance of rules. To put it simply, the real dragon body of the Dragon God is not the body of the Dragon God, but a move formed by the realization of the realm. It was also a state that was closest to the realm of the Great Tao in ancient times. No wonder a small piece of the keel of the real dragon body can withstand the baptism of the catastrophe of enlightenment. It turns out that the keel itself has been contaminated with the aura of the Tao realm, but it has not broken through for a long time. However, the Dragon God was clearly able to transform into a real dragon body and feel the power of the Great Tao, but why didn't he choose to break through? This is the biggest problem. Thinking of this, Chila didn't hide it, but directly asked his doubts. Breakthrough? The realm of the Great Tao is so difficult, it is not as simple as you think. Hearing the words, the Dragon God couldn't help but shook his head, and said, "There's nothing to hide about this matter, or rather, it's only now that I went to understand why the Demon Emperor would try to destroy the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory." Hearing this, Chilu frowned suddenly, and said, "Is there something else hidden in this? Didn't the Demon Emperor destroy the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory cause a war between the Tianji Territory and the Shinji Territory? Now it sounds like there is another purpose?" Of course there is. The Demon Emperor's purpose is never pure when he does things. The Dragon God nodded slightly, affirming Chi Li's guess, and then continued, "Actually, before that, I didn't understand why the Demon Emperor wanted to destroy the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. Is it just to provoke this big war? Obviously the key to the victory of this battle is not on those demon gods and main gods, but he still did it. This is very strange to think about. Until you took out the keel before, I didn't understand what the Demon Emperor was for." "For what?" Chilu answered and asked aloud. "In order to break through, in order to summon the catastrophe of enlightenment." Dragon God said these words without any hesitation, and his tone was quite firm. But it made Chilu take a deep breath, hesitated for a while, and then said, "Is there any inevitable connection between the sacred mountain in the Central Territory and the breakthrough to the Tao?" It wasn't until this moment that Chilu realized that he still seemed to have overlooked some things. The actions of the Demon Emperor and the goals he wants to achieve have never been so simple. Even more complicated than imagined. Fortunately, this time it can be confirmed that the Demon Emperor has fallen, instead of a fake death like before. But the Dragon God specifically mentioned this matter, so it was definitely not for fun. Of course it does. Chi Lu, maybe you don't know that since the records of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory, there have been countless main gods and demon gods. Even if they have reached the limit of their realm, none of them has ever been able to perceive the emergence of the catastrophe of enlightenment. Although the true dragon body is the manifestation of the rules, it is just another way. It wasn't until this time that the central divine mountain collapsed that he was sure of one thing. Having said that, Dragon God's expression is quite serious. Qi Li's expression also became serious. He didn't speak, just stared at Dragon God, waiting for the next sentence. The existence of the divine mountain in the central territory prevented the emergence of the calamity of proving Tao. The demon emperor will destroy the divine mountain in the central territory, and he must have discovered this, so he has to do it. The battle between the heavenly realm and the divine realm is just an incidental thing, and it's not the main purpose at all. Eliminating the inner demons, achieving the realm of the Tao, and proving the position of the great emperor are the real goals of the demon emperor. It's just that the process of the demon emperor's elimination of the demons in his heart was not smooth. So in the end, it turned into a forced breakthrough. Although it was successful, it was not completely successful. It's half the battle. He was on the brink of failure, and died in Xuanhuan. It can only be said that the two suspended animations gave the demon emperor great help, but also planted a huge hidden danger. If you want to step into the realm of the great Tao, your own state of mind should be perfect. However, in the experience of the demon emperor, if the inner demons are not eliminated, one will never be able to achieve a perfect state of mind, and it will become what it is now. However, these problems are no longer a problem after the fall of the demon emperor. Qi Li will no longer be obsessed with what the demon emperor's purpose is. However, the point of what the dragon god said is not about the purpose of the demon emperor, but about the divine mountain in the central territory, which will prevent the emergence of the Tao tribulation. This is also the reason why, for several ages, there has been no existence of the realm of the great Tao. There is such a thing? Senior Dragon God, are you sure you didn't feel wrong? After Qi Li was astonished, although he believed in the judgment of the Dragon God, he still couldn't help asking. Because of this kind of thing, it is really unbelievable. The appearance of the divine mountain in the central territory was not moved by anyone, but was naturally generated by the sky god realm. If it is said that the divine mountain of the central territory can really prevent the emergence of the catastrophe of enlightenment, then there is only one reason. The will of heaven and earth in the vault of heaven God realm does not want to see the existence of the Tao realm appear. But does this statement make sense? There's nothing wrong with that. Dragon God said with certainty. Now is not the time to make jokes, and Dragon God doesn't like to make jokes either. Yeah. Qi Li nodded and stopped talking. Instead, he called the system in his mind, asking the system in case afterball is Qi Li's consistent way to solve problems. System, this system already knows what the host wants to ask. So do you have an answer? Qi Li continued to ask. It's probably not reliable to ask Dragon God. If he knew, he should have said it long ago. It's better to ask the system directly. At least this guy swallowed the soul off the demon emperor, so there should be some gains. As for the demon emperor's corpse, Qi Li had already found an opportunity to take it away when he was cleaning the battlefield. Dragon God and the others don't care about this matter. It is estimated that the store manager Qi wants to take it away, so that Hetsan go back and pay homage to the king. Let him do as he pleases. Although he once had a friend with the demon emperor, Dragon God really didn't intend to help the demon emperor to have a good burial. Anyway, after such a long time, they have already developed into sworn enemies, so why bother? So it's not unreasonable for Qi Li to ask about the system's ideas. System, of course this system has the answer. System, because of the existence of the divine mountain in the central territory, the vault of heaven God realm was divided into two, breaking the integrity of the world rules of the vault of God realm. So it was impossible to condense the calamity of enlightenment. It's that simple? After waiting for quite a while, Qi Lu, who didn't hear the following, asked subconsciously. System, it's that simple. Qi Lu pondered for a moment, thinking that maybe he had overcomplicated things. The calamity of enlightenment is the test of heaven and earth for the seekers of Taoism, although in Qi Li's view, it is more like the killing intent of heaven and earth. After all, the power of the catastrophe of enlightenment is simply beyond imagination, and it is extremely terrifying. If it was really just a test, why did it seem like he was running towards the goal of killing the seeker? After having this thought, Qi Lu felt that his previous guess might be quite true. Maybe the will of heaven and earth in the vault of heaven God realm realities want to see the existence of the Tao realm appear. But this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with Qi Lu. Even with a rainy day, that's too far away. Qi Lu hasn't even seen the limit of his current realm, and he doesn't know how far he is from the great Tao. Moreover, even the dragon god now relies on the strength of the keel to step into the half-step avenue. Therefore, whether it is a killing intent or a test, it is of little significance. Even if it's killing intent, I still have a second buy system in my hand to help. Now, let's take one step at a time. Speaking of which, the questions that the dragon god wanted to ask have also been asked. The source of the keel came from the hand of the dragon sage king, so asking Qi Lu was a waste of time. As long as you can't find the dragon sacred king for a day, you can't find the keel for a day. Alas, when was the keel of my real dragon body taken away by the dragon sage king? When you are asleep? But if you think about it carefully, it's not possible. Dragon God knew in his heart that even if he was in a deep sleep, it was impossible for him to be ignorant of the outside world. Especially when it comes to the real dragon itself, it is absolutely impossible to be unaware of it. Unless there is a memory about this incident, it disappears. Has the memory disappeared? Could it be that I have made any deal with the dragon sacred king? The dragon god secretly thought in his heart that he was quite clear about the methods of the great dragon sacred king. It is easy to use the Dzogchen soul law to erase a memory. It's the same even if the target is in existence with the cultivation level of dragon god. It's just that even if this kind of thing can be done easily, it doesn't mean that it can be done without the dragon god noticing. Then there is only one answer. I voluntarily erased this memory. Dragon God thought of the key point, but wanted to laugh. Volunteering, gave away the real dragon body, gave away a whole keel? Dragon God never thought that he would be so selfless and self-sacrificing for others, unless there was indeed something hidden in it. Perhaps something worth giving away a whole keel really happened. Sage Dragon King, what exactly does he want to do? Dragon God buried this question deeply in his heart and didn't think about it again. Since the contents of the original discussion were all eliminated by the Dragon Sage King's prudent use of the soul law. So now that I think about it, I probably can't think of it. Moreover, the Dragon Sacred King purposely left a piece of keel and return edit to himself through Qi Li's hand, which showed that he probably anticipated the current situation. It is enough to see the depth of his planning. Dragon God has always admired these wily and calculating guys. What's more, in the memory of the Dragon God, although the relationship with the Dragon King is not familiar, it definitely belongs to the friendly army. That being the case, it's useless to think too much about it. It's better to take advantage of the time to feel the power of the half-step avenue to prepare for the subsequent retreat. As for the keel of the real dragon body, after reaching a higher level, it becomes unimportant. This is also the reason why Dragon God doesn't want to continue thinking. In that case, so be it. Qi Lu, this battle is over, what are your plans? Dragon God shook his head, put all these troubles behind him, and asked aloud. No plans, continue to open the shop. Qi Lu shrugged and answered casually. This is not considered perfunctory, because Qi Lu really thinks so. What can we do without opening a shop? This is the best and fastest way for Qi Lu to become stronger. Therefore, Qi Lu must not only continue to open stores, but also do better and stronger. Let's use the shop to connect the barren land of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory first. To be honest, the location of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory is the real central area of the Vault of Heaven God realm. Logically speaking, this place should be the best area. It's a pity that due to the existence of the Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory, this place has become a battlefield. The fall of countless main gods and demon gods turned this place into a dead zone. Murderous aura, deadly aura, fierce aura. Any kind of power remaining in this area is not a good thing. Not to mention ordinary people, even weaker cultivators, will not be able to police them if they encounter them. So in the next few days, we have to find a way to purify the area where the central divine mountain collapsed first. After all, the location of Zhongyu Xuanhuan is really good. As long as there is no murderous aura, death aura, etc., these irritating things, it is definitely a hub extending in all directions. The premise is that a giant city-state can be built in this place. Or more directly, find a way to cover a certain kingdom of God. Only by penetrating this area can it be regarded as a complete communication between the former Tianji realm and the divine extreme realm. Then Qi Lu could start thinking about something else. Alright, this is the job of store manager, Qi. The dragon god smiled, and didn't ask any more questions. He looked around and found that those who participated in the battle, those who were still alive, had basically left. Then he knew that he should probably leave. Manager Qi has a lot of ideas, and he has the ability to realize them, so he doesn't need to talk too much. From this point of view, the future of the Sky God realm rests with store manager Qi. Qi Lu, after I go back this time, I might be ready to retreat. You will probably not hear from me for a long time. Before leaving, Dragon God specifically mentioned this matter to Qi Lu. It's not that I'm worried that the Vault of Heaven God realm will fall into chaos again. As long as there is no existence of the level of the Demon Emperor, and the suppression of the store manager Qi, those demon gods and main gods will not have the ability to cause chaos, let alone the courage to create chaos. Dragon God said this, to let Qi Lu not worry, don't think too much. Enlightenment is something that is possible for 10 to 100 years, or thousands of years. After this retreat, the outside world is in a state of vicissitudes, but it is too common. As for a top combat power like the Dragon God, it will take many years for him to disappear, so it is inevitable that some guys will think too much. Let store manager Qi say hello first. And there is another reason. Even the process of stepping into the Tao realm, Dragon God doesn't know if it will go smoothly. In case of an accident, store manager Qi can take care of it. Then I will congratulate Senior Dragon God on his successful breakthrough in advance. Qi Lu nodded and said with a smile. There is no need to say any more. At this point, the battle is all over. After parting with Dragon God, Qi Lu found Yu Shi'er who had been waiting for him in the distance, and returned to the shop. The atmosphere of the virtual duel competition is still very lively. Probably none of these contestants would have imagined that during their participation in the competition, there would be a battle that would determine the future direction of the Vault of Heaven God realm on the side of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. Moreover, the great battle that was enough to determine the future direction of the Vault of Heaven God realm has come to an end. But the virtual duel competition they participated in was only halfway through the schedule. But that's fine, you know, in the battle between the demon god and the main god, these guys are not even cannon fodder in the past. Knowing about this kind of thing will only increase panic, it is better not talk now. In any case, the final result did not have a great impact on them. Maybe there will be changes in the future, but most of them will change for the better, and they just have to go with the flow. So when Qi Lu returned to the shop, he didn't make much noise. There are so many shops in the Sky God realm, but there is only one store manager, who knows where store manager Qi has gone. These customers don't care, as long as the competition continues, it means that store manager, Qi, is very safe. Besides, they have no right to worry about manager Qi. The Sky God Realm Friendship Contest. Qi muttered this word, and sighed in his heart. He really had the foresight. A small game diverted the attention of these guys. Now that the divine mountain of the Central Territory has collapsed, and the vault of Heaven God Realm is no longer divided into the Heavenly Extreme Realm and the Divine Extreme Realm, it is time for the follow-up matters to begin. It is not in a hurry to communicate with the traffic of various places. Although Qi understands the importance of convenient transportation, it also depends on the location. The Vault of Heaven God Realm is a typical example of a vast land with few people, and it is extremely vast with very few people. Judging from the current population density, Qi felt that even if the number of clansmen of various races in the Vault of Heaven God Realm increased by 10 times, it would still be impossible to appear crowded. At most, the productivity was insufficient. Yes, lack of productivity is indeed a big problem. Even though Qi really didn't want to admit this problem, the ordinary people of Tianqiangshan were indeed still in the farming civilization. And cultivators don't do production. Who has ever seen a cultivator go to farm by himself? Therefore, even if the farming and planting in the Vault of Heaven God Realm has a very high yield, it will still be insufficient in the end. After all, the ability to live without food must at least be possessed by a god who can collect the power of faith. And when it comes to the demon god, everyone is a cook, but the food they eat is getting more and more advanced. From ordinary food at the beginning, to all kinds of elixir treasures, and then to the treasures of heaven, material, and earth. Unless you are in the realm of the demon god, you can't do without cooking to replenish your blood and strengthen yourself. Of course, if you don't want to become stronger, it's fine for these practitioners not to eat for a few months or even a few years. It is completely possible to absorb energy from the sky and the earth to supplement one's own needs. The only drawback is that the speed of progress is pitifully slow. Otherwise, why would resources be scarce in the extremity of the sky? Those demon gods, or cultivators who follow the way of demon gods, are different from those main gods and those who follow the way of main gods. The consumption of various cultivation resources is extremely high. Therefore, it is no wonder that the productivity can keep up over the years. However, this matter is not under Qi Liguan's control, mainly because he can't control it, and there is no good way to do it. Qi could think of a way to get a batch of divine beast eggs suitable for farming and throw them in the shop for sale. I haven't seen the former god of extremes. Is this how the productivity goes up? Farming civilization needs good weather. Wait, the beast egg, seems like a good idea. After thinking about it, Qi suddenly realized that he seemed to have hit on an idea. Although from the matter of road construction, it suddenly jumped to the beast egg, which is indeed a bit too jumpy. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, it was all for the sake of the Vault of Heaven God Realm, and for the welfare of those weak creatures. What Qi wanted to see was a vibrant Sky God Realm, not a lifeless Sky God Realm. Then there are some things that have to be done. But then again, if you want to sell this beast egg to various places, you must use a virtual shopping platform as a carrier. Otherwise, will there really be branches of divine beast eggs in all places and city-states? Qi still understands the truth that money touches people's hearts. The Vault of Heaven God Realm is so big, there are always places that I can take care of, and there are always people who are willing to take risks. Even though the possibility of accidents was close to zero, Qi didn't bother to try. Isn't it good to shop online? Anyway, it is impossible for the divine animal eggs to appear as fakes, so can they lose money? So there is nothing to think about this question. Let's lay out the virtual shopping platform first. After that, more merchants will be allowed to settle in to expand the variety of commodities on the virtual shopping platform. The training resources needed for the way of the main god and the way of the demon god are somewhat different. The best way is to make reasonable use and communicate with each other. There is no need to occupy these things that you can't use. Then there is the issue of currency. On this point, Qile decided to use the blood spar and the faith stone together after careful consideration. Appear. The problem is that the exchange ratio needs to be adjusted. This matter can be discussed later. After all, there are only these two common currencies at present, and the blood spar still has practical functions, such as dispensing medicine and the like. Therefore, the exchange ratio between blood spar and faith stone will definitely not remain unchanged. So the problem now is back to the original place, which is to spread the virtual shopping platform all over the Sky God realm. And to do this, it's actually simple. Just get the virtual dual crystal and get one in everyone's hands. In the past in Tianji domain, it was not difficult to obtain the virtual dual crystal, but it took a long time. That's because Qile has other plans, and thinks that it's useless for the customers of Tianjiu to hold the virtual dual crystal. It's better to spread out slowly. But now it is different, what is needed is a speed. So after some thought, Qile decided to make an announcement on the virtual dual platform. Let me know that the virtual shopping platform will be launched soon. Qile can continue with the next plan only after the virtual shopping platform is rolled out. A new notification? The virtual shopping platform will be launched soon, and there are countless online stores with all kinds of goods. There is nothing impossible to buy, only unexpected. If you don't want to be a buyer, do you want to be a merchant? Want to earn a lot of blood spar? If you want to, get ready and become a new merchant. The virtual shopping platform is newly launched. If you become a new merchant within 1 month, you can reduce the registration fee by 50%. High subsidies, waiting for you to receive. On this day, countless customers who did not know about the virtual shopping platform received this notification. They were surprised, there is such a good place? What does online shopping mean? All kinds of goods, everything that one expects to find, is it true? And the matter of becoming a businessman and earning blood spar has also attracted many people's hearts. Since store manager Qi's shop opened in various city-states, the value stability of blood spar, a universal currency, has begun to rise rapidly. There is no need to barter at all times as before. And as the order of various city-states is gradually established, the weak do not have to worry about their own precarity. Then, how to earn more blood spar has become a topic worth studying. So under such circumstances, the virtual shopping platform quickly became popular. For practitioners, becoming a businessman is not an option. Because they can't do business either. In other words, in the past Tianji domain, before Qile came here, many practitioners lived by oppressing the weak. Otherwise, go to the wilderness, hunt monsters, pick various medicinal materials, and barter. Even if it is a transaction, it is usually a transaction among practitioners themselves, instead of trading with ordinary people. Of course, if it is a shop backed by practitioners, it will be another calculation. After all, this type of shop, in essence, is not opened by ordinary people, but is represented by ordinary people. The real boss is still a practitioner, and those ordinary people are employees. This is the default rule. It's just that Qile's arrival broke this rule. A powerful demon god standing on the top of the vault of Heaven God realm opened his own shop and paid attention to these things. How dare those little cultivators have something to say? Let's change it together. Didn't you see that store manager Qi runs the business by himself? Didn't he say whose labor force is being exploited? If he did this again, it would be a slap in the face of store manager Qi. You can do things that even store manager Qi doesn't do? Are you stronger than store manager Qi? Therefore, when the virtual shopping platform becomes popular, it is the ordinary people who are really happy. After all, in order to become a cultivator, talent, aptitude, and cultivation resources are all indispensable. Many ordinary people have no qualifications themselves, but maybe their children can have qualifications. At this time, enough resources are needed to cultivate. However, in the past, how many cultivation resources could ordinary people obtain to cultivate their children? Come to think of it, hardly any resources are available. It's not that there is sectarianism, but who would like to see themselves have an extra competitor? It's too late to suppress people who are not close to me, how can I support them? You must know that among the same sex, there are acts of bullying each other. Let alone strangers. But now, the emergence of virtual shopping platforms has actually given these ordinary people a chance to change their destiny. Talent, aptitude, are really important, that's right. But resources are equally important. If Qilu wanted to change the living environment of the weak, he had to find a way to make them have a certain value. Because only when you have value, you will be valued and safer. But talent and aptitude cannot be forced. Then, we can only seek a certain degree of fairness in the way of obtaining resources. It is also a good way to compete by letting them all become merchants, each relying on their own abilities. At least to open a store, you don't need much strength. Moreover, registering an online store on a virtual shopping platform will not be suppressed. They don't even have a storefront, they only need an online store in the warehouse. Even if others want to do something, there is no place to do it. What's more, the competition between stores is also a competition between ordinary people and ordinary people. Practitioners who want to make trouble can only target practitioners. In case it is aimed at ordinary people, it will be discovered. It is estimated that he will be beaten to death. But this is not Qi Li's intention, but those demon gods who have nowhere to vent their anger and toss it out. After Qi Lu found out about this, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he didn't say anything. Anyway, just don't act recklessly. It is unrealistic to really restrain the strong and the weak. Order does not require complete equality, but relative fairness. If those cultivators are to be compared with the demon gods, let alone those cultivators, let alone whether the demon gods are willing or not, who would dare? Therefore, many things, taken for granted, will definitely not work. It must be implemented in practice, adjusted to local conditions, and adjusted at any time in order to be perfect. Qi Lu just came up with an idea, including Dragon God. What I said earlier on the battlefield at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory is actually to let those demon gods and main gods listen to it. It is another matter to really do it. Just take your time. It is the right way to prevent those top powerhouses from killing innocent people indiscriminately. And so it was settled. The online notice of the virtual shopping platform is just a warm-up effect, letting everyone know that there is such a thing. Otherwise, Qi Lu quietly launched the virtual shopping platform, who would know about it? Expect those who have never touched a virtual dual crystal to find out for themselves? This is obviously unreliable. Then, within 2 days, the virtual shopping platform was officially launched. All of a sudden, those guys who have virtual dual crystals are excited, especially those ordinary people. It is not easy to open a shop quietly. However, these guys obviously didn't expect the purpose of store manager Qi's opening of the virtual shopping platform at this time. For the time being, Qi Lu has not been connected to the merchant system here for those merchants in the former Xinji domain. We are going to wait for the new generation of merchants, that is, the former customers of Tianjiu to register a larger number of merchants, and then connect the older generation of merchants to the merchant system here. In this way, it can not only achieve the effect of increasing competition, but also achieve the purpose of exchanging needs. There is no way, even if the Central Territory, Divine Mountain collapses and becomes ruins. But it will take many years, even decades, to completely purify that area. So for now, relying on the virtual shopping platform to exchange resources is the best choice. Otherwise, what would Qi Lu insist on opening up the mutual exchange of bloodspar and faith stone? It is because the merchants on both sides charge different currencies. If you want to purchase the goods of the corresponding merchant, you need to exchange currency before you can continue shopping. It can be regarded as allowing these guys to make a psychological preparation for the future integration. Therefore, when the virtual shopping platform was officially launched, the only store on the merchant search page was Manager Chi's online store. And among the products for sale, the top item is the virtual dual crystal. Chi didn't want these guys to waste any more time to get virtual dual crystals for free. This way everyone loses. One loses time, the other loses income. So, let them spend blood spar to buy it. At any rate, an inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and buying time with blood spar is not too much. Furthermore, Chi Li's price tag cannot be exaggerated, because it is still in the stage of developing the market. If it weren't for the really low cost, Chi Li's price tag for virtual dual crystals could be regarded as half sold, half free. But that's good too, Chi Li didn't lose money. And letting those customers bleed a little bit can also prevent them from not cherishing it. After all, as long as the virtual dual crystal is not deliberately damaged, it is not uncommon to use it for decades. Just remember to pay the signal fee on time. Otherwise, that thing is just a beautiful decoration. However, in order to open up the market better and faster, Chi Li also gave huge discounts, such as a big reduction in the signal fee. Because the signal fee is mainly based on quantity, and what is needed is a steady stream of water. Don't look at the two payments this time are not much, but over the years, it can be regarded as a huge sum of money. What's more, for this thing, Chi Li is still doing a no-cost business, so he will give it a little discount, and he doesn't have much loss. On the contrary, I was very excited by these new and old customers, and felt that the store manager Chi was really kind. In order to celebrate the launch of the virtual shopping platform, such a big discount was given as soon as it came up. And it also allows more customers to have the opportunity to get the virtual dual crystal. After all, the price is really not expensive. Even some ordinary people, who have a little savings, can get a piece immediately. Then, after verifying their identity and registering an account, if it is confirmed that they are customers with financial difficulties, Chi Li will also give some pre-stored signal fees for free to help them use the virtual shopping platform better. Because Chi Li knew very well that most of the merchants would be registered by these ordinary people. Most of those practitioners don't have time to manage these online stores. And I'm not very willing to just do it and wait for business to come. Therefore, the vast majority of practitioners have become raw material suppliers or finished product processors. When they sell raw materials or finished products after processing, they pay attention to efficiency and sell with one hammer. There is no time to slowly do retail. So based on this situation, what Chi Li has to do now is probably to help the poor in the early stage. Let those ordinary people set up online stores first, and only after they have income can they spend better. It's not that the virtual shopping platform doesn't charge taxes, and there are many ways for Chi Li to make money. There's no need to worry about these details, which will damage his own image. Compared with these initial investments, it is more practical to make these businesses rich quickly. This step is an essential step if one wants to build up the economic system of the entire vault of heaven God realm. It is also the fastest way, none of them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be in vain that Chi Li spent so long building up the virtual shopping platform? If the economy wants to be connected in series, it is impossible to do without the drive of business. And business, if you want to develop, it is not something that a few people can do. But before Chi Li made a move, poverty was the status quo of most ordinary people. So it's really not good if we don't help the poor in the early stage. Fortunately, this process is not too long. Although before this, the business of Tianjiu had a preliminary development. However, it is still too difficult to communicate with various city-states, so most merchants are limited to the local city-states of the merchants. This is completely different from those divine kingdoms in the divine realm. Within the kingdom of God, there are many city-states, and there are also teleportation circles connecting each city-state. Even though teleportation circles are expensive to use, there are through paths that are safe enough to transport goods along the way. Of course, this is the previous situation. Ever since Qi Lu promoted the virtual shopping platform in the major kingdoms of the divine realm, those teleportation circles are no longer used to deliver goods, because it is not cost-effective at all. The through road has also become a tourist project. Of course, the direct shipping of the virtual shopping platform is, relatively speaking, not cheap. Practitioners choose this thing more, but ordinary people are more willing to choose ordinary shipping. Just wait a few days longer. But in any case, the virtual shopping platform is the most basic and most important framework. The initial investment is also to ensure that a large number of merchants settle in. The problem is not that those customers are unwilling to open stores online. A large part of it is actually a shortage of funds. Now that Qi Lu has solved this problem once he makes a move, it is natural that the merchants will settle in without a problem. This is a good start. A few days later, Qi Lu opened the virtual shopping platform and looked around. There are at least hundreds of thousands of merchants who have already registered and successfully settled in. And it continues to increase. It is mainly an automatic review, which takes a certain amount of time to complete. By the way, after the registration is completed, there are still some merchant trainings that do not need to waste much time to pass. Otherwise, those guys who are in contact with online stores for the first time may not be able to play with this thing. In case of losing money, Qi Lu doesn't intend to take the blame. If you have even received special training and still lose money, it means that you are really not suitable for this line of work. Let's change careers as soon as possible, at least you can lose a little less. And after the basic layout was completed, Qi Lu knew that it was time for his online store to put some new products on the shelves. After all, the virtual dual crystal is not a consumable in the conventional sense. As long as the user cherishes it, it may be replaced once or twice in a lifetime, or even not once. It is not impossible. Therefore, after the initial explosive growth in sales, the sales of virtual dual crystals have gradually stabilized. Then after most of the customers have the virtual dual crystal, it will start to decline slowly. This situation has not happened so far. Of course, even if sales started to decline, Qi Lu didn't really care much. It's something that has been expected for a long time. Is it really necessary to make a fortune by selling virtual dual crystals? If you think about it, you know it's impossible. Unless Qi Lu is really wicked, he will find out some minor flaws in the virtual dual crystal every 3 days, and then start to update it. But is it really necessary to do such a wicked thing? Obviously, not necessary. Qi Lu didn't want to lose all his reputation, not to mention, he didn't rely on it for a living. In Store Manager, Qi's online store, there are so many products that can be sold, why bother to be dead on it? For example, Qi Lu wants to put on sale, this time, the mythical beast egg. Those are genuine consumables. At least in the former God realm, this was confirmed. So Qi Lu now plans to transfer directly here, to see if he can improve the situation here. However, as soon as Qi Lu mentioned this divine beast egg, it seemed that this thing was still sold in limited quantities. It's careless. In the beginning, Qi Lu chose to sell them in limited quantities in order to avoid irritating the main gods. Later, the popularity of the beast eggs, coupled with the emergence of various related industries, made this limited amount higher and higher. But after reaching a certain level, it stopped. After that, Qi Lu went to the Tianji realm, so he didn't care about it. There are indeed reasons beyond my control, but as time goes by, I actually forget it. It wasn't until now, when the mythical beast egg was mentioned again, that Qi Lu suddenly realized that his shop did have this business. And it's pretty big. Therefore, a considerable part of the industry in the kingdom of God is related to the output of divine beast eggs. This made Qi Lu interested, and felt that it would not be impossible to directly copy these industries to the Tianji domain. It might even seem more appropriate. Give a very simple example. One of the core industries created because of the divine beast eggs, the divine beast breeding industry, will definitely be welcomed by this group offers cookers. After all, divine beasts that can really form combat power require a very high concentration of blood, so the overall proportion is indeed not much. It was those divine beasts that were eliminated that contributed to the highly developed animal breeding industry. Then, in the downstream of the animal breeding industry, there is also a high-end catering industry that is developing rapidly, forming an industrial chain. In the upstream of the animal breeding industry, it is the planting of various natural materials and treasures, as well as the feed processing for raising the animal. In addition, the fur, scales, claws, bones, teeth and other things of those divine beasts are all good materials for forging. And in addition to the meat of divine beasts, the blood and bone marrow of those divine beasts are also good things that can be used for body forging. It can be said that the beast breeding industry is one of the best industries in the eyes of practitioners who practice the way of demon gods. Greatly meet the needs of these super rice cookers. And the most important thing is that the cultivators don't need to do it themselves to breed the beasts. A divine beast that has not activated its intelligence is actually an extremely powerful beast. Under the suppression of the beast egg contract, it is impossible to do anything to the hatcher. This is also something that the animal breeding industry depends on. Of course, Qilu doesn't know much about this aspect. When the time comes, let the volunteers in the animal breeding industry on the Tianjiu side learn from the professional households on the Shenjiu side. It should be almost the same. This exchange of industry knowledge is actually one of the ways to promote the integration of the Vault of Heaven God realm. The blending of cultures is the foundation of the unity of civilization. But in the early stage, let them explore for a while. If you have not personally experienced the hardships of creating a new industry, you will not cherish the hard-won professional knowledge exchange conference. Back then, the entrepreneurs of Shenjiu also came here step by step. The initial stage of the beast breeding industry was extremely difficult. On the one hand, the cost pressure is huge. Once it fails, the investment cannot be recovered, and the loss will be heavy. On the other hand, at the very beginning, they didn't figure out how to raise the divine beasts in their infancy, which led to many accidents. In short, the extremely popular animal breeding industry at the moment was not so smooth at the beginning. It was also developed through continuous exploration and research. It is still unknown whether those professional animal breeders are willing to pass on their experience. However, Qilu doesn't intend to take care of this aspect of the problem. He's only responsible for providing opportunities. Whether he can grasp it or not depends entirely on the individual. The Knowledge Exchange Conference is just a platform. If you are really capable, maybe you can meet noble people in the duel field. Don't think that those professional beast breeders won't go to the duel, it's all a joke. When they get bigger, won't they hire people? Although it is said that in the process of cultivation, talent and aptitude are very important. But, as long as there are enough resources, there is nothing wrong with just piling them up and making a medicine jar. Among other things, even if there is no combat power, at least the upper limit of lifespan has been raised. Ordinary people don't seek immortality, but it should be no problem to seek longevity. So when these professional beast breeding households made a fortune, they all followed the practices of those cultivators and started taking drugs. Although the realm of cultivation is destined not to go there, it doesn't matter. It is also good to have some strength to ensure a long life. Moreover, among these ordinary people, it is not only these professional animal breeders who have made a fortune. In other industries, there are still people who have made a fortune. It depends on one's perception. Anyway, after Qilu made the decision to put the beast eggs on store manager's online store, and cancelled the limited sale restriction, the customers who noticed this became excited. After all, the current divine beast egg is not a tool to weaken the theocratic power of those gods and main gods. It is used to support the cornerstone of many emerging industries. So it doesn't make sense to limit it any further. Besides, can Qi Lu be afraid of who will come to trouble him now? To change the vault of heaven god realm, you don't need to rely on these means, just do it in an open and aboveboard manner. This is the great power and the benefits it brings. Whoever dares to refute will be killed with one punch. But at this time, there is no demon god or main god to show up. Who wants to be that chicken that kills chickens and monkeys? Furthermore, the appearance of these divine beast eggs will not affect their status. On the contrary, it has made the animal breeding industry more prosperous, and has also driven the rapid development of more related industries. Even those in the Tianji region who came into contact with the beast eggs for the first time are aware of the business opportunities. Qi Lu, on the other hand, was not worried that the unrestricted purchase of the divine beast eggs would lead to catastrophe. Because that is impossible. After all, after hatching, the beast eggs need a lot of resources if they want to grow to be capable of fighting. Moreover, it also needs to have a high blood concentration to have the value of cultivation. Otherwise, it is not worth the loss if it is cultivated. It's better to be a beast breeder honestly. And as a farmer, it is even more impossible to buy unlimited eggs of divine beasts. Because of this kind of commercial farming industry, don't you need to calculate the cost of farming? Is there a cost to buy a divine beast egg? Is there a cost for hatching a beast egg? Is it costly to raise the baby beasts until they are ready for slaughter? If these problems are solved, what about buyers? Have you found it? Just thinking about animal breeding, don't you plan to ship it? Based on these reasons, even if Qi Lu now opened up the purchase restriction of divine beast eggs, everyone is actually excited, knowing that they no longer have to worry about their supply, but they will not be crazy. Because the industrial chain has already been formed, it is not so easy to expand. This is a chain of things that must be fully coordinated in order to gradually expand. That's why Qi Lu was able to let go of the restrictions so generously, allowing them to buy divine beast eggs as they wished. After all, the vault of heaven god realm is vast and boundless, with countless creatures, and these bred beasts can digest them all no matter what. As for the possible harm, I am afraid it is not as great as the harm caused by those monsters in the wilderness. Then what is there to worry about? Rather, the rise of animal breeding has become one of the best supplements to farming civilization. To put it bluntly, you should always eat a la carte when you eat. When the animal breeding industry expands in an all-round way, the price of animal meat will also be suppressed, and then it will be a good day. However, it is still in its infancy, and it is normal for the conditions to be more difficult. Qi Lu doesn't care about these, he just needs to provide enough eggs. By the way, get some new beast eggs out. But this time, the new breed of divine beast eggs and the hatched divine beasts are quite different from the previous ones. The most obvious point is the difference in the abilities possessed by the beasts. In the past, when Qi Lu was a newcomer, he didn't have as much power to speak as he does now. If you want to make the beast eggs sell well enough, you have to make a fuss about the combat effectiveness. After all, at that time, the cultivators in the vault of heaven god realm, as well as those ordinary people, had no limit to their pursuit of strength. It was later that Qi Li's rise gradually changed the atmosphere of the vault of heaven god realm, and gradually became what it is now. Everyone can do their best and perform their duties. Although it will still pursue strong power when conditions permit. But he will not blindly pursue strength, regardless of his own situation. This is a good change. Having self-knowledge is the way for the weak to survive. As for the strong, of course you have to challenge yourself. Blindly retreating is not a good thing, nor is it conducive to the growth of the state of mind. But these are digressions, and it is useless to say more here. Let's go back to the new type of beast egg. In the past, when Qile looked for the divine beast eggs that the system asked for, or the divine beast eggs that the system gave, they were basically powerful in battle. Occasionally, there are some special abilities, although the daily limited share will still be sold out. But in terms of the speed of selling out, it is always slower. This shows that those customers still value the combat power of the beast egg. However, it is different now. What Qile needs is to rebuild a new order in the Vault of Heaven God realm and ensure basic peace. To put it simply, it's just small fights and disputes between major forces that matter. But the spread must be controlled. After all, order is not the same as eliminating hatred. And hatred is really not that easy to get rid of. Especially for some stubborn practitioners, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth is their choice. So in this regard, Qile didn't plan to take care of it at all. Revenge is fine, whoever owes the debt will pay it back. But there is one thing, that is, the innocent should not be harmed. This is the bottom line and the principle. Whoever breaks this principle, Qile doesn't need to take action. The dragon god mentioned this before, those demon gods and main gods will do it. Of course, the main ones are the main gods, and have little to do with the demon gods. Because the style of the demon god is basically a lone ranger. Some demon gods may have relatives and friends, but there are not many, just take care of them. If you really want to say how lenient these demon gods can be, in fact, it may not be necessary, because their personalities are not suitable for doing these things. On the contrary, the main gods who built the kingdom of God have some gods and believers under their command to do these things. Otherwise, Qile and Dragon God wouldn't think that it would be better to divide the Vault of Heaven God realm by the kingdom of God. Therefore, it was not without reason that Qile didn't want to see those demon gods. These guys contribute little, cause a lot of damage, and demand a lot. It's a good thing if they don't kill them. Having said that, it probably makes sense. In the current Vault of Heaven God realm, what is most needed is not combat power, even though the need for combat power still exists. But it is no longer the most important, but the second tier. So, what is the most needed thing now? Based on resource consumption, the most needed thing is naturally strong productivity. To be honest, in Qile's opinion, no matter how powerful the productivity of farming civilization is, how strong can it be? Unless those practitioners, or even those gods, are willing to use their own power to farm the land in person. If all the means of calling the wind and calling the rain are used, the productivity will naturally not be bad. But here comes the problem. How many gods are willing to farm? How many cultivators are not busy practicing, but go to production? Therefore, if Qile wanted to increase productivity, he had to start from other aspects. With the help of various divine beast eggs, it became a good choice. In the past, the powerful beast eggs were extremely popular, but now, the times have changed. It was replaced by a mythical animal that can make farming work smoothly and pray for disaster relief, and it has become very popular. You must know that these divine beasts with special abilities can also help Tiankatibo to grow faster, so that various crops will have a bumper harvest. For many ordinary people, these abilities are much more important than powerful combat power. After all, with the efforts of store manager Qi, everyone's living environment has become relatively safe. As long as there are no natural disasters or man-made disasters, generally speaking, you can live in peace. Those strong will no longer deliberately find fault, or take it by force. In the kingdom of the Lord God, there are rules and regulations, and those who belong to God are not idle all day long. As a result, as soon as the new type of beast egg was put on the shelves, it was snapped up, and sales continued to rise. Fortunately, Qile did not sell in limited quantities, otherwise the supply would be in short supply. The popularity of the beast eggs is as usual. However, the expected development did not stop Qile from thinking. Developing various new types of divine animal eggs, and helping various types of industries to develop at a high speed is just one of them. But we can't always farm the land. In the past, in order to survive, I had to work and use time to make up for the low productivity. But now, with the help of these beasts and the rise of the beast breeding industry, it is very different from before. Therefore, when the basic material needs are met, there should be some spiritual pursuit. For example, tourism. Before this, for ordinary people, the vault of heaven God realm was quite dangerous. The monsters in the wilderness are a deadly threat even to some low-level cultivators. Only when the strength is strong enough can it run rampant in the wilderness. Therefore, for many creatures, basically they have never left the place where they were born. At this time, the sudden mention of tourism is due to this reason. In the past, it was too dangerous outside, so it was not easy to travel far. But now is the time for a change. Perhaps there are so many monsters in the wilderness that it is impossible to eliminate them, but it is not a big problem to establish relatively safe roads between the major city-states. Moreover, within the envelope of the kingdom of God, the number of monsters will drop sharply. It's not because of other reasons, it's just that they were cleaned up by the main gods who established the kingdom of God. This is also a matter of convenience, not a big deal. The benefits that can be brought are self-evident. The simplest one is that the safety of the wilderness has been improved, making transportation convenient. Needless to say, within the kingdom of God, the various city-states are interconnected, even if they are not connected in all directions, they can be connected. Especially in some transportation hub cities, it is more convenient to go to their city-states. However, the traffic problem between the kingdom of God and the kingdom of God is more troublesome. Initially, the main gods had a default rule of non-interference. This has also led to a lack of communication between the major kingdoms of God. But now there is a change, and the main gods are no longer the same as before. As a result, the main gods who have no enmity with each other, the kingdom of God established, began to communicate and connect the roads of communication. Therefore, the tourism industry also has the basic space for development. Safe and convenient transportation conditions are not necessarily available. It takes years of hard work. After all, it is easy to build a road, but difficult to defend it. Although there is such a trend, it is not known how long it will take to take shape. Maybe a few years, maybe 10 years, maybe decades. However, Chila didn't intend to intervene in these matters. Travel. Sit in the store and read silently. Chila felt that it was not good for him to stay in the store all day like now. Dragon God had already disappeared a few days ago, presumably he found a good place to retreat. The Overlord and Ice Spirit Saint King also returned to the frozen holy city. They have no intention of fighting for hegemony, so naturally they won't mess around outside. Moreover, the existence of the two half-step avenues in the previous battle of Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory also gave them some insights. At this time it is estimated that it is also in retreat. So Qi Lu is the only one who is still awake at this time. But asking Qi Lu to retreat is just a joke. How could Chila sit still, not to mention that he had never done such a thing before? Thinking of him as the dignified store manager, breaking through the realm depends on a natural process, and it has never been a closed-door practice. It was so, and it is still so. So Chila felt that he should find something for himself to do. Otherwise, it would be too idle to be idle in the store all day. Sheer, let's go traveling together. So Chila found Sheer, looked into her eyes, and said so. To improve one's strength, for Qi Lu, what is needed is accumulation, which is a difficult time. To put it bluntly, it is to open a store, and then collect the power of faith, blood spar, and faith stone. Until the sand is gathered into a tower, and when the water is ripe, it will naturally rise up. So what Qi Lu lacks is time. Now that store manager Qi's shop is full of Tianqiong God realm, it will not be so easy for Qi Lu to increase the speed of progress. Otherwise, why would Qilu vigorously advocate economic development? Isn't it because faith stones and blood spar, as common currencies, come from a wide range of sources and need to be constantly excavated and cast by human hands? And another point is to improve one's reputation and serve in order to collect the power of faith. In the vault of heaven God realm, there are thousands of races, and the number of creatures is countless. The weak accounted for the vast majority of them. Then Qilu's focus on collecting the power of faith will naturally not be placed on those strong men. After all, it is not so easy to subdue the strong, and it is mostly a thankless task. But it is quite easy to gain the faith of the weak. At least what Qilu is doing now. Things are deeply loved, and the power of faith is endless. So, under such circumstances, Qilu, who stayed in the store all day doing nothing, finally figured it out. I should go out for a walk. Tourism is also inspection. In the past, in order to build branches or towers, Qilu really traveled all over the major kingdoms and city-states. But at that time was tight and Qilu was busy. The places I have been to can be regarded as a quick glance at most, leaving footprints, and it is not considered a tourist at all. So now, after having free time, Qilu feels that he should make up for his regrets. There are still many places in the great rivers and mountains of the Vault of Heaven God realm. The customs of each region are also different. It is worth to experience once. I didn't have the strength before, and I didn't dare to say that the Vault of Heaven God realm is so big, I can go anywhere by myself. But now, Qilu can say aloud, the Vault of Heaven God realm is so big, where can he go? So, since it's a trip, how can you not bring Yushir with you? Walking alone is not the attitude of traveling in mountains and rivers. Brother Qilu, you mean, me, shall we go on a trip together? Just the two of us? Suddenly, Qilu came to her door and looked at each other. Yushir suddenly became a little nervous, her face turned reddish. Facing Qilu's proposal, Yushir was of course quite moved. Of course it's just the two of us, because there's no one else in the shop. Qilu shrugged and gave an affirmative answer. In fact, it's not that there are no other people, but at this time, if you go with other people, is it to make light bulbs? Qilu just wanted to take a peaceful tour and experience the humanity and demeanor of the Vault of Heaven God realm. Not to fight. Ask so many people to do something, but it is troublesome. Okay, Shir is fine. Yushir clenched her fists and said with certainty. The things in the store have long been ignored, and the customers basically handle it by themselves. Old customers are very clear about things that new customers don't understand, and everyone is quite enthusiastic. Whether there are shop assistants or not is not important at all. Besides, in the shop, who would dare to treat Yushir simply as a shop assistant? Don't listen to what the store manager said. When I introduced it to everyone, I said that Yushir is a clerk in the store. If you have any problems, you can find her. But in fact, the customers in the store understand that if they really encounter problems, it is more convenient to go to the old customers first. As for the existence of Yushir, it is better to say that it is the proprietress than the mascot. Everyone just listen to what store manager Chi says, don't take it seriously. So after being idle for a long time, Yushir didn't care anymore. If you don't look for it, don't look for it, anyway, for Yushir, as long as can be with brother Qilu, nothing else is important. It is said that it is a clerk, but it is just an identity, and everyone knows it well. At this moment, Qilu can invite her to travel. For Yushir, that was the best news. Just as long as you agree, you don't need to prepare anything, just go straight away. Qilu nodded, pulled Yushir and left the shop, then found a random direction, sensed the location of the nearest city-state, and then opened the door of space. The purpose of tourism is to experience the local conditions and customs, inspect the conditions of various places, and visit great rivers and mountains. It is also about cultivating the feelings of fellow travelers during the journey. So Qi Lu didn't intend to take Yu Shi'er to the next city-state from the wilderness. After all, there aren't many scenic spots to see in those places where monsters are rampant, and it's a waste of time to walk all the way there. And given how sensitive those monsters are to potential dangers, they may not dare to get close to Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er. It would be better to go directly to the next destination. Look at developments everywhere. If the Vault of Heaven God realm wants to change, it must start from the most basic place and improve from the lowest level. Instead of yelling a few words verbally, when it is implemented, there will be resistance everywhere, and everywhere will be positive and negative. In that case, it would be strange to see real change. However, such things are actually rare. Those main gods know what to do and what not to do, and they are clear about the priorities, and they don't want to be troubled by store manager Qi and Dragon God. So just convey these instructions to the gods under your command to do it. If something really happened, there would be someone to blame. However, these things will not be listed this time. The first stop Qi Lu took Yu Shi'er to was actually a model city-state. It is also one of the first wave of city-states to enter and change paths in the Vault of Heaven God realm, the area on the side of the extreme heaven realm. The biggest change made was the industrial adjustment in the city-state. Thanks to the unlimited supply of divine beast eggs, they have enjoyed the first wave of dividends from emerging industries. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the guy who is called the #1 animal breeder in this city-state met a big animal breeder from the divine realm in the dual field. Having said that, I have to mention one thing. Although on the side of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, those murderous, dead, and evil spirits have not been purified. So the road over there has not been opened yet, and it is still in ruins. As a result, the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm are not fully connected for the time being. However, the virtual dual platform is not listed here. Since the end of the first Tianqiong God realm friendship competition, Qi Lu followed the trend and merged the virtual dual platform. Let the players of the God realm and the players of the Sky realm join together. For this matter, those ordinary players didn't feel much. It is those high-end players who have some headaches. Because the virtual dual platform of Xinjiu was launched much earlier, there are also many more tactics for high-end players. As a result, at the beginning of the merger, the winning rate of the high-end players in Tianji domain dropped to a distressing level. The levels of many high-end players have plummeted. Then he was ridiculed by the high-end players of Xinjiu. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but they couldn't refute it. There is no way, the skills are not as good as others, so they can only be ridiculed. Even if you want to talk back, there is no truth. As for the merger of virtual dual platforms, although it caused a little disturbance in various city-states and major kingdoms of God, in fact, the impact was not that great. To put it bluntly, the enmity between the Tianji domain and the Xinji domain is mostly reflected in the demon god and the main god. For ordinary people and the vast majority of cultivators, it is simply not relevant. They are not qualified to participate in those big wars. Where does the hatred come from? To say that those demon gods and main gods wantonly massacred the civilians in the hostile area. It seems that such a thing has never happened. Because there is really no need to do this, it is too cheap. Take an inappropriate example. When you fight with others, will you deliberately find out all the ants in other people's yards and trample them to death? Certainly not. Did those ants mess with you? Or do you mean you can't even see ants? So after the great battle at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, seeing such a situation, even those demon gods and main gods had nothing to say, so what can ordinary people and practitioners say? That's not the case, just let it take its course and accept the fact. In fact, it doesn't really have much impact on them. Rather, they benefited a lot. For example, the changes in the city-state in front of me, yes, it finally turned back. Speaking of it, it was also the luck of this lowly cultivator, In the duel field, among his teammates, he was able to match a real big player in the animal breeding industry, and he could even be regarded as an expert. During the chat, they suddenly talked about animal breeding, and then began to impart experience. These big players in the animal breeding industry have no idea of hiding their own personalities. The reason is simple. The vault of Heaven God realm is vast and boundless, and there are countless intelligent creatures. Moreover, there are countless city-states and kingdoms of God. All the beast breeders do not constitute a competitive relationship at all. Since there is no conflict of interest, what is there to hide? Not to mention that many people actually have a show-off mentality to be a teacher, and they teach as soon as they teach. Maybe in the future, we will encounter the kindness of a drop of water, and a situation of repaying each other with a spring. It can be regarded as a good relationship. As a result, the first professional animal breeder appeared in this city-state. This humble cultivator understood the potential of this emerging industry, so naturally resisted all opinions, took out his life savings, came to Manajurki's online store, and bought a large number of divine beast eggs. Then, after going through all kinds of difficulties and obstacles, this courageous pioneer of animal breeding finally succeeded in creating his own brilliance. In the middle of the process, there were several times when he almost went bankrupt, but he survived them all. Now, it can be regarded as a great success. Therefore, this city-state, under the leadership of this professional animal breeder, completed the industrial adjustment. It has become a big city for the export of mythical beast meat. Qila will bring you Sheer to this city-state, just to see how far these changes have come. By the way, let's take a look at how those ordinary people, those weak people with the largest number in the vault of Heaven God realm, live. It's also good for Qi Lu to understand that such a change is fundamentally speaking, whether it is good or bad. And as a city that exports divine beast meat, how could it not have all kinds of divine beast meat restaurants and restaurants? Sheer, sit down. Qila randomly found a restaurant that looked good, and helped Yu Sheer pull out the chair. Thanks. Yu Sheer enjoyed Qi Li's gentleness, and sat down obediently. The service staff in the restaurant also came over at this time, first said hello respectfully, then served them warm tea, and then handed them a menu. This made Qi Lu feel a little dazed, as if he had returned to modern times. Qi Lu knew that these things were probably transmitted from Shenjiu through the virtual duel platform. On the other side of the divine realm, such a change occurred because of Qila's influence. Is this considered cultural invasion in another sense? Forget it, it doesn't make sense to think about these things at this time. Qila took the menu, ordered a few signature dishes, and handed them to Yu Sheer. Sheer, see what's missing, and order what you want. Yu Sheer took the menu without being polite. Although when it comes to Qi Lu and Yu Sheer's level of cultivation, they are all the same whether they eat or not. But appetite, under conditions, there is no need to give up. Is it true that immortals do not eat fireworks? Whether this matter is true or not, Qi Lu doesn't know. But he can be sure of his own situation. Why should he give up when he can enjoy delicious food? After all, Qi Lu wasn't one of those old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years and had almost lost their humanity. To be honest, is such a life without desires and demands really interesting? Qi Lu expressed doubts about this. Because of the powerful power, although it is a bit too much to say that you can do whatever you want, shouldn't you live your life as you please? So, you have no desires or desires, what are you still thinking about becoming stronger? If you really want to become stronger, just to become stronger, is it enough to eat every morning after hearing Daoshi? Anyway, Qi Lu didn't have such a lofty realm, so Yu Sheer naturally couldn't be without desires. At least, in Yu Sheer's heart, Qi Lu will always exist. While Yu Sheer was ordering, Qi Lu also had a chat with the waiter. I have walked along the way and found that many city-states have changed a lot. Do you think these changes are good or bad? Hearing this, the service staff immediately respected the two guests in front of them. Those who can walk freely in the wilderness must be strong. Otherwise, it will definitely be torn to pieces by those damn monsters. For example, he himself would never dare to go out of the city-state alone, let alone walk through the wilderness. And faced with this kind of strong man's problem, I am a small ordinary person, naturally I dare not ignore it. The service staff thought for a while before saying, "My lord, I don't know about other city-states, but these changes are definitely good for the city-state I live in, and for ordinary people like us. The breeding of mythical animals has brought us wealth and helped us live a better life. We are grateful to the city lord, to those beast breeders, and even more grateful to store manager Chi, who is willing to provide the beast eggs." "Ah, I just heard that store manager Chi doesn't have a god name yet, and we don't know how to call him." Having said that, the service staff's voice suddenly became quieter. Obviously, he felt that it would be disrespectful to directly address him as store manager Chi, but he didn't know how to change it. A big man like him shouldn't care about these details, so don't worry. Chi Lu waved his hand and said casually, "It is obviously not a good choice to expose one's identity at this time. What he's doing now is similar to private visits in microservices, but it's not really a leadership inspection. What are you doing making such a big noise?" Fortunately, the name of store manager Chi may be known to everyone, but not everyone has seen the appearance of store manager Chi. "Yeah, I also think that since store manager Chi is so great, he certainly won't care about such a small problem as being called. But I still don't feel good about it." The service staff shook his head and said nothing more. Chi Lu didn't care, and asked some other questions, casually to understand the situation. Then it was determined that the changes brought about by the animal breeding industry were huge. And these city-states are indeed developing in a better direction. For the pursuit of material, the most important point is the breakthrough in the mode of production, rather than using labor to make up for productivity. All kinds of mythical beasts brought about changes in production methods, resulting in a surge in productivity. Especially animal meat, which is a high-end ingredient. That is to say, in these city-states of origin, the price may be lower. When it comes to other city-states, especially those that are not suitable for raising beasts, the price may skyrocket. After all, the cost of breeding beasts is not small, and the entry threshold for this industry is not low. For the vast majority of beasts, without the supplement of all kinds of natural treasures, it will take a long time just to pass the infancy. Compared with the general breeding industry, the gap is too big up. Although the profit is indeed high, the breeding cycle is too long. But even so, the changes brought about are still huge. Chi Lu never doubted this point. Because apart from the beasts with low blood concentration used in these breeding industries, the god beasts with high blood concentration that occasionally appear will not be thrown into the pen to be raised so simply. Instead, they will be cultivated to play their true role. Some can speed up the growth of various plants, some can make the guarded land smooth, and some can bless the harvest. Some can pray for disaster relief, and some can hunt for treasures. And these mythical beasts, with different functions, are another force that cannot be ignored that really promotes change. After all, the breeding of divine beasts is not easy, and the powerful energy contained in the meat of divine beasts is not a good thing for ordinary people. It's like a tonic, if you eat less, it's a good thing. But if you eat too much, you may be able to make up for death. You know, too much is too late. Therefore, for ordinary people, animal breeding is just a way to increase wealth and change status. It's not raised to feed yourself. In addition, relying on the power of various divine beasts, the cultivation of natural materials and earth treasures developed is actually equally popular. Because the Tainkatibo planting industry is originally the upstream industry of the animal breeding industry, and it is also an industry that must be developed. To put it bluntly, the treasures of heaven and earth found in the wilderness cannot even be supplied to those cultivators, and if they want to use them to breed divine beasts, how much would it cost? So self-sufficiency has become a path that must be taken. This is also to reduce the cost of breeding and ensure the prosperity and development of these emerging industries. Although it is said that the artificially planted natural materials and earth treasures may be less effective in terms of effect, it does not matter much. It is more than enough to feed those beasts with low blood concentration. Moreover, some poorer practitioners may also choose these lower quality natural materials and earthly treasures. Because it is cheap. Some effect is better than nothing at all. Therefore, the Tainkatibo planting industry, which emerged due to the animal breeding industry, quickly entered a stage of rapid development after initial exploration. After the first round of planting cycle ended, it began to supply a large number of various. It is a treasure of heaven and earth. Moreover, planting and breeding are somewhat different. The root of the beast breeding industry lies in the beast eggs, provided by store manager Qi. After all, if you want to reproduce the divine beasts hatched from these divine beast eggs, to be honest, it is very difficult. In fact, this is also the generality of divine beasts. The more powerful the divine beast, the lower the probability of breeding offspring. To give the simplest example, let's say the dragon clan. Not only is it difficult to conceive, but the pregnancy cycle is also horribly long. With this time, the other beasts have grown from infancy to the point where they can be slaughtered. And this kind of thing, it's not like no big animal breeder has tried it before. It's just that they found out later that the cost of breeding was too high, so they might as well buy the eggs of the divine beast directly. What's more, now that store manager Qi sells the beast eggs, they are no longer in limited supply as before, so why do I do such a thing that is not worth the loss? So this idea, in the end, will be nothing. But the Tainkatibo planting industry is different. The root cause is not on the side of store manager Qi. Because store manager Qi's online store does not sell more productive Tainkatibo seeds. Of course, there are no offline stores either. It never occurred to Qi Lu that he could still sell those seeds of natural materials and earthly treasures. However, he didn't hold back the treasures of heaven and earth brought out from the infinite battlefield. Even as a limited product, it is still listed in the product list of the online store. It depends on whether those customers can grab it or not. After all, the treasures of heaven and earth produced in the infinite battlefield are still too precious. For the time being, it will be sold in a limited amount first, and the limited amount will be gradually increased in the future until the restrictions are completely relaxed. This is a process of gradually increasing the overall strength of the Vault of Heaven God realm. It is also a process of changing the Vault of Heaven God realm. But it is true to say so, but Qi Lu obviously underestimated the courage of those Tainkatibo growers. After they knew that the cost of breeding divine beasts was extremely high, and the gains outweighed the losses, they dared to experiment with these top-level natural materials and earthly treasures to study whether they could be artificially grown. Regarding this point, after Qi Lu heard about it, he also called it amazing. There is one thing to say, the reason why the entry threshold of Tainkatibo planting industry is much lower than that of animal breeding industry. The main reason is that there are many more kinds of heaven, material and earth treasures than there are god beast eggs. Breeding divine beasts is impossible. There are only so many types of beast eggs, all of which are displayed in Manager Qi's online store, and you can choose what you want to raise. No matter how low the threshold is, it will not go anywhere. It is definitely an extremely money-burning industry. Although after harvesting, the speed of returning to capital is not slow. But there are not many guys who can survive the early stage. The Tainkatibo planting industry is different. Those expensive Tainkatibo can't afford it, so just get something easy to support. You know, there are so many things that can be called natural treasures, and not all of them are extremely delicate. There are always some rough-skinned and thick-fleshed, easy to feed. Coupled with the addition of some divine beasts with special abilities, the entry threshold for the Tainkatibo planting industry is much, much lower. However, when it comes to this, everyone should understand it. The entry threshold is low, that is conditional. To put it simply, it is to give up those precious and delicate natural materials and earthly treasures, and the barriers to entry will naturally be lowered. But correspondingly, a low threshold means that the upper limit is not high. Natural treasures that are easy to feed are definitely not as effective as those precious treasures. Then the selling price will naturally be much lower. Moreover, there is another point, that is, the low entry threshold means high competition pressure. When the output of these easy-to-feed treasures is rising, at that time, the price was naturally suppressed. This is also something that can't be helped, market laws. Unless it is a monopoly industry, it can continue to increase prices when supply exceeds demand. Otherwise, your competitors hope that you will not lower the price, and sooner or later, they will grind you to death. Therefore, when Qi Lu heard that some big growers of natural materials and earthly treasures were actually studying how to plant those top-notch natural materials and earthly treasures, he was very surprised. After all, the more powerful the effect of natural materials and earth treasures, the higher the requirements for the environment for planting and growing. In this way, the cost of training will rise steadily. Even if it is really researched, the price of those top-notch natural materials and earthly treasures will be ridiculously high. It's better to buy it from store manager, Qi. Even if it is a limited sale, if you grab it a few times, you will always be able to grab it. However, after Qi Lu knew about this, he actually thought of these situations. After thinking about it seriously, I also feel that it is actually quite good for these guys to learn to be self-sufficient. Then he happily made a decision to postpone the date of releasing the limited sales of Tainkatibo indefinitely. After all, Qi Lu wanted to change Tainkatibo, not simply monopolize all businesses. Since there are people who are willing to spend a lot of money to study, let them continue to study. If such a sum of blood spar and faith stone of astronomical figures is thrown away, it will be in vain. I don't know how many people will be killed. What's more, the birth of these emerging industries has also provided a large number of jobs for various places. It has produced countless cultivation resources and relieved the pressure off many practitioners. This is the best change ever. Otherwise, as far as the current emerging industries are concerned, if Chile's willing, he can completely crush them to death with price wars. But did Chile do this? Never thought about it. It's not enough to control the source of the industry by yourself, why bother control all the businesses in your own hands? What Chile wants is change, not control. If you really want to do that, will others still be alive? However, the planting industry of Tainkatibo was not outstanding among the city-states that Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er visited at the first stop, so they didn't see the specific situation, and they had to look at it at the next stop. To be honest. Generally speaking, in the same city-state, the animal breeding industry and the cultivation of natural materials and treasures will not develop at the same time. Because these two emerging industries were big money burners in the early stage, the difference is that one burns more and the other burns less. The barriers to entry are relatively low. It is already remarkable for a city-state to develop one of them well. If you want to take both into account, then the one that developed later will not be comparable to other city-states. So it's better to just give up and specialize in one of them. Very good, now the situation is finally on the right track. Thinking so in his heart, Qi Lu also waved the service staff to leave. Yu Shi'er, who was sitting opposite, just looked at Qi Lu quietly, and only spoke aloud after he left. He didn't talk about business, but talked about what he saw and felt in the city-state. In other words, share the joy of travel. Qi Lu took Yu Shi'er to various city-states to travel, and he himself did have the purpose of inspection. But spending time with Yu Shi'er is also serious, not just by the way. I just asked the service staff, just now, just by the way. After all, Yu Shi'er had waited for too long before this, and she couldn't let this little girl wait forever. Brother Qi Lu, this dish is also delicious, you should try it too. After the dishes came, Yu Shi'er was not polite, she tasted one by one, and then shared her feelings. Qi Lu just looked at her with a smile, thinking that Yu Shi'er liked this ice also very nice and cute. They are all from my own family, so why be polite? Okay, I'll try it too. Naturally, Qi Lu would not refuse. Speaking of which, since Qi Lu left Donghuang, it seems that he hasn't had dinner with Yu Shi'er again. Even though Yu Shi'er later came to the sky god realm, by that time, she no longer needed to eat. Now, finally back to the previous feeling. Can't tell if it's cozy or warm. And from now on, there will be a long, long time to such peaceful and warm days. In this way, take it step by step slowly, feelings need to be accumulated bit by bit, and then sublimated. At their level, a lifetime is calculated in tens of thousands of years. The meat of the divine beast really tastes good. Qi Lu also ate a lot of this stuff when he was in absolute god realm. They were all eaten when they ran out by themselves and wandered in the surrounding divine kingdoms. But to be honest, those gods and main gods are not the same as those cooks who practice the way of demon gods. They are not at all keen on cooking. So in terms of cooking skills, Qi Lu felt that the big meal he ate this time would taste better. Sure enough, foodies are the first driving force for the improvement of culinary skills. In the future, when you have nothing to do, maybe you should go to those big food cities. Wait, if you say that, shouldn't you open another food delivery platform? Qi Lu was thinking while eating with Yu Shi'er. Suddenly found that this idea seems good. Such delicacies should be shared with those senior cooks. If you want to change the entire sky god realm, just a virtual dual platform or a virtual shopping platform cannot do it. There has to be something more. Emerging industries are one kind, but it is also necessary to connect the major city-states and the major kingdoms of God. Otherwise, develop a new publicity exchange forum for them. The rise of the tourism industry cannot rely solely on word of mouth, the necessary publicity is still very important. Just like the advertising spaces on the virtual shopping platform, it is also a means of publicity. In the era of order, if you want to make a fortune, you must find a way to generate income. The extortion in the past is a thing of the past. Few people dare to do this now. Moreover, the order Qi Lu requested did not actually damage the interests of those main gods. Because what the main gods need are more believers, stronger power of faith, and their own understanding of the law. And maintaining order is of great help to the increase in the number of believers. This matter, from the beginning, those main gods are very clear. Otherwise, before that, the kingdom of God would not be so peaceful. As for those demon gods, to be honest, the cultivation resources they need are simply astronomical figures. That's why I want to invade the god realm, to plunder more cultivation resources. But now it is different. When these demon gods saw the rise of the beast breeding industry and the heavenly material and earth treasure farming industry, they realized it. Perhaps plundering is not the best choice. Not the best option, at least in this day and age. Well, in this era dominated by store manager Qi, maybe they can also get involved in these emerging industries. You must know that whether it is the animal breeding industry or the cultivation of natural materials and treasures, a large amount of investment is required in the early stage. The importance of capital is fully revealed. And in the hands of these demon gods, there is no doubt that they all hold a lot of capital. When they also participate in these emerging industries, as long as they can also abide by the rules. As a result, naturally needless to say, for the development of emerging industries, the help generated must be huge. Because from the very beginning, Qi Lu knew that this kind of industry rich in various cultivation resources, was indeed an opportunity for ordinary people to earn around. It is also a good time for those cultivators to make a fortune. But in the end, it is absolutely impossible for these industries to be in the hands of ordinary people or practitioners who do not have enough power. Even if they enter these industries first and seize the opportunity, it is useless. If the strength is weak, even under the constraints of the rules, one's own property will not be robbed by others. However, everyone knows that the original capital owned by the demon god is countless times more than these ordinary people. So what if you enter later? As long as these demon gods are willing, they will soon be within the rules and come from behind. Those main gods may not care about these cultivation resources, but those demon gods do care a lot. Therefore, Qi Lu had expected this, and it was impossible to stop it. Because of the great power, it really matters. Qi Lu felt deeply about this. If he didn't have this power, Dragon God didn't show the power of the half-step Dao realm. Will these demon gods give in? Will those main gods be obedient? Therefore, it is impossible for this basic rule to be changed because of ascertained person, or a few people. That being the case, then Qi Lu gave up the opportunity to become stronger and set aside a path to become stronger. Let those who had no chance before be able to seize the opportunity to become stronger. Let those who couldn't even find the way before be able to embark on the road of becoming stronger. As for whether he can catch it, or how far he can go, that's not Qi Lu's business. Any strong person can achieve today's realm only by seizing the opportunity and doing his best. Even if it was Qi Lu, he would show his holiness in front of others and suffer in hindsight. There are many sufferings and sins in the trial space, and nightmares after coming out. But life is better now. But the previous experience is deeply buried in the memory and has never been forgotten. I can still remember it all the time and spur myself, but I can't really wait or die. I still have to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Yes, be prepared for danger in times of peace. So given the opportunity, if you can't grasp it by yourself, who is to blame? It's not unreasonable for those demon gods to choose to get involved in emerging industries after they woke up. It is not unreasonable for them to be able to do better and stronger as newcomers. These strong men, even if they don't use their own strength, come to overwhelm others with their power. In terms of character, knowledge, courage, contacts, resources, etc., they are not comparable to those ordinary people and practitioners. Demon gods, even if they don't build the kingdom of God, they travel all over the world and accumulate a lot of good things. And don't compare ordinary demon gods with the lonesome demon emperor. The demon emperor does not need friends because he is strong enough. And what the demon emperor did was not to be seen. But these demon gods, even though they are irritable, bloodthirsty and warlike, they still have some friends. These are the connections, various resources, and insights that other practitioners cannot get anyway. Therefore, even if they compete within the rules, these demon gods still have an absolute advantage. Because they have a lot of resources in their hands, they can afford to lose and lose. If you don't succeed once, do it again, and you will always succeed once. But those practitioners, those ordinary people, can they afford to lose? Can you afford it? Obviously, if these guys lose money, they are really gone. It is almost impossible to make a comeback, so they can only crash to death. Otherwise, the rest of my life will be spent working to pay off debts. But that's the reality. The once strong man was also made by himself. The so-called blessings of the ancestors are only talking about those cultivators who are one step ahead of others, not those demon gods and main gods. It is a dream to rely on the blessings of the ancestors to reach this state. To be honest, without talent or aptitude, one can climb to the realm of blood refinement by taking drugs, that is all thanks to God. There is basically no need to think about the realm of immortal bones, it isn't a realm that people without qualifications can covet. And in the realm of the demon god and the realm of the main god above, do you need to think too much? What's more, comparatively speaking, gods and main gods who don't consume much resources actually depend more on aptitude and understanding. And there is such a rigid requirement as believer. Want to rely on drugs to get up? Are you sure you're awake? Of course, these things have nothing to do with Qi Lu. Anyway, he was given a chance, the road was paved, he had done his best, and no one could fault him. Except for those demon gods and main gods. No, more precisely, when various emerging industries emerge rapidly and show a trend of prosperity and development. Those demon gods and main gods also felt that there was really nothing wrong with Manager Qi's actions. In the past, everyone was not at peace with each other. Apart from the differences in their own ideas, the biggest conflict was actually their interests. Or in other words, cultivation resources. The way of the demon god, if you want to become stronger, you need an extremely large amount of cultivation resources. That's why they are bloodthirsty and warlike. They want to get rid of competitors and take more cultivation resources into their hands. And the definition of a competitor, in the eyes of the demon god, is not just other demon gods. Also includes those who occupy the resources of the weak. After all, less makes more. This is also the biggest reason why demon gods were not welcomed in the extremity of the sky. But those main gods are different, not to mention that they don't need to occupy a huge amount of cultivation resources like demon gods. For example, in the former divine realm among the major divine kingdoms, there was a default rule that wars were not allowed at will. That is, for the consideration of many weak people. Although this is one of the methods used by the main gods to develop believers, it is a good thing no matter what. And let's not talk about this matter for the time being, let's just talk about simply developing the needs of believers, then we will definitely not slaughter people at will. This, probably. It is also one of the sources of conflict between the demon god and the main god. But now, this source of conflict has disappeared. The Lord gods want believers, good. Store Manager Qi's efforts are to allow more creatures to survive better. Demon gods want to cultivate resources, good. Among the emerging industries promoted by Store Manager Qi, which one is not fully producing various cultivation resources? So it has developed to this day, the demon god and the main god who used to be quite critical of Store Manager Qi, now have nothing to say. As for the dragon god, they all went to retreat, who remembers? Everyone knows by now that Store Manager Qi is the one who is dedicated to serving the public, worthy of everyone's respect. The current situation is that the main gods are planning their own plans to see how to expand the coverage of their own kingdom of God, so as to include most of the area of the Vault of Heaven God realm as soon as possible. Because the basic order needs to be maintained by these main gods. This matter was discussed before, and of course no one objected at this time. What's more, the scope of the kingdom of God has nothing to do with the strength of the main god. In the past, the stronger the main god was, the more qualified he was to expand his kingdom of God to a wider area. That's why people have an illusion that the greater the area covered by the kingdom of God, the stronger the strength of the main god. In fact, this is simply a wrong cause and effect relationship. It is also because of this that even if they let go to expand the coverage of the kingdom of God, the result will be the same. The scope of the kingdom of God is indeed large, but the strength of these main gods themselves is not much stronger. Then there is no problem. Furthermore, even if these main gods can be improved due to the expansion of the kingdom of God, can Qi Lu still be afraid of them? Don't think that Qi Lu won't be able to suppress these guys after the dragon god went to retreat. Moreover, in the eyes of these demon gods and main gods, Store Manager Qi is an existence in the same realm as dragon god. Because before, during the battle at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, they have seen with their own eyes that Store Manager Qi has intervened in the battle between the demon emperor and the dragon god. He even beheaded the demon emperor with his own hands. With this level of strength, why don't you throw them 10 blocks away? If you fight with Store Manager Qi, you will be suppressed to death on the spot. So at this time, no one dared to change their minds, neither did they dare, nor did they want to. Everyone is doing it for their own benefit, and there is no real life and death enmity, so why do those stupid things? Didn't you see that everyone benefited from the efforts of store manager Qi? At this time, he had a crooked thought. Wasn't he making an enemy of everyone? Not everyone can do this kind of thing. Don't you see that the tyrannical and unparalleled strength of the demon emperor died because he was an enemy of everyone? This is true on the side of the main god, let alone on the side of the demon god. After all, the main god needs to develop believers, which is a relatively slow project. But those demon gods who need cultivation resources are different, and it can almost be said that they will see immediate results. Whether it is the animal breeding industry or the natural material and earth treasure planting industry, it is an industry that will see results soon. The cycle of operation is much shorter than the development of believers by the main gods. Of course, the so-called short is also relative. Even those natural treasures that are easy to feed and grow fast, under the power of many auxiliary beasts, will take about a year to fully mature and not be sold. It sounds like a long time, right? But it also depends on who you compare with. It's not like growing vegetables. You can grow 2 seasons a year, one in spring and one in autumn, and they will be ripe in 3 months. There is one thing to say, most of the natural treasures, the normal growth cycle, at least started in 10 years. Even centuries and millennia are a lot. It matures in a year or so now. How fast do you want it? This is already 10 times, or even 100 times faster, if it is still too slow. Do you want to open a farm for you to grow vegetables, which can be harvested automatically in 12 hours? Well, these words are said for fun. 1 year is really short for the growth cycle of Tainkatibo. In the eyes of those demon gods, it can be regarded as super fast. Alt-hot cannot be compared with the infinite battlefield. However, even if the ripening method of the infinite battlefield is really researched, who would dare to use it? Really kill a demon god as fertilizer? What's more, 1 year is like a flick of a finger for a demon god. As for the animal breeding industry with a relatively long growth cycle, it is actually a difficult industry in the early stages of development. There is a gap of about 3 to 5 years, and those juvenile beasts must be trained to become adult beasts. However, as long as the initial stage is passed, there will be the first round-off divine beasts to be slaughtered. Then, the next step is continuous business. And the beasts are different from those treasures of heaven and earth. Even if Tainkatibo is ripened, no matter how fast it is, at the current level, it is the limit. But the beasts are different. As long as they are willing to spend the capital, the 3-year growth cycle can also be compressed to about 1 year, or even shorter. Maybe a few months. It's just that such an approach is not worth the loss, and no one is willing to do it. But these are not problems, because time is really not important to the devil. A few years, if you really want to ignore the world, you may just take a nap, let alone retreat and enlightenment. Although it is rare for the demon gods to retreat. But these are not important. The important thing is that these demon gods really saw the benefits and the direction of sustainable development. To be honest, don't think these demon gods look stupid, it's just that they didn't want to think. To be honest, who can be a fool who can go this far? Store manager Qi can understand the principle of sustainable development, so demon gods like them can naturally understand it too. Of course, it is also clear that sustainable development is much stronger than destructive development. It's just that in the past, there was no such condition. In the past, although there were many monsters in the wilderness, there were really no mythical beasts. This thing was made by store manager Qi. As for those monsters, to be honest, the cultivators don't want to provoke them, and the demon gods are not interested in hunting them down. Ordinary people don't even have this ability. Then there are all kinds of natural treasures. These things are indeed good things, but because the growth cycle is too long, it is really not sustainable. Because consumption has far exceeded output, how can this be sustainable? But now it is different. The growth cycle of all kinds of natural treasures has been greatly compressed and turned into something that can be produced in large quantities. Although the effect is worse than the natural growth, but does it matter? Quantitative change leads to qualitative change, quantity, instead of quality. What's more, when the growth cycle of all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures has been greatly shortened, the biggest change is that everyone has begun to consciously plant these things. In the past, it took more than 10 years for Tainkatibo to grow. Ordinary people can afford it? If you plant it when you are young, I am afraid that it may not be mature until your hair turns gray. But now, 1 year is not particularly long for ordinary people. It takes several months to grow a vegetable. In this way, the output of these artificially planted natural treasures will be greatly increased. The effect may be 3 points worse, but the number has directly increased by tens of millions of times. Even more. Looking at it this way, isn't such a great benefit enough to make the demon gods end in person? That is certainly enough. Therefore, when the animal breeding industry and the cultivation of natural materials and earth treasures spread to the Tianji domain, it was actually quite different from the previous Shinji domain. The fundamental difference is that the main gods have no plans to intervene in these emerging industries. But the demon gods really intervened. And as expected by Qi Lu, he has reached the pinnacle of these industries and mastered a huge amount of resources. Qi Lu has investigated with his own authority, and knows that these demon gods played according to the rules, developed their own industry in an upright manner, and reached the pinnacle of the industry, and they really didn't use any tricks. It also made Qi Lu have to sigh with emotion. A guy who can become a demon god, even if he is cruel by nature, his brain ice indeed, not bad. Normal business rules don't seem to bother these guys at all. The huge original capital has allowed them to reach the pinnacle of the emerging industry again, which is really powerful. Take a simple example. For example, among the merchants on the virtual shopping platform, a small number of merchants that supply mythical animal meat and various natural materials and earthly treasures are actually registered by the Chamber of Commerce under the command of the demon god. You know, the main god doesn't care about the Chamber of Commerce at all. It turned out that those demon gods were fine, they didn't dislike them at all, they just took them from the god realm and used them. Perhaps they felt that those main gods, one by one, began to expand the coverage of the kingdom of God and expand their territories. Then they can't just watch. Territory, kingdom of God, demon god doesn't need to think about it. They don't have a kingdom of God, they're not good at management, and they didn't have gods to send them under their command, so why should they care? Then you have to find another way out, for example to grasp the economic lifeline of these kingdoms of God. Anyway, the current sky god realm is very interesting. When the mighty power is under the rules and cannot be abused, there is at least a semblance of calm and order. Those main gods will not take the initiative to provoke trouble, at least they have been very quiet before. Now is no exception. And many demon gods can't be idle after losing their opponents, so they found something for themselves to do. Anyway, in their view, these emerging industries are very suitable for their needs. While being self-sufficient, you can also make a lot of money. Wouldn't it be beautiful to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? So it became what it is now. The main god's plan to expand the kingdom of God is in progress, and most of it has been completed so far. For the various city-states on the original site of Tianjiu, the acceptance was smooth, and there were not many voices of resistance. Rather, these city-states seem to be a little bit happy, as if they are waiting for the expansion of the kingdom of God. After all, the previous demon god didn't care about anything. And when you get angry, destroying 1 or 2 city-states is just like playing. Even if such a situation is rare, it is still a hidden danger, and it is also a very dangerous hidden danger. Therefore, it is actually a good thing for most city-states to be able to enshroud the kingdom of God. At least the issue of life safety has a greater guarantee. Because in the kingdom of God, as long as you don't seek death yourself, it is impossible for those main gods to take the initiative to attack you. And other main gods, or demon gods, would not be able to take the risk of offending the master of the kingdom of God, as well as store manager Chi and dragon god, to forcibly kill a weak person who had nothing to do with him. Therefore, living in the kingdom of God, as long as you are willing to live in peace and stability, it is basically impossible to encounter unwarranted disasters. In the extremity of the sky, this was something that required extravagant expectations. Thinking about it this way, the expansion of the kingdom of God will come, isn't it easy to understand? What the weak want is to survive. If possible, it would be great if it could become stronger. But now, this kind of if can also be realized, isn't it the best day? Regarding all of this, those demon gods are not stupid, so they can understand it naturally, so after thinking about it, they figured it out. Let these city-states give you these main gods, and they don't want them anymore. However, since you want someone, the money should be kept. So these demon gods took their original capital and ran to invest in those emerging industries. Soon, it reached the top of the beast breeding industry and the Tainkatibaya planting industry, which only took a few years. This is also the difference between these demon gods and those small households. Those cultivators with insufficient capital, as well as ordinary people who want to work together, even if they have the courage to catch the express train of the emerging industry, get involved in the animal breeding industry, or the cultivation of natural materials and earth treasures. With their capital, at the beginning, how much land can they invest and how many plantations can they open up? How much breeding capacity can there be? Whether it is breeding mythical beasts or planting natural treasures, the initial investment is not low. If you want to pay back, it will take at least 1 to 2 years, and sometimes, it will even take 3 to 5 years. Before that, it was all a loss-making business. Ordinary people can't sustain such a large consumption. So in the beginning, everyone was just playing around. It's not that they don't want to make it big, but that they don't have that much capital, so they can't make it big at all. But for those demon gods, there is no such concern. Even if they don't take by force, judging from their previous accumulation, it is enough for them to squander recklessly for a long time. Once you join the emerging industry, it is a proper capital crush. Others started with a piece of land, and these demon gods started with 10 mountains. How does this compare? Don't look at those practitioners and ordinary people who seem to have taken the lead in emerging industries. But that's all fake and meaningless. When you are still complacent about sneaking a few seconds away from the starting line. But I didn't see that others were already standing on the finish line, waiting to see your wonderful expression of astonishment and shock. That's the gap, an almost irreparable gap. Although you got the chance, it's just an opportunity. If you want to truly achieve the final success, you still need to work hard and go through countless difficulties and obstacles before it is possible. However, compared to before, this road is still much better. For example, opportunities are like tickets to success. And success is from the starting line to the finish line. The road in the past was muddy and full of potholes, which was particularly difficult to walk on. But now, the road has been repaired and turned into a high-speed road, which is especially easy to walk and especially suitable for high-speed running. However, although the road has been repaired, the length will not change. The former strongmen have already completed this road, no matter how difficult it is over. But now the weak just got the admission ticket. So it's hard to say what the end result will be. But Chi Lu has done his best, and the opportunity has been given, and the division of labor between the main gods and demon gods is clear. One party is in charge of the order of the kingdom of God and is responsible for management. One party is in charge of important industries and is responsible for the economy. Of course, this is just an arrangement on the surface. In fact, who knows if those guys have this idea? But these are not important, even if it is pretend, but as long as you pretend for a lifetime, it is true. Sheila didn't care about this. And after traveling around this circle, I saw and felt a lot. At least what was said before, although Sheila can directly know it through the perception all over the sky and the gods. But seeing, hearing, and experiencing with one's own eyes are still very different from direct perception. The customs along the way also made Sheila feel more relaxed. And more importantly, she took Yushir with her and traveled through hundreds of divine kingdoms and thousands of city-states, which was a lot often. Although such a small number of divine kingdoms and city-states is nothing compared to the number of divine kingdoms and city-states in the entire sky god realm, it is nothing more than a drop in the ocean. But going on like this all the time, there will be times of aesthetic fatigue. Even if the customs and habits of each race are different, the customs and culture of the major kingdoms of God are also different. But when there are too many things to look at, there will always be times when they are repeated, or when the inner world is the same. At this time, it's time to take it easy. This trip has gained a lot. It can be regarded as a complete journey. In the city-state that was the last stop, Sheila looked at the towering city walls, which were full of traces of vicissitudes, and felt emotional. It's not how much strength has been enhanced, nor is it how much cultivation realm has been improved. But in the state of mind, there have been more changes. It is not a good choice to blindly pursue strength and give up everything. At least for Qi Lu, the pursuit of great strength is definitely not just for the sake of becoming stronger. For Qi Lu, great power should only be a foundation, a guarantee to protect himself and those around him. And now, after returning from traveling, Qi Lu has also discovered that there is probably one more thing that can be protected. For example, the beauty of this world. Shir. Brother Qi Lu? Yu Shir, who was standing aside, tilted her head slightly and looked at Qi Lu. Shir, do you know what is the biggest gain I have gained during this trip? Qi Lu smiled, and looked at Yu Shir tenderly. The tone is gentle and soft. The biggest gain was seeing the thriving scene of the vault of heaven god realm? Yu Shir thought for a while before speaking. Qi Lu shook his head, no. Did you see that everyone was thanking store manager Qi? Well, brother Qi Lu is really amazing. Yu Shir heard that she gave a wrong answer, touched her chin, and continued. No. Qi Lu continued to shake his head, and the smile in his eyes became more and more obvious. Could it be that you have seen your ideals being realized, bit by bit? Hearing that she got the wrong answer again, Yu Shir had to guess from another angle. But seeing Qi Lu still shaking her head, Yu Shir knew that her guess was wrong again. What the hell is that? Having said that, Yu Shir pouted, staring at Qi Lu as if she was being coquettish. Maybe this is the biggest gain during the journey. It made Yu Shir truly open her heart and no longer be timid. Of course, Shir, your smile. Qi Lu said with a smile. Immediately, Yu Shir's face became extremely red. Aye. For a while, Yu Shir didn't know what to do, hesitated for a long time, but didn't say anything. He just stared at Qi Lu with a flushed face, puffed up his cheeks, and then quickly lowered his head again. Then he reached out and touched his face, it felt so hot. It should be very red. Shir, do you think that the changes in the vault of heaven god realm are really important to me? Qi Lu didn't pay attention to Yu Shir's small movements, but went on to say. Arrive. Of course, I don't deny that I really want to change the vault of heaven god realm, change the current situation so that the vault of heaven god realm will no longer be decayed and lifeless. It's about becoming vibrant, hopeful, and promising. But. Having said that, Qi Lu paused for a moment, which made Yu Shir look up at him, curiously. Only then did Qi Lu continue to say, but, these things are not as important as you to me, you know? Silly girl. Hearing this, Yu Shir's eyes turned red, and she was a little speechless. I can only see the mist in the eyes, covering the tenderness and admiration in it, which has probably moved tears. But Qi Li's words also made Yu Shi'er understand his intentions. It turned out that he didn't know everything, he just kept silent. Okay, don't look at me like that. Let's go home now. Even Qi Li couldn't stand being stared at by Yu Shi'er like this. But the words just now were not said to make Yu Shi'er happy, but Qi Li's own true feelings. After all, only the heart can move the heart. Although the routine is also very important, it will not last long after all. Well, let's go home. Yu Shi'er nodded, blushing. Go home, what will happen after you go back? At this point, the journey is over. After that, I should come out often to take a look around and see the ever-changing changes in the vault of Heaven God realm. But such a long time travel, probably will not have. Because this time, I have seen all the city-states that have changed the most. Even if you want to travel in the future, you will always choose a place to go, but you won't go everywhere like you are now. The current model is still very good, and there is nothing that needs to be hanged. Well, since there is no need to change for the time being, it should be to add more changes. When the productivity is sufficient, the way of entertainment obviously becomes another direction that should be considered. The reason is also very simple. But for all intelligent races, as long as they are free, they are destined to find something to do. In the past, I didn't have enough to eat, so everything should be based on having enough food and being able to survive. But now you don't have to think about how to get enough to eat, so don't you start pursuing spiritual enjoyment? In terms of culture, it actually exists in the vault of Heaven God realm, and it is quite complicated. After all, there are many intelligent races, and each race has its own culture. There are also stories of their own race. Blended together, wouldn't it become a hodgepodge? It is not a simple matter to learn from each other's strengths, discard its dross and extract its essence. Especially when there are so many intelligent races in the vault of Heaven God realm, it becomes even more troublesome. So Qi Li made an opening in this regard, guiding these guys in the right direction. For example, words, or paintings, or things like music. These things may not be of much help to the improvement of combat power. But now is an era of peace, and there is a place for art and culture to be displayed. In the past, everyone had no chance to pursue spiritual enjoyment, so naturally they ignored these things. But ignoring it is one thing, but it doesn't mean that these things don't exist. Although it has nothing to do with the art in Qi Li's memory, it has little to do with it. After all, Qi Li's hobbies are not here. He mainly wants those intelligent creatures to learn how to find things for themselves, and stop thinking about fighting. That's bad. As for Qi Li, what he was thinking about now was whether to bring the online games he had created to the Sky God realm. It's also good for those fighting madmen to have a window to vent their fighting spirit. After all, the former Tianji territory advocated force. Even though most people love peace, after all, the thinking of some fighting madmen cannot be reversed. These guys are the ones who are most likely to destroy the order that has been established with great difficulty. But it's not necessarily a good thing to say that all of them are dealt with. On the one hand, it is easy to arouse rebellious psychology. Of course, even if those guys want to resist, Qi Li actually doesn't care, because there's nothing wrong with it. But there is a good saying that it is better to block than to sparse. Things that can be reversed, or changed, don't necessarily have to be one size fits all. To be honest, if all the fighting spirit is really wiped out, and the fighting spirit is gone, it is not a good thing. Because the vault of Heaven God realm has never been a safe and good place. It's just that this thing needs to be used in the right place, and it can't be used to fight fiercely like before. Then, in this way, it is necessary to give a place where they can fight happily. It can also be regarded as training for the weak. The real strong are all born in battle. But in a real war, the casualty rate is extremely high. Moreover, in this period of at least superficially peaceful, wars are not so easy to encounter. Although there will be more or less friction between the various forces, and there will be a big war. But the problem is, the vault of heaven God realm is so big, and if it is spread out evenly, the places where great battles take place can indeed be Baynard. Even if the battles of those cultivators hunting monsters are added, in fact, they can't be encountered everywhere. So if you want to train soldiers, you still have to think of other ways. What's more, Qi Lu wanted to bring online games to the Sky God realm and train these guys. That was all secondary. The most important thing is to find something to do for those guys who spend their whole day in cultivation besides eating. Don't just sit around doing nothing every day. In addition, after the rise of the animal breeding industry and the planting industry of Tai and Kadibo, there are divine beasts that can guarantee good weather and good harvests, which also greatly increase the output of various crops. Residents of various city-states and major kingdoms of God should also have some spiritual entertainment after they are satisfied with food, drink and housing. Qi Lu previously contributed to the development of music, the dissemination of culture, the exchange of various knowledge, etc. In fact, this is the purpose. If a civilization wants to survive forever, the dissemination and inheritance of culture is an essential step. It's just that before that, there was not much communication between the various races. Unless the two races who are born to be friends are almost the same. Otherwise, it is the companions or allies you met in the subsequent battles. However, this situation cannot be regarded as a cultural exchange. At best it is just a personal behavior, not a racial determination. So the current Sky God realm is actually at a stage where various cultures are beginning to merge. As for removing the dross and extracting the essence in the process, it should take a long time. After all, each race has a different culture. Although there may also be similar parts, the differences always occupy the majority. That's why it needs to be absorbed bit by bit, digested, and then integrated, or by analogy, to develop and grow. But it is precisely because there are too many races in the vault of heaven God realm that all cultures want to integrate. This is simply an unprecedented large project, and it is impossible to complete it in a short period of time. It can only be worn out bit by bit with time. In this regard, Qi Lu did discover this problem during this trip. However, the impact is not large. This kind of thing, as long as there is a beginning, it will be a matter of course and a matter of course. It's just that in this process, if there is an accident, the time to complete the fusion will probably be infinitely extended. Therefore, Qi Lu is now planning to prevent accidents as much as possible. So taking out online games at this time is actually to speed up the communication and the speed of integration. Why do you say that? The reason is simple. The first one is that there is a ready-made platform like the virtual dual crystal. If you don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a loss? At this time, everyone may say, "Didn't you have a virtual dual platform before? What's the use of having an online game?" If you can ask this question, it can only be said that the consideration of the question is one-sided. Can fighting games be the same as painting games? Can online games and standalone be the same? And this is another reason why Qi Lu decided to upload the online game. In order to enrich the daily life of these players, increase their options for the game. Playing battle games every day will also cause mental fatigue and aesthetic fatigue, so you should change your taste. Moreover, regarding this matter, there are actually external factors. Previous virtual showdown draw. Taiwan, as a leader in battle games, the gameplay is basically a battle of wits and courage between players. But at that time wasn't it the time when Xinjiu and Tianjiu had unresolved enmity. So it's okay for players to fight wits and bravery with players. But, it's different now. In the Vault of Heaven God realm, there is no longer the difference between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm, and the hatred between them has gradually dissipated. At this time, those monsters are more threatening. Then it is very appropriate to take out the online game at this time. able to develop their teamwork skills. And there are previous experience and ready-made templates out there, which can be used with a little modification. There is no need to rack your brains to think about the details of the game, as long as you change it to match the background story of the Sky God realm. It fits the style of Qi Lu, a lazy store manager. After all, rethinking a new game is indeed quite difficult and brain-intensive. But it's different if there is a template. Just update the map and you don't have to think about it at all, it's easy and happy. Even, Qi Lu was able to update the data of Sifengji and the new world mode of the combat power improvement training room. Just add a celestial map to them. It can also be regarded as preparing and laying the foundation for them to come to the Vault of Heaven God realm. At that time, the data of both parties will be merged, and the low-level plane and the high-level plane will play online games together. Haven't seen it. Although in the virtual duel platform before, it seems that in a certain mode, such a thing has been done. But the types of games are different, how can they be compared? Moreover, the biggest difference from battle games is that the capacity of offline games for players is infinitely larger. The duel field in the virtual duel platform, a duel, the maximum player capacity is only 2,000 people. However, the player capacity of online games depends on the server's upper limit. For Qi Lu, is the upper limit of the server's tolerance something he needs to consider? Obviously not. That's something the system should take into account. To put it bluntly, with Qi Li's layout in the Sky God realm for so many years, it is completely achievable to put all these players into the same server. It's just not necessary. Let's divide the servers for them according to the differences of novice villages. Because gathering too many players in the same place will only make them find ways to make trouble. After all, in the game, there are not so many worries in the outside world. Players, as long as they are in the game, they are always the craziest guy, and the wonderful actions they make are unimaginable. The only thing that makes Qi Lu gratified is that even if the games produced by the system are crudely made, there should not be any game loopholes for these players to exploit. Otherwise, it would be too scary. Qi Lu had every reason to suspect that those players who had nothing to do all day would delve into the use of game loopholes every day. So in order to avoid too many players not doing business, let them separate. But even so, the number of players in the same server is hundreds of millions. Because there are too many intelligent beings in the Vault of Heaven God realm, it is really not realistic to divide them into too many details. It can only be said that try to keep those players from gathering so much. Moreover, Qi Lu also specially set it up. In the same server, try to arrange players from different city-states and kingdoms of God to enter. One of the reasons why Qi Lu moved the online game, which has almost no upper limit of player capacity, is to speed up communication. Then, if the players in the same server are all from the same city-state, or the same kingdom of God, then exchange a hammer. Don't they usually communicate enough? Do they have to go to the game to continue communicating? I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid that if I get angry in the game, it will develop into a real duel. This kind of thing has happened before, so we have to guard against it. Then, Qi Lu made the arrangement like this. By the way, I gave you Sheer an administrator privilege, so that she can go to the game to relax when she is free. After all, at this time, becoming stronger is no longer the most important thing. Anyway, Qi Lu is getting stronger all the time, as long as the store is well managed, sooner or later, he will be the strongest. At that time, are you afraid that you won't be able to protect you Sheer? By the way, I remembered. The system took away the corpse and soul of the demon emperor, what's the use of it? As soon as he mentioned the matter of aspiring to be the strongest, Qi let hot of it. I knew before that this Urbi system likes to collect some rare things when it is free. The corpse and soul of the demon emperor are indeed extremely rare, and they are still in the half-step Dao realm, the only ones in the world. Even the dragon god has only temporarily achieved the half-step Dao realm with the power of the keel. So, this damn system, after taking away these good things, there is no shadow? Although I don't want to directly let myself achieve half-step Tao, but at least give me some benefits. When traveling before, Qi Lu didn't think about it. I also thought in my heart that the system is probably still researching these things. Let's talk about it after the trip, and don't rush it for a while. But now, Qi Lu suddenly discovered that this damned system seemed to be really dead. I couldn't help shouting in my mind. Don't let yourself be pitted. The entire inheritance after the fall of a demon emperor, wouldn't it be possible to let yourself experience the power of the half-step Tao realm for 30 seconds? Qi Lu felt that this Erbi system must have taken advantage of him. System, host, when you are free, can you stop calling this system all the time? This system is very busy. It's been a long time since I called you once, or this time. What do you mean by always calling you out? Qi Lu pouted, expressing his negation of the system's words. Very busy? What can your Erbi system do? Now it's not like before, although Qi Lu sometimes finds the system to come out to chat. But there are really not many things that need to be done by the system, so it doesn't make sense to say that you are busy. Or, is there really something going on in this Erbi system? System, whatever you want to say to the host, let's talk about it. What's the matter with asking this system to come out this time? Hearing this tone, it seems that he is really busy. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, and said while thinking, actually, it's nothing serious. I just want to ask, I collected the corpse and soul of the demon emperor for you. Is there really no other reward? System. It turns out that you kid wants to take advantage of this system? System, other rewards, yes or no? Did you say that with a hammer? Qi Lu stared, completely unable to understand the meaning of this sentence. If there is, then there is, if not, then there is none. What is meant by there is, and there is not? What do you mean by the Erbi system? Do you have rewards? You can give them, but you can't give them all? System, well, let's explain this system a little more clearly. System, to put it simply, there are no substantive rewards, but there should be no obstacles in your path to the great Tao realm, the host. This is all the rewards. Hearing what you said, co-author, I couldn't advance to the realm of Tao before? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then quickly realized. If he didn't agree to the job the system found for him, he would be in an uncertain state. System, host, if you want to say that, you are actually right, it is true. Okay, I see, I won't bother you anymore, you can go on with your work. Qi Lu felt a little tired. It turns out that the Erbi system is not so reliable. It turns out that my own future still depends on my own hard work. Although I did take a little shortcut, but that's what I did. Forget it, I still don't want to think about it, at least I know that I have a bright future, and that's a good thing. By the way, there is one more thing, that is, the new world mode of the training room for combat strength improvement. You remember to open registration on the virtual dual crystal according to my revised plan. Qi Lu gave another last word of advice. System, don't worry, this system won't forget things like you, the host. I'm too lazy to tell you. After confirming with the system that he really has a bright future ahead, Qi Lu did feel a little more relaxed. In fact, before this, although Qi Lu knew that if he continued to do this as the store manager, he should continue to become stronger. However, the current realm is far from the realm of the great Tao. What if something unexpected happens? As a result, I just asked, good guy. It turned out that there was an unexpected situation at the beginning. It turns out that this damn Erbi system couldn't guarantee that he would enter the realm of the great Tao at the beginning. The setting that still needs to use the corpse and soul of the demon emperor to unlock the cultivation tree in order to continue to add points is really amazing. Fortunately, Qi Lu seized the opportunity before, otherwise, it would be really hard to say. If the demon emperor stepped into the realm of the Tao first, it might be true that everything is over. Looking at it now, the demon emperor looked at the river of fate through the law of fate, and he probably saw such a thread of fate. Knowing that he is surrounded by enemies, the only way to break the situation is to step into the realm of the Great Tao. And if you want to step into the realm of the Great Tao, the first thing to do is to eliminate the demons. And gather enough power of death to fight against the catastrophe of enlightenment. That's why there was the previous battle of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. The demon emperor has calculated everything. He even left a way out, thinking of the worst. That is to say, even if the demon emperor has only stepped into the realm of the Great Tao, it is completely enough to face the subsequent situation. However, the only thing that the demon emperor didn't think of was probably the dragon god keel left by the dragon sacred king. Thinking about it this way, it turns out that the dragon king is the most critical role. Can the law of destiny be mastered after the law of soul is completely controlled? Qila didn't know about this question. But talking about this now is an afterthought. Just think about it, there is no need to delve into it. After all, Qila didn't even know where the Dragon King was now. Of course, the Great Dragon King here refers to the body of the Great Dragon King, not those remnant souls. If we only talk about the remnant souls of the Great Dragon King, Qila still knows a few. But knowing this is useless, the memories of those remnant souls are not universal, so it is useless to ask. So soon, Qila put this matter behind him. Because of these things, if you think about it too much, you still can't figure it out. If some information is unclear, you can only rely on guesswork. But whether the guessed thing is right or wrong, who knows? Besides, now that Qila is sure that he will definitely be able to step into the realm of the Great Tao, then the rest of the matter actually doesn't matter. As long as he possesses unrivaled strength, all conspiracies and tricks are just clouds, which can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. So, when you are strong enough to fear no enemies. So let's talk about a hammer. Regardless of these, let's talk about the official launch of the modified version of the New World model. The name, it's called, New World, The True Story. And the one that was thrown in Sifangji before also changed its name simultaneously, New World Prequel. In this way, it will be justified when all servers are merged and all player data is integrated in the future. After all, after the prequel, it is indeed the main story. As for whether there will be another sequel in the future, it depends on Qila's mood. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't be, who knows, maybe Qila will develop new games in the future. Anyway, life is long and there is plenty of time. Although it takes brains to develop a new game, it is not impossible to slowly grind it out with time. When people have been idle for a long time, they always want to find something to do, even if it is a 3-minute enthusiasm, at least it will not waste time all the time. Even though, the time you have is almost endless. The true story of the New World? Brother Qila, is this the follow-up version of the previous New World model? Yu Shi'er, who was given administrator authority by Qila, was naturally the first player to come to the New World. Qila Mei called it a test version, and let Yu Shi'er go in and wander around. As for the game loopholes, there is no need to look for them. Anyway, it's a game produced by the system. Although this guy has always been a little unreliable, he hasn't made any mistakes in this kind of thing. Qila still believes in the system. The usual bickering is also a sign of intimacy. That's right, I've been in the vault of Heaven God realm for so long, it's time to get something familiar. Qila also came to the New World, walked up to Yu Shi'er, and stretched. If you play too many battle games, it's all about intrigue. Or this kind of open game world is more comfortable, just like the name off this game New World. I hope the players in the Sky God realm will like it. Qila had no doubts about this. After all, the weak will always be the majority. To them, coming to a new world where they can stand on the same starting line is a very novel experience, so they will definitely not refuse it. What's more, Qila has set a free and open policy for the main story of the New World, as long as the signal fee is paid in full. However, trust these players. You will know later that what is free is the most expensive. Qi didn't plan to add any fee-based items in the main story of the New World, such as high-end weapons, out-of-print artifacts, limited pets, epic gift bags and the like. However, in a brand new world, compared with the outside world, all walks of life will begin to infiltrate. Among them, commerce is the most thoroughly penetrated one. Therefore, Qi doesn't need to do other things, just collecting taxes can already make a lot of money. Not to mention that in the new world, there are many ways to make money. These are all new maps and copies. Yu Shi'er said while wandering around the various maps. Administrator privileges are fully revealed at this moment. As long as the content of the game is not modified, there are almost no restrictions. This is probably the benefit of having a background. Just kidding, how could Qi let Yu Shi'er go to open up Wasteland like those bitter players? Like those players before, it was just that Qi wanted to recall the past. Playing games, is it interesting to use cheat codes from the beginning? Oh, no, the cheat code is a standalone game. Online games are called cheating. So after experiencing the fun of opening up Wasteland before, Qi was going to open it up for Yu Shi'er. Anyway, Yu Shi'er's mind is not on this, she just wants to have some fun in her daily life. After Yu Shi'er wandered around the brand new big map and the dungeon, Qi also posted a notice on the virtual duel crystal. At this moment, both the players on the virtual duel platform and the customers on the virtual shopping platform received such a notification. A brand new game, a large open world, will be launched soon. All players will go to another new world and start a new life. In the new world, you can do whatever you want. Of course, if you violate the rules of the game, you will bear the consequences. So, please read the rules of the game before entering the game and don't violate it. Above. As for the rules of the game, we can only see them when the player registers for an account. By the way, Qi doesn't intend to make a full version of those game rules directly. Instead, we plan to continue adding new rules in the future. After all, there are no loopholes in the game itself, but it does not mean that there are no loopholes in the rules. It must be continuously improved. Therefore, just add a sentence at the end of the terms, the final interpretation right belongs to the store manager, and that's it. Of course, it's the same with or without this sentence. In essence, the Vault of Heaven God realm is still the law of the jungle, and the strong are respected. It's just that Qi, who is the strongest, joined forces with the dragon god to maintain the most basic order, and only then did the current peaceful period come about. So when it comes to this, we can know that even the rules are made by Qi, who can restrain him. Probably there is only one criterion in his own heart. However, among the players, no one cares about this matter. Follow the rules of the game, isn't that the most basic common sense? Does it still need store manager Qi to remind you? Could it be that store manager Qi thinks that they dare to violate the rules of the game? But these things are not the key points. Most importantly, store manager Qi has launched a new game. Moreover, it is an open-world large-scale online game that is completely different from the virtual duel platform, commonly known as online games. A brand new world, such a description is enough to interest many players. Those guys are mostly pig teammates whose account level cannot climb up in the virtual duel platform. Or unlucky players who are often entrapped by pig teammates. Anyway, I can't play battle games anymore, so I'd better give up my mind and transfer to another area to develop with peace of mind. Speaking of which, in the story of the new world, there are many ways to make a fortune. A full-time game businessman can earn no less than those large chambers of commerce outside. However, it is still the period of opening up new games, so it is not obvious. But this trend is still obvious. Popularity is the foundation of economic development. If you want to make a fortune, you have to face the wind. After Qi sent out this notice, in less than half a day, many chambers of commerce were confirmed. This time, we must do business in this new world. The strong need resources. The weak need more resources. If you want to make money, you must be keen on business opportunities, and you must not let go of any opportunity. In the early days of the peaceful era when order was established, the chambers of commerce that grew out of barbarism gathered a group of guys who dared to fight hard and had business acumen, but lacked opportunities. In the past, there was no chance to give them these weak people. But now, the times have changed, the opportunity has come, and you can change your destiny. Then any opportunity is extremely precious. One step behind, then one step behind. How could the major chambers of commerce make such low-level mistakes? Without seeing the virtual duel contest that is in full swing now, how much blood spar, faith stone, is worth in advertising space? Also, if you want to place an advertisement on the homepage of the virtual shopping platform, you need an auction. How many businesses are willing to pay a big price for this? If store manager Chi hadn't made it clear, the advertisements on the homepage would be rotated, and the duration of the same advertisement would not exceed 7 days at most. Let those merchants who come to participate in the auction, don't get too excited, remember to do what you can. They didn't know how badly they were going to be beaten. You must know that the number of merchants settled in the virtual shopping platform is at least tens of millions. And the number of those advertising spaces is fully calculated, only a dozen or so. The intensity of competition can be imagined. Thinking about it this way, store manager Chi is really benevolent. He even took the initiative to consider for them and told them not to raise the auction price to sky-high prices. Maybe this is the way to go. Therefore, when the notice that the new world is about to go online was sent out, most of the chambers of commerce noticed it. If you can make your own name in this brand new world, it will be much better than buying advertising space by yourself. After all, it is conceivable how many players the game manager Chi promotes will have. Once one's chamber of commerce becomes famous in the story of the new world, the influence gained will definitely be huge. Advertises almost all the time. Mobilize funds and recruit people. We want to show our style in the new world. Maybe there will be more events in the future, so be prepared first. Store manager Chi intends to hand over the competitions in small areas to chambers of commerce in various places. It's time for us to compete for places. This time, it is a great opportunity for us to make a name for ourselves. In addition to these chambers of commerce, a large number of players in the Sky God realm also became excited. Everyone knew about a virtual duel platform before. In the Vault of Heaven God realm, that is a household name. Even in the entire Sky God realm, more than half of the intelligent creatures are experienced players of the virtual duel platform. And if we then count the creatures who have entered the duel field, at least 90% or more. Including all regions, all city-states, major kingdoms of God, and major races. So when the main story of the new world was launched, the sensation caused was also huge. But all the players who are a bit free are waiting for the moment when the new world is going online, ready to try it as soon as possible. A game that is completely different from the virtual duel platform. That's really great. Every day I'm intriguing, I'm almost throwing up. You know, I really don't want to stay in the duel. But those pig teammates really didn't want me to live. Shop manager Chi is right. You are not afraid of godly opponents, but pig teammates. A mole is worth dozens of powerful enemies. Indeed, I also heard that there are some actors in your high-end area, or some effing. No, they're not considered actors either. They all negotiated secretly with the guy opposite after they entered the duel. It's their ability to use their own account experience to make a fortune. Forget it, let's not talk about it. There should be no duel field in the new game, and I can finally get rid of the claws of those pig teammates. Yes. If Chi Lu could hear the emotions of these guys, he would probably say something. You want to get rid of the claws of your pig teammates? That's probably not realistic. You don't think that pig teammates won't cheat you when you open up Wasteland and Dungeons, do you? After all, you just changed your enemies, but your teammates haven't changed. It's not the same pit that should trap you. To be honest, the best way to get rid of the fear of being dominated by pig teammates is to solo. Or form a reliable team by yourself. Otherwise, if you form a wild team every day, you will be cheated anyway, and it is absolutely impossible to only have 1 or 2 times. If you are lucky, you may be cheated every now and then. If you are unlucky, you may be cheated every day. After all, it is an excellent matchmaking mechanism, and Qilu also has to control their winning rate in painting pictures, so as to give them the motivation to improve. If the brushing of the pictures is too smooth and there is no challenge at all, then wouldn't it be that there is no mood for progress? The game of New World True Story is not for relaxing. Of course, it's not impossible to relax. Don't be a map player, don't be a combat player, just be a life player, learn those life skills, and use them to make props that can temporarily increase attributes and sell them. The same can be done well in the new world. It's just that daily life will become very boring, far inferior to the colorfulness of those combat players. Besides, in the main story of the new world, as a player, you don't have to worry about your life's safety being threatened. Anyway, there is a resurrection point, so if you die, you can go to resurrection, and it doesn't matter much. Why not take the opportunity to experience life that you have never experienced before? Those ordinary people, on weekdays, work at sunrise and rest at sunset. If they also become a life player in New World main story, then they still play with a hammer. Isn't it the same as life in the outside world? Therefore, these players will basically not choose to be a player whose daily life is all the same. But that's not the case either. Because life players are different from those combat players, life players are very profitable. Combat players rely on swiping pictures to make gold, exploding equipment and the like to improve themselves. But swiping pictures is not without consumption. All kinds of consumables must be fully prepared, and the durability of the equipment has reached, and it needs to be repaired. There are also many special props that need to be made by those life players. And these all cost money. Moreover, in order to make these players feel that the new world is more real, Qilu added a setting. That is, resurrection requires payment. In case these guys don't cherish their own lives and run to die at every turn. There is one thing to say, there are too many people who are dying, and the resurrection point is blocked, but it is not fun. But life players are different. They basically stay in the safe zone, and there is no resurrection consumption. And the only expense, the cost of raw materials for making props, is actually not too expensive. Compared with the finished props produced, it is a drop in the bucket. Therefore, from the perspective of raising a family or making a fortune, the number of living players should not be small. After all, current cultivators are all poor. In the past, when there were no rules set by store manager, Chi and Dragon God, they could still plunder by force, and just go for it if they had no resources. No matter how poor you are, you can't go anywhere. But it's not going to work now, if such a thing happens in the area where order exists. The first time may be just a warning. But the second time, it may have been shot dead on the spot. So after experiencing many lessons, seeing countless unruly guys, and paying the price of life, those cultivators who once thought they were superior to others finally became honest. Then, it became what it is now, everyone is poor. There is no way, such things as cultivation consume too many resources. Even if you have some savings, but in the case of only going out but not go in gin, you can only sit and eat. Even with the rapid rise of the animal breeding industry and the cultivation of natural materials and treasures, the prices of cultivation resources were quickly suppressed. But to be honest, it seems that the price has dropped a lot compared with before. But to be honest, it's still not cheap. So there is no way those cultivators who are almost poor have to start thinking about what kind of livelihood they should find to support their cultivation. Otherwise, relying on hard work and slowly improving, I don't know how long it will take to move forward. Although this method is not impossible, it is too slow. Maybe I will survive until I die of old age, and it may not be able to improve much. You must know that the lifespan of a cultivator is limited. Unless you can step into the realm of the main god, or the realm of the demon god, you can be called the same life as the heaven and the earth. Even if it is a god, it must be supported by the believer's faith in order to live forever. However, without the support of cultivation resources, wanting to step into the realm of the main god, or the realm of the demon god, is it a dream? Even advancing to the realm of the gods is not that simple. So looking at it now, many practitioners are actually almost crazy, but they dare not commit crimes. Because there are no resources, you can spend time slowly. But if you commit a crime, you may even lose your life. Of the two, which is more important, everyone can clearly distinguish, and they will not make fun of their own lives. So under such circumstances, such a business that can make a fortune has turned out, will everyone consider it? The answer is naturally yes, especially those poor and crazy practitioners, they will definitely consider it. Even after learning about this incident, many players changed careers on the spot. There are indeed players in the game New World True Story who come here to relax, but the proportion is not high. In addition to improving their own strength, many players also came here with the intention of making a fortune. All major chambers of commerce have begun to make preparations to enter the new world. Will there be fewer opportunities to make a fortune? You know, among the big chambers of commerce that have risen over the years, except for those with the backing of the demon god, the remaining chambers of commerce can survive under the encirclement and suppression that the demon god personally contributed to. One can imagine how powerful it is. It is said that some of the chambers of commerce have the shadow of a giant chamber of commerce from the god realm behind them. In the divine realm, the development history of the chamber of commerce is much longer than that in the heavenly realm. Among those kingdoms of God, there is the soil for the growth of chambers of commerce. Moreover, the relatively difficult business environment also forced these chambers of commerce to choose the best among the best, leaving the strongest chambers of commerce. This has created the members of these chambers of commerce, all of whom are ruthless, long-sleeved and good at dancing, and slick in all directions. Intrigue and conspiracy are commonplace. But after so many years of development, these chambers of commerce have accumulated huge amounts of funds. This time, he directly participated in the dispute of the Chamber of Commerce in Tianji territory, so he naturally wanted to get a share of the pie. Thus, the current situation was created. Among the backgrounds of the top chambers of commerce in the Tianji domain, part of them are those demon gods, and part of them are the giant chambers of commerce that infiltrated from the Shinji domain. The remaining part with the smallest proportion is the rising star of the Tianji domain. Thinking about it this way, does it immediately feel that the business situation in Tianji territory is too chaotic? Although at present, the heavenly vault of God realm does not have the central domain divine mountain. There is no need to deliberately distinguish between the Tianji domain and the Shinji domain. However, the territory covered by a chamber of commerce will not be the entire sky god realm. This is impossible to do, and no chamber of commerce is so clueless that it insists on doing this kind of thing. There is one and only store manager Qi who can cover the entire heavenly god realm. The other chambers of commerce, even those giant chambers of commerce that have developed for a long time in the divine realm, actually span at most dozens of divine kingdoms. Compared with the entire vault of heaven god realm, the territory of dozens of divine kingdoms is really not that big. It can even be said to be very small. But speaking individually, what is the concept of a chamber of commerce with the influence of dozens of kingdoms of God? Under the current situation, even those demon gods and main gods would not be willing to provoke such a behemoth. Because the involvement is too great. If any demon god, or the main god dared to make a move, they would probably be killed by store manager Qi before they even started. And even if there is no store manager Qi, it is impossible for the main gods of the kingdom of God to agree to them to destroy the Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to cause turmoil in dozens of kingdoms of God by doing this kind-of thing? The current Chamber of Commerce involves too many industries, including all walks of life and daily life. As long as transactions can be conducted, the Chamber of Commerce basically participates. Therefore, unless it is a last resort, these chambers of commerce must not be allowed to collapse easily. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is a chamber of commerce that can't compete with it. Instead of things, there can be. But disappear directly, no. What's more, under the gaze of these main gods, the more the Chamber of Commerce covers a huge area, the less they dare to mess around. Because the more kingdoms of gods spanned, the more the number of main gods watching the actions of the Chamber of Commerce. Maybe these main gods won't touch chambers of commerce in other places. But no one would say anything about the Chamber of Commerce in the kingdom of God. In this way, as long as these main gods can be cruel, they will directly eradicate the useless chambers of commerce in their kingdom of God. So what? Chambers of commerce are large and small, and in a kingdom of God, it is impossible to have only one chamber of commerce. If your family is gone, the big deal is to support a chamber of commerce again. Do you really think that a mere chamber of commerce can pose a threat to the main god? It is true that there are cases of throwing rats, but there are not a few main gods who can cut off the wrists of a strong man. So, as the saying goes, the bigger the chamber of commerce, the less extraordinary things it does. After all, his family has a big business, so there is no need to take advantage of such a small advantage. Earning a little more, earning a little less, how much impact can it have? However, it is undeniable that the capital owned by these chambers of commerce, especially those of large chambers of commerce, is really big. Not to mention those giant chambers of commerce that span dozens of kingdoms of God, because there are actually very few chambers of commerce at this level. And basically all of them come from the long-term accumulation of the former God realm. As for the Tianji territory, especially those chambers of commerce created by Bidman gods. In fact, there are very few chambers of commerce that span several kingdoms of God. Because those main gods are not at ease to let the chambers of commerce created by these demon gods suppress the local chambers of commerce in their own kingdom of God. In the final analysis, the main god and the demon god are still at odds. Therefore, they also worked secretly to suppress the chambers of commerce created by those demon gods. Otherwise, so many demon gods would join in this wave of commercial rise, one after another. Can there still be so many up-and-comers going on? Demon god, for those ordinary people, that is really high and unattainable. Before the Chamber of Commerce developed, it was just a few small shops. But these things are all things of the past. Now the structure of the Chamber of Commerce in Tianji territory is basically finalized. A large number of resources are in the hands of large and small chambers of commerce, including not only cultivation resources, but also living resources. Therefore, when these chambers of commerce with huge sums of money poured into the New World true story, so will the chances of making a fortune they provide be less? I'm afraid there is no need to answer this answer. You can know a thing or two just by looking at the number of players who are rushing to get rich. Those poor and crazy practitioners will not give up if they have an opportunity. If you can get a job for those large chambers of commerce, it's something you can't even ask for. After all, in this peaceful era, there are quite a few practitioners in any large chamber of commerce. And there are not just one or two strong ones. To put it on a higher level, those giant chambers of commerce spanning dozens of kingdoms of God, but the Lord God has a stake in them. Otherwise, can those main gods allow these chambers of commerce to suppress the local chambers of commerce in their kingdom of God? Do you really think that those main gods have nothing to do with the world? The kingdom of God is the basis for the Lord God to gather believers. The apostles who are sent to various lower planes to develop believers and manage believers are also selected from the kingdom of God. Even the subordinate gods under the command of the main God are actually selected from the kingdom of God. And to raise these godly apostles, do you need to spend money? Do you want to spend money to bestow divine grace on the believers? Even those lower planes, now that they are out of customs, they have to go and have a look. The miracles bestowed by a low-level plane may not be too many, but if they add up, even the main God will feel pain. So if you don't get some benefits from these chambers of commerce, do you really expect them to work part-time? They can't do things that are inferior to others. Unless hard power can overwhelm them, such as store manager, G. Otherwise, I want these main gods, as well as those demon gods, with violent tempers, to obey the arrangement. Then you have to worry about your own life. For some guys who are overwhelmed, Chi Lu doesn't care about the lives or deaths of those guys, he does it all by himself. The strong giving face to the weak does not mean that the weak can really riddy on the head of the strong. If you want to die, how can you blame anyone? Therefore, the previous Chamber of Commerce was seeking the protection of practitioners. But now, it can be said that feng shui turns, and it is the turn of those practitioners to beg the Chamber of Commerce to give them a bite to eat. As for the question of whether to be aggrieved or not, they really haven't thought about it. Because it's useless to think about it. The rules are on his face, who dares to disobey it? Therefore, under the ulterior motives of those chambers of commerce, as soon as the new world was launched, the number of registrations broke through the sky. Countless players swarmed in, quickly making this brand new world lively. Some players play for life, while others play for entertainment. Ordinary players fight monsters to make money, while game merchants keep an eye on prices. The major chambers of commerce also began to organize their staff, and started a vigorous gold rush journey in the new world. With such a huge popularity, the opportunity to make a fortune must be among them. In fact, it's not just those chambers of commerce who think so. Those cultivators who came here to make a fortune also thought the same way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the New World True Story game in the first place. You know, for these guys who have eaten their last meal but never finished their meal, the expenditure for the signal fee is all picked out from between their teeth. If they can't get their money back, then they have to think of other ways. It can't be spent like this all the time. It's too easy to make money in the new world. Now so many chambers of commerce are investing in this game, there are too many opportunities to make a fortune. Chi Lu, who was always paying attention to the situation of the main story in the new world, naturally noticed this situation. But I didn't intend to say anything more. Rather, he is very supportive of such a situation. Because Chi Lu chooses to launch an online game like New World True Story at this time, one of his plans is to connect all walks of life in the Tianjia domain and Xinji domain before the ruins of the sacred mountain in the central domain are completely purified. First, use the virtual online game world as a buffer to let these guys adapt to each other's existence. Then transform this relationship into reality. In order to prevent them from fighting after actual contact, they start to disagree with each other. If so, it would be a headache. Even if the possibility of such a thing happening is not great, but it is still necessary to take precautions before it happens. In addition to this, Chi Lu did this with the idea that these poor and crazy practitioners in Tianjia could make a little money. After all, a cultivator who has cultivation resources in his hands is still willing to abide by the law. Everyone is not a fool, if it is not desperate, who would do things that may lose their lives. So if you want these practitioners to settle down, it is very important to find something for them to do. To be precise, it should be to help these guys find a job that can guarantee their own cultivation. The progress may not be too fast, but it must not be absent. Then it became like this. In the outside world, the positions in those chambers of commerce are basically full. And now the pattern of the chambers of commerce in the major kingdoms of the gods has been determined, unless there are some major changes, or someone isn't clear-headed and offended a certain main god. Otherwise, latecomers basically have no chance. So if you want to find a good job, you can only come to New World True Story to find gold. This can be regarded as making those chambers of commerce shed some blood first, stabilizing these unstable factors, and making a contribution. Because in the main story of the New World, there are many opportunities to make a fortune, but the early entry of these chambers of commerce is basically an investment. Invest in your own gold mining team, invest in your own guild, invest in some powerful players, and so on. To be honest, these chambers of commerce really didn't come in with the purpose of making a fortune in the main story of the New World. After all, the industry of the Chamber of Commerce is outside, not in the New World. If they want to get involved anywhere, to be honest, even the heads of those chambers of commerce know in their hearts that such things are taboo. Don't look at those main gods, and don't say it, don't look at those demon gods and don't say it. But for these guys with low self-strength to achieve such a high position, Ida's still manager Chi and Dragon God who rely on them. Those main gods and demon gods must be upset, but they can bear it. Because the main god and the demon god don't deal with each other. And the demon gods have all participated in the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce, so the main god must make a choice to check and balance the demon gods. Otherwise, the economic lifeline of the kingdom of God is all in the hands of demon gods. Can these main gods be willing? So behind these large chambers of commerce, the reason why the main gods can't support them is that the main gods need to check and balance the demon gods to control their own kingdom of God, so as not to be tampered with by the demon gods. This kind of open and secret fighting is allowed. The main gods know it, and the demon gods know it. And after becoming an insider, the heads of those large chambers of commerce also knew about this matter and their identities. In a sense, they can be called the spokespersons of the Lord God, or agents. Help these main gods fight against the Chamber of Commerce of the demon gods. Therefore, the heads of these chambers of commerce are very clear about one thing. They are outside, as long as they don't cross the bottom line of the main gods, and don't violate the rules set by Manager Chi and Dragon God. Then they can do whatever they want and get involved in whatever industry they want. However, it is also limited to the outside world. In fact, at the very beginning, when the news that the New World was about to go online came out, at that time, the heads of these chambers of commerce had gathered together to discuss what store manager Chi meant by doing this. Then came a conclusion. What can a whole new world be used for? Of course, the answer would not be to let them take advantage of the Chamber of Commerce and do whatever they want. At least in the story of the New World, it would be impossible for these chambers of commerce to control all industries. Among other things, the trading system and auction system have replaced most of the functions of the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, it is the only Chamber of Commerce that connects the entire New World. So what is left for these chambers of commerce is probably the guild. As for game merchants, this profession needs enough capital to grow bigger and stronger. But more importantly, is a keen sense of smell. Because the virtual new world is going on, it is different from the reality of the outside world. What is valuable and what is not is completely followed by the updated version. It's not the same as those necessities in the outside world. In the story of the New World, apart from those consumables, there are no necessities. So these chambers of commerce also want to understand that they entered the New World True Story not to make a fortune, but to distribute it. Spending money to buy fame is also very cost-effective. A lot of investment in the early stage, as long as you can make your name famous, even if you lose money in the New World, it doesn't matter. Anyway, their industries are all outside, as long as those industries make money, that's fine. Funds need to be circulated to be called funds. The funds that cannot be circulated are just a series of simple numbers. In essence, the meaning of currency is to help various resources flow and distribute, rather than how much value the currency itself has. At least, the faith stone is really useless to anyone other than Qi Lu who can use it. So these chambers of commerce are no longer hiding it, and they are all frantically investing in New World True Story. A lot of money has been invested to build the brand of its own Chamber of Commerce and to build up the reputation of its own Chamber of Commerce. This is much more useful than advertising. And the more money you invest in, the more valuable you prove yourself. The person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce is not an idiot. After seeing Manager Qi completely replacing the functions of the Chamber of Commerce with the trading system, he probably understands what Manager Qi thinks. The Chamber of Commerce cannot be allowed to gather most of its resources in its hands again. Everyone must be given a chance. Then think of those cultivators who are about to go crazy, and they immediately understand. Manager Qi made the main story of the New World go online, probably for the purpose of maintaining stability, so they can't tear it down. Investment must be invested, but also a lot of investment. The more money they spend, the more those guys who come to dig for gold in the true story of the New World will reap. And the greater the harvest of those gold diggers, the more fame these chambers of commerce can earn. Fundamentally speaking, this is not a loss. The reason is very simple. What do these cultivators who come here to make a fortune want to do after they make a fortune? It is not used in exchange for cultivation resources and self-improvement. And the cultivation resources are in the outside world. Who owns them? Isn't it in the hands of major chambers of commerce? So, did those chambers of commerce lose their investment in New World True Story? It's not a loss at all, that is, the left hand is inverted to the right hand, but there is an extra step in the middle. But in the process, the Chamber of Commerce gained fame, cultivators gained resources, and ordinary people who wanted to support their families got the necessities of life. The flow of funds has allowed resources to be allocated reasonably. Among them, it also gives everyone a motivation to promote the development of culture and the progress of civilization. And these things are the power of currency flow. In the past, purely respecting the strong and the law of the jungle would almost stagnate the development of civilization. In other words, it is to solidify the social structure of creatures at all levels. The strong do whatever they want, and the weak live by it. All in all, lifeless. But it's different now. If you want to develop and make progress, the help brought by business is indispensable. After thinking about this, the main story of the New World can be regarded as really lively. On the surface, the investment of the major chambers of commerce seems to be distributing wealth, but in fact, it is not another level of wealth. Those cultivators who have received favors will naturally recognize this favor. For those large chambers of commerce backed by demon gods, and those giant chambers of commerce with main gods holding shares, such favors may not be of much importance, and few people care about them. But for those small chambers of commerce, it is still very valuable. After all, there are only a small number of large chambers of commerce, and there are very few giant chambers of commerce. There are even more small and medium-sized chambers of commerce, all over the major kingdoms of God, countless. In this way, the confrontation in the New World is naturally fierce. In addition to brushing pictures and monsters, as well as downloading dungeons, the competition between the major guilds is also something that be participated in. Just because you want to stay aloof from the world doesn't mean others think you are harmless. You don't want to cause trouble, but something always wants to find you. At a time like this, can you still be indifferent? Therefore, in the main story of the New World, the guilds created by large and small chambers of commerce, like mushrooms after a spring rain, popped up one after another, and then started their journey. Fights between players and dungeons, and wild monsters are nothing to worry about. Even if you find that the boss is raging in the wild, it's just like that, and it's nothing compared to a serious guild battle. There are more players and more guilds, so they will naturally rob monsters. It's actually not surprising at all. It's better to say that it happens often, everywhere, and every server exists. All of a sudden, those fighting madmen in the Tianji territory suddenly found the meaning of their existence. Farming wild monsters is so boring, how can it be refreshing to farm players? Then, the game New World True Story suddenly became chaotic. These guys are all unstable factors. It's good to throw them all in the game. Qila looked at those players whose lifelong hobby was hunting people, and couldn't help shaking his head. That's good, at least there is a place for them to vent. What's more, do these guys think other players are easy to mess with? New World True Story, a great success. The resources controlled by those chambers of commerce have finally been flowed through this method. These guys are actually a group of smart people. Qi Lu, who has followed the various situations in the main story of the New World for a long time, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It has to be said that the guy who can control such a huge chamber of commerce is indeed not an ordinary person. Although he has no cultivation qualifications, his mind is indeed powerful. It's interesting to be able to see what his purpose is, and to cooperate, Samak. In fact, Qilu also knew that the leaders of these chambers of commerce, especially those of large chambers of commerce, invested such a large amount of money, which was actually a kind of show of favor, telling him that they understood their position. Know what you should do, and what you should not do. The people in charge of these chambers of commerce did not intend to test anything, because they understood that they could not afford to test. Instead of betting on your own life to test store manager Qi, it is better to directly express your sincerity. Even if it is a loss, they can afford it. The Chamber of Commerce can guarantee them good food and clothing, prosperity and wealth, and they don't want to lose all of this. Even if you can't cultivate, you can't become the strongest, so what? Life is alive, live happily, unrestrained, happy, isn't it all right? I may not be able to cultivate, but I have enjoyed all the things that should be enjoyed, so what is there to be dissatisfied with? And I was able to enjoy all of this safely. After all, I was blessed by this peaceful and stable environment. So, for this peace, what is it if you pay something yourself? It doesn't necessarily have to be the favor of the store manager. In fact, there are many heads of chambers of commerce who really want to reciprocate. It can be regarded as one's own mind. At this moment, the vault of Heaven God realm is generally stable. All walks of life are developing in an orderly manner, and the Chamber of Commerce is in the middle, which has also made great contributions. Don't look at them earning a lot of money, in fact, they also give out a lot, whether it is to show favor or to save their lives. Otherwise, he would not have survived in peace and stability until now. Because if the Chamber of Commerce really wants to grow bigger, it must show its own value. Instead of blindly acquiring, but not doing anything beneficial to the development of all walks of life. In such a situation, not to mention that Qila couldn't stand it, even the main gods would not allow it. The kingdom of God is not a place for charity. Without enough value, those main gods will not tolerate your reckless behavior. As much ability as you have, you can take as much responsibility and do as much work as you can. As for the Chamber of Commerce controlled by the demon god, it was easier. After all, what the demon god seeks will be directly stated, without the responsible persons of the Chamber of Commerce guessing. Just find a way to complete the task. And the resources concentrated in the hands of large and small chambers of commerce were redistributed through Qi Li's specially launched New World Story, which promoted the continuous development of the industry. If we can maintain this pattern, this speed, and continue like this, sooner or later, the vault of Heaven God realm will be completely changed and enter a new era. Just be afraid, they have no motivation to maintain such enthusiasm. Insufficient people are a big problem. However, I happen to have something to do for them. Otherwise, give the authority to make standalone games to those chambers of commerce now. This idea was also what Qilu had planned from the beginning. Now that online games have been produced, how can there be no place for standalone games? I didn't do this before because there were no conditions, and there weren't so many players who could be diverted. But now it is different. The intelligent creatures of the entire Sky God realm are among the ranks of players. That number is huge. So when the number of players reaches this level, all kinds of preferences are perfectly reflected. According to Qi Lu, the game New World True Story is not purely for the entertainment of these players. It is used to allocate resources and eliminate the contradiction between the Tianji realm and the Xinji realm, but it is more important. So, what about games that are designed for entertainment? It's very simple, just get another batch of standalone games and come out. After all, among the types of games, as long as it is a game that interacts with other players, there will always be something disgusting to you. But in standalone games, it's different, the whole game world is yours. That's where you can really do whatever you want. And absolutely no one will control what you do. Based on this, standalone games are an imperative thing in Qi Li's vision. Of course, it will be thrown to those chambers of commerce, because Qi Lu is too lazy to think about new games. Let those guys who think about how to make money all day to use their imagination and creativity, so as not to be too idle. When opening a store to the level of Qi Lu, it is better to transform into a platform. Because Qi Lu wants to develop in an all-round way, and he doesn't want to be strong alone. What he has to do is to open up more industries. Become a leader in all walks of life. Instead of holding everything in your own hands, it doesn't make any sense. What's more, if you really want to do everything yourself, wouldn't you be tired? So using standalone games, it is very important to make a good start first. Moreover, Qi Li's plan is not limited to this. And when it comes to this, we have to talk about those lower planes. At any rate, Qi Lu also rose from the Sifang realm, and then came to the Sky God realm. Now that he is also at the top of the Sky God realm, he can't just care about himself and ignore his hometown. So taking care of the many lower planes is also a matter of passing, and at the same time, it is also an idea that Qi Lu has always had before. You know, Qi Lu didn't want to see the entire Sky God realm before he knew about the enmity between Tianji realm and Xinji realm. After all, what Xinji did to those lower planes was not authentic. Although the same is to suppress competitors, but the means are too extreme. In the past, it was difficult for Qi Lu to say anything. Because of the environment in the Vault of Heaven God realm, the resources of those demon gods are not enough, and the believers of these main gods are not enough. Then in the Vault of Heaven God realm, it is very common and not uncommon for people to fight to the death, and to overwhelm competitors. At that time, Qi Lu didn't have any more plans. Occasionally take care of friends who are still in the Sifangji. But now, times have changed. In the successive battles, I don't know how many powerful people have fallen. Coupled with the emergence of various emerging industries, it also filled the vacancies of cultivation resources and strengthened productivity. In this way, there will be no shortage of resources and sufficient productivity. Then the next thing that should be lacking is the population. Population of all races. So Qi Lu came up with the idea of those lower planes. Anyway, those guys have long wanted to run to the Vault of Heaven God realm, and now their wish has been fulfilled. However, having said that, it is still unrealistic to bring all those guys to Vault of Heaven God realm. Therefore, we must find a way to choose the best from the best, and select a batch of seedlings that are good enough to come up. And the solution that Qi Lu thought of was the thing mentioned just now. Standalone game. This thing, thrown in the Vault of Heaven God realm, can be called an entertainment item. However, if you want to manifest to a lower plane, it will be used to compete for resources and improve the secret realm of the challenger. Qi Lu just wanted to use these various standalone games, or the way to cowlid a trial secret realm, to select those outstanding seedlings, and then lead them to the Sky God realm. On the one hand, it is to increase the population of each race. On the other hand, it is also to prevent those outstanding talents from being buried. To be honest, even in the Vault of Heaven God realm, there are countless talents who are not valued and are drowned in the mass of living beings. Not to mention those geniuses from lower planes? In front of those main gods and demon gods, haven't they seen too few geniuses? It would be better to say that they themselves are the top batch of geniuses, and they have obtained various opportunities to get to where they are today. However, the fact that these main gods and demon gods don't pay much attention doesn't mean that the many races in the vault of heaven god realm don't care. These top-notch powerhouses have long been separated from the existence of the race. The pillars of a race are still the top existences under the main gods, Ordman gods. Furthermore, even if the same race is divided into many tribes and branches, they may not be able to live in peace. As for the disputes within the race, others can't control it, and they don't have the mind to control it. So there is still a market for geniuses. It's just that the difficulty of excavation is not low. Sheila thought of this, and came up with such a good solution. However, the specific effect remains to be seen. But the permission to make standalone games is ready to be distributed. In the early stage, there is still a limited number of places. Let those large chambers of commerce try it first, and see how it works. Wait for them to set a good example, then let other chambers of commerce continue. Of course, even so, qualifications still need to be reviewed. After all, making a game is not something that can be done with a slap in the face, and the investment in all aspects is not small. As for the specific process, it is naturally different from game production in the conventional sense. There is no way, the Sky God realm doesn't have any technology development tree. Without such things as technology, it is naturally impossible to make games as Qi Lu imagined. But Qi Lu also has a way. Let those chambers of commerce come up with detailed new game plans, including all character design, gameplay design, story background design, game parameter design, level design, etc. It wasn't until the final part of the production that they could complete it in the Secret Realm production crystal that Qi Lu specially provided for them. To put it simply, it is to ask those chambers of commerce to provide all the game materials, and Qi Lu told the Secret Realm to make crystals from the system. He is only responsible for integrating these materials and then synthesizing them into the final product. Others, such as subsequent debugging and game parameter balance, are all done on the Secret Realm production crystal. Qi Lu relayed this to those chambers of commerce. The people in charge of those chambers of commerce didn't ask anything else. Just kidding, what is the identity of store manager Qi? Although he has an easygoing personality, but his combat power is so strong that even the main gods and demon gods bow their heads. So if you have something to entrust to them, is it their turn to ask? Just do it honestly. There is even no reward for doing well, and punishment for doing badly. But Qi Lu is not so unreasonable. After all, let these chambers of commerce contribute, although Qi Lu himself will not pay anything, but he also said that the games made by these chambers of commerce will be synchronized to the virtual dual crystal, allowing all users to download. As for whether these chambers of commerce provide downloads for free or charge for downloads, that's up to them. On the one hand, it can be regarded as a source of income. On the other hand, if the game you made becomes popular, isn't it equivalent to an advertisement? This can be regarded as a hidden income. Another one, if Qi Lu took a fancy to the game and decided to manifest it in a lower plane, as a trial secret realm, to recruit geniuses of various races. Then these geniuses brought up are regarded as the reserve talents of the Chamber of Commerce. Because these so-called geniuses are useless to Qi Lu, so he doesn't need them either. Giving it to those chambers of commerce can also give these geniuses a placebo to settle down, and it can also make the Chamber of Commerce grateful. The reason is simple. Although the Chamber of Commerce is powerful, there are no strong men who are completely cultivated by themselves. At present, the practitioners owned by the Chamber of Commerce are all hired and traded, and their reliability is limited. And the genius discovered by the Vault of Heaven God realm, can it be the turn off these chambers of commerce to win them over? Do you really think that the major races will not intervene? The main gods and demon gods look down on those geniuses, but there are also some who can be liked by the strong. Therefore, attracting talents from lower planes has become the best way for these chambers of commerce to cultivate their own strong men. And this method is now provided by store manager Chi. Then of course they will be grateful to Dade. What is it called? This is called crying and giving away the money, and you have to thank Yukrazili, and you can't accept it. As for the matter of the lower planes, to be honest, it is not a secret at Alto those high-level chamber of commerce. Ordinary people in the vault of heaven god realm may not be aware of this. But as long as the cultivators with a little strength are vaguely aware of this. After all, those lower planes still need the apostles under the command of the gods to manage them, so how can they be secrets? Ordinary people don't know about this matter, and it's not that they can't let them know, it's just that no one specifically tells them about it. Because it's useless for them to know, so why do you want to popularize these things with them? Creatures from lower planes want to come to the vault of heaven god realm, Ordhe must take the road to the sky. Or, the main god personally acted, using the power of faith, to attract. But for the main god, the role of those believers is to provide the power of faith. Then why do you still have to lead them to the vault of heaven god realm? So there was less talk, and naturally, there was no news from the lower planes. But for those in the know, especially those in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, after knowing this matter, knowing that the so-called standalone game that Manager Chi asked them to make turned out to be a trial. After the secret realm, I was stunned immediately. Then, he made a decision that he must use this side to test the secret realm and select the most suitable talents for his Chamber of Commerce. No matter how much the price is paid, it is not hesitating. This is an opportunity for our Chamber of Commerce to really become stronger, so we must seize it. In the vault of heaven god realm, even if it is in a peaceful and prosperous age, it is impossible without strong strength. Because no one cares about small fights. Didn't you see that those large chambers of commerce, as well as giant chambers of commerce, have strong people behind them? Without exception. Only from this point, we can see the clue. Therefore, the people in charge of those chambers of commerce desire from the bottom of their hearts the strong men who belong to their own chambers of commerce. A strong man cultivated by himself and a strong man hired with money are completely different things. One is a member of the family and the other is an outsider. Can it be the same? Chi Lu probably also guessed this point, that's why he handed over the pilot project this time to these chambers of commerce. Only by asking for something can we do a good job. Those who are forced will more or less work without effort. Sheila didn't want to see such a thing happen, whether it was for efficiency or for his own experiment. And so things settled down. As for publicity, there is no need. After those chambers of commerce have produced the game, let them buy advertising space to promote it when necessary. Because only standalone games that are very popular and have passed Chila's review, and are sure to be used as trial secret realms, will be embodied in the lower planes for the next experiment. And the genius who was brought up through this trial secret realm, the first affiliation is the Chamber of Commerce that produced the game. Such a huge benefit is absolutely impossible for those chambers of commerce to refuse. So Chila didn't have to worry about them not working hard. On the contrary, because of the competition, they will start to compete in all aspects and make the game better and better. This is the healthy competition that Chi Lu wants.